Chapter 611. In the room, after finishing the lunch in the bowl, Emperor Yin, Water God and Thunder God turned their eyes to the little tree lying in the crib. The little tree was not asleep at this time. She opened her big black eyes and stared at the ceiling blankly, as if she was wandering in the sky. This scene made the three holy beasts curious. Would such a young cub also have troubles? Thinking of this, Thunder God poked his big head into the crib and looked down at the baby inside. The next second, the eyes of the person and the Pokemon met in midair, and Xiaoshu's eyes were attracted by the Pokemon with a furry face and a Thunder God's mouth in front of her. She opened her big curious eyes and stretched out her hand towards the Thunder God, but she didn't touch it because her hand was short. The Thunder God was startled and subconsciously wanted to retreat and avoid it, but seeing the misty tears in the baby's eyes, his movements subconsciously stopped. After hesitating for a moment, the Thunder God lowered his head carefully, and the next second, the baby's tender little hands grabbed the tuft of fur on its face. Aya! The little tree let out a series of laughs. Lei Gong, eh? The Indie and Suicune on the side were shocked. Lei Gong's face was pulled out of shape, and he looked at Indie and Suicune expressionlessly with a tense face. At this moment, a stream of green energy full of vitality surged out of the little tree's body, and was transmitted to Lei Gong's body through her hand. This sudden change made Lei Gong slightly stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the little tree in disbelief. Was that the natural power of the world tree just now? This child was afraid that it would be hurt, so he used that power to heal it? Thunder God couldn't help but think. What a lovely and kind child, as expected of the rainbow warrior chosen by Lord Feng Wang since birth. Thunder God's heart became softer than ever before. Indie and Suicune on the side also noticed this scene, and they showed a slightly surprised expression on their faces, then walked forward in disbelief and looked down at the baby inside. Did this child inherit the power of her father Naoki? The three sacred beasts were very familiar with that power, which was the natural power of the world tree. This meant that she, like her father, was chosen by nature. The little tree, still in the cradle, looked at the three big heads above her in a daze. The power of Chompan made her feel a very friendly atmosphere from the three big guys in front of her. The little tree didn't understand, but the baby's instinct made her naturally close to these three Pokemon. So, she started to babble again, and stretched out her little hands towards the three big heads. At this moment, the three holy beasts made up their minds from the bottom of their hearts that they must protect this child, the child chosen by nature. Her future will definitely exceed the imagination of all their Pokemon. When Naoki came to the room after lunch, this was what he saw. The three holy beasts surrounded his daughter, and no one knew what they were doing. Seeing this, Naoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously. The three sacred beasts turned around, and the Thunder God, who was most familiar to Naoki, explained telepathically. Xiaoshu also has the natural power of the world tree in her body. She, like you, is a person chosen by nature. Naoki's strength is very strong and does not need their protection, but this child is different. She is so weak and so immature. Before she grows up, she must be carefully protected. Hearing what Lei Gong said, Naoki smiled and nodded. I know, we humans call that ability the power of Chompan. According to the performance in the anime, the power of Chompan is very realistic, and is also a name for the power of nature. In order to adapt to the local customs, Naoki also called his ability the power of Chompan. The three holy beasts were slightly stunned. But Naoki continued, if you are Dragon Attribute Pokemon, you may become stronger when you stay with Xiaoshu. Not only the power of Chompan, Xiaoshu also inherited his dragon controlling power, and Dragon Attribute Pokemon will naturally feel close to her. Hearing this, the three holy beasts turned their heads and looked at Xiaoshu. Unfortunately, none of them were Dragon-type Pokemon. But it didn't matter. They had been in the world for so many years, so why would they need the help of a child? Naoki walked forward, and Gulton, Babu Tubo, Motor Lizard and Eruption followed. A group of Pokemon surrounded Xiaoshu, looking at her with very gentle eyes. Bammo. Babu Tubo thought of the warm lava worm home that he had been thinking about. It was his favorite short film. Babu Tubo was looking forward to it. Bammo. When Xiaoshu grows up and has a family, he will definitely bring his child to the ranch as a guest, just like he did in Nuanu and Lava Worm's home. Then he and the lava worm can make friends with the child. Naoki is very familiar with Babu Tubo, and he can guess what Babu Tubo is thinking without having to say it. Seeing Babu Tubo's expression, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's probably still decades before that happens. By that time, we will all be old. He and Chishu will have white hair, and some Pokemon in the ranch will also reach old age. Motor Lizard couldn't help asking. Gale? Like Mrs. Dante's? Mrs. Dante's has white hair and wrinkles on her face, and looks very old. Naoki smiled and nodded. Almost. Getting old is something that every creature in this world has to go through. Oh no, not really. Some legendary Pokemon need to be excluded. Even Pokemon like Dragonite will start to age after living for hundreds or thousands of years. Hearing this, Eruption panicked. Bony? It had seen this before in Kitakami Township. Soon after a human grew white hair and a white beard, that human would die and be buried in the soil. At that time, it secretly ran to Emerald Town without telling the man and observed for a while. Humans would erect something called a tombstone in front of the soil, and then the buried human would never wake up again. When the Pokemon heard this, they immediately panicked. Babutubo shook his head quickly. Bammo. It doesn't want to make friends with Xiaoshu's baby like in Nuanuan Lava Worm House, so that Jishu won't grow white hair. Gale? Algashi? Motor Lizard and Gulton were also very flustered. Shishu, Although this topic was a bit strange, his heart softened when he heard Babutubo's words. Reaching out and touching Babutubo's big furry head, Shishu comforted him. Birth, aging, illness and death are the processes that every life must go through. Bammo. A group of Pokemon couldn't imagine the days without Naoki, and they all showed sad expressions on their faces. Naoki paused and continued in a gentle tone, but I am looking for a way to accompany you all the time. Now it seems that the method has been found, and the next step is to put it into practice. Hearing this, Gilderton immediately thought of the spirit world that Naoki had mentioned, and the fact that the night demon would come to take away the souls of humans. It immediately made up its mind that when the time comes, it must drive away all the night demons that come to the ranch. But soon, Golden realized something. If he told Naoki about that in the future, the past and the future would change, and the Motor Lizard would not go to the distant time and space in the past, and it would disappear. Just like the future that was automatically corrected after the past was changed in the Arceus incident, and Victini disappeared from their eyes at that time. At that time, it could not protect Naoki. Ah, gah. Thinking of this, Golden was very sad, but soon, it made up its mind. Since it can't protect Naoki, let's give this task to other Pokemon in the ranch. So, when Golden told everyone about this, whether it was Babu, Frostmilk, Urako, or Motor Lizard, they all nodded in unison. They must drive all the night spells out of the ranch and protect Naoki. Naoki, It's over. From today on, there won't be another night spell in the ranch. Although it was too early to talk about that now, Naoki still patted everyone's head and thanked them. Then I will ask you to protect me. Bammo. Bony. Mama. Gale. The Pokemon made promises one after another. In the remote wilderness of the Hoenn region, the fog was thick, and in the fog, two figures, one tall and one short, were walking on the hillside one after the other. Alan, walk faster. Manon, who was walking in front, shouted to the back without looking back. The man named Alan took out a machine, looked at the content on it, and immediately had a general idea in his mind. It's nearby. The origin of super evolution is in this place. In order to find the truth of everything, they came from the distant Kalos region to the Hoenn region. Ah! There was a cry of surprise from the front. Alan was stunned for a moment, and quickly put away the device, and quickened his pace to walk forward. Manon! Alan was slightly stunned. Alan, my butt is stuck and I can't pull it out. Lily. Hallie was very worried. Alan, At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the mist. A handsome young man with short silver hair walked out and offered a helping hand to Manon. Miss, are you okay? Manon got up with the help of the force and thanked the mysterious man gratefully. Thank you for saving me. My name is Manon, and I came from the Kalos area. Please advise me. Welcome to the Hoenn region, Manon. I am Daigo. Alan and Hallie ran down the slope anxiously. Manon, are you okay? It's okay. Mr. Daigo just rescued me, Mr. Daigo. This is Alan and my partner Hallie who are traveling with me. Hearing this, the two men looked at each other. And then, Alan noticed the brooch with the Mega Evolution keystone on Daigo's chest. He was slightly stunned. Daigo also looked at Alan's wrist, and an elegant smile appeared on his face. It seems that you have it too. When the trainer's eyes met, it meant that a battle was about to begin. Sensing the unusual aura revealed by the other party, Alan raised his arm, showed his keystone, and invited, Then, do you want to fight? Don't look at me like this. I'm actually very busy. Daigo declined. It won't take too long. Alan said quickly, I want to defeat all the super evolved Pokemon and stand at the top of the trainer. As long as you are a Pokemon trainer, Eye contact is the secret signal for a battle, right? Daigo showed an elegant smile on his face. That's right. A big battle is about to start. Alan sent out his Charizard, and made it super evolved. Daigo also sent out his trump card Shiny Metagross, and evolved it into Mega Metagross through the Key Stone. As two commands were issued, terrifying energy burst out from the two Pokemon. But just when the battle reached a critical moment, a flame lion suddenly jumped down from the hillside, interrupting the battle between the two. Daigo and Alan immediately looked up. The next second, they saw a man with a flaming red lion head standing on the hillside. Can this battle be paused? I am Fraudilli, and I am exploring the origin of super evolution. In the afternoon, Naoki had nothing to do, so he decided to go to the World Tree to visit everyone there. The expedition team guild on the World Tree was running in an orderly manner. Naoki saw some unfamiliar figures here. Those Pokemons must have come here from other worlds. Sensing Naoki's breath, the next second, Mewtwo's figure emerged from Naoki's side. Naoki was not too surprised, but looked at the expedition team guild with emotion and said, "It's getting more and more lively here." Mewtwo looked into the distance and nodded slightly. It liked the atmosphere of everyone working hard together. Naoki didn't say anything for a while. He just stood there quietly watching the interaction of the Pokemon. Just watching, Naoki felt that he could watch here for a whole day. But at this moment, the Millilongs ran up from the lower level in a panic, shouting, "Meow!" Oh no! The Pokemon named Kyogre went crazy. Hearing this, Naoki and Mewtwo were slightly stunned. The man and the Pokemon looked at each other, and the next second, Mewtwo used teleportation to take Naoki to the sea town where Kyogre was. Kyogre had turned into its original form, floating on the sea, but now it was heading in one direction, and the sea water turned into huge waves and kept surging around it. "Kyogre, what happened?" Naoki asked with a frown. Kyogre's calm voice came to his mind. The boulder appeared, and the boulder contains a huge amount of energy. If I can get it, I can become stronger. Boulder? Hearing this, Naoki was stunned on the spot. Wait, he suddenly thought of something. Could the boulder Kyogre was talking about be the supergiant key stone that Fraudilli, Daigo, and Alan found together? In the anime, there was indeed a plot where Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre fought for the boulder, and even Super Rayquaza joined in. It's a pity that they both suffered in the end, and the boulder was taken away by the despicable Fraudilli. Since Kyogre noticed it, then Groudon and Rayquaza must have noticed it too. This means that Daigo, Alan and Fraudilli are currently investigating the boulder in the Hoenn region. Do you want to go over there? Naoki asked. Kyogre thought about it carefully and finally gave up, because it would take up a lot of its energy to get from here to where the boulder is. Instead of that, it would be better to stay on the World Tree and absorb more natural energy. As for Groudon, that guy will definitely not go over there either, because every Pokemon on the World Tree knows that once it leaves, it will never be able to get up again. Seeing Kyogre give up, Naoki immediately asked Mewtwo to take him to find Rayquaza, who was perched on the top of the World Tree. Rayquaza was about to take off at this time, but was stopped by Naoki. Wait a minute, Rayquaza, take me with you. I will help you get the boulder. If left alone, the boulder will combine with the sundial in Baiki City, and then cause a great destruction that will spread to the entire Pokemon world. In the anime, the boulder eventually turned into the Boulder Zygarde, which brought considerable harm to the Kalos region. Rather than letting it fall into the hands of Fraudilli, it is better to take it back and feed it to Rayquaza to help it Mega Evolve. After hearing what Naoki said, Rayquaza turned around instantly, came in front of him, lowered his head, and motioned him to sit on top of his head. Mewtwo, go to the ranch and get my mask for me, Naoki said. Mewtwo nodded, and the next second, its figure disappeared from the spot, but in the blink of an eye, it reappeared on the top of the World Tree. It handed the mask in its hand to Naoki and asked, "Do you need my help?" Naoki thought about it. In the anime, Alan's Charizard and Daigo's Metagross fought against Rayquaza. Because they delayed for too long, the boulder disappeared out of thin air under Rayquaza's attack. To be on the safe side, Naoki did not refuse. In that case, I leave it to you. You're welcome, Mewtwo said. Rayquaza, let's go. We help you get the boulder and make you super evolve. Naoki grabbed Rayquaza's 2 dragon horns. After he stood firm, Rayquaza looked up to the sky and let out a dragon roar. Its huge body twisted rapidly and rushed into the sky at a very fast speed. Chapter 612. Hoenn Region, Ruins of the Megalith. Fraudilli looked at the wooden slip in his hand and said to Daigo and Alan, "The road leading to the megalith begins with a door. The key to open the door is the light of 2 stones. After gathering the 2 stones, a new road will appear. The so-called stone should refer to the glowing keystone, right? Daigo pondered for a moment. It is possible. In any case, we have to try it first. Alan nodded calmly. The two looked at each other, and then walked to the two stone pillars similar to the door on the high platform in front, and placed the keystones they were wearing on them. The next second, a dazzling colorful light burst out from the keystone. The light flowed into the stone pillar like liquid, and in an instant, the whole high platform was shining brightly. The invisible great power surged and turned into a rainbow ladder, extending continuously above the clouds. Even Daigo, who came from a wealthy family, couldn't help but marvel at this strange scene at this moment. Who created this mechanism? As far as Daigo knows, the legendary giant stone has existed since ancient times, and wooden slips with relevant records have been circulated. He got half of it by chance, and the other half happened to be in the hands of Fraudali. So, who was the person who made the wooden slips and placed the giant stone in this ruins? The ancient people actually had such a magical technology. It's so beautiful. Manon looked at the rainbow ladder in front of him, and couldn't help but become starry-eyed. A trace of heat flashed in Fladali's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Then he calmly raised his foot and stepped onto the rainbow stairs, saying to the others, "Let's go." The source of super evolution is likely at the end of this staircase. Yes. Alan responded and followed. Manon followed closely behind, and Daigo walked at the end of the team. As the height continued to rise, the scene below gradually became smaller. This rainbow staircase had no guardrails. Standing on it and looking down, people would feel uncontrollable fear, worrying that they would fall down and be smashed into a meat pie. The higher they went, the more nervous Manon became. "Alan, it's so high here." Alan looked down calmly, and then comforted, "Don't look down, Manon, just think of it as going up the stairs, and just walk forward normally." "I know." Manon began to look forward. The group continued to move forward, and soon they reached the highest point. After passing through the clouds, at the end of the rainbow stairs, a towering mountain stood out. And on the top of the mountain, there was an ancient ruin. "That's right," Fladali said. The four of them came to a place that looked like a square. There was a circular groove in the center of the square, and an altar stood on both sides. Daigo walked up quickly and checked the altar. He soon saw a line of ancient characters on it, and translated it. Different keystones are placed on the two altars. Is this the way to summon the giant stone? It must be right. The giant stone is in this place. Ailon, which one do you go to? Got it. Ailon responded, and then stepped forward. The two of them placed their keystones on the altar. The next second, colorful light shone from the keystones, as if it resonated with some substance. The light continued to spread downward along the lines on the altar, extending to the ground. Boom! The sound of some mechanism being activated came from underground. The circular groove stone door opened automatically, and a huge keystone emitting colorful light slowly rose from it. Daigo's pupil shrank, finally found the legendary boulder. The origin of super evolution. Alan looked down at the keystone bracelet on his wrist. The evolution keystone also resonated. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Fladali took out a communicator and said to the person on the other end, "It's me, the thing has been found. We have locked the target, and will arrive soon." A voice came from the other end. As soon as the voice fell, a buzzing sound of an engine came from the sky. Daigo looked up, and saw a plane descending from the sky. Cars carrying various precision instruments drove out of the cabin, and surrounded the boulder. The researchers of the Flash team in white coats quickly typed on the keyboard, constantly analyzing the data of the boulder. "What's going on?" Daigo frowned slightly. Fladali said calmly, "First, we need to analyze the composition of the boulder. After all, this is a major discovery. Report, after testing, the waveform of the boulder is the same as that of the superstone. No, its heat far exceeds that of the superstone, and it is still rising." Accompanied by the scream of a researcher, a dazzling light burst out from the boulder, and then an invisible energy surged towards the sky and the earth. Fladali crossed his arms, he looked at the boulder, and the corners of his mouth curled up. With this boulder, his plan can be realized. Thinking of this, the past scenes emerged in Fladali's mind. In the past, he had led the Flare team to help the poor everywhere. But as time went on, those people took their behavior for granted. Moreover, the humans in this world only knew how to quarrel and rob each other, and these people polluted this originally very beautiful world. However, it was impossible to get rid of these people. If you want to create a beautiful new world without quarrels and robberies, all these sacrifices are necessary. Therefore, he will lead the Flash team to destroy this terrible world, destroy those ugly humans, and then lead some selected humans who meet the requirements of the new world to create a beautiful utopia. There is no violence, no disputes, and no crime. And now, as long as this boulder is combined with the corona by Dai City, the existing world can be destroyed. Looking at the boulder in front of him, Fladali seemed to have seen the beautiful utopia waving to him. But at this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds in an instant, and the dark clouds covered the sky and darkened in an instant. Lightning appeared in the clouds, and thunder exploded in the sky. Everyone in the ruins immediately raised their heads vigilantly. What's going on? Daigo looked at the strange sky, and felt a sense of familiarity from it. Vladari looked solemn, and did not speak. He had a vague bad premonition in his heart. Look! Manon's voice came from the side. Everyone looked at the sky, and then saw the dark clouds above their heads began to rotate, and a black tornado vortex was formed out of thin air. The next second, a dark dragon-shaped figure appeared from the vortex. Alan opened his eyes wide. That's... Daigo recognized the Pokemon at a glance. It's Rayquaza. The legendary Pokemon Rayquaza had appeared in the Glaze Sea before, and stopped the battle between the god of the earth and the god of the sea. As Rayquaza appeared, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the boulder. The energy seemed to be attracted by Rayquaza in midair, and began to gather towards it crazily. When the energy broke through the critical value, a dazzling colorful light suddenly burst out from Rayquaza's body and wrapped it in it. The Emperor organ in Rayquaza's body was madly absorbing the energy in the boulder. And its appearance was also changing rapidly in the process. The first thing that changed was its size. Rayquaza's already huge body became even bigger, and its dark scales shone mysteriously like deep obsidian. Ancient golden lines covered its entire body, and a red triangle pattern appeared on its forehead. A pair of horns at its lower jaw extended to the front of its mouth in a guarding shape. Golden tentacles similar to streamers extended from its dragon horns, and the golden tentacles connected to the dragon horns formed an infinite pattern. A moment later, accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through the sky, the light around Rayquaza instantly exploded, and the god of the sky finally showed its true form. A domineering and arrogant aura surged with it. This scene made everyone in the ruins stunned. Rayquaza's appearance has changed. Daigo couldn't help but mutter, has Rayquaza also super-evolved? Suddenly, Manon's exclamation came from the side. Look! It seems that there is a person standing on the top of Rayquaza's head. What? Eilon was slightly startled. He then looked up, and saw a vague figure above the head of Rayquaza. Someone. What is that person's purpose? Fladali once again had a bad premonition in his heart. The worst answer is that the other party is likely to compete with him for this boulder. At this moment, in the sky, Mutwo was staring at his palm in a daze. That energy. Just now, it also felt a surge of energy flowing into its body, as if it had gained some new ability. What on earth is that? Mutwo tried subconsciously, and the next second, the same light as Rayquaza burst out from its body. When the light faded, a small Pokemon with a baby-like appearance and a long tail behind its huge head appeared behind Naoki. Seeing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. This is Mega Mutwo Y? What's going on? Could it be that the boulder also has an effect on Mutwo? Mutwo's eyes were also full of confusion. But now is not the time to talk about this. Seeing that Rayquaza has absorbed enough energy and achieved super evolution, Naoki asked, What are you going to do? Super Rayquaza's eyes were fixed on the boulder below, and a dragon roar came out of its mouth. Ouch! Originally, it wanted to destroy the boulder, because if the boulder remained in this world, it would cause Groudon and Kyogre to fight for it, thus bringing disaster to this world. But now that Groudon and Kyogre are on the world tree, that thing is no longer necessary. After a little thought, Rayquaza decided to take it away and absorb it slowly. Because the huge stone contained an extremely huge amount of energy, and the energy was so strong that it could transform into this form by absorbing only a small part of the exposed energy. Even it did not dare to eat the stone in one breath. Therefore, the best way now is to take it back to the world tree and absorb it slowly. Rayquaza immediately expressed his thoughts to Naoki. Naoki naturally had no objection. Okay, if that's the case, then let's do it. Super Rayquaza's majestic figure swooped down from the sky. Its target was obviously the boulder. Fladali thought to himself that it was not good, and quickly shouted, Not good. Rayquaza is trying to take the boulder. Aelin's face was solemn. He took out Charizard's Pokeball from his waist. With a flash of white light, Charizard appeared in the air. Charizard, Super Evolution. Aelin shouted. The colorful light enveloped Charizard's body. When the light faded, Super Charizard X, who was completely black and had a blue flame in his mouth, appeared in front of everyone. Charizard, stop it! Ouch! Charizard let out a deep roar, spread its wings, and rushed towards Rayquaza. Spray flames! Alan ordered. Charizard opened its mouth, and a beam of blazing blue fire gushed out of its mouth. Rayquaza's huge dragon-shaped body moved slightly, and then it spun up nimbly. The airflow around the god of the sky directly flipped Charizard over. Seeing someone stop him, Rayquaza stopped and looked at the people below angrily. Oops, we pissed off Rayquaza. Fladali frowned. The next second, Rayquaza's body turned into a green straight line, piercing Charizard at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Charizard's body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Daigo frowned, but he still took out his Pokeball and ordered, Metallica, go pick him up. The Pokeball automatically popped open, and the moment Metagross flew out of it, it completed its super evolution. It waved its 4 metal arms, and accurately caught Charizard falling from the sky. Naoki, who was above Rayquaza, noticed this scene. Daigo is also joining the battle? Ah. He sighed helplessly, and then jumped back. Rayquaza, play with those 2 Pokemon, leave the boulder to us. He didn't dare to let Rayquaza attack, because the boulder would escape by itself. The huge energy contained in the boulder is enough to distort space. In the anime, it disappeared from its original place because of Rayquaza's attack, and appeared in another area, attracting Groudon and Kyogre. Roar! Rayquaza nodded its huge head. Naoki and Mewtwo looked at each other, and Mewtwo, who had already completed the Mega Evolution, immediately understood what he meant. It moved its mind slightly, and disappeared with Naoki. Feeling Naoki's departure, Super Rayquaza immediately locked onto the Mega Metagross and Mega Charizard in front of it with its golden pupils. The next second, a huge dragon energy rose up, and the sky was changing. With a rumbling sound, a huge meteorite condensed by dragon energy fell down. This scene was like the end of the world. Mega Metagross and Mega Charizard felt the terrifying power contained in it. They looked solemn, accelerated their speed, and began to dodge. As the meteorite fell to the ground with a rumble, the whole land began to tremble. Oh no! It's the Dragon Star Cluster! Fladali frowned. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. Naoki and Mewtwo, wearing masks, appeared quietly. This scene quickly attracted Manon's attention. Who are you? Manon exclaimed. Hearing this, Daigo, Alan and Fladali also looked forward immediately. Looking at the familiar figure, wearing a familiar mask, Daigo immediately had an unbelievable guess in his mind. Could it be? Naoki's eyes swept over the few people calmly. He and Mewtwo stood in front of the boulder, and said to them in a low voice, We will keep the boulder. Daigo did not speak, his eyes looked straight at the other party. Hearing this, Fladali frowned immediately. If so, his plan would fail. But Fladali did not dare to act rashly, because as a trainer, he could feel the terrifying energy revealed by the Pokemon next to him. That energy would probably tear him apart in an instant. Fladali knew the identity of that person in his heart. Judging from the mask he wore, and the 2 Pokemon, this person was very likely the mysterious masked man, who was once a great hero, that was popular all over the world. Judging from the other party's previous actions, it is obvious that he is not a selfish person. He tried to stay calm, and tried to communicate with the other party. I wonder who you are? This huge stone is the origin of super evolution. If the truth of everything can be investigated, it will be a good thing worth celebrating for trainers all over the world. But the other party did not respond. Fladali, ? After a long time, he heard the other party's low voice again. Fladali, the leader of Team Flash, aims to use the giant stone to combine with the Corona of Bidai City to destroy this world and create a better world. Not only that, you seem to be planning to capture Zygarde, the Guardian of Order, and use its power to achieve a secret that cannot be told. Am I right? Fladali was stunned on the spot when he heard this. His eyes kept flashing. How could this person know? Daigo, Alan and Manon on the side could not help but cast their eyes on Fladali after a brief moment of shock. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Fladali's forehead, and his expression was more serious than ever before. Are you kidding? Let's stop here. The word sounded like a warning, but also like persuasion. When the mysterious man's voice fell, he and the Pokemon disappeared along with the boulder. At the same time, Mega Metagross and Mega Charizard were also beaten back to their original forms, falling into the ruins of the ruins with scars all over their bodies. Metagross. Daigo quickly stepped forward to check on Metagross. When he raised his head again, he saw Rayquaza's dark body rushing into the black cloud and disappeared. Chapter 613. On the World Tree, Naoki, Mutuo, and Rayquaza stood on the huge branches, looking at the huge stone floating on the top of the world tree not far away. Mutuo still maintained the form of Mega Mutuo Y, and Rayquaza also did not break away from the state of Mega Evolution. Rayquaza looked at the stone in front of him with satisfaction. It was great. If this stone was here, there would be no problem. Looking at Rayquaza's current appearance, the cool black scales, the mysterious ancient patterns, and the sacred golden tentacles, Naoki felt that this was really a perfect Pokémon. With this appearance, coupled with its powerful strength and the title of the Sky Overlord, Super Rayquaza's charm is simply infinite. So handsome, Naoki was amazed. But then again, why didn't Rayquaza undergo Super Evolution before? Rayquaza's Super Evolution is very different from other ordinary Pokémon. It does not need a trainer wearing a key stone, nor does it need to wear its own Super Stone. As long as it understands. Finishing touch. This exclusive move, then it can complete Super Evolution by itself. Logically speaking, Rayquaza should be able to Super Evolve, right? Could it be because the energy stored in the Emperor organ is not enough? The Emperor organ is a special organ located in Rayquaza's throat, which allows Rayquaza to store meteorite energy and convert it for its own use. When the energy accumulates to a certain level, Rayquaza can activate it by adding the finishing touch, and then change its form and transform into a powerful Super Rayquaza. So, it's very likely that Rayquaza didn't have enough energy before, and when it hit the boulder just now, it absorbed the energy released by the boulder. Naoki guessed secretly in his heart. Rayquaza's completion of the Super Evolution also made Naoki feel relieved. Because Rayquaza's strength has become stronger, it means that it will play a greater role in the future Hoopa incident. At that time, if the legendary Pokémon such as Original Return Groudon, Original Return Kyogre, Palkia, and Dialga are controlled by the Big Hoopa, they still have Mega Rayquaza to fight. Just like the Black Rayquaza that fought many enemies in the movie. Moreover, taking back the boulder can also hinder Team Flare's plan. For Naoki, this operation is a big win. But Mutuo. Naoki turned his head and looked at Mutuo on the other side, who was still in Y form. Mutuo had a complicated expression, full of doubts and confusion, and was looking down at his palm in a trance. What exactly is that power? Why did it change its body like this? Looking at Mutuo's actions, you don't need to ask what it is thinking at the moment. So Naoki said, this is Super Evolution. Super Evolution? Mutuo looked up at Naoki, and the puzzled voice came through telepathy. Naoki nodded. Pokémon breaks through the limit, and the potential evolution factor in the body is stimulated. It releases the secret energy in the Pokémon's body, and can temporarily allow the Pokémon to exert power beyond ordinary evolution. You should have felt it. This power makes you stronger. Hearing this, Mutuo was thoughtful at first, then turned his head to look at Rayquaza on the other side. Is Rayquaza's appearance also a Mega Evolution? It asked. Yes, in theory, every Pokémon can undergo a Mega Evolution, and this has existed since ancient times. Naoki replied. Since ancient times? Mutuo was a little surprised. I was created by humans 5 years ago. Why do I have this power? Naoki smiled slightly. Doesn't this just prove that you are also a type of Pokémon? Mutuo was stunned for a moment, then relieved. I understand. The next thing is how to deal with this huge rock. Naoki thought for a moment and asked, Rayquaza, are you going to absorb all the energy in the rock? Roar! Rayquaza nodded his huge head, then turned his eyes to the rock. However, the energy contained in this rock is so huge that even it cannot eat it all in a short time. So, this matter has a long history. However, Rayquaza soon came up with a new idea. It looked at Naoki and said, Roar! Naoki was stunned. You mean, Jirachi and other Pokémon can also come here to absorb energy? Rayquaza immediately nodded its huge head, and when it saw that Naoki understood what it meant, a happy expression appeared on its face. The energy on the World Tree is very abundant, and neither it, Groudon, nor Kyogre need to absorb the energy in this boulder. Why not share it with everyone? Understanding what Rayquaza meant, Naoki smiled and nodded. Okay. It just so happened that he also wanted to cut a batch of boulders, divide them into small pieces, and then make them into accessories such as keystone bracelets, keystone hairpins, and keystone brooches for trainers to carry. Although he and Chishu may not be able to use them, after all, none of their Pokémon partners can Mega Evolve. But in the future, when Xiaoshu grows up, he may encounter Pokémon that can Mega Evolve, and then these keystones and the Mega Stones he collected can play a role. Naoki asked Mutuo to use the Psychic Blade to cut a small part from the boulder. Naoki wanted to ask Klee to help with the processing, but suddenly remembered that Klee was traveling. After a brief thought, Naoki decided to process it at home, as he happened to have nothing to do. That night, Naoki ordered an angle grinder and some accessories, such as bracelets and hairpins from the shopping app. In order to receive the goods as soon as possible, he asked a deliveryman, Dragonite, to pick up the goods for him early the next morning. Soon, the angle grinder was delivered to the ranch, and Naoki took out the stone fragments and began to try to make a keystone bracelet. Even though they were cut from the boulder, the stone fragments still emitted colorful light. While grinding, Naoki suddenly remembered something. If he remembered correctly, this boulder seemed to have fallen from the universe to this planet? Doesn't that mean that its essence is a meteorite from an alien planet? Wait. This thing can't have radiation, right? But according to Fladali's research, the wavelength emitted by the boulder is exactly the same as the keystone carried by the trainer. The physical constitution of people in the Pokemon world can't be inferred according to common sense. Naoki couldn't help but complain in his heart. Not long after, a bunch of keystone bracelets, keystone hairpins, and keystone brooches were made. Only some scraps of the boulder were used to make more than a dozen keystone series props. No wonder Fladali and Groudon in the anime would fight madly for this boulder. At noon, Chishu returned to the ranch after get-off work. As soon as she got home, she saw Chishu and a group of Pokemon fiddling with a bunch of strange items. "What is this?" she asked curiously. This is the keystone needed for super evolution. Like the Taijingzu in the Paideia region, as long as the trainer carries it, the Pokemon can be super evolved. Chishu answered. Chishu immediately widened his eyes. Where did you get such a precious thing? As far as she knows, this technology was developed in the Kalos region, and even in the Kalos region, not all trainers can obtain such precious evolution keystones. Secret, Naoki said mysteriously. Kishi immediately turned his head to look at Gulden. Gulden, ah gah. It didn't know either, because it was basking in the sun in the pasture all day yesterday. It only knew that Naoki went to the World Tree halfway. Naoki didn't continue to keep it a secret. Actually, it was Rayquaza who led me to find them. These stones are also one of Rayquaza's food. I asked it for some back. Hearing this, Chishu thought of the super stones that Naoki had brought back from the Kalos region. Alas, it's a pity that our Pokemon can't use them at all. Chishu sighed helplessly. The two of them couldn't help but look at the Pokemon around them. On one side were Guillerton, Bubblehead, Frostmilk, Dragonite, Motor Lizard, Flutterfly. On the other side were Magnemite, Frog, Dream Monster, Electabuzz, Naughty Thunderbolt, and Rinkin. When they thought of this, the couple felt very sad and sighed in unison. Alas! The Pokemon looked at each other, wondering what happened to their trainer. Naoki took a small strawberry hairpin and put it away, and put all the others in the collection room for future use. This keystone hairpin will be given to Xiao Shu as a 10th birthday present. Naoki said, the father card will help the child trainer to have a smooth journey. I just hope Xiao Shu can fulfill our dream and capture a Pokemon that can super evolve. Chishu also looked forward to it. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days have passed. Now Naoki has a sense of retirement. On days when he doesn't go to class, he will stay in the ranch to take care of the children, play with the Pokemon, or sit in the garden with a recliner in the sun and read the latest issue of Paideia newspaper. Except for some specific Pokemon, most of the Pokemon in the ranch have also entered this kind of retirement life, and the days are gradually returning to normal. Naoki sat in the garden, and Guillerton lay beside him leisurely basking in the sun, while Motor Lizard was observing the butterflies flying around in the flowers not far away. The flowers in the garden were blooming luxuriantly in the summer, and the refreshing pollen filled the air. After a while, the Motor Lizard ran out from the flowers, sneezing non-stop. Guillerton glanced at it with a look of disgust. Naoki couldn't help laughing at this scene. He patted his side and said with a smile, "Come over here. Gale." The Motor Lizard immediately ran over happily. "Let's bask in the sun here." Naoki touched its head. The Motor Lizard readily agreed, "Gale." It didn't go anywhere, and sat down beside Naoki obediently, smelling the fragrance of flowers and enjoying this quiet afternoon. Huh? Seeing that several Pokemon were taking a nap, Naoki smiled slightly, and picked up the Paideia Daily that Ivan had sent him in the morning. Looking at the news about the cooperation between Blueberry Academy and Paideia Academy reported in the newspaper, Naoki suddenly remembered what Bylea talked to him about last week about the disc Pokemon recorded in the Book of Vermilion. Naoki had read the Book of Vermilion before, in Area 0, from Professor Orin, but he didn't finish it at that time, only read part of the content about the Paradox Pokemon. After a little thought, Naoki took out the Rotom phone from his pocket, and bought a copy of the Book of Vermilion at the second-hand book market. Coincidentally, the store was next door to the glass bottle market. Within an hour after Naoki placed the order, a large electric petrel with a bag tied around its neck landed in the ranch with a book. Naoki took the book from Dadain Hayan, and then sat on the recliner, carefully flipping through the content he had not read. At the beginning, there was an introduction to the author of this book. The author of this book, the Book of Vermilion, is Haija, and the photo was taken with his partner Motor Lizard. Haija himself is both a writer and a naturalist. He was selected as a member of the Zero Area Observation Team and participated in the exploration of the Paideia giant crater. He wrote this book after returning. When observing the Zero Area, Motor Lizard was responsible for carrying the luggage, and his performance was very outstanding. Below is a photo of Haija and the boss who funded the observation team to explore the Paideia crater. The president of the college and the author Haija. The funds needed to observe the Zero Area were funded by Paideia College. The data collected in the Zero Area will be shared with the college, hoping that this will help the development of the college's education, contribute to research, and cultivate future researchers. Taken by the observation team at the location of entering the giant pit. Fortunately, the weather was very good that day, and the observation team was able to set off smoothly. The giant pit in the depths of the photo extends to a very deep place, but because of the formation of clouds at the bottom layer where the treasure legend came from cannot be observed. Next, the observation team will move below the giant pit. Naoki noticed that there were black and white illustrations on the top of the book, which seemed to be taken by the observation team at that time through a camera, but there were still some hand-drawn. He then looked down. In the Paideia giant pit, there is a magical world called the Zero Zone, where there are never-seen terrains, never-seen plants, and never-seen Pokemon. In that place that is not suitable for human life, perhaps something unknown is sleeping. On the second day of the investigation, the photo was taken by the observation team members during their rest. Please look carefully at the ground in the photo. There are mysterious symbols there. Was it written by people who came here to explore treasures during the Imperial era, or has it existed from the beginning? It looks like a figure with some meaning. Inside the Zero Zone, you can move down along the spiral cliffs around, where there are plants and water sources. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that in the deepest part of Area Zero, there are treasures, such as legendary fruit and precious minerals, and there are also rumors that there are guardians guarding these treasures. Sketch drawn by the observation team members. Surprisingly, the types of Pokemon in the upper layer of Area Zero seem to be no different from those outside the giant pit. When we reach the lower layer, we can hear calls that we have never heard before from time to time. As the depth increases, some huge and ferocious creatures, and small cruel creatures, that are not even clear whether they are Pokemon begin to show their figures. Under their fierce attack, one of our team members was fatally injured, so we decided to retreat temporarily. The following is a photo taken by one of the observation team members by chance. Although it looks like a Pokemon called Duinjia, judging from its size and back shape, it is a completely different creature. Its fangs are really huge. Chapter 614. Naoki recognized the Pokemon in the photo at a glance. Duinjia's Paradox species, Majestic Fong. Did Paradox Pokemon really appear in Haija's time? This matter was not clear even for him, a time traveler. Naoki continued to scroll down, and saw the record of secret seasoning. It was a magical plant that grew in Area Zero, and could make people energetic immediately after eating it. They were taken outside the giant pit by Haija's observation team, and tried to plant them in various places in Paideia, but they were eaten by the surrounding Pokemon on the way. The Pokemon that ate the secret seasoning all grew very powerful, and people also called them Treasure Master Pokemon. At this point, the Book of Vermilion has come to an end, and there is still no record of the disc Pokemon mentioned by Baileia. So what is it? Could it be Tylobagos? Just as Naoki was pondering, Butterfree suddenly flew over from a distance. Phooey! Naoki came back to his senses and asked, "What's wrong, Butterfree?" Butterfree flapped its wings and turned to look in a certain direction, and gestured, "Phooey!" Naoki stood up and looked in the direction it pointed, and then saw a familiar figure in the distance. The man was wearing a black casual suit, with neat silver short hair and a handsome face. That was Daigo. Naoki was slightly stunned. Daigo was standing at the entrance of the ranch, looking at the ranch he hadn't seen for a long time. Unconsciously, several years had passed since his last visit. The masked man he saw in the megalithic ruins that day, and the meaningful words he said came to his mind, and Daigo couldn't help but be curious. In order to find out the truth, after he separated from Alan, Fraudali, and Manon that day, he set off for the Padilla region and came to the town of Shichin to visit Naoki Ranch. While thinking, Daigo saw Mr. Naoki, whom he wanted to see, walking towards him from a distance. When the other party walked not far away from him, Daigo politely said, "Long time no see, Mr. Naoki." Seeing Daigo's appearance, Naoki had a rough idea of his purpose. At that time, when he warned Daigo about the impending crisis in the Hoenn region, he did not deliberately conceal his identity, which also led Daigo to know that he was the mysterious man fighting Arceus. "It's been a long time since we last met," Naoki thought, and smiled as he responded, "Would you like to go in and have a cup of tea?" "Sorry to bother you." The two entered the house and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Since his sister Ai Guancher was taking care of Xiaoshu and the burning bug, the tea for entertaining the guests today was made by his brother Ai Guancher. Daigo also saw Xiaoshu sleeping soundly in the crib. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. "The last time we met, Mr. Naoki was still a bachelor. I didn't expect that he is now a father of a child. This child is so cute." Looking at the pink baby in the crib, Daigo praised. Hearing this, Naoki immediately showed a proud smile on his face. "Of course." Daigo, Suddenly, Daigo felt 3 unignorable gazes cast on his back. He turned his head sharply, and saw 3 huge mysterious Pokemon on a large carpet behind him. One had fiery red hair, and a very majestic look, one was agile and elegant like the north wind, and another had a serious expression and some lightning-like patterns on its shiny fur. Daigo was stunned. They? Naoki looked at the 3 sacred beasts and replied with a smile. "They are Reiku, Suicune and Inai, and they are currently helping me take care of the small trees in the ranch." Reiku, Inai, Suicune? Hearing these 3 names, Daigo quickly remembered the legend he had heard before. According to the legend, in the distant Johto region, 3 Pokemon died in a fire, and their charred bodies were resurrected by the King of Phoenix, and became Inai, Reiku and Suicune. Wait, doesn't that mean that the 3 Pokemon in front of him are also legendary Pokemon like Naoki's Zapdos? After realizing this, Daigo's heart was very complicated, and he didn't know what to say for a while. 3 legendary Pokemon helped to look after the children. Isn't this too exaggerated? Please sit down. Naoki's words interrupted Daigo's thoughts, and Daigo remembered the main reason he came to the ranch today. He turned his eyes away from the 3 legendary Pokemon and sat down on the sofa. Then, Daigo looked at Naoki across from him and asked, "The mysterious person who appeared at the giant stone ruins in the Hoenn region that day, was it you?" Naoki just smiled slightly. "You already know the answer in your heart. You came here this time. You must have some questions to ask me, right?" Daigo was slightly startled and said in his heart, as expected. Mr. Naoki even captured Rayquaza, and the mysterious humanoid Pokemon that seemed to be a psychic. Fladali believes that the giant stone is the origin of super evolution. "Mr. Naoki, do you think that is true?" Daigo asked. "You can think so, but to be more precise, the origin of super evolution comes from the universe," Naoki answered. "Universe?" Daigo was stunned. "Is the origin of super evolution the universe?" Naoki nodded. "The essence of the boulder you found is still a meteorite, which is why Rayquaza reacted so violently to it." Daigo showed a thoughtful expression on his face. The Green Ridge Space Center in the Hoenn region did study the ecology of Rayquaza. That Pokemon does fly outside the planet to eat meteorites, or more precisely, absorb the energy in meteorites. Of course, that's not all about super evolution. Naoki didn't mind revealing more information to Daigo. As expected, Daigo immediately raised his head when he heard this. Meteorites alone cannot allow Pokemon to complete super evolution. Meteorites plus the life energy of Pokemon will produce super stones. Correspondingly, when meteorites react with human life energy, key stones are also born. The combination of the two can activate the hidden gene sequences in Pokemon and allow them to surpass their limits. At this point, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. The meteorites in the Pokemon world are really awesome. It can kill the creator god and make ordinary Pokemon undergo super evolution. Is that why the trainer will feel tired after completing the super evolution? Daigo asked immediately. That's right. Naoki nodded. I see. Daigo muttered. Naoki drank his tea slowly, giving Daigo enough time to think. After a long while, Daigo spoke again. I understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki. You're welcome. Naoki smiled slightly, not caring. This should be just one of the reasons why you visited me. Daigo hummed, and the words that Mr. Naoki said to Vladali that day emerged in his mind, and then asked, why did you say those words to Vladali at that time? Daigo still remembers those words clearly. Vladali, the leader of the Flare team, wants to use the combination of the giant stone and the corona of Bidai City to destroy the world. This sentence makes Daigo feel very familiar, because a few years ago, Mr. Naoki also predicted the evil plans of the Magma team and the Ocean team to him like now. Because that is what will happen in the future. Naoki said, in the near future, the Kalos region will be in chaos, the order of the ecosystem will be disrupted, and the initiator of all this is the current Fladali. Hearing this, Daigo frowned. How could this happen? As far as he knew, Vladari was a very famous philanthropist in the Kalos region. He had a peaceful heart and was full of love. He often lent a helping hand to disaster-stricken places and saved countless people and Pokemon in disaster. Some places in the Hoenn region had even received help from Vladari. Looking at Daigo's expression, Naoki knew what he was thinking and said, "That's why I advised him to stop that day." Daigo fell into deep thought. Naoki continued, "Vladali has a kind heart. His selfless help makes some humans take it for granted, and then become greedy and ungrateful." Vladali was disappointed with this, so he went to extremes. He wanted to destroy the world and create eternal beauty that belongs only to him. Daigo, His heart was extremely complicated for a while. After a long time, Daigo said, "I understand. Thank you very much for the information you provided, Mr. Naoki." "You're welcome." Daigo stood up and said goodbye. "I have some things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. I visit you another day." He took out a box from his waist pocket and said, "I didn't come to celebrate Xiaoshu's birth before. This is the gift I prepared for her. Please accept it." Naoki was stunned. "We have received your kindness, so there is no need to spend money on the gift." Daigo shook his head. "Just some toys that little girls will like, not expensive things." "Okay." Naoki accepted Daigo's gift. But he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he stood up to see Daigo off. He didn't return to the living room until he could no longer see him. Xiaoshu in the crib had woken up at some point, and was being held in the arms of his sister Ai Guancher. "Baby, look, this is the toy that Uncle Daigo prepared for you." Naoki walked forward with the gift box. As soon as he opened it, he saw a bracelet with various rare gems lying quietly in the box. The bracelet was colorful and looked very valuable, but it was also a toy that little girls would like. As expected, Xiaoshu was immediately attracted by these sparkling colored stones, and waved his hands. Naoki, He could only say that Daigo was indeed a rich and noble son, and the toy he mentioned was such a valuable gem bracelet. He wanted to return the gift, but after thinking carefully, with Daigo's personality, it was impossible for him to accept it. "Forget it." Naoki sighed helplessly, and he picked up the bracelet, and put it in Xiaoshu's hand. Seeing Xiaoshu waving the bracelet happily, Naoki couldn't help but smile. "You little girl, will you become a little money grubber in the future?" He stretched out his hand to tease Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu had a lot of fun. The temperature in May was not that hot, and the afternoon sun had just begun to shine on people, making them feel warm. Whenever it was this time, Naoki would bring Pokemon and Xiaoshu to Snorlax Park and lie on Snorlax's belly to take a leisurely nap. On this day, Naoki was dreaming about Xiaoshu growing up, and he and Chishu went to the league competition to watch Xiaoshu participate in the league competition. In the dream, Xiaoshu successfully defeated all opponents and won the world championship. The moment she raised the trophy, she announced to the world, "I can achieve what I have today, all thanks to my father and mother and Guillerton." Naoki and Chishu shed tears of relief. At this moment, Naoki suddenly felt something furry patting his face gently. The next second, he woke up from his dream, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the big head of Sylvian appear above his head. Seeing him wake up, Sylvian seemed very happy. "Bew?" Naoki rubbed his face, still a little sleepy. "What's wrong, Sylvian?" "Bew bew." Sylvian's little face was full of fighting spirit. Its training has ended, and all the moves it has learned before have been mastered. Now it can challenge the Ice Dragon. Hearing this, Naoki woke up immediately. "So fast?" He was a little surprised, and then turned to look at Gulden in disbelief. "Ah, gah." Gulden nodded his big head. These days, it has been helping Sylvian with special training and practicing moves. This guy has made rapid progress, and has mastered all those moves. Seeing that Gulden also gave a positive answer, Naoki nodded. "Okay, since you are all ready, I will take you to the Unova region to challenge Kyurem." "Bew?" Sylvian jumped up excitedly. "But before that, I need to investigate Kyurem's exact location," Naoki said. He had thought about investigating Kyurem's location before to see if he could subdue it, but due to some reasons, he had to give up in the end. But now with Mutuo, it can use its huge superpowers to sense Kyurem's exact location. At that time, they only need to go to Kagome town in the northeast of Unova, then enter the giant mountains and find the giant cave. Kyurem lives in the giant cave. According to Naoki, the northeastern part of the Unova region is a vast mountain range, which is rarely visited by people, and is almost entirely undeveloped wilderness. If he were to search by himself, he might not be able to find it even after searching for several months, but it would be different with Mutuo. In addition, Mutuo can now super evolve into a Y form with more prominent mental power. I believe it won't take long for them to arrive there and locate Kyurem's specific location. Naoki immediately contacted Mutuo and asked for its help. In response, Mutuo quickly agreed. It is still very easy for it to help search for the traces of a Pokemon in a fixed area. Chapter 6:15. That night, Naoki started packing his luggage. He planned to leave early tomorrow morning, not take a plane, but ride a Gulton from the reverse world to Kagome town, which would be faster. It was expected to take a day to go to Kagome town. In order to prevent accidents, Naoki brought cold-proof and warm-keeping dishes and some other food. In the afternoon, Naoki used his mobile phone to check the news about Kagome town and the giant cave on the internet. He found that the giant mountain range where the giant cave was located was a very large mountain range, comparable in size to the Silver Mountain in Kanto. At that time, they would not go back to the town of Kame for lunch, but just eat something in the wild. With Gulton and Mutuo, there was no need to worry about safety. Although Kyurem was called the strongest dragon, it was believed that he would not be a match for Gulton and Mutuo. If this Kyurem was the Kyurem in the movie, Naoki believed that if they showed enough sincerity, Kyurem would be willing to have a Pokemon battle with Sylveon. Except for food and some recovery medicine, there is no need to bring so many other things. After all, they will be back in the afternoon. After putting the things into the space backpack, Naoki said to the equally excited Fairy Eevee next to him with satisfaction, "Okay, the things are packed, and we can set off directly tomorrow morning." Eevee. Fairy Eevee's face was full of fighting spirit. Chishu just coaxed the child and walked out to see the scene. She was very surprised. "Huh? There should be no classes at Blueberry Academy tomorrow, right?" "No." Naoki smiled and looked at Sylveon, and said to Chishu, "Tomorrow I will take Sylveon to the Unova region." "Is it about defeating the dragon and becoming a hero?" Chishu was very curious. She had heard Naoki talk about Sylveon's wish before. Naoki nodded. "Yes, now the time is ripe, and it's time." After eating the seeds that were as effective as 33 magical candies, Sylveon's current strength has broken through to above the king level. In addition, after a long period of special training with Articuno and Gulden, Sylveon is now the strongest Eevee in the Ranch Eevee family. It shouldn't be a problem to spar with Kyurem. Hearing this, Chishu expressed his strong support and showed his lively and cheerful personality to cheer for Sylveon. "Come on, Sylveon! You can do it!" Bui! The other Pokemon in the family also looked over and sent their blessings to Sylveon. The next morning, Fairy Eevee, with everyone's blessings, set off with Naoki to the Unova region. The road from Padia to Unova is not too far. With golden speed, they set out from the ranch at 7:30 and arrived at Kagome town before 9 o'clock. In this era, there are map apps, so even if you have never been here, you will not be completely in the dark. Naoki and Gulden stood on the street of Kagome town, looking at the introduction of Kagome town on the mobile phone screen. The comb is a pattern of woven bamboo baskets, a triangle that drives away evil spirits. Below are some of the living habits and legends of the local residents. It is said that a long time ago, a meteorite fell from space, and inside it was a ferocious and terrifying beast. It is said that the beast would appear in the town at night, accompanied by cold winds, and would capture people and Pokemon and eat them. The residents of the town built a wall to surround the town of Combe, and even established regulations prohibiting people from going out at night, and encouraging people to stay at home. Even though some residents no longer believe in the story, they still stay at home at night. Some tourists, who have visited Kagome town said that the people in this town live a very special life, and they have no nightlife. They are outside during the day, but once it is night, everyone will go back home. Even the police officers in Kagome town rarely go out at night. Is it because of Kyurem? Naoki raised his eyebrows. He put away his phone and looked at the town in front of him, thinking that if Kyurem knew about this, the whole dragon would be speechless. Because he was in a hurry, Naoki didn't stay in Kagome town for too long. After taking a look at what Kagome town looked like in reality, he rode on Gulton and continued to set off, heading north and going deep into the giant mountains. Gradually, the town and the wilderness were left far behind, and the scene below was changing rapidly. The forest plain disappeared, replaced by a vast mountain range. Mutuo. Naoki called softly, And the next second, Mutwo's figure emerged from his side. This is the place. Try to use telekinesis to detect it. The opponent is a dragon and ice Pokemon. The dragon and ice breath on its body should be very strong, Naoki said. Mutwo was silent. It floated in the air, overlooking the entire land. With a layer of faint blue light shining from its eyes, a huge superpower surged out instantly, like a large net covering the sky and the sun, spreading to the mountains below. Mutwo closed its eyes, and its thoughts moved rapidly following the large net woven by superpowers. Flowers, trees, mountains, breeze, stones, gravel, cliffs, canyons, the earth, and all the Pokemon living in this area, all emerged completely and clearly from Mutwo's mind. After a moment, Mutwo suddenly opened his eyes. Naoki asked hurriedly, "Did you find it?" "No." Mutwo thought for a moment, and the next second, a milky white light shone on its body, and it turned directly into the appearance of Super Mutwo Y. Compared to the normal form of Mutwo, the Y form of Mutwo belongs to the special attack type. Although its body has become smaller, its superpowers are so huge that they cannot be calculated. With just a little use of telekinesis, even tall buildings will be reduced to ashes. In this form, Mutwo can exert even more powerful telekinesis. Then, Mutwo Y closed his eyes again. At this moment, the scene below appeared more clearly in its mind, and even everything farther away also appeared completely. Time passed by minute, and Naoki did not urge it. It sat on Golden and waited patiently for the result. About 2 minutes later, Mutwo's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. It turned its head and fixed its gaze on the distant north. Seeing this scene, Naoki had the answer in his heart. "Found it," Mutwo said calmly. "Let's go!" Naoki was concise, but Mutwo understood what he meant instantly. It flew in front, leading the way for Golden. As the distance approached, a cave similar to an abandoned mine soon appeared in front. There were several railroad tracks all around, extending from afar until a cliff, where the railroad track was forced to be interrupted, and there was a bottomless cliff below. On the other side of the cliff, there are abandoned mines. "This is it," Mutwo said. "It seems that Kyurem has chosen a good place for himself," Naoki murmured. He then smiled and thanked Mutwo. "Thanks for this time, Mutwo." "You're welcome." Mutwo seemed very calm. "Keep going." At Naoki's order, Golden began to fly towards the abandoned mine on the other side of the cliff. When he arrived at the entrance of the mine, Naoki jumped off Golden. He stood at the entrance and looked inside, vaguely feeling the chill coming out of the cave. Obviously, this was where Kyurem was. Although he arrived at the destination, Naoki was not in a hurry to release Fairy EV. Their sudden attack was too rude, and for Kyurem, this behavior was very abrupt. After a little thought, Naoki decided to go down and discuss with Kyurem first, asking Kyurem for a favor. As a thank you, he could give Kyurem some life goat milk. Having made up his mind, Naoki stepped into the mine. They walked along the abandoned steel stairs to the bottom floor, and immediately felt the chill in the air getting stronger. Looking up, a group of geometric snowflakes hovered above the mine. This kind of Pokemon only appears in cold places. Obviously, the reason they gathered here is because of Kyurem, who lives here. Naoki looked around, but did not see Kyurem here. Golden and Mutwo on the side seemed to have sensed something and looked in one direction. Naoki followed their line of sight and saw a dark mine at the end. "Ah, gah!" Golden cried. Mutwo narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold snort came from the darkness, followed by a rumbling sound of footsteps that echoed throughout the mine. The sound was getting closer and closer, and soon, a huge body walked out of the darkness. It was a gray-blue Pokemon standing on 2 feet. It had a unique ice-blue thorn nose, and its pupils could not be seen in its eyes that emitted yellow light. It had a yellow crown horn on its head, and a pair of ice wings extending to both sides. "That's Kyurem." Kyurem emerged from the darkness and walked out slowly. In an instant, the temperature in the air dropped even lower. Kyurem's eyes were fixed on the direction where Naoki was. 2 streams of white air spurted out of its nostrils. It asked coldly, "What is your purpose here?" Naoki came to his senses and said quickly, "Kyurem, we are here to challenge you." "Challenge me?" Kyurem's voice was cold, and no emotion could be heard. "Believe me, we have no ill intentions." Naoki tried his best to release his kindness. He slowly jumped down from the high platform and came to the flat ground opposite Kyurem, looking directly into its eyes. "In fact, I have something I want to ask you for help," Naoki said slowly. "I have a Pokemon. It was very weak at first. One day, after hearing the legend of becoming a hero, it wanted to become the hero in the story. After that day, It began to practice hard for this, and finally achieved certain results recently, so I want to bring it to fight with you. If you are willing, as a thank you, I can give you some human gifts. Kyurem remained silent. Another Pokemon that wanted to challenge it and awakened to become a holy swordsman, the figure of the little fellow named Keldeo, not long ago, appeared in its mind. Kyurem looked at the human in front of him, and felt a familiar dragon breath from him. It was the breath of those two guys. Kyurem's eyes showed an interested look. Just when Naoki thought Kyurem would refuse, he never thought that Kyurem's cold and heavy voice sounded again. If that's the case, prove it to me. Kyurem agreed. Naoki was slightly stunned. However, the next second, a huge amount of ice energy spread out from Kyurem's body. Almost in an instant, the ground under its feet turned into an ice field. The ice surface continued to spread until it covered the entire ground, and even the walls were frozen. A stream of ice energy spread in front of Naoki, forming an ice door not far from him. When the opponent walks into the ice door, it means the battle is about to begin. Seeing that Kyurem has already set up the stage, Naoki no longer hesitates. He immediately took the Pokeball of Sylveon from his waist. A white light flashed, and Sylveon appeared in front of the ice door. This sudden scene made Sylveon a little unresponsive, but soon, it realized what was happening now. Boy! Sylveon's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Kyurem looked at it and said, "If you want to fight me, walk into the ice door." Bew? Sylveon looked back at Naoki, and under Naoki's encouraging gaze, it nimbly passed through the ice door, and posed as if ready to fight. However, Kyurem did not start fighting immediately. It stared at the tiny Pokemon opposite and asked coldly, "Why do you want to be a hero?" Bew? Sylveon was stunned, as if it did not expect this evil dragon to ask this question, and it immediately said, "Bew." There are two reasons. The first is to help others. Kyurem couldn't help but be curious. What about the second one? Sylveon looked at Kyurem with high morale. Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Oops, he forgot to tell Sylveon that Kyurem was not a dragon, but it was too late. Sylveon's mind flashed the words that the King of Phoenix had said to it and Jirachi. The King of Phoenix said, "It is a dragon Pokemon that lives in the mountains. It is said that it will come with a blizzard and eat the children in the town. Not only that, it can also control ice and freeze nearby humans and Pokemon into ice sculptures, so that no humans and Pokemon dare to approach its residence." Bew? Sylveon murmured as he looked at Kyurem. The cold and evil dragon Pokemon in front of him must be the dragon that eats children that Lord Ho mentioned. It would descend on the town in the dead of night with a blizzard, cruelly grabbing the poor human children and swallowing them. Sylveon came here today to save those children who were eaten. Thinking of this, Sylveon said the second reason why he wanted to become a hero. Bew. That is to defeat you, the dragon that eats children, and save the people in the town. Kyurem's eyes widened instantly. Question mark. There was 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of disbelief, 2 parts of confusion, and 2 parts of anger in his tone. Eat children? When did it eat children? This Pokemon dared to slander it like this. No, judging from its appearance, it seemed to have heard it from somewhere else. Kyurem immediately roared. Who told you this? Chapter 616. Bew? Seeing Kyurem's reaction, Sylveon was a little confused. Could it be that the truth of the matter was not like this? Kyurem released a chill all over his body, and it pressed forward step by step, locking its eyes on Sylveon, and asked again, "I have never eaten humans, let alone been to the town there. Who told you those words?" Seeing this, Naoki hurried forward and answered for Sylveon. "Those are legends circulating in the human world. Haven't you heard of them?" Legend? Kyurem was slightly stunned. Naoki nodded. Yes, it is the news that is widely circulated in the human world, but the truth cannot be confirmed. Such news is a legend. Many people have heard of this legend. I think there may be some misunderstandings. Kyurem was silent. Bew? Sylveon then realized that it seemed to have made a mistake, and it asked cautiously, "Are the things recorded in the legend true?" Kyurem was a little embarrassed to be looked at like this by such a Pokemon, and it replied, "Of course not. I have never eaten children, let alone humans. For me, the natural energy in this world is my food, and I don't need to eat anything else." So, there are really some misunderstandings here? Naoki asked. Of course. Kyurem answered without doubt. It didn't want to continue talking about this topic, but cast its eyes on Sylveon and asked, "I'm not a dragon. Even so, do you still want to continue the challenge?" Boy. Sylveon hesitated. Since this Pokemon is not a dragon, even if it defeats it, it cannot become a hero, right? Because the legend states that only Sylveon who defeats the dragon can become a hero. Kirim saw what it meant. Its huge body slowly turned around, pointed its butt at Sylvian, and then raised its feet to walk towards the dark cave where it came from. In that case, then leave here. Sylvian is still hesitating. Naoki looked at Kirim's back and said, you don't have to defeat the dragon to become a hero. What's important is to have a heart that wants to be a hero. You? Sylvian was slightly startled. Naoki, you have been training for a long time for today. Why don't you come and spar with Kirim? It can also be regarded as a conclusion to your training for more than a year. What do you think? You? Hearing this, Sylvian also made up his mind. It looked at Kirim's back and once again loudly invited it to a battle. Biu. Mr. Dragon, please come and fight me. Kirim paused and turned around suddenly, looking down at Sylvian with its pupilless eyes. Sylvian realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. Bye. Oh no, not Mr. Dragon, Mr. Kirim. Kirim didn't care about the title, but asked, the battle with me must have an end. If you run away out of fear, no matter where you run, I will find you until the battle is over. Even so, do you still want to continue? Naoki, Kirim thought that he Gul'dan on, and Mutuo didn't exist. However, this was a test from Sylvian, so he didn't speak rashly. Sylvian was concentrating on thinking, and then nodded seriously. Bui! Kirim snorted coldly and said, then prove your courage to me. The geometric snowflakes circling in the air surrounded the entire ice field, and Kirim burst out with terrifying ice energy, sweeping toward Sylvian like an overwhelming force. The battle officially begins. Kirim starts with a freezing beam, and it condenses a beam of energy emitting cold air from its mouth, and instantly blasts it towards Sylvian. Sylvian's eyes stare at the freezing beam, and its eyes are full of confidence and determination. It has seen this move from Articuno countless times. Now, Sylvian suddenly exerts force on its hind legs, and the next moment, it bounces up from the ice surface and dodges the freezing beam sideways. The moment it landed, Sylvian did not stop, but ran quickly around the ice field. As it ran, a light pink light surged from its body. At first glance, it looked like a pink elf running nimbly on the snow. The energy surged out, and in an instant, a layer of light pink mist enveloped the surroundings. Misty venue. Biu? This is what Naoki taught it. To seize the venue before the battle begins. Kirim snorted coldly, and bursts of dragon roars came out of its mouth. The freezing beam condensed into shape in an instant, and swept across like a laser, chasing after Sylvian. Sylvian sped up, turned around a corner, and ran towards Kirim. Its whole body burst out with a dazzling pink light, which finally gathered in a straight line and blasted straight towards Kirim. Magic Flash. Naoki recited the name of the move in his mind. Kirim was hit, and even the strongest dragon Pokemon couldn't help but feel pain when facing this Magic Flash. You have some tricks. Kirim changed his strategy, and swung his giant shadow claw to meet the Sylvian running towards him. The next second, a dragon and an Eevee collided, and the impact caused by the huge shadow claw directly lifted the Sylvian away, and made it fall on the ice. Kirim's huge body followed closely behind. It jumped high, and a violent dragon wave came out of its mouth, aiming at the place where the Sylvian fell, and launched a pursuit. However, the next second, an unexpected scene happened. When the dragon aura touched Sylvian, it strangely dispersed to both sides, and did not hurt the Sylvian in the middle. Seeing this, Kirim was slightly stunned. Are dragon attribute moves ineffective? Taking advantage of its daze, Sylvian quickly adjusted. Naoki said that when you are hit by the opponent's moves, use that move. Then, Sylvian ran quickly, and a layer of white light covered its body. Are you going to compete with me in strength again? You are overestimating yourself. Kirim snorted coldly, and swung the giant shadow claw again. However, at the critical moment, Sylvian actually jumped up high, and the shadow claw brushed the ground and hit nothing. The white light on Sylvian was bright to the limit, and its body suddenly stagnated, and then stuck to Kirim's side face. Kirim was stunned again, but the next second, of course, when he felt the physical strength being sucked out of his body, he swung the dragon claw fiercely and threw Sylvian out. Then a dark light burst out from its body, and Kirim's appearance changed rapidly in the light. Its upper body was raised high, and it stood on 2 feet. Its yellow eyes had dark pupils, and black dragon horns spread from its head. The original wings were retracted into its shoulders, and a dark right wing grew on it, while the left wing remained the same. That was Dark Kirim, who had obtained the power of Zekrom. Dark Kirim flapped his dragon wings, and slowly rose to the air, looking down at Sylvian below. The next moment, its dark tail spun at high speed like an engine, and blue electric currents flowed out of it, and then gathered on the ice block that condensed in front of Dark Kyurem. The blue electric current wrapped around the ice block, and the electric energy seemed to be frozen, sweeping toward Sylvian with terrifying power. Seeing this, Naoki's heart was instantly alarmed, and he couldn't help but shout, "Danger!" "Boy!" Sylvian looked up at the scene, and everything that happened here before emerged in its mind. At that time, Naoki said that he would not command it to fight Kyurem, because Kyurem did not like others to interfere in the battle. So the battle would need to be completed by it alone. Therefore, Naoki taught it a lot of fighting knowledge. For example, when being hit by a move, use the sucking kiss to replenish physical strength, and take the lead in occupying the field at the beginning of the battle to gain an advantage, etc. And now this situation. It's time to use that move. Substitute. The next second, frozen Volt flooded the place where Sylvian was, swallowing its small body. Kyurem flapped his wings slowly, and looked down at the scene. Facing its strongest move, the weak Pokemon should have fallen, right? Humph. Although he has enough courage and perseverance, it's a pity that he doesn't know his own strength. To become a hero, courage and a heart that wants to help others are far from enough, Kyurem thought. But compared with the Keldeo not long ago, this Sylvian is already pretty good. At least, he was not afraid or weak when facing it, and such a character deserves its recognition. Of course, if Kyurem knew that Sylvian had often faced Articuno, Mewtwo, Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, Guten and other legendary Pokemon, he might not have such thoughts. Unfortunately, he didn't know. And now, it's time to end it, Kyurem said silently in his heart. But at this moment, a familiar cry suddenly sounded behind him. "Bui!" Kyurem was slightly startled, and it turned its head suddenly, and saw a moon emerging from the head of the Sylvian that had run to the back at some point. The moonlight condensed into a beam of light, and instantly shot out towards its position. Almost in an instant, it reached its face. Kyurem only felt a huge force coming, enveloping its body, and retreating violently. Kyurem looked serious, and its huge body smashed the ice surface, and its huge feet embedded in the ice layer. Under the action of inertia, it retreated several meters before it could barely stabilize its body. There was a look of shock in its eyes. This Pokemon looked so weak. How could it exert such great power? It underestimated the enemy. Kyurem's expression was extremely serious. The strength of this Pokemon was definitely several times stronger than the previous Keldeo. Such strength was worth it to use all its strength to fight. A terrifying aura surged out from Dark Kyurem's body. A flash of light flashed on its body, and it actually returned to its normal form from Dark Kyurem's form. Invisible pressure spread from Kyurem's body, and in an instant, the temperature in the air dropped sharply. A huge amount of ice energy gathered around it frantically. Seeing this scene, Sylvian looked a little worried. As a Pokemon, it could feel the terrible energy of the other party. Even after such a long period of special training, it did not dare to guarantee that it could cope with it. Sylvian hesitated for a moment, but thinking of its hard training over the past year, it felt that no matter what, it had to have a good fight with this dragon Pokemon. Sylvian was full of fighting spirit. Since the opponent was going to use a big move, it would also use its most powerful move. Kyurem condensed ice energy on the spot. Sylvian stood on the misty field and began to mobilize all the energy in its body. A huge energy immediately caused the pink mist floating in the air to begin to tremble violently. Seeing this, Naoki, who was watching the battle, instantly realized that Kyurem and Sylvian were going to use their most powerful moves. Sylvian's most powerful move was the mist explosion, and Kyurem. Could it be the frozen world? On the ice field, the pink mist deepened rapidly, and when it reached a certain level, it seemed to resonate with the energy in Sylvian's body. The next second, a terrifying energy, with Sylvian as the center, turned into a hemispherical pink light ball, and swept in all directions, swallowing up all the snow wherever the light ball passed. Kyurem's body also burst out with a dazzling white light, and the temperature around him continued to drop, as if the space was frozen. Two completely different energies collided violently in an instant. Zazila! The ice on the ground continued to spread around, and the geometric snowflakes hovering in the air flew up in panic. They kept going up, as if even they could not bear the low temperature below. Mewtwo and Golden also changed their expression slightly. The next second, Mewtwo's figure flashed in front of Naoki and Golden. It turned into a Y shape, with blue light flashing in its eyes. It stretched out its right hand, and its majestic superpowers instantly condensed into a shield in front of it, blocking the extremely cold air outside. That was Kyurem's ultimate move, the Ice World. The ice surface continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire mine was wrapped in ice, as if it had turned into an ice cave. A move with a power of only 65 in the game. Is it so terrifying in reality? Naoki couldn't help but be stunned. The dazzling white light engulfed the entire mine, and Naoki could no longer see the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but worry about Sylvian. There was a loud boom, and a terrifying explosion occurred in front of him. Then everything returned to silence. After an unknown amount of time, when the white cold air that enveloped the surroundings gradually dissipated, Naoki and his group finally saw the scene ahead clearly. On the ice field, Kyurem looked exhausted, with obvious injuries on his body, and was panting. Not far in front of it, Sylvian still maintained the posture when it used the mist explosion, but its body was now completely frozen in the ice. The battle is over. Naoki immediately rushed forward and shouted, "Gulton!" "Ah, Ga!" Gulton understood instantly. A beam of hot fire burst out of its mouth. The flame melted the ice, and countless white steam rose up. Naoki took out the life goat milk from his backpack and fed it to Sylvian the moment it thawed. A moment later, Sylvian slowly opened its eyes. The Sylvian that had just thawed was cold all over, and shivered with cold. Naoki quickly unzipped it, held it in his arms, and used his body temperature to warm it. After a long while, Sylvian gradually warmed up, and it acted coquettishly with Naoki. "Boy, you have done very well. In my opinion, you are now a true hero," Naoki praised. Hearing this, Sylvian jumped down from his arms, and the three Pokémon turned around and looked at Kyurem's position. Kyurem's face was a little cold, and it stared at the man and Pokémon in front of it with its pupil-less eyes. A cold voice slowly sounded, mixed with a hint of excitement and passion. "It's been a long time since a Pokémon has hurt me like this." Obviously, the mist explosion also caused considerable damage to Kyurem. "You?" Sylvian was a little embarrassed. Kyurem praised it for a rare moment. "You are now worthy of the name of a hero." "You?" Sylvian looked at it in disbelief. Naoki gave Kyurem the milk of life. "Drink it, and your injury will heal." Kyurem had seen the effect of this thing, and he did not refuse it. After drinking it, he really recovered all his strength. "You did a great job," Kyurem praised. Sylvian was very happy. "You. Its efforts over the past year have not been in vain. You want to be a hero. How do you plan to do it in the future?" Kyurem stared at it. At first, Sylvian was also a little confused, and did not know the answer to this question. But soon, it thought of everyone on the world tree, and immediately answered, "You." Now it has enough power. It wants to go to the world of the mysterious labyrinth to rescue those Pokémon in need, and become a true hero. Kyurem has never heard of the world tree, or the labyrinth. But it can feel the courage of this Pokémon, and the heart that wants to help others. It slowly turned its huge body, and prepared to return to the cave, leaving only a cold voice. "In that case, then do it." Seeing Kyurem's figure about to disappear in the darkness, Naoki quickly said, "Kyurem." Kyurem stopped, turned around, and asked, "What else?" "I want to invite you to live with us on the world tree," Naoki said. He briefly introduced the world tree to Kyurem, saying that it was a paradise for Pokémon, where no humans would disturb it, and many legendary Pokémon in the world are now there. Hearing this, Fairy Eevee's eyes also lit up, and he echoed, "Boy." That's right. However, Kyurem did not answer this question. It just stared at Naoki and said, "You have the breath of those two guys." Naoki was slightly stunned, and then realized that Kyurem was talking about Reshiram and Zekrom. He nodded and said, "Yes, for some special reasons, Reshiram and Zekrom are now on the world tree, but they are still in the form of dragon stones." Kyurem was silent for a moment, and then suddenly asked, "What is your Tao?" Chapter 617. Tao. Naoki was stunned when he heard Kyurem's words. He quickly thought about the possible meaning of Kyurem's words. As far as he knew, Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram were all created based on the Taoist concept of yin and yang. Zekrom represents yin, Reshiram represents yang, and Kyurem represents nothingness, which is the essence of Tao. Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The original dragon stone was divided into three, turning into Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram. Naoki remembered that there was a record about Kyurem. After absorbing the energy of Reshiram or Zekrom, Kyurem would choose to protect the real world of Pokémon and humans, or fight to protect the ideal world between Pokémon and humans that will be realized in the future. And now, Kyurem clearly has the ability to transform into Dark Kyurem. Although it is unknown where it got that part of the power, it is certain that the current Kyurem is definitely not an empty shell without a soul. Kyurem exuded a cold breath. It stood not far away, leaning forward and staring in this direction, as if waiting for Naoki's answer. Soon, Naoki had the answer in his heart. He looked into Kyurem's eyes and said, I want to create a paradise that belongs only to my Pokemon partners. Kyurem's nostrils blew out a stream of cold air. It did not speak immediately, but stared at the human named Naoki. The airflow called the power of Tao flowed slowly. Kyurem's eyes penetrated all things in the world, as well as some seemingly real and unspeakable powers, and saw the ideal world that would be realized in the future. Humph, Kyurem snorted, and then said, if that's the case, then prove it to me. The power of ice surged out of Kyurem's body, and the previously damaged ice field was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ice gate once again condensed, and formed in front of Naoki. Boy? Fairy Eevee's little face was full of confusion. It didn't quite understand what Kyurem meant. Did this Pokemon want to fight again? However, Naoki saw Kyurem's true thoughts. Its move meant that if you wanted to invite it back to the World Tree, you had to show all your strength to prove it. At that time, Kyurem would show all his strength, and only by defeating it head-on could he get its approval. Kyurem stood there waiting for the other party's answer. If you make a decision, go through the ice door, it said. I understand. Naoki took a deep breath, and a rare desire to fight arose in his heart. He wanted to see who was stronger, his Gulton or Kyurem. Gulton, Naoki called. Gulton understood what Naoki meant. It raised its foot, and walked forward from behind Naoki. I leave it to you, Naoki said. Agas. One man and one Pokemon passed through the ice door. Kyurem looked at the unique dragon Pokemon, and felt the breath of the other, and a rare solemn expression appeared on its face. The battle officially began. Kyurem started with a freezing beam, and a milky white beam emitting cold air shot out towards the Gulton cave. Gulton narrowed his eyes, and his strong leg muscles suddenly exerted force. The ice on the ground cracked, and he jumped up, avoiding Kyurem's freezing beam. Naoki looked at the situation on the field calmly, and when he saw Gulton jump up, he opened his mouth and ordered, full speed ram. Gulton turned around in the air in an instant, changing its form, while rushing towards Kyurem on the opposite side, with a fierce breath. Kyurem felt the extraordinary power of that move, and it instantly condensed the Shadow Claw, stepped on its heavy legs and ran towards the Pokemon. The next second, two completely different energies met, and the fierce collision stirred up a terrifying energy gust. With a loud boom, Kyurem's huge body was knocked back dozens of meters by Gulton, and hit the wall of the mine heavily. In the first round of confrontation, Gulton won. Huh? Kyurem panted, with a look of surprise on his face. The power of that Pokemon was even stronger than it. However, what followed was extreme excitement. Kyurem flew forward and roared loudly. Come on! This is what I'm waiting for, use all your strength. The next second, Kyurem's aura surged wildly, and the temperature in the air dropped suddenly. The ice energy condensed into a cold air that seemed to be able to freeze everything, filling the entire ice field. Seeing this, Naoki secretly said that it was not good. Another frozen world. Even if Gulton was very powerful, he might not be able to withstand the attack of Kyurem, who is also a legendary Pokemon, not to mention that the ice attribute restrained Gulton. His brain was working fast, and suddenly, Naoki thought of a move that Gulton had hidden from him, because he thought he had lost the dragon. Got it! Gulton, dig a hole, Naoki said quickly. Even if it would be affected by the temperature, as long as you hide underground and avoid being directly hit by the energy of the frozen world, you can minimize the danger. Gulton immediately moved after the order was given. It waved its claws, quickly smashed the ice surface, and then dug a pit in the ground and drilled into it. The next second, with Kyurem's roar, the energy of the frozen world exploded in all directions. Fortunately, with Mewtwo's protection, Naoki and Sylveon were able to stand firm in it. After a long time, the ice energy on the field gradually dissipated. Looking at the empty ice surface, Kyurem couldn't help but frown. Escaped? Gulton, now! Naoki's voice sounded. No, that's not right. Kyurem's inner alarm bells rang loudly, but before it could react, it saw the ground below break open, and the Gulton launched a surprise attack on it from bottom to top. Digging holes was just to avoid damage, but this move now was close combat. At such a close distance, Litten completely gave up defense and chose to launch a full-force attack. The fist with great power hit Kyurem hard. Even Kyurem, who was as strong as he was, showed a painful expression on his face when facing this blow. But it seemed that the more pain it felt, the more excited it was. That's it! That's it! Kyurem roared excitedly, and raised his reverse scales. Its yellow eyes without pupils suddenly turned red, and its aura suddenly increased. Its tail, its head, and its body slammed into Gulton frantically, attacking without any pattern, focusing on chaos and disorder. That was reverse scale, Gulton quickly raised his arms to resist. Kyurem pressed forward step by step, and Gulton retreated again and again. Scars appeared on its body, and its breathing gradually became rapid. Kyurem's breathing also began to become rapid. The full-scale collision and close combat just now also brought it a lot of impact. Looking at the two Pokemon fighting in close combat, Naoki frowned, and then calmly ordered, "Gulton, prepare to return double." "Ah!" Gulton responded loudly, and the fighting energy in its body spread wildly to its limbs and bones, and continued to accumulate with the help of Kyurem's crazy attack. If Kyurem still remained calm at this time, I'm afraid it would give up the attack immediately after realizing that something was wrong. But because of the use of the reverse scale, Kyurem is now in a state of confusion. In a short period of time, it will only attack Gulton continuously. Gulton kept retreating until he could no longer retreat. At this moment, after a series of bursts, Kyurem's attacks began to show signs of fatigue. Naoki's eyes were fixed on the changes on the field. The moment Kyurem showed a flaw, he immediately gave an order. "Now!" At this moment, the energy accumulated in Gulton's body burst out. Thanks to the reverse scale, the power of that move was directly doubled. Boom! The immense force directly blasted Kyurem away. Its huge body flew backwards and hit the wall of the mine, and then its eyes rolled back, and it actually lost its ability to fight. Ah, gah! Seeing this, Gulton finally couldn't bear it anymore, panting heavily, and half knelt on the ice as if exhausted. Seeing that Gulton was about to collapse, Naoki quickly stepped forward and took out the life goat milk and cold-repelling food from his backpack to feed Gulton. After eating and drinking all the food, Gulton's body gradually recovered. Gulton seemed very happy after defeating the strong enemy, and couldn't help licking Naoki's face with his hot tongue. "Ah, gah! Well done!" Naoki had long been accustomed to Gulton's action. He touched Gulton's head and praised him. From the previous battle, Gulton's strength and speed were obviously higher than Kyurem's. I didn't expect Gulton to have such a strong power. Naoki felt that even if Kyurem transformed into Dark Kyurem, Gulton would still be able to fight. But now, everything was over. Naoki stood up and walked to Kyurem with Gulton. Kyurem had recovered at this time. He panted and praised in a fiery tone, "You performed very well." It hadn't encountered such a powerful opponent for many years. Now that he had fought a good fight, Kyurem felt refreshed. Naoki fed Kyurem the milk of life and asked, "Are you willing to go back to the World Tree with us now?" "Of course, since I promised, I will definitely do it." Kyurem was very trustworthy, and it shouted, "Come on, use your human way to conquer me." "As you wish." Naoki took out an empty Pokeball from his waist, and threw it hard at Kyurem. The moment it hit Kyurem, the Pokeball bounced into the air, and then opened automatically, releasing a beam of red light from it, wrapping Kyurem's huge body and taking it in. Dong dong. The Pokeball fell to the ground with a dull sound, and the white button flashed red light. 1, 2, 3. The Pokeball, which was shaking violently, gradually stopped until the red light stopped flashing. This means that the Pokeball was successfully captured. Naoki was very excited, and went forward to pick up the Pokeball. He captured Kyurem. "Kyurem, please take care of me in the future," Naoki said to the Pokeball. The Pokeball in his hand shook slightly, as if Kyurem inside heard this, and responded to him. Naoki put the Pokeball away, looked down at Sylvian, and asked with a smile, "How do you feel now?" "Sylvian." Sylvian jumped up with joy. "Very good, then now, we should go home too." As Kyurem left, the cold air in the mine gradually dissipated, and the temperature in the air rose slightly, but the frozen ice here did not melt. The geometric snowflakes that flew away flew back one after another, and they were hovering above the ice cave as before. With the presence of geometric snowflakes with ice attributes, and the fact that this place is underground and out of the sun's reach, this mine cave will probably remain frozen as it is now. But it's good this way. At least he doesn't have to worry about these geometric snowflakes having no place to live after Kyurem leaves. Naoki took out Sylvian's Pokeball, collected it, and then rode on Gulton, and left the cave with Mewtwo and flew into the air. He took out his phone, and sent a message to Giratina. After a while, a purple ripple appeared in the space in front of him. "Let's go!" As Naoki finished speaking, Gulton and Mewtwo flew into it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group returned to the Padilla region. Naoki did not return to the ranch immediately. He first went to the World Tree, and placed Kyurem in the land of ice and snow created by Articuno. "From now on, you will live here." Kyurem looked around, feeling the strong natural energy here, and had no objection. It turned its huge body, looked at Naoki again, and said, "If you need my strength in the future, just come here to find me." It promised this human to help him protect the future he wanted to create. Naoki was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded. Okay. After saying goodbye to Kurum, Naoki prepared to leave here, but before leaving, Fairy Evie did not plan to return to the ranch with him. Looking into Sylvian's eyes, Naoki could understand what it meant even without it speaking. He sighed slowly, and then said, "In that case, let's go, our little hero." "You?" Sylvian responded with full fighting spirit, waved the ribbon to say goodbye to Naoki, turned around and disappeared into the jungle, running towards the direction of the Expedition Team Guild. Since it has passed the test and become a hero, now it should do something a hero would do. Huh? Looking at that scene, Naoki's mind flashed back to the time when Fairy Evie had just hatched from its egg, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He felt that his relationship with Pokemon was never like the normal relationship between a trainer and Pokemon, but more like a family. He was an old father guarding the ranch, and Evie were his children. Now, the children have grown up and have their own things to do. Although he was a little reluctant, Naoki was still willing to respect their own ideas. As an old father, all he could do was to guard the ranch and cook a bowl of hot soup for them when they came home tired from playing outside. After watching Fairy Evie leave, Naoki took Gulton back to the ranch. However, he soon returned to the World Tree and handed a brand new Rotom phone to Kurum, who was building a cave house for himself. "What is this?" Kurum stopped, a little confused. "This is a Rotom phone." Naoki introduced the functions and usage of the Rotom phone to it in detail. 30 minutes later, a new notification suddenly popped up in the chat group of mythical beasts. Ding! Kurum joined the chat group. Chapter 618. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. With Kurum joining, the originally calm chat group of mythical beasts suddenly exploded. Internet celebrity Giratina asked the first question. "Giratina? A new Pokemon?" "Ho-Oh, welcome, Kurum." Unlike the friendly and gentle Ho-Oh, the arrogant god of the earth and the god of the sea did not speak. Kurum, who was still ignorant of this human creation, secretly observed the scene on the screen. "What does this mean?" It couldn't help but ask. The Rotom in the phone introduced. "This is the group chat Roto created by Naoki. The members of this group chat are all legendary Pokemon like you, Roto." Huh? Kurum was shocked. So many legendary Pokemon? How did Naoki do it, seeing that this newcomer didn't reply? Giratina was very unhappy. Just when it was about to criticize this rude guy, it saw the message sent by Naoki. "King Wing. Kurum just received the Rotom phone and doesn't know how to use it yet. He is slowly getting familiar with it. Please forgive me for not replying to messages in time." Seeing this message, Giratina was about to curse, but his words were immediately blocked in his mouth. That's it. Since this is the case, the great and powerful Giratina will not bother with this guy. Seeing that the group has returned to its previous harmony, Naoki put down the Rotom phone and walked into the room to check on Xiaoshu's situation. Xiaoshu had already woken up and was crying in the arms of her sister Ai Guancher. At first glance, she looked very much like her mother. Ai. The sister Ai Guancher greeted Naoki softly. Naoki reached out and took Xiaoshu from her arms to his own. Seeing that someone had suddenly changed, Xiaoshu immediately started crying and crying. "Naoki, eh?" The sister Ai Guancher covered her mouth and laughed. Naoki shook his arm and quickly started to coax the child. "Aw, dear little Shu, I'm your daddy." As if hearing a familiar voice, Xiaoshu looked over with his big round eyes. I don't know if he recognized him or was very comfortable being rocked. He actually stopped crying and gradually quieted down. Jishu was relieved immediately. It seems that the baby still knows him as his father. Golden looked at this scene with a smile. "Ah. Golden, do you want to hug Xiaoshu?" Naoki asked. Golden shuddered, and then asked expectantly, "Jie? Of course, come, try it." As he said that, Naoki taught Golden the technique of holding a child, and then gently put Xiaoshu into his arms. "Ah, Jie." Golden's movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting the child. Surprisingly, when facing Golden, Xiaoshu did not cry. This time, not only Naoki, but also his sister Ai Guancher was very surprised. "Aya!" Soon, Naoki came back to his senses. He saw Xiaoshu looking at Golden with a pair of bright black eyes, so he said, "Xiaoshu, this is Golden, Dad's Pokemon friend." "Yeah." At this moment, the Arceus mobile phone that Naoki had placed on his body suddenly rang with a reminder. Naoki was slightly stunned, and several Pokemon beside him also cast their eyes on him. It should be the matter of the Expedition Team Guild. Let me take a look. But Naoki didn't feel like it, because he had never heard this notification tone before. As he said that, Naoki took out his Arceus phone, and the moment he opened the screen, he saw a new notification on it. Important notice. Characters from other worlds have arrived at the World Tree. Character identity. Lu Bo, from the Special World, was originally trapped in the time gap, and was later rescued by Farfowl and brought back to the World Tree for treatment. Wait, what did he see? Lu Bo in the special episode? Naoki's heart was instantly alarmed. Lu Bo in the special episode was the ultimate leader of Team Rocket Masked Man. In order to achieve a certain goal, he not only kidnapped many children from all over the world, but also captured 2 legendary Pokemon, Ho and Lugia. His strength is extremely strong. The little boar, which was ordinary in the hands of other trainers, even reached the level of legendary Pokemon in his hands. Such a dangerous villain has now come to his World Tree. Not good, the Pokemon on the World Tree are in danger. Naoki said quickly, I have to go to the World Tree, sister. I leave the little tree to you. Seeing Naoki's anxious look, Sister Ai Guancher didn't know what happened, but she nodded and took the little tree from Gulton's arms. Naoki rode Gulton directly out of the door. On the way, he flipped through the adventures of Farfetch'd, trying to find out how it was related to Lu Bo. Soon, Naoki found the answer. Farcy Duck accidentally entered the T01 world from the Mystery Labyrinth, where it met 3 Lapras, one of which was called Laplis, one was called Lapras, and the other was called Hyoga. The Lapras asked Farcy Duck to help them find a human. Farcy Duck accepted the commission, and eventually found the injured Lu Bo in the gap of time, and brought him back to the World Tree for treatment. Looking at these records, Naoki was slightly stunned. Although he had not seen many plots of the Pokemon Special, he knew some content related to Lu Bo. When Lu Bo was young, he lost his 2 beloved Pokemon Lapras in an accident. This incident brought him a great blow, so much so that he could not get over it. Later, Lu Bo heard the legend of Celebi, and wanted to capture Celebi, and let it take him back to the past to save the Lapras. To this end, he planned an evil long-term plan. Kidnapped children, trained them to be his minions, inherited the remnants of Team Rocket, and controlled others with masks, and the purpose of all this was to capture Celebi. In the end, Lu Bo succeeded. He made a GS ball that could capture time, and caught Celebi to travel through time. But in the process, he was interrupted by the protagonist of the special episode, Akin. Akin's Pokemon broke Lu Bo's GS ball, freed Celebi, and made Lu Bo drift aimlessly in the time crack. However, in the end, Lu Bo still drifted to the time flow when the 2 Lapras died, and the child of the 2 Lapras in his arms, Hyoga, flew over to reunite with his parents. Lu Bo also suddenly realized and disappeared in the gap of time with tears. In the blink of an eye, Golden had entered the reverse world. At the same time, in the expedition team guild at the top of the World Tree, an old man in his 50s with white hair was looking at the orderly picture in front of him with a shocked face. What is going on here? Lu Bo couldn't help but mutter. There are only Pokemon here, and the Pokemon here actually formed a small society like humans, where they have an orderly division of labor and operate this strange organization in an orderly manner. Even though he was once a masked man, he had never heard of such a thing. Am I getting old and confused? Lu Bo suspected that he was dreaming. Ga. A Pokemon called out beside him, and Lu Bo looked down at the strange onion duck that brought him here. Well, let's call it Onion Duck, because this onion duck is very different from the onion ducks he had seen before. In terms of size alone, it is twice the size of those ordinary onion ducks, and its body is also extremely strong, with sharp eyes, especially the super thick onion on its shoulder. Seeing that this human was paying attention to him, Farfetch'd nodded, walked a few steps forward, then stopped and looked back at the other person. Huh? Lu Bo was slightly stunned. Are you asking me to catch up? Farfetch'd nodded. It's incredible. If that guy Oak was here, he would be shocked. Lu Bo murmured. His wish has been fulfilled. He has seen the 2 Lapras again. Now Lu Bo can be said to have no regrets. He seemed to have become the boy who rode on Lapras to travel across the ocean. Now, Lu Bo couldn't help but feel curious about this novel scene. So he followed. Under the guidance of the Farfetch'd, he came to a facility similar to a hospital. A happy egg wearing a nurse's hat was treating some injured Pokemon with medicine. Seeing them coming, the happy egg finished treating the injured Pokemon and walked towards them. Then, Lu Bo saw that Happy Egg and Farfetch'd were talking about something. Then, Happy Egg looked at him and took out a bottle of Moo Moo milk and a few berries from the medical box. Does this Pokemon want to help me heal? Lu Bo's face was full of disbelief. Lucky. Happy Egg gently handed over the medicine. Lu Bo subconsciously reached out to take it. He had drifted in the cracks of time for too long, and his stomach was already empty. He drank the bottle of milk, and as the bottle of milk went down his stomach, a magical scene happened. All the injuries and coldness on his body were dispelled, and his whole body became warm, as if he had regained vitality. This is... Lu Bo looked down at his hands in disbelief. What is that fresh milk? When Naoki and Gurdon arrived at the World Tree, this is what they saw. Lu Bo, with his head full of white hair and hunched body, stood in the Pokemon hospital and looked down at his hands, his face full of shock and disbelief. Naoki, He heaved a sigh of relief. Care makes you confused, and Lu Bo has finally come to his senses. At this moment, Lu Bo in the hospital keenly noticed the sound of human footsteps. Who? He turned around suddenly, and the next second, he saw a tall young man and a Pokemon he had never seen before walking towards him. Lu Bo was stunned. Seeing Naoki, Happiny, who had evolved from Jigglypuff, greeted him happily, and Farfetch'd also ran over. Thank you for your hard work, Farfetch'n. Naoki touched Farfetch'n's head, then looked up at Lu Bo. Seeing this, and the reactions of those Pokemon, even the most dull-witted person could understand that these Pokemon had a very close relationship with this human, not to mention Lu Bo who once ruled Team Rocket. Is this the ecological park in the man's backyard? This guess emerged in his mind. Looking at the man opposite, Lu Bo pondered for a moment and politely spoke first. My name is Lu Bo. I accidentally came here. Sorry to bother you. I know you. Naoki looked at the visitor from another world and said. Lu Bo was slightly startled. Oh. Naoki smiled. Lu Bo, the owner of Kaji Gym, the masked man, the leader of Team Rocket, made a plan to capture Celebi in order to save the two Lapras who died in the early years. Listening to these words, Lu Bo's brows gradually frowned. How did this person know so much? Is he also a member of Team Rocket? No, it's impossible. This world doesn't seem to be the world he was in before. Seeing Lu Bo's look, Naoki said, Don't be nervous, Mr. Lu Bo, I have heard about your story before. This is not the world you are familiar with, but another world. Lu Bo said in his heart that he was right. He shook his head and said softly, Those are all things of the past. Now his wish has been fulfilled, and he is just an old man lost in the cracks of time. Moreover, without Celebi, he may never be able to return to the original world. That afternoon, Naoki entertained the legendary villain Lu Bo in the coffee shop of the Expedition Guild. The afternoon sun was very warm, shining on Lu Bo's face through the window of the coffee shop. Lu Bo's face was kind, just like an ordinary old man. He slowly told Naoki the story of him and the two Lapras. Later, I named them. One was called Laplis, the other was called Lapras. When I was young, I often rode on their backs to play. That was a very happy time. Lu Bo showed a nostalgic smile on his face, and he seemed to be immersed in memories. At that time, Damu, Ju-Zi and Gang Tai gave me a title, called The Boy on Laplace's Back. Later, when he lost Laplace, those friends also made a ballad of the boy on Laplace's back to encourage him. It's a pity that he was in a trance at that time, and he didn't wake up, and he gradually drifted away from those friends. Alas! Lu Bo sighed slowly. Naoki listened quietly, and at the end, he couldn't help asking, Did you see Laplis and Lapras in the end? Lu Bo hummed, nodded gently in the warm sunshine, and said nostalgically, They are still the same. I have no regrets in my life. Lu Bo paused, and then said, The only thing I feel sorry for is the children I captured. But there is no way, I just want to see Laplis and Lapras. If I can still go back, I want to say sorry to those children, although it may be too late. Lu Bo didn't know why he said so much to this man, maybe because he had been pent up in his heart for a long time, or maybe it was the warm and gentle feeling that the other person brought to him. Chapter 6:19. Naoki knew what Lu Bo was thinking. Not only that, he also remembered that Lu Bo was later found by Celebi, who rescued him from the time crack and showed him the disaster that was about to happen in the future. Lu Bo returned to his own world and joined forces with Adu and Sakaki to stop the three legendary Pokemon Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia from destroying the world. In the end, Lu Bo returned to Kaji Gym and became an ordinary gym leader again. What are your plans for the future? Naoki asked. I don't know. Lu Bo knew very well that this was another world. To him, everything here was unfamiliar. For me, being able to live with the little boars is enough. I will, Naoki thought. At this time, Lu Bo seemed to be interested in the Pokemon on the World Tree. He cast his eyes outside the glass window and asked, Is this the ecological park you built for these Pokemon? Ecological park? Naoki thought for a moment and nodded. You can understand it this way. At this time, the Pokemon Curly Ears, a waiter in the coffee shop, brought snacks to the two of them to go with their afternoon tea. Lu Bo looked at the scene and couldn't help but murmured, "It's really surprising. I have never seen such a social Pokemon group before. They are just like humans." Pokemon is a very smart creature. As long as they want to learn, no matter what life skills they can quickly master. Naoki smiled and invited, "Would you like to visit this place?" As far as he knew, each world had its own national conditions. The atmosphere of the special world, where Lu Bo was located, was very different from the world he was in. Although trainers and Pokemon were also popular there, the relationship between wild Pokemon and humans was not as close as here. In addition, in the battle between trainers, Pokemon often bypassed the trainers and attacked them directly, which made that world give people a sense of reality. "Then I leave it to you." Lu Bo nodded. Then, Naoki took Lu Bo to visit the World Tree. They went to the farmland area, visited the Great Sage Slow King, visited the process of grinding wheat into flour, and the sushi restaurant of Milong. Looking at the scenes here, Lu Bo felt that his worldview was shocked. "Is your world like this?" he murmured. "Of course not." Naoki shook his head. "The wild Pokemon in the outside world are still different from the Pokemon on the World Tree. This is the paradise I built for Pokemon, and this situation only exists in this place." Lu Bo suddenly realized, and then he said, "Pokemon and humans, even in the world we live in, they have a very close relationship. That's why many people feel sad and can't forget after losing the Pokemon they have been with day and night. If one day, the Pokemon you have been with day and night passes away, will you do the same thing as me?" Lu Bo suddenly asked such a question. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then the figures of the Pokemon in the ranch appeared in his mind. As far as he knows, the lifespans of those Pokemon are all longer than his. "Maybe?" Naoki paused and said, "I will try to stay with them forever, but I won't hurt those innocent children." "I understand." Lu Bo nodded slightly. He seemed to want to say something, but at this moment, a member of the Expedition Guild suddenly shouted and ran towards here. Naoki and Lu Bo turned their heads, and saw Charizard flying from a distance. Behind Charizard, there was a small Pokemon with a light green body and a pair of transparent wings on its back, like a fairy in the forest. "Is that Celebi?" Naoki was stunned. Lu Bo, who was standing next to him, also showed an expression of disbelief. Because he had recognized the Celebi, and it was the Celebi he had captured before with the GS ball that could capture time, but how could it appear here? Seeing Lu Bo, Celebi was very happy and flew over quickly. Charizard landed beside Naoki, and looked at the scene over there with him. "Charizard, what's going on?" Naoki couldn't help asking. "Ouch!" Charizard made a cry, and then carefully told Naoki the whole story. It turned out that when it was traveling between the mysterious labyrinth and other worlds, it accidentally encountered this Pokemon named Celebi. Celebi seemed to be looking for someone, and when it saw it, it immediately flew over to ask if it had seen an old man. Charizard said he had never seen it, but maybe the people on the World Tree would know something about it. So, it brought the Celebi to the headquarters of the Expedition Guild, and indeed learned from the Pokemon here that Farfetch'd had brought a human back. "Bye!" Seeing Lu Bo, Celebi immediately started communicating with him. Lu Bo was at a loss. Seeing that the other party didn't understand what he meant, Celebi quickly used his superpowers, and used his mind to show the future scene in Lu Bo's mind. After a moment, Lu Bo opened his eyes wide. "Are those true?" "Bye!" Shirabi nodded repeatedly. Lu Bo frowned, he pondered for a moment, and said to Naoki, "I have to go back. I will always remember what happened today. Thank you very much for your hospitality." Naoki raised his eyebrows. He knew everything about Lu Bo and Celebi, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. "It seems that it's time to say goodbye," Naoki said. The few people returned to the time and space gate. Lu Bo and Celebi stood in front of the door. Before entering, Lu Bo turned around, paused, and said to Naoki, "After I go back, I will try my best to make up for the children I kidnapped and apologize to them." Naoki nodded, and then smiled and said goodbye to him. "I wish you all the best." Lu Bo nodded silently, turned his head, and disappeared into the depths of the time and space gate with Celebi. It was finally over, and Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Although Arceus had said before that there might be some people from other worlds who accidentally entered here, Naoki never thought that the first person would be Lu Bo, the masked man in the special episode. He had imagined countless possibilities, the red and green of the game world, or at worst, blue, lily, and so on. For example, when Red, who was training at the top of MT Silver, met a Pokemon who had strayed into that world. He heard from him that there were many powerful Pokemon on the World Tree, so he accepted the invitation and came to the World Tree to start a new training. Unfortunately, Naoki could only think about this kind of thing. Red was a human, and could not understand the language of Pokemon, so all his assumptions above were invalid. Alas, he really wanted to meet Red, who was known as the strongest trainer in the Pokemon world, to see if he was the same as in the game, only able to. After seeing off Lubo, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. He left here with Gulton and returned to the ranch. September, 203rd year of the Alliance calendar. Autumn. Time has unknowingly come to autumn. The leaves on the trees have begun to turn yellow, and the entire Padilla region has ushered in a bumper harvest. As the chief of the Padilla Alliance, Yessie heard about this matter at the first time. Reports from all over the country said that the farmland had a bumper harvest, and the quality of the crops was unprecedentedly good. The fruits on the trees were big and round, and the rice grains in the fields were big and full. The dishes made with them were sought after by many food lovers. Other regions heard the news and even began to contact Padilla, wanting to import crops from here. Yesii was very happy to hear this. Although she didn't know what happened, she thought that it was all related to the Bud Crown King. The Padilla region was able to be what it is today, thanks to Naoki bringing the Bud Crown King back to the ranch. Agriculture and tourism have greatly driven the economic development of the Padilla region. In recent years, the world status and popularity of the Padilla region have been rising, and its popularity is almost on par with the well-known region of Unova. Yesii was happy, and when she was happy, she couldn't help but give Naoki a reward. On September 12th, Naoki was taking care of the little tree at the ranch when he suddenly saw Aoki visiting his ranch. Naoki was very surprised to see Aoki, and quickly stood up and greeted him. "Mr. Aoki, how come you have time to come to the ranch today?" "I'm here on a business trip." Aoki still looked like a company animal. He handed over the gift in his hand and said, "This is the gift that the chief asked me to give you. Now that the gift has been delivered, I leave first." Aoki nodded at him, came in a hurry, and left in a hurry. Naoki, Yes, it's obvious that it was Yes's arrangement. But then again, why did Yesi give him a gift? Naoki looked at the box in his hand, opened it, and found that it was some specialties from other towns, which were not very expensive. Naoki took out the Rotom phone and sent a message to Yesi. "Kingy, why did the chief suddenly send us a special product today?" Yesi replied quickly. "Yesi, of course it's to celebrate." "Kingy, celebrate?" "Yesi, the Padilla Alliance has a bumper harvest this year, and crops in various places are growing well." Seeing this, Naoki immediately understood. Yesii still thinks that all this is due to the Bud Crown. Naoki was speechless for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he thanked Yesii. After putting the gift away, Naoki turned and came to the ranch. He looked in the direction of Snorlax Park. There, a little girl with pink hair and a pair of bright black eyes was sitting on a picnic blanket, fiddling with the Psyduck watering can in front of her. A few Pokemon accompanied her, taking a leisurely nap. "Xiaoshu." Naoki walked up and asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, Xiaoshu looked up and picked up the Pikachu spray bottle in her hand and raised it high, making a babbling sound. Woo wow! Naoki's heart was very soft. His daughter was so good. It has been 9 months since Xiaoshu was born. The 9-month-old baby has matured and can not only sit steadily, but also crawl around. When Naoki thought about the ugly meatball that had just been born turning into this soft and cute little girl now, his heart was full of accomplishment. Because he raised this child himself. Thinking of this, Naoki sat down on the grass, lowered his voice, and said to Xiaoshu, "Baby, call Daddy." Xiaoshu looked at him, and blinked his eyes in ignorance. In recent days, Naoki and Chishu have begun to teach Xiaoshu to practice pronunciation and speaking, but the effect has not been seen yet. But Naoki did not give up, and still taught like this every day. He slowed down his tone and demonstrated, "Dad." Xiaoshu, "Yeah. Dad." "Woo." Naoki, "Take your time, call me Dad." Xiaoshu seemed to be trying hard to learn. She opened her mouth, as if imitating Naoki's pronunciation. "Wow." Naoki, Giggle. Xiaoshu began to giggle, and her 2 little hands made clapping movements. Naoki held the burning bug in front of Xiaoshu again, and said to her, "This is the burning bug, your best friend." Xiaoshu and the burning bug slept in the same crib since they were young, and they were very familiar with each other's breath. Therefore, when he saw the burning bug, Xiaoshu immediately jumped on it, and started playing with it. The burning bug is different from other insect Pokemon. It has fur on its body, and feels very comfortable to touch. Xiaoshu likes it very much. Looking at Xiaoshu fluttering on it, the burning bug's eyes showed a happy expression. Naoki sat between Guillerton and Motor Lizard, watching this harmonious scene with a smile. Unlike humans, Pokemon are considered to have completed their development at 9 months old, so the burning bug is now considered an adult. Naoki planned to slowly teach Xiaoshu about trainers and Pokemon in a few years when she was old enough to understand. In this way, when Xiaoshu was 10 years old, the burning bug should be able to evolve into the Vulcan moth. When Xiaoshu went out to travel, the Vulcan moth could also protect her for them. In the evening, Chishu returned to the ranch after work. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa and watched Xiaoshu crawling on the carpet. According to the time, Xiaoshu is now more than 9 months old, so she should be weaned, right? Chishu said. Naoki nodded. Children in the Pokemon world are mostly weaned between 8 and 12 months after birth. Of course, it all depends on the growth of the baby. Children like Xiaoshu who are healthy, full of energy, and seem to have endless energy every day can start weaning. In that case, let's start tomorrow, Naoki said. So the next morning, when Xiaoshu opened her eyes from her sleep and whimpered for milk, Naoki brought her a large milk can of Moo Moo fresh milk. Because Chishu had to go to work every day, in order to feed Xiaoshu, she would store breast milk in the bottle in advance. When Xiaoshu was hungry, Chishu would feed her. Now, the milk in the bottle was replaced with milk from a large milk can. Xiaoshu found something wrong when she drank from the bottle. She looked at the bottle with her big cute eyes, and then screamed at Chishu. Chishu said seriously, "Drink it quickly. This is specially prepared for you by your mother." Xiaoshu took another sip with some uncertainty, and found that it still had that strange taste. Dad lied. Her big eyes immediately began to fill with tears, and she threw the bottle aside, as if she was going to burst into tears the next moment. Naoki, Mom went to work at the gym, and now there is only this kind of milk at home. What should I do? Naoki pretended to be embarrassed. The next second, Xiaoshu cried with a wow. The surrounding Inai, Suakun and Reigo were all nervous when they saw the scene. They all surrounded Xiaoshu and circled around her to try to attract her attention. Inai even cast a disapproving look at Naoki. Naoki's eyebrows jumped, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Are you Xiaoshu's father, or is he Xiaoshu's father? Chapter 620. As parents, weaning children is a matter of determination. For babies, weaning is the first time they grow physically and mentally. And the most taboo thing in this process is not to be soft-hearted and go to feed the baby as soon as you see him crying. If you don't do it when you should, it will affect the baby's mental health. It will be detrimental to the stability of the relationship. Looking at the little tree that he had crawled outside and sat on the grass crying, Naoki hardened his heart, turned back to the room, pretending not to hear it, but secretly observing the situation outside with Golden. Xiaoshu cried for a while, and suddenly couldn't hear her father's voice. She turned around and found that her father had walked away without her knowing. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with tears, but the difference was that this time, they were tears of grievance. The 3 sacred beasts lying on the side watching the child looked at each other in bewilderment. As Pokemon, they didn't understand how humans raise children. Naoki just told them that humans are different from Pokemon. For humans, only weaning can achieve better growth. But seeing Xiaoshu like this, the 3 holy beasts, who had watched her grow up and coaxed her to sleep, felt a little sorry. Shueijun turned his head and glanced at the house with the corner of his eye. Sure enough, he found Naoki hiding in the corner and peeking. Yendi pondered for a moment and felt that they couldn't just sit here and wait for death. After a little thought, the 3 holy beasts decided that they would also help wean. Yendi stood up and slowly walked to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, who was feeling wronged, raised her head with tears in her eyes and looked at Yendi in front of her. Xiaoshu has long been accustomed to the smell of these 3 Pokemon that have protected her since she was a child. Therefore, when she saw Inai coming, Xiaoshu stretched out her arms to him, as if she wanted to hug him. The first step of weaning is to divert the baby's attention in time. There was a hint of tenderness in Inai's majestic tone. Xiaoshu, your father is also doing this for your own good. Let's go, we take you out to play, okay? After that, regardless of whether Xiaoshu could understand or not, Inai picked up her clothes and gently threw them back, and Xiaoshu landed steadily on his back. Yendi looked back at Jishu, then turned around and ran towards the lake in the pasture. Xiaoshu on his back screamed and quickly grabbed Yendi's mane. Seeing the surrounding scenery quickly flying backwards, Xiaoshu's attention was indeed diverted. Yendi jumped into the lake and continued to run forward. They passed through the reverse world and arrived at the vibrant world tree. Xiaoshu had never seen Lord Feng Wang in her life. It just so happened that today I took this opportunity to take her to the World Tree to meet Lord Feng Wang. Suakun and Reika followed closely behind, and soon disappeared in the pasture. Seeing this scene, Naoki felt a little sour. Looking at Xiaoshu's expression, could it be that he really regarded Enei as his new father? And if he plays the villain at this time, will Xiaoshu think he is a bad guy and alienate him? Naoki suddenly became worried. No, Gillerton, let's go and take a look together. Gillerton was very helpless. Ah ga. One person and one Pokemon followed closely behind, but they did not keep up, but always kept a distance from the three sacred beasts, silently observing from the back. After arriving at the World Tree, Yin Di did not stay at the Expedition Guild for long. He looked up, and then jumped up and landed on a thick branch. Running along the branches, they soon reached the top of the World Tree. Among the huge trees emitting green light, their Lord Phoenix King was standing there, watching the scene in the distance. Lord Phoenix King. Yin Di landed behind the Phoenix King, crawled on the ground, and shouted respectfully. The little tree sitting on its back felt like it was riding a big horse. Instead of being scared, it started to giggle. Hearing the sound, the Phoenix King turned around and saw Enei and the human child riding on it. Who is this? The Phoenix King was a little surprised. As soon as he finished speaking, he had the answer in his mind. This child has the breath of Naoki. It must be Naoki's child, right? Sure enough, Entei's next answer verified his guess. This is Naoki's child. It is currently being weaned and has been crying in the pasture. We brought it to the World Tree to play. I see. The Phoenix King suddenly realized. Xiaoshu also noticed the big bird Pokemon in front of her. Instead of being scared, she looked over with her big cute eyes. Woo! The voice was full of curiosity. The Phoenix King narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment, a rainbow-like glow emanated from his body. A feather then slowly fell from the air and landed in front of Xiaoshu. All children like this kind of shiny thing. Xiaoshu instinctively reached out and grabbed it, and waved it in his hand with a curious look on his face. Yeah. Seeing this scene, Yin Di heaved a sigh of relief. Phoenix King said softly, Go! Before she grows up, you three must protect her well. Yes, Lord Phoenix King. The three holy beasts nodded respectfully, then stepped back and returned to the Expedition Team Guild. The three of them stood beside the Slowpoke Fountain, looking at the lively scene around them, and Xiaoshu was soon attracted. Xiaoshu, do you want to go down and play with them? Entei turned his big head and asked. Then, he didn't know whether Xiaoshu understood or not, but saw her slide down from his body, looking at the Pokemon around him with a curious look on her face, as if she had discovered a new world. The passing Pokemon also noticed this scene. Pikachu? The Pikachu working in the tavern jumped over and looked at the human child with a puzzled look on his face. Who is she? How did she come to this place? Enei replied, She is Naoki's child named Xiaoshu. Pikachu knew Naoki, and when he heard this, he immediately opened his eyes wide and let out a cry of surprise. Pikachu! Gradually more and more Pokemon gathered around, and Xiaoshu began to fight with them. Naoki stood not far away and watched the scene, thinking that his daughter was like him, and was so popular with Pokemon. The 9-month-old baby had limited physical strength. After playing for half an hour, Xiaoshu began to yawn, looking listless and drowsy. Seeing this, Yin Di walked forward and lay down beside Xiaoshu, allowing her to sleep against his body. Feeling Yin Di's warm fur, Xiaoshu yawned lazily, and soon fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Shishu couldn't help but smile. Aww! Let Xiaoshu sleep here for a while, Shishu said. His eyes then cast on the familiar feather in Xiaoshu's pocket. That is, the rainbow feather of the Phoenix King? Was Xiaoshu also chosen by the King of Phoenix? Naoki was a little surprised. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaoshu may become a new rainbow warrior like Xiaoji in the future. This is 100 benefits for Xiaoshu, and no harm. Naoki took a deep breath. He was looking forward to that day, but now, he should go back. There is still some work to be done on the ranch. Naoki turned back to the ranch, and started to get busy with his daily work. Milking the goat, harvesting crops, piling the crops into the warehouse, picking tree fruits. When everything was done, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Naoki looked at the time, and calculated that Chishu would be back soon. He then went to the World Tree to take Xiaoshu home. Xiaoshu hadn't woken up yet. When Naoki picked her up from Yin Di, Xiaoshu opened her sleepy eyes. Go on sleeping. Daddy will take you home, Naoki said softly. After seeing that the person holding her was her father, Xiaoshu closed her eyes at ease, and fell asleep in Naoki's arms. It was as if the awkwardness in the morning had never happened. Seeing the scene, Shishu was relieved. It seems that Xiaoshu didn't hate him, because he didn't give her breast milk in the morning. Go to sleep. Shishu kissed Xiaoshu's forehead gently. His daughter is really the best baby in the world, well-behaved and sensible, and doesn't hold grudges. After returning to the ranch, Shishu happened to get off work from the brewing light dojo. Seeing the father and daughter, she immediately asked curiously, "How is it? Is the weaning going well?" Shishu. Not so well. Naoki told Shishu what happened in the morning. At the end, he added, fortunately Yendi and the others were there, and took Xiaoshu to the world tree to play for a long time, which diverted her attention. However, their daughter is so obedient, sooner or later she will succeed. Naoki returned to the room and prepared to put Xiaoshu in the crib to let her sleep. But just as he was about to leave, Xiaoshu, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her hazy eyes. She looked at the person in front of her, rubbing her eyes with her little hands, and said, "Papa." Shishu was stunned for a moment, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "Baby, what did you call me just now?" Xiaoshu was puzzled, but he still repeated it. "Papa." A wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. The baby can call daddy. Without bothering to correct Xiaoshu's pronunciation, Shishu turned around and shouted loudly, "Wife, come here quickly, Xiaoshu can call daddy." After a while, Shishu also ran over, and the couple gathered around the crib, looking at the baby inside with surprise. Naoki guided her. "Xiaoshu, call me dad again." "Papa." "It's true." Shishu was excited. "Xiaoshu, do you know who I am? I'm Mom." Xiaoshu looked at her and said happily, "Mom." Shishu's eyes widened instantly. "Call me again." "Mom." "Good baby." Shishu excitedly held the child in his arms, forehead against forehead, and teased her with his hands. Xiaoshu then giggled. Naoki suddenly felt a little sour. Why does the baby call Mom so clearly, but calls Dad Papa instead? Hee, of course it's because Xiaoshu and Mom are in tune with each other. Naoki, forget it, he will go to cook. Since Xiaoshu can speak the two tones of Dad and Mom, Naoki will start to teach her more words every day. After Shishu went to work, only the father and daughter, and a group of Pokemon were left in the ranch. Naoki started with the most familiar aspects of life. He brought Xiaoshu to the front of the Pokemon, pointed at a group of Pokemon and said, "This is Motor Lizard." Momo. Xiaoshu couldn't finish the sentence. But Motor Lizard was very happy. Geo. This is Gulton Gulton. Naoki stretched out the tone. However, Xiaoshu hesitated for a long time and couldn't say it. Gulton didn't seem to care much, but looked very happy. Augusher. What about Babuti? Naoki brought Babuti to Xiaoshu again and taught him to call Babuti by his name. Poo-poo. After saying that, Xiaoshu's eyes were attracted by Babu Tubo and the hammer in its hand. She stretched out her little hand, trying to catch the hammer like Babu Tubo. Bammo! Babu Tubo was startled, and it quickly saw Xiaoshu's intention, and then carefully placed the hammer in front of her. Xiaoshu held the hammer handle with her little hand, trying to lift it up with force, but her strength was too weak, and she couldn't move it at all. Naoki, Xiaoshu lost interest in the hammer, and soon turned her attention to Babu Tuduk. Maybe it was because girls were interested in pink things. Xiaoshu staggered towards Babu Tuduk, then threw herself on it, burying her face in the pink fur on its belly. Puff! Babu Tuduk blinked, and then happily hugged Xiaoshu. It seems that Xiaoshu liked you very much, Babu Tuduk, Naoki said with a smile. Bammo. Then next is Dragonite. Naoki looked at Dragonite again. Xiaoshu, say Dragonite. However, Xiaoshu still couldn't speak, and could only babbled. What? Dragonite looked very disappointed. Don't be sad, she is still young and is practicing speaking. She should be able to call your name in a while. Naoki touched Dragonite's head and comforted him. What? Dragonite happily hugged Naoki. Okay, let's sit down and play together. After a round, Naoki discovered something. Now, Xiaoshu could only make sounds similar to those of his parents. So, Xiaoshu can vaguely say the names of Pokemon like Motor Lizard, Babu, Butterfree, Glacian, etc. But for Pokemon like Inei, Gulton, Frostmilk, Martial Arts Bear Master, and Urukyo, Xiaoshu has no way to say them, and can only call them with Woo-Woo, Hoo-Hoo, Ya-Ya, and Woo-Woo. However, this is just the beginning of the first step of genius. Naoki believes that by this time next year, Xiaoshu will be able to clearly name every Pokemon in the ranch. At that time, he will slowly teach Xiaoshu to use the power of Evergreen and the power of the dragon. When he has free time, he will take Xiaoshu and the Pokemon to travel around the world, see the world, and personally participate in nature. Go to the Arctic ice field to see the round sealed balls. Go diving in the blue sea to see the beautiful heart-shaped fish. Go to the desert full of yellow sand to see the rogue crocodiles and big jaw ants. And go to the beautiful bamboo forest to see the cute and naughty pandas. This kind of life, just thinking about it makes people feel so happy. On a sunny afternoon, Naoki stood aside and watched the Pokemon playing with Xiaoshu, and felt unprecedented happiness in his heart. They will live happily on the ranch forever. Pokemon, family members are all around. At this moment, Naoki feels that his life has been complete. Chapter 621. It was a brand new day again. The warm autumn morning light fell on the pasture. The Pokemon woke up one after another, shook their heads, and played in the dewy grass in the morning light. The air was filled with the fragrance of rosemary, and the fields were full of fruits and lush branches and leaves. A few wild bird Pokemon rested on the tiles of the roof, and they looked at the prosperous scene in the pasture below with a little curiosity. At this time, the sound of a door opening came from the house. The bird Pokemon looked down and saw a man walking out of the house with a fiery red Pokemon, and turned back to say to the people in the house, "We are going out." A female voice came from the house. "Go, be careful on the road." Naoki stretched out his hand and pinched the face of Xiaoshu in Chishu's arms, and said to her, "Xiaoshu, listen to your mother at home, understand? Dad is going to work." However, Xiaoshu was too young to understand what going to work meant, but she could feel that her father was leaving. Tears immediately filled her big round eyes, and Xiaoshu stretched out her hands pitifully, wanting her father to hold her. "Papa!" "Naoki, today is Saturday, the Brewing Light Gym is on holiday, and it is also the time for him to go to Blueberry Academy for classes." But now seeing his daughter like this, Naoki is also very helpless. "Dad promised others, and you must do what you promised others. Burning Bug and Inti will play with you, okay?" he asked, "or let Dragonite carry you and fly high." Xiaoshu felt even more wronged and burst into tears. She didn't want her father to leave. Chishu hurriedly coaxed the child. "Mom and Frog will play with you, okay? Dad has to go out to work and will be back soon." However, Xiaoshu was very determined. She was still young before and couldn't crawl or make sounds, so she would sleep every time Naoki went out to work, and there would be a group of Pokemon to take care of her when she woke up. Now Xiaoshu is almost 10 months old, and she has more or less some knowledge of the Pokemon and relatives around her. Every day before, Naoki would stay at the ranch to accompany her. Now that he was suddenly leaving, Xiaoshu, who was still a child, felt a great panic. "This child, I stayed at home every day before, but I never saw you clinging to me so much." Naoki poked her little face and said, "Dad won't leave. Dad will always be by your side." Xiaoshu was relieved a little, and her crying gradually became smaller. Seeing this, Naoki coaxed the child for a while, and then asked, "Would you like to go play with Motor Lizard?" The motorcycle lizard beside him nodded. "Gayo." Xiaoshu looked at Chishu, then at the motorcycle lizard, and reluctantly agreed. Chishu gently put her on the motorcycle lizard's back, and after she held it firmly, the motorcycle lizard spread its limbs and started running. Children's attention is very easy to be diverted, and Xiaoshu was completely immersed in the activity of riding the motorcycle lizard. Seeing this scene, Chishu breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Chishu, "Okay, then I go to work." "Go!" Chishu nodded. She didn't have to go to work today, and planned to stay at home with her children. "Gulton, let's go!" "Ah, ga!" Chishu rode on Gullerton, and slowly rose into the sky. The scene on the ground gradually became smaller. Being in the sky, Chishu saw the completely new town of Zichin in the distance, as well as the newly built port of Zichin town. There were cargo ships from all over the world docked at the port. Seeing this scene, Chishu was still very emotional. When he first crossed over here, Zichin town was still a seaside town, but now it has taken shape. Naoki retracted his gaze, and rode Gulton towards the direction of Blueberry Academy. In the pasture, Motor Lizard took Xiaoshu to his favorite flower field. It used its head to push aside the flowers, then went in and slowly walked through the brightly blooming flowers. Xiaoshu's eyes were indeed attracted by the beautiful flowers, and the 3 bees collecting honey above. Blue sky, white clouds, flower fields. Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and childlike innocence. Looking at the scene around her that looked like an oil painting, Xiaoshu experienced for the first time what beauty meant. But because she was too young, some of her feelings and words could not be expressed, so she could only clap her hands excitedly to express her feelings in this way. The Motor Lizard carrying the little master was also very happy to see the little master's appearance. At this moment, The motor lizard raised its head and saw several butterflies flying through the flowers and finally landing on a flower. Gale! The motor lizard's eyes lit up. If it could catch a butterfly and give it to its little master, the little master would be very happy. So, the motor lizard stopped, put the little master on the soft grass, let her sit there, and said, Gale, wait for me here. Xiaoshu blinked in ignorance. The motor lizard turned around and began to catch butterflies in the flowers. Looking at the funny actions of the motor lizard, Xiaoshu was amused and laughed and clapped his hands. But soon, the figure of the motorcycle lizard disappeared in the flowers. Everything around gradually became quiet, and seeing no movement, Xiaoshu's laughter and movements also stopped. She looked at the direction where the motorcycle lizard disappeared and blinked blankly. After a while, Xiaoshu seemed to be attracted by something, turned over, and crawled in one direction. She walked through the dim flowers, and she didn't know how long she had been crawling, when suddenly a bright light came from the front. The little tree pushed aside the flowers, and the next second, the surrounding scene became bright. What came into view was a pavilion built with a shelf, with clusters of flowers and vines climbing all over the shelf, and in the middle, there was an iron tea table and several chairs. On the chair, a Pokemon that looked like a rabbit, but had a very big head was sitting on the chair. He held a cup of tea in his right hand, bathing in the warm autumn sun, and tasting the tea elegantly and comfortably. Xiaoshu was immediately attracted by the scene. She still kept crawling, raised her head, and stared at the Pokemon drinking tea. At this time, the other party seemed to have noticed something, and turned its huge head to look over here. On the other side of the flower field, after a lot of effort, the motor lizard finally caught a beautiful butterfly. It looked at the butterfly flapping its wings in its hand, and was very happy. Gaw! The little master will definitely like this butterfly. The smiling face of the little master appeared in his mind, and the motor lizard turned around and ran back. But when he returned to the place just now, he was shocked to see that it was now empty. The little master was gone. The motor lizard instantly became nervous, and its claws loosened, and the butterfly it had just caught immediately took the opportunity to escape and soon disappeared deep in the flowers. Self-blame, tension, fear and other emotions surged in his heart, and the motor lizard tried to stay calm and hurriedly searched around. It asked the 3 bees that were collecting nectar not far away, but the 3 bees shook their heads, indicating that they didn't see it. Gaw! The motor lizard immediately panicked. Seeing this, the 3 bees also stopped collecting nectar and prepared to help look around. Yin Di, Shui Jun and Lei Gong sat on the periphery of the garden, because they were too big to enter the garden. Once they entered, they would trample the flowers that Naoki had worked so hard to plant. Therefore, after watching the motor lizard and Xiaoshu enter the flowers, they stayed here. The north wind brought a message, and Suikun suddenly felt a flustered atmosphere. He stood up and said to the 2 beasts beside him, "It seems something has happened." Sure enough, the next second, Yendi noticed several 3 bees flying around the flower field, as if looking for something. Yendi stood up suddenly, called a 3 bee, and asked in a majestic tone, "What happened?" The 3 bee flapped its wings in panic and replied, "Buzz! The tree is gone!" What? Hearing this, the 3 holy beasts immediately became nervous. Raigong frowned and almost rushed out to look for it, but fortunately Suikun stopped him. "When did it happen?" Suikun asked. 3 bees, Buzz. Just now." Hearing this, Yendi leaned down, moved his nose, and carefully distinguished the scent of the tree from the dense and chaotic fragrance of flowers. "The scent has not disappeared, it is nearby," Nti said. They followed the scent and moved forward. During the process, they met the self-blaming motor lizard. A group of Pokemon went to look for it together. Soon, they passed through the huge flower field and came to the center. There, a group of Pokemon saw the little tree sitting on the iron tea table, playing with the teacup, and giggling at the tea of the bud crown, the beast pot, and the tea. The 3 holy beasts stopped. Motor Lizard was very surprised. It rushed forward, "Geo! Yaya!" Seeing Motor Lizard, Xiaoshu seemed very happy. Motor Lizard breathed a sigh of relief. Gaw! Seeing the situation of these Pokemon, combined with the fact that Xiaoshu had just crawled out of the flowers alone, Bud Crown quickly understood what happened. He showed a loving smile on his face, and said to the Pokemon, "Don't worry, Xiaoshu is just here to play with me for a while." The 3 holy beasts were relieved. The Pokemon in front of them, named Bud Crown, was even more powerful than their Lord Ho-Oh. With him, Xiaoshu will be safe no matter what. Although the crisis was resolved, Motorcycle Lizard was still a little unhappy. If it hadn't been for it, this wouldn't have happened. Feelings of self-blame surged into Motorcycle Lizard's heart, and he was very sad. Chishu soon learned what happened in the ranch. She looked at Motorcycle Lizard's self-blame, and couldn't help but reach out and touch its head, comforting it. "It's okay, Motorcycle Lizard. Look, Xiaoshu is fine, isn't she? And you went to catch butterflies to make her happy." Gale. Motor Lizard was still a little depressed. Seeing this, Chishu thought carefully, and then sent Xiaoshu to Motor Lizard's arms. Xiaoshu hugged Motor Lizard's neck with two small hands, and Motor Lizard hugged her subconsciously. Chishu said, "Will you let that happen again in the future?" Motor Lizard was stunned, and then shook his head quickly. "Gale." "Of course not," Chishu smiled. "So that's all." Motor Lizard was stunned for a moment, and after Chishu's comfort, its worries disappeared immediately. "That's right, as long as it protects the little master in the future and never lets that happen." At this moment, Motor Lizard made a decision in his heart. It will protect the little master until the little master grows up. Not far away, the three sacred beasts watched this scene silently. They did not participate too much in it. Just because they can't stay with Xiaoshu forever. Because there are still many missions in this world waiting for them, as members of the Phoenix Guard. Even though they are reluctant to leave, when Xiaoshu grows up and becomes the Rainbow Warrior, the time for them to part with her will come. After that, they can't stay with Xiaoshu forever. Maybe they will meet again in the future, but before that, there must be new Pokemon to protect Xiaoshu for them. Blueberry Academy, in the classroom. Naoki stood on the podium, looking at the students below, and told them about the knowledge of the weather tactics system in Pokemon battles. There are many kinds of weather-related moves, such as sunny days, praying for rain, and sandstorms, and each kind of weather can be combined with some specific Pokemon, characteristics, and moves. For example, on rainy days, the power of water attribute moves will be greatly increased, while the power of fire attribute moves will be affected by the water energy in the air, thereby reducing its power. Not only that, in rainy days, moves such as thunder and storm will greatly increase the hit rate, thus defeating the opponent in one fell swoop. In addition, which classmate knows which Pokemon's characteristics can be combined with rainy days? Naoki asked. The students below looked thoughtful, and Naoki waited patiently. Soon, one of the students raised his hand. "I know, teacher. The Lotus Leaf Boy with the Rain Plate characteristic will slowly recover his physical strength in rainy days." "Good, what else?" Naoki gave the student an encouraging look. "There is also Psyduck with the swimming ability. This ability will make Psyduck faster." Another student said. "That's right." Naoki nodded with satisfaction, motioned for the two students to sit down, and continued. "In fact, in addition to these two Pokemon, Lotus Leaf Boy and Psyduck, there are many other Pokemon in this world that can react to rainy days. Those Pokemon are waiting for us to discover them, so that we can use their special moves in battles, not only on rainy days, but also on sunny days, hail days, and sandstorms. What we can do is to learn slowly, and make reasonable use of the Pokemon in our hands to formulate tactics." The students' eyes were bright, and this knowledge was so useful. Teacher Naoki is indeed a champion-level trainer. It's great to be able to take his class. Teacher Naoki. A student raised his hand. "What's wrong?" Naoki raised his eyebrows. Can you have a Pokemon battle with us?" the boy said shyly. "Want to fight me?" Naoki was a little surprised. He quickly understood what these kids were thinking, and couldn't help but said with a smile, "Okay." After a little thought, Naoki said, "How about this, next week, I will hold a competition in the academy to provide everyone with a chance to fight with me. The top 3 who hold on to my Pokemon the longest will receive a gift from me." Gift? Hearing this, the students immediately opened their eyes wide, their expressions full of anticipation. It doesn't matter what kind of Pokemon, what moves, or carrying some special props. Naoki added. "Great." Akuri in the crowd clenched his fists excitedly. He must train hard in these 7 days to get a gift from Mr. Naoki. Danyu also ignited his fighting spirit. "I wonder what Mr. Naoki's gift will be." After class, Naoki returned to the office. He sat in his seat and chatted with Chishu about the situation in the ranch on his rodent phone. After learning about what happened between Motor Lizard and Xiaoshu, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Motor Lizard is blaming himself for almost losing Xiaoshu." Gulatin, ga. Naoki asked about the follow-up situation again, and only felt relieved when he learned from Chishu that Motor Lizard's mood had recovered. After a class, Naoki felt thirsty, so he got up to get a glass of water. On the way back, he suddenly heard 2 teachers next door chatting there. It seems that Teacher Anya didn't come to work today. I heard that something happened in the Kalos region, and Teacher Anya stayed at home to protect her family. Kalos? Hey, Isn't Super Evolution popular there recently? What happened? You don't know? I heard that even the champion showed up. An organization called the Flash Team wants to destroy the world. The former champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo Tsurugi, joined forces with the champion of the Kanto region, Yuruto, and the champion of the Kalos region, Kuruno, to stop the Flash Team. That happened yesterday. That Flare team wanted to capture legendary Pokemon, but ended up destroying the ecological balance of the Kalos region and causing riots. Fortunately, there are those champions. Alas, I don't know what happened in the past few years. There are more and more crazy people. Isn't it good to live a good life with Pokemon? Someone wants to destroy the world or rule the world. A teacher sighed. Naoki, He thought that things would get better next year. There are no evil organizations in the Alola region. After that, it is the Galar region, and then it is the turn of Ispadia region. But these three regions are different from other regions. There are no real evil organizations. They are all small gangs and fanatical fans. However, what he cares more about is that the plot of the Kalos region ended early. Is it because of the reason he revealed the plot to Daigo last time? Chapter 622. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that Fraudilli didn't get the stone that time, and couldn't destroy the world through the combination of the stone and the corona, so he could only focus on the three legendary Pokemon Zygarde, Yveltal, and Xerneas. But Daigo, who knew his true face in advance, naturally couldn't watch such a thing happen and remain indifferent. So, he joined forces with Watari and Kalun to solve the crisis brought by Team Flare. I just don't know what happened to AI Lon. Naoki murmured. If AI Lon was also affected and could not participate in this Kalos conference, the plot would probably be affected again, and Xiaoji would win the championship in advance. Naoki drank the water in the cup slowly. He is old now, with a wife and children, and just wants to live a peaceful life. He doesn't really want to get involved in the later plot. Anyway, with Xiaoji and the others, there will be no big crisis no matter what. Calculating the time, next year is Alola, the year after is Galar, and then it will be their turn in Padia. Dante is currently investigating the resurrection of the Everlasting in the Galar region. When the time comes, he only needs to take action to deal with Everlasting, and then he can enjoy his old age in peace. This is not only to help Dante and the Galar region, but also to fulfill the wish of the Bud Crown. The darkness that shrouds the Galar region should end completely this time. In this way, the Bud Crown can stay in the ranch and enjoy his old age like him. The morning class ended quickly, and Naoki packed up and rode Gulton back to the ranch. Before landing, Naoki saw wisps of smoke coming out of his chimney. It was almost noon, and Chishu was cooking lunch for everyone in the kitchen. Xiaoshu was sitting on the picnic blanket on the lawn playing with toys, under the care of several Pokemon. Before Naoki landed, Xiaoshu, who was playing with toys, saw him with his sharp eyes. When he saw the red figure in the sky, Xiaoshu excitedly raised his head and shouted, "Papa! Is Naoki back?" Hearing this, the sister AI Guancher raised her head and saw Naoki and Golden landing from the sky. Naoki got off Golden and saw Xiaoshu turning over and crawling towards him. "Pa." Naoki smiled, squatted down, stretched out his arms, and waited for Xiaoshu, then picked him up. "Whose beautiful baby is this?" Pa. Naoki smiled and pinched her little face, holding her and walked to the living room. "Let's go home for dinner." Chishu had just finished cooking and was bringing them to the table. Seeing Chishu, he couldn't help but ask, "Did the class go well today?" "Yes, I have already started teaching those children about weather." Chishu placed Xiaoshu in front of the fireplace and let her play with the burning bug. "TSK, I always thought that training Pokemon was simple, but now I see those systematic knowledge. It's really more and more complicated." "Simple? Hee, are you showing off that you made Golden so strong?" "Of course not. In fact, I have never trained Golden. It is a legendary Pokemon and is very powerful. It is very powerful even without my training." Seeing Golden leaning over, Naoki reached out and touched it. "I just used some special dishes and nutritional supplements such as live goat milk for their physique," Naoki said. "This is also part of the training." Chishu corrected. "Sufficient nutrition is also crucial in the growth of Pokemon." Naoki thought about it and nodded. "That's true." In the afternoon, the couple had a rare vacation. Taking advantage of this time, Chishu invited her parents, who were far away in Yangguang City, to come over as a guest. The two hadn't seen Xiaoshu for a long time. When they came over this time, they saw Xiaoshu's cute appearance and immediately hugged her in their arms. For the two elders, Xiaoshu had only seen them a few times when he had no memory, and was very unfamiliar with them. Being held in his arms, Xiaoshu seemed a little resistant and afraid. His big eyes looked around for his father's position. After seeing Naoki, he immediately stretched out his arms to him, wanting to return to his father's arms. Seeing this scene, Chishu's father and mother were very sad. Chishu walked up and introduced Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, this is your grandparents. They are your relatives just like us. Chishu's mother took the opportunity to take out the gift they prepared for the child, a specialty of Nyangwang City, milk candy, which is very popular among local children. As soon as the package was opened, a sweet milk fragrance wafted out. Xiaoshu glanced over. Do you want to try it? Chishu's mother handed over the milk candy expectantly. 3 minutes later, Xiaoshu happily played with the two elders. Naoki, this is too easy to fool. I always feel that the bad guys can coax their daughter away with a piece of candy in the future. The two old people liked this granddaughter very much. They fought to hold her for an entire afternoon, and were unwilling to let go. They took Xiaoshu to play around the ranch. When they were about to leave, Xiaoshu actually felt a little reluctant to leave. The two old people were very reluctant to leave. Do you want to take Xiaoshu to Nyangwang City to play for a few days? Chishu's mother suggested. Chishu couldn't help laughing and said, Mom, Xiaoshu is still young. She will make a fuss if we leave her for too long at night. This morning, her dad went to work and she almost cried. Then you two can go and play for 2 days. Forget it, Chishu still has to take care of the Pokemon on the ranch, and I still have to go to work at the gym. Chishu said. Chishu also nodded. When Xiaoshu grows up a little bit, we will send her to Nyangwang City to play with you two for a few days. At that time, you two just don't mind the child making trouble. How could that be? I think our Xiaoshu is very well behaved. I have never seen such a well-behaved child. Chishu was not so well behaved when she was a child. She was very noisy, and would wet the bed at night. Chishu's mother said. Chishu, Chishu couldn't help but want to laugh, and Chishu immediately pinched him from behind. Mom. Hey, I know, I won't say anything more. Chishu's mother smiled and looked at Xiaoshu, and said to her, Xiaoshu, Grandma and Grandpa are going home. When you grow up, remember to visit us in Nyangwang City. Xiaoshu blinked in confusion. Say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma. Chishu held Xiaoshu, and taught her how to say goodbye to others. Xiaoshu was very smart, and learned it in a moment. She waved her hands, and said in a very realistic way, Bye-bye. Chishu's parents also waved to Xiaoshu and responded to her, Bye. The two old people left Xiaoshu, and sat on the grass to eat the milk candy they brought. The burning bug looked at the milk candy in the basket. Naoki squatted aside, and taught Xiaoshu to learn to share. Xiaoshu, the burning bug is your good friend. Are you willing to share these milk candies with it? Hearing this, Xiaoshu looked at the burning bug, and handed it the milk candies in his hand. The burning bug seemed very happy. The burning bug is very happy. Naoki encouraged with a smile. Encouraged, Xiaoshu didn't know why, but she could feel that her father and Pokemon would be very happy if she did this. So she thought carefully with her little head, and actually staggered to her feet, holding a milk candy in her little hand, and handed it to Naoki. Seeing this, Naoki was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Xiaoshu, Dad likes it very much, he said. Xiaoshu then cried happily. She looked down at the milk candy in the basket, picked up another one, looked around, and then crawled towards Yendi and the others not far away. Yendi, Shuijun, and Lei Gong suddenly became nervous. When the little tree came to them, they didn't dare to breathe. Until the little tree sat on the ground with a babbling sound, stretched out his hand, and handed the milk candy in front of them. Yendi felt extremely relieved in his heart. He rolled up the milk candy with his big tongue, and his mouth and heart were sweet. Then, the little tree gave the milk candy to Suakun, Lei Gong, Motor Lizard, Gulton, Frost Milk Fairy, Dragonite, Chishu. Until the milk candy in the basket was shared, the little tree stopped, sat on the grass, and giggled at everyone's appearance. Naoki and Chiki, as well as the Pokemon around them, smiled at the cute and well-behaved little tree. Karis region, Valley of Creation. The huge mountains isolate this land, and people have opened up a secluded residence in the valley. The air is filled with energy, and there are rumors that this is a place blessed by the creator god Arceus. The valley is full of ivory statues that people cherish, as well as golden wheels shaped like Arceus. Today is the day when Dream, Baby Bear, Victini, and Zappos travel here. Dream touched the ivory statue on the grass with a little curiosity. Meow? Victini looked around and found something wrong. The energy in this place was so strong, Victini immediately told several friends about this. Dream moved his nose and sniffed the air carefully. What? Baby Bear was a little confused. Where did they travel to? Baby Bear looked at the Rotom phone in front of him and asked, "Is it me?" The screen of the Rotom phone automatically jumped to the map interface, and the Rotom inside the phone answered with a mechanical voice. "This is Lodo, the Valley of Creation, located in the southern part of the Kalos region. The internet says that this is an isolated rural town, and there are some special cultures related to the god of creation circulating in the local area." Lodo. Meow. The god of creation, isn't that the powerful Pokemon Arceus that Naoki had fought before? Dream still remembers that Naoki had to team up with many Pokemon to defeat him. Could it be that the Pokemon lives here? Several Pokemon from the Heroes Expedition team looked up at the human town in the distant valley. At the same time, in a corner of the town, an old man named Dam was standing by the farmland, looking at the dry land with great distress. Recently, the sun has always been particularly strong, often drying up the fields that have just been watered. This repeated process made him, an old man over 50 years old, really tired. Dam was suffering from drought. He stood beside the farmland with a hoe in his hand, his face full of sorrow. Just then, a small pink and gray Pokemon flew over from not far away. It had a braid on its head, 2 upward curved horns on the sides of its head, each with a golden ring hanging on it, and a pink V-shaped pattern on its belly. Its arms were separated from its body, and looked short and small. The most eye-catching thing was the golden ring around its waist. Grandpa Dam. The voice of this Pokemon rang out from the old man's heart. The old man turned his head and looked at the person who came, smiling kindly. "Is it Hoopa?" Hoopa nodded repeatedly. It noticed the troubled expression on the old man's face and asked, "Has Grandpa Dam encountered any difficulties?" Dam immediately looked troubled. "Recently, the sun has been too strong, and it has not rained. The crops in the fields are all withered. Oh, if it could rain, I could use the rainwater to irrigate the fields." Hoopa thought about it carefully, and then suddenly came up with a good idea. The ring around its waist slowly flew out, then grew larger and floated above the farmland. "Let Hoopa help," Hoopa said telepathically. In the stunned eyes of Old Man Dam, Hoopa looked at the field, as if accumulating strength, and said, "Hoopa, come quickly, rain." The next second, a dazzling light bloomed in the golden ring. The space in the middle is connected with the space in other places, forming a passage. Then, something fell down from the ring. "Is it rain?" Dam's face was full of expectation. However, the next second, candies fell from the ring into the field, covering the entire field. "Dam, Hoopa, Hoopa didn't mean it." Hoopa was panicking. It obviously wanted to summon rain here. Dam sighed helplessly. Alas. Hoopa was even more panicked. It hurriedly wanted to make amends and summon rain again. But he was interrupted by Dum. "Hoopa, I appreciate your kindness, Grandpa Dum, but I don't need you to help with the farmland." Hoopa felt a little guilty. He clearly wanted to help everyone. At this moment, Hoopa suddenly felt 3 strange breaths coming here. He looked up and saw 3 Pokemon he had never seen before coming here. For a moment, the 8 eyes met. Hoopa was a little surprised. Mew, Bear Baby, and Victini also looked at the Pokemon in front of them with surprise. What did they just hear? This Pokemon is called Hoopa. Isn't Hoopa the Pokemon that Naoki mentioned in the previous commission? Meow and Baby Bear still remember the commission. Naoki asked them to help Hoopa unseal. But they have never met Hoopa before, but they didn't expect to get lost this time and accidentally see Hoopa? Dam also noticed these 3 strange Pokemon. He looked at Hoopa, then at Meow and Baby Bear, and couldn't help asking, "Hoopa, are they your new friends?" Hoopa has never seen them before. Hoopa replied. Mew noticed that this human seemed to need help. Having lived in the ranch for a while, it could tell at a glance that the farmland was facing a drought crisis. Looking at Hoopa's appearance, it seemed that he wanted to help the old man just now, but failed. In this case, they should come to help too. Meow, Mew said to Baby Bear and Victini. Hearing this, the eyes of the 2 Pokemon lit up. That's right, now it's time for their great expedition team to appear again. If you want to make it rain, you need a Pokemon that can use the rain prayer move. There just happens to be a Pokemon in their team that can use this move. Meow took out the Pokeball of Zapdos, and with a flash of white light, the figure of Zapdos appeared in the air. Seeing this scene, Dam and Hoopa were both shocked. Meow. Meow looked at Zapdos, and told it that help was needed here. Hearing this, Zapdos glanced at the scene below, nodded slightly, and then turned around and flew straight up into the sky. Then, the sky above suddenly changed, thunderclouds rolled, and in an instant, rain fell from the sky, irrigating the dry fields. Seeing this, Grandpa Dam couldn't help but open his eyes wide. It's raining! It was that Pokemon who helped them, and Hoopa also stared at this scene blankly and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Meow. We are the Hero Expedition team traveling around the world." Chapter 623. Hero Expedition Team? Hoopa murmured the word again, not quite understanding it. Meow nodded happily. "Meow. It's a team that travels around the world to help Pokemon in trouble." Victini nodded. "Nini. That's right, we have helped many Pokemon in need." "Wow." Hoopa's eyes were full of admiration. "That sounds great." But then, a sad expression appeared on his face again. Hoopa also wants to help others, but Hoopa always messes things up. Just now, for example, it wanted to help Grandpa Dam, who was suffering from drought, to summon rain to irrigate the fields, but it ended up summoning a bunch of candy. And when the children in the village asked it to summon a stone to press down the dough, it used its halo to pull out a rumble stone. Meow? Meow thought carefully, and then said to Hoopa, "Meow. As long as you work hard, you will definitely get things done." Hoopa seemed to be comforted, and it felt that it had a good relationship with the Pokemon in front of it, so it asked curiously, "Why did you come to this place?" "Mew meow. Because we are traveling." "Travel?" Hoopa's eyes lit up. "Have you been to many places?" Hoopa has never been out of the village. "What is the outside world like? Can you tell Hoopa about it?" Hoopa has never left the Valley of Creation. Hearing this, whether it is Mew, Bear Baby, or Victini, they all felt that this Pokemon was so pitiful. So, they happily agreed. "Meow. Of course you can." The baby bear looked around, and then found an open space, pointed there and said, "Eemee. Let's go there." Several Pokemon flew over together. Old Dan looked at this scene with a smile. Hoopa has made a good friend again. Alas, this child is so pitiful, he has been sealed in this place, and has never gone out to play. However, he has heard recently that the little girl Mayali and her brother Balza plan to take Hoopa away from the Valley of Creation to find a way to help Hoopa remove the seal. I hope they can succeed. In the open space, Hoopa listened to Mew and Baby Bear telling about their travels, while eating the snacks brought by Baby Bear. When the story was over, Hoopa ate all the snacks. As delicious as Hoopa's donuts. Hoopa was very excited. He felt that he had become good friends with these Pokemon, so he happily invited. You told Hoopa stories and shared snacks with Hoopa, so Hoopa will share his favorite donuts with you. Come with me. Led by Hoopa, a group of Pokemon soon arrived in front of a wooden building. Hoopa shouted from a distance, "Mayali Balza, Hoopa is back with his new friends." The door was opened, and a girl with braids, a blue headscarf, and traditional clothes, and a boy with a red headscarf and long boots walked out of the house. When Mayali and Balza saw the scene outside the door, they were stunned. Mayali covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Those Pokemon are Mew, Bear, and Zapdos." Balza calmly said their names. As for the other one, Nini. Victini hurriedly introduced herself. "It's called Victini." Hoopa helped translate, and then said impatiently, "Mayali, Hoopa wants to eat donuts." Seeing Hoopa's look, the girl named Mayali smiled and nodded. "Okay." Although they were a little surprised by Hoopa's new friends, the brother and sister still politely invited them to their home. Mayali went to get donuts, and Balza asked, "Where is your trainer?" "Meow?" Mew was a little confused. "Trainer?" Seeing this, Balza couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could it be that these Pokemon are wild Pokemon? But how did they gather together? They are the Great Hero Expedition Team. Hoopa took the initiative to introduce. It is an organization that travels around the world to help Pokemon in need. They just helped Grandpa Dam summon rain to irrigate the farmland. Hero Expedition Team? Balza was shocked. What kind of organization is this? And it doesn't look like these Pokemon have trainers around them. How did they do all this? At this time, Melee came out with a few donuts. "Please enjoy it." She placed the donuts in front of several Pokemon, and watched them eat tenderly with her brother. Hoopa ate very happily, and looked like a little foodie. The brother and sister watched for a while, and then continued to do their own things. Mayali went to pack clothes, and packed the things she would take with her. Balza looked at the map on the side, and said to his sister, "After leaving the Valley of Creation, you take Hoopa directly to the desert city, and I will go to find the punishment pot. Then we will meet in the desert city." Mayali's expression also became serious. "Well, be careful." Hoopa, who was eating donuts at the side, was attracted by this conversation. It immediately looked up, with excitement and expectation in its eyes. "Mayali, are we going out to play?" Mayali reached out and touched its little head, and replied softly, "Yes, this time we go out. In addition to taking you outside to have a look, we also have to solve your problem." "Hoopa's problem?" Hoopa was a little confused. Mayali explained, 100 years ago, your true power was sealed up. As long as you find it, you can restore your true power. True power? Well, my brother will go find it, and I will take you to Desert City. Mayali said, Desert City? Hoopa was very excited. Hoopa wants to eat a lot of donuts. Mayali smiled, of course. Seeing this scene, Dream, Baby Bear and Victini looked at each other. They immediately remembered what Naoki had said before. Hoopa is now sealed, and only by helping it to remove the seal can it regain its true power. So, Hoopa should also need their help now, right? Thinking of this, Menghuan immediately said, Meow. We will help too. You guys are also going to the desert city with Hoopa? Hoopa was a little surprised. Meow meow. The baby bear nodded, because they are good friends. Good friends, good friends. Hoopa is so happy. Okay, let's go together. Hoopa flew up happily. A smile appeared on Meili's face. Meili, Mew and the others said they want to go over to help. Hoopa is so happy. Hoopa said. Meili was slightly stunned. Huh? If all that is true, they may be able to protect you, and Hoopa for me. After thinking calmly, Balzo looked at the Pokemon in front of him. Mew, Victini, Bear Baby, and Zapdos. I would like to ask you to escort Meili and Hoopa to Desert City for me. When everything is over, I will thank you well. Meow. Menghuan nodded happily. That afternoon, Mayali and Balza took Hoopa away from the Valley of Creation. The brother and sister parted at the entrance of the desert. Balza went to the depths of the desert alone to find the punishment pot, while Mayali took Hoopa and went to the desert city with the hero expedition team. That was the starting point of everything. Watching Balza riding the warrior eagle to fly away, Mayali couldn't help but pray silently in his heart. Brother, please find the punishment pot. Padilla area, Naoki Ranch, Back Mountain. Autumn leaves are flying all over the sky, blooming everywhere, red, orange, yellow, green. The earth seems to have overturned the palette. Every time this season comes, many delicious wild mushrooms grow in the Back Mountain. The temperature in autumn gradually drops, and this time is the best time to drink a bowl of hot mushroom soup to warm up the body. There are still some dried mushrooms left at home that were dried last year. Use them to stew a pot of delicious chicken stewed with mushrooms. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Under the shadow of the tree canopy, between the moist tree roots covered with humus soil, there are clusters of plump and tender mushrooms growing vigorously. Ah, hazel mushrooms again, a bumper harvest of hazel mushrooms this year. Naoki went forward to pick it, and put it in the basket. Gulton, who was standing next to him, had a bamboo basket full of wild mushrooms hanging on his body. The legendary god of the past has become a special mushroom car. Ah, his! Naoki skillfully put the hazel mushrooms on Gulton, then touched its head and said, Let's go home. The man and his Pokemon then set off towards the ranch. I don't know if it's because of the Bud Crown or because of the forest fire that year, the vegetation on the Back Mountain has become more lush recently. The trees are dense, full of fruits, with lush branches and leaves, and the river is winding. The abundant water source, dense vegetation, and sufficient food have attracted many grass attribute Pokemon and other Pokemon to settle here. This has also led to the Pokemon ecology near the Back Mountain getting better and better, and it feels like a nature reserve. On the way back, Naoki also saw the fruit trees he and his Pokemon had planted, which had now grown wildly into a fruit forest. Many wild Pokemon were gathering here. Like greedy chinchilla, walking grass, beautiful flower, colorful butterfly, lily root doll, and pachirisu. Naoki even saw a relatively rare Miss Skirt dancing among the wild flowers. When Miss Skirt saw him and Gulton, she didn't know whether she was shy or scared, so she turned around and ran away. Naoki smiled and shook his head, and then he and Gulton continued to go down the mountain. When they returned to the pasture, Motor Lizard and his brother AI Guancher stepped forward and took the bamboo basket from Gulton. Okay, you guys go play, leave this to me. Naoki sat under the eaves sorting mushrooms. Not far away, Xiaoshu was lying on Yendi and sleeping soundly. Farther away, Dragonite was leaning against a big tree and snoring. Saltstone Giant Spirit and Frost Milk Fairy quietly enjoyed the pleasant afternoon time on the grass. Babu Tubo and Melton sat on the roof of the chicken coop and watched the hen strolling by the river. Several Eevees were chasing and playing on the grass. The air was filled with a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere, and Naoki felt at ease. After sorting the mushrooms, Naoki picked out some to make soup and stir-fry in the evening, and put the other batch in a basket, and asked Gulton to take him to the roof to dry them there, and store them as dried mushrooms for consumption in winter. After doing all this, because the weather was so good, Naoki couldn't help but take a nap. When he woke up again, it was already 4:50 in the afternoon. Zack drove his big truck to the ranch to collect the goods, and Naoki moved today's goods to sell. Seeing Xiaoshu, Zack smiled and walked up to him and squatted down. Xiaoshu, do you know who your uncle is? Xiaoshu was frightened by the rough uncle in front of him, and hid back in fear. Zack, is he that scary? Zack scratched his head in confusion. All children are like this. He smiled heartily, took out a few candies that children love to eat from his pocket, and said to Xiaoshu, Here, uncle gave you a gift. Don't cry. Xiaoshu didn't answer. Naoki stepped forward to answer for her. Xiaoshu is still young and shy. It's normal. It will be fine when she grows up. Zack counted the goods, then took out the Rotom phone and fiddled with it for a while, and quickly said, Hey, today's money has been transferred to you. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zack grinned, then got in the car and said goodbye to Naoki through the car window. Let's go. Paw. Xiaoshu crawled over and stretched out his arms for Naoki to hold. Naoki picked her up and walked towards home. After returning to the living room, he put her on the carpet in front of the fireplace. Play with your toys with Motorcycle Lizard. Mom will be off work soon. Dad will prepare dinner. Naoki touched Xiaoshu's head. Gaw. Xiaoshu was well behaved. She sat on the carpet and started playing with the toys that Naoki bought for her with Motorcycle Lizard. Naoki went to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. This morning he bought fresh 3 yellow chicken from the town and kept it for making chicken stewed with mushrooms in the evening. Wash the chicken, cut it into pieces, and put it in the casserole with the mushrooms. After a while, the casserole began to gurgle, and then the aroma of chicken mixed with the strong aroma of mushrooms floated out. What smells so good? Chishu walked in from outside, looking curiously in the direction of the kitchen. Chicken stewed with wild mushrooms, I tell you, it's delicious. I made it once before, and they drank up all the soup. Naoki replied with a smile. Wow, I have to taste it later. Chishu's tone was full of anticipation. Of course. It's almost October now, and the Padilla League will usher in the off-season in a while. At that time, the gym leaders in various places will also take a vacation. Thinking of this, Naoki asked, Let's go to the Alola region to spend the winter this winter. By then, Xiaoshu will be 11 months old, and we can take him out to play. It's colder in the Padilla region, and warmer in the Alola region. It's just right for the family to go to the beach to pick crabs and build sand castles. Chapter 624. We're in Desert City. Mayali, Hoopa wants to eat lots of donuts. Deep in the desert, Mayali stood on a sand dune, looking at the city in the desert in the distance. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Hearing Hoopa's words, Mayali smiled. You like donuts very much. Okay, when we get to the city, I go to the store to buy donuts for you. Yeah, Mayali is the best. Hoopa celebrated loudly. The group arrived at Desert City successfully. After Mayali placed several Pokemon on an empty stand to rest, he picked up his wallet and said to them, I go buy donuts for you, wait here. The expedition team had no objection, and Hoopa happily agreed. Several Pokemon waited here, but Mayali didn't come back after waiting for a long time. At this time, Hoopa saw that Mew and the others had distressed expressions on their faces, and a good idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Meow, are you hungry? It's okay, Hoopa will get you donuts. As soon as the words fell, the golden halo on Hoopa's waist flew out automatically, and a blue light flashed in the middle. Hoopa, Lao Lao. Hoopa reached in and quickly took out the first donut. Seeing this scene, Meow, Baby Bear and Victini all opened their eyes wide. Meow. Wow, what a powerful ability. Hee hee. Hoopa was overwhelmed by this admiring look and immediately reached in again. There are more. 1, 2, 3. As expected, Hoopa fished out more donuts. But just when Hoopa wanted to fish out the 4th donut, he suddenly felt something grabbing his hand. He was slightly surprised, and pulled hard, and pulled out a human boy and a Pikachu. The boy was about 16 or 17 years old, without a shirt, and only wearing a pair of shorts. He looked at the suddenly changed environment with a surprised face. Where is this? But the next second, the boy saw several familiar figures on the other side of the halo. Meow, Baby Bear, why are you here? Meow and Baby Bear also recognized Xiaoji and Pikachu at this time. What? Meow? They also showed puzzled expressions on their faces. Xiaoji seemed to understand, and then stood up and said with a smile, I know, you must be traveling around here. I just came here like you. Huh? Seeing the interaction between the two people, Hoopa was very curious. Do you know each other? The Baby Bear nodded happily. Ime. They are Xiaoji and Pikachu. They are good friends. Xiaoji, Pika. Hoopa muttered the two names. It's Xiaoji and Pikachu. Xiaoji corrected. Also you are. Hoopa. Hoopa introduced himself, and looked at Pikachu with a little curiosity. This, Hoopa sees it for the first time. The members of the Great Hero Expedition team stood aside, and happily watched the interaction between Hoopa and Xiaoji. And Bear Baby took out the Rotom phone, and prepared to call Naoki to tell him about their encounter with Hoopa. Soon, the call was connected. Naoki's face appeared on the screen. Is it Mew and Bear Baby? In the ranch, looking at the two Pokemon opposite, Naoki smiled and asked, Where are you traveling now? Nini! Victini flew over from outside the camera. And it. Long time no see, Victini. Naoki greeted it. Nini! Victini nodded happily. The three little ones crowded in front of the screen, and looked at Naoki across from them. After a few simple greetings, the baby bear started talking about business. Me. By the way, Naoki, we found Hoopa, but what should we do to help it unseal? Hoopa? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, You found it? Meow. That's right. The camera automatically flipped, and the next second, the screen showed Hoopa playing with Ash and Pikachu. That Pokemon, it was Hoopa. Seeing this scene, Naoki immediately realized that the movie version of the Super Demon of Halo was about to happen. This movie version was very famous in his previous life. It was full of legendary Pokemon, and almost all the legendary beasts appeared, and an ultimate battle took place in the desert city. There was also a famous scene where Black Rayquaza fought 7 people alone, and Groudon walked back to Hoenn. Because of this, Naoki was deeply impressed by this movie. If he remembered correctly, Mayuri's brother Balza would return with a pot of punishment, but he was controlled and released to free Hoopa. Later, the pot of punishment was broken by the Rocket Trio, causing Hoopa's sealed power to break free. Because of the anger that had been sealed for 100 years, that power turned into Hoopa's clone, wanting to replace Hoopa and become the original. At that time, a large group of legendary Pokemon will start a great war in Desert City. Although there is no detailed description in the anime, according to Naoki's understanding of those legendary Pokemon, with their power, even if they move their fingers, they will bring terrible disasters to Desert City. Not to mention that Groudon and Kyogre have now obtained the power of Primitive Return, and have absorbed a lot of natural energy on top of it to become stronger. If it happens normally, the entire Desert City will be swallowed up by the disaster. But, if Hoopa doesn't go through this, he won't be able to regain his original power. Nyan? Does Naoki know how to help Hoopa unseal it? Meow looked up and saw that Hoopa, who was playing with Xiaoji, had also fished out the companions who were traveling with Xiaoji. The group was amazed at Hoopa's magical power. It all depends on Hoopa himself. Naoki replied. Only when Hoopa understands the true meaning of punishment, and is truly willing to accept the power that belongs to it, will the anger that has been sealed for 100 years dissipate. At that time, Hoopa will regain his own power. Meow. Hoopa, Meow murmured and repeated Hoopa's name. The next second, Hoopa's voice sounded in their ears. Hoopa flew over at some point, squeezed into the middle of the screen, and looked at Rotom's phone curiously. Hoopa is here, huh? What is this? Victini, Nini. It's Naoki, the logistics of the Heroes Expedition team. Both me and Baby Bear got his help. Naoki is a very, very, very good human being. Naoki. Hoopa suddenly felt itchy. Hee, let Hoopa pick him up and play with him. The next second, a golden halo appeared around Naoki. Before Naoki could react, Hoopa poked his head out with a wicked smile, stretched out his little hand, and pulled him over. The force was so strong that Naoki couldn't even break free. He only had time to say, hey. Then, the surrounding scene changed, and he traveled from the ranch to the desert city far away in the Kalos region. Naoki, Seeing Naoki, the eyes of Bear Baby and Victini lit up. Great! Naoki is here too. Not far away, Satoshi and his group also saw this scene, and Satoshi ran over with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Naoki, why are you here too? Serena, Eureka, and Citron also ran up and looked at the human in front of them, who was also rescued by Hoopa. Mr. Naoki? Serena couldn't help but ask. Xiaoji nodded. Yes, that's right. He is a very powerful trainer. Naoki rubbed his head with a smile. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's been a long time, Xiaoji Pikachu. Hoopa looked left and right, and then said happily. So everyone knows each other. At this time, Meili, who went out to buy donuts, finally came back here. She looked at the extra people, and was stunned. Xiaoji and his group came forward to explain, and Naoki took the opportunity to borrow the Rotom phones of Mew and others, contacted the ranch, explained the current situation, and then focused on Meili. Mei Yali was apologizing to Xiaoji and others, with an apologetic look on her face. I'm very sorry for dragging you into this. It's okay. Serena said politely. We just happened to be coming here. Yes, it was Hoopa who helped everyone. Hoopa danced happily. Naoki, who was pulled over for no reason, At this time, Naoki suddenly felt a familiar breath from Yulika. He looked over in confusion, and saw a small, cell-like creature on her backpack. That is Zygarde Core. If he remembered correctly, Euligia seemed to have given it a name, Shirwan. The Zygarde Core also noticed Naoki's gaze, and it turned its head in confusion, but then it felt the breath of Cells and Z2 from the other party. Shirwan was stunned for a moment. Naoki retracted his gaze, thinking that Who said he would never call it by that name, but now it still smells good. But then again, what he saw was Z2, not Shirwan. But they are both Zygarde Cores, so they are all Zygarde after rounding off. There is no difference. Who is this gentleman? Meili looked at Naoki standing behind him. Hello, I'm Naoki. Naoki said. He is a good friend of Mew and the others. Hoopa helped to add. Good friend? Meili asked in surprise. Excuse me, are you the trainer of Mew and Bear? I guess so. Naoki looked at Hoopa and asked. The power of this child seems incomplete. Hearing this, Mei Yali was slightly stunned. Hoopa's power is incomplete, Miss Mei Yali. What's going on? Xiaoji couldn't help asking. Mei Yali looked at Hoopa, and seeing the expressions of the others, she didn't hide it, but sighed. That's because Hoopa's true power has been sealed up. Seal? Xiaoji and others were surprised. That's right. Mei Yali nodded, and then explained, a long time ago, Desert City was still a very ordinary town, until one day, Hoopa appeared in front of the residents. It took away some food, but then brought a lot of money to the town, bringing prosperity to the town, and the residents worshipped it very much. One day, the residents wanted to see its power, so they asked it to fight other Pokemon. In that battle, Hoopa defeated many powerful Pokemon in succession. In order to prove its strength, Hoopa even summoned legendary Pokemon. In the end, it lost control. It was at that time that our great-grandfather used the pot of punishment to seal Hoopa, and then it became like this. Brother has gone to find the pot of punishment. When he comes back, Hoopa can recover his strength. As he said that, Mayali looked at Hoopa. Are you not scared? Hoopa scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Xiaoji and others were stunned. It's just as I expected, Naoki said. As soon as he said this, several people's eyes immediately turned to him. If I'm not mistaken, the power that sealed Hoopa came from Arceus, right? Naoki asked. Arceus? Hytron was shocked. Isn't that the Pokemon that created the world in the legend? Meili was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Our ancestors were in tune with Arceus, so he gave them power. Our great-grandfather could control that power freely. Unfortunately, we haven't reached that level yet. But, I don't know how you know. That's because I also have a connection with Arceus, Naoki replied. Hearing this, Mayali was stunned again. But Naoki turned his eyes to Hoopa. This can't go on. I can feel that if Hoopa's sealed power is released directly, that power will not merge with it, but will fight with it. The anger will devour everything, including Hoopa. But, Mayali was a little at a loss for a moment. And at this moment, Hoopa suddenly felt a breath of fear. It quickly raised its head and looked around. Then, there was a sharp cry in the sky. That was the voice of the warrior eagle. Mayali's eyes lit up. Brother is back. She couldn't wait to look up at the sky and ran to a small square in front. The warrior eagle landed on it, and Balza jumped down with the punishment pot in hand. Great! You found it, the punishment pot! Mayali was very excited. Danger? Naoki frowned. Before everyone could react, Balza opened the lid of the punishment pot indifferently, and pointed it at Hoopa. The next second, a stream of black-purple energy surged out and enveloped Hoopa's body. Hoopa then cried out in pain. Ah? What's going on? Selena was a little worried. In the light, Hoopa's body continued to grow, and finally turned into a giant. That appearance was the original liberated Hoopa. Balza held his head, and woke up from the state controlled by the punishment pot. Before everyone understood what happened, the liberated Hoopa's body surged with dark purple energy, its eyes turned red, and it roared and stretched out its giant hand towards Balza, who was holding the punishment pot. As if sensing the evil energy, a blue light burst out from the punishment pot, forming a protective shield that protected everyone inside. Seeing this scene, the golden halo on the body of the Liberation Hoopa slowly floated into the air, and its giant hand reached into it, actually breaking a building and throwing it towards everyone. Dream, strong mental thoughts. Naoki frowned and turned back and said, Ms. Mayali, please use the punishment pot to take back that power. Ah, yes. Mayali woke up from a dream. The dreamy spiritual power collided with the building, and a huge explosion occurred. The huge body of Liberation Hoopa rushed over through the smoke and dust. At the critical moment, Mayali raised the punishment pot in his hand and aimed it at it. The next moment, a vortex appeared in the pot, absorbing the huge energy around Liberation Hoopa. Time passed by minute, and when all the energy was sealed again, Liberation Hoopa immediately returned to the appearance of Punishment Hoopa. The weak Hoopa seemed to have lost all his strength, staggering and falling from the air. Menghuan quickly caught it with telekinesis. The power of releasing Hoopa's struggle caused the punishment pot to fly out of Mayali's hand. Naoki noticed that she still wanted to pick it up, and quickly stopped her loudly. Don't touch the punishment pot. It will control people's minds. Mayali quickly withdrew her hand. She looked at the mysterious man in front of her, and then looked at the weak Hoopa, and couldn't help but look worried. Mr. Naoki. What is going on? Chapter 625. In the restaurant in Desert City. Xiaoji and his group and the Mayali Balza brothers and sisters looked at Naoki across from them. I felt a sense of anger from the pot. The power that originally belonged to Hoopa had been sealed for 100 years, and it gave rise to a sense of resentment. The evil power it turned into would control those who touched the pot of punishment. Sure enough, I also have this feeling. Balza looked at the pot of punishment held by Hitron with a machine, and he still felt a little scared. At that time, he came into contact with the punishment pot in the desert and planned to bring it back to Desert City, but he never thought that he would be controlled by it. Hoopa was also a little scared. Hoopa has a feeling of disappearing. Hoopa is so scared, and doesn't want to be released. Mayali looked worried. Hoopa. But if this is the case, will Hoopa have no way to regain his power? Selena couldn't help asking. No. Balza shook his head. He recalled the past, and then said, after Hoopa was sealed, our great-grandfather brought it back to his hometown, which is now the Valley of Creation. Although he has passed away, he still left some words behind. Before Hoopa understands the true meaning of punishment, it has no way to regain its true power, and no way to transcend its own aura. Punishment? Xiaoji caught a key word from it. Then what can we do to help Hoopa understand the true meaning of punishment? Everyone couldn't help but look at Hoopa. But Hoopa was confused and seemed confused about punishment. Hoopa doesn't know either. If Hoopa is not helped to understand the true meaning of punishment, it will remain as it is now, and there is no way to regain its true power. Although this will not have any bad effects on Hoopa, as a good friend who grew up together, Mayali still wants to help Hoopa. Thinking of this, Mayali couldn't help but look at the man who was sipping tea opposite. Like their great-grandfather, the other party has a connection with Arceus, the legendary Pokemon who created the world. Maybe the other party will know some solutions. Mr. Naoki, do you know what we should do? Mayali asked. If you want Hoopa to regain its former strength, it must understand the true meaning of punishment and then actively accept the power sealed in the punishment pot. Hearing this, Hoopa immediately shook his head in fear. No! Hoopa will disappear. It will become unlike Hoopa. That power has been sealed alone in the punishment pot for hundreds of years. It was originally a part of Hoopa, but because of the long-term seal and loneliness, the power is extremely angry. So when it enters Hoopa's body, the anger will occupy Hoopa's reason and affect it. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Xiaoji was the first to react. Does this mean that the power is also Hoopa? You can say that. Naoki looked at Mayali and Balza. I do have several solutions here. The specific situation depends on you and Hoopa himself. Please tell us, Mayali said hurriedly. Now that he has joined, the punishment pot has not been broken by the Rocket Trio, so they have many ways to deal with this matter. Naoki thought for a moment, and then said, the first is to help Hoopa understand the true meaning of punishment, and let it share what it has seen and heard in the past 100 years with the part in the punishment pot. The second is to forcibly defeat the shadow Hoopa in the punishment pot, but doing so may deepen its anger, and as for the consequences. Naoki didn't finish his words, but Mayali and Balza already understood. Doing so may have a counterproductive effect, thus laying the seeds for future disasters, and it is more likely that Hoopa will lose himself. So now, the only option they can choose is the first one. The only question is, does Hoopa understand the true meaning of punishment now? Hoopa doesn't know either. Little Hoopa looked troubled. And Xiaoji seemed very confused. Since we are all Hoopa, why can't we get along well? Hoopa was a little scared at first, but Naoki said that the shadow was sealed in the pot of punishment for 100 years, and it was very lonely, so it was very angry. Thinking of this, the kind-hearted Hoopa couldn't help but say, Hoopa also wants to live in peace with Shadow. In that case, let's give it a try. Balza made a decision. Let's help Hoopa negotiate with Shadow, and let Hoopa share what he has seen and heard in the past 100 years with it. Yes. Meili nodded in agreement. Let's help too. Xiaoji and Pikachu were also full of fighting spirit. Mew, Bear Baby, and Victini also flew forward. Meow. Everyone. Hoopa looked at everyone who wanted to help him with emotion. Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly, and then said, good choice, but the plan cannot be implemented in the city. Huh? Xiaoji was slightly stunned. But Zytron had already reacted. Shadow Hoopa's power is so strong that if it appears in the city, it will cause serious damage to the city. Just like just now, Shadow Hoopa only appeared for a short while, but it destroyed a building, affected the traffic on the road, and attracted Miss Junsha. Fortunately, they didn't do it on purpose, so Miss Junsha let them go. In that case, let's choose a location in the deserted desert. After hearing what they said, Balza made a decision. Okay, let's go and help. Selena raised her right hand. Naoki thought that since he was here, he should go and take a look. The group simply packed their luggage and decided to set off to the depths of the desert. Before leaving, Naoki found Hoopa and asked him to pick up Gulton as well. No problem. Hoopa immediately summoned the halo, put his hand into it, and began to exert force. Hoopa scoop. The next second, Golden's figure was scooped out by Hoopa. The ranch was taken care of by Yen Di and his sister Ai Guanshi, so it should be okay for him to leave for a while. Golden arrived, and everyone was present. Naoki looked at everyone and said, okay, let's go, let's go. Yes. Since Naoki was not familiar with this place, everything was left to Balza to lead the way. The group rented a few flying taxis in Desert City and headed deep into the desert. After nearly half an hour of flying, an uninhabited desert appeared in front of them. Here, even Pokemon are very rare. Because the area around is too barren, there are no natural resources, not even cacti. Looking around, all you can see is yellow sand and rolling sand dunes. Mr. Naoki, do you think this place is okay? Balza jumped down from the warrior eagle and turned around to ask. Naoki nodded. Okay, let's do it here. Well, it's time for Hitron. Hitron adjusted his glasses, and the mechanical arm behind him stretched out the punishment pot. Next, I'm going to start. Hoopa, are you ready? Hoopa is ready. Hoopa showed a sly smile on his face, stretched out his little hand, aimed at the punishment pot, and planned to share his experience of the past 100 years with Shadow according to Naoki's method. Let's start, Balza said calmly. Hoopa, come on. Xiaoji and others cheered for Hoopa. Yeah. Hoopa nodded vigorously. Then, colorful memory light burst out from its body, covering the pot of punishment in front of it. Hoopa closed his eyes, and shared all the people and things he had encountered in the past 100 years with Shadow Hoopa. 100 years ago, Gullies taught it to sow seeds with its own hands. Later, Gullies grew old, and Meili and Balza were born. The three of them grew up together, playing together every day, and Meili played pranks with it in the town. Sometimes it also wanted to help everyone in the town. When Grandpa Dam, who was suffering from drought, wanted rain to irrigate the fields, it took the candy from Grandma Meila's shop and threw it down. When the children wanted to use a weight to press down the kneaded dough, it pulled out a rumbling stone, which also caused the statue's place next to it to be smashed. It and the children tried to repair it in a hurry, but after some hilarious efforts. Afterwards, Granny Meila in the town forgave their mistakes and treated them to donuts. Shadow, Hoopa has encountered a lot of things in the past 100 years. Hoopa looked at the punishment pot. Hoopa will slowly tell you about these things. The light of memory burst out with a dazzling light. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Everyone looked at the quiet punishment pot, and their hearts were extremely nervous. Did it succeed? Balza walked forward. He hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to open the lid of the punishment pot. As a result, a strong purple breath surged out of the pot in the next second, and almost instantly, it submerged Hoopa's body. Ah! Hoopa immediately let out a cry of pain. Hoopa! Seeing this scene, Mayali's heart tightened, and she hurried forward to hug Hoopa. But the power was too strong, and she was directly blown away. Miss Mayali. Selena hurried forward to support her. Balza stepped forward quickly He stretched out his hand, and the Arceus pendant on his neck emitted a golden light. The light flew towards Hoopa under his control. Time, sky, everything in the world, break. The voice of the formula fell, and the golden light suddenly became more vigorous. Mayali also stood up at this time, walked to the other side, and used the power of Arceus with his brother. Balza felt the shadow's thoughts, and was extremely surprised. He gritted his teeth and said to everyone, "Not good, the power wants to take over Hoopa's body. What terrible anger, the shadow is jealous of Hoopa. It has been sealed for 100 years, and Hoopa has been playing outside for 100 years, so Shadow's anger has become even greater. But isn't Shadow also Hoopa?" Shioji clenched his fists. "Yes, that's right, but this guy undoubtedly wants to kill Hoopa." Before Balza finished speaking, Hoopa, whose body was covered by the shadow, let out a more painful cry, as if he was about to give up. Seeing this scene, Mayali hurriedly shouted, "Hoopa, come on, don't lose to it." "Ah!" Hoopa's cry was extremely miserable. At this moment, its power seemed to have reached its limit, and the purple shadow was actually dispersed directly, and hovered in the sky. A dark demon shadow appeared in it, and the shadow Hoopa, who was the incarnation of anger, had red eyes, and roared to the sky. "Hoopa, the strongest. What is going on?" Shioji asked hurriedly. Balza's expression was more solemn than ever. The power wanted to return to Hoopa's body, but after being rejected by Hoopa, it had nowhere to go, so it decided to replace Hoopa and become the main body. In that case, it's bad, Hoopa is in danger. Naoki frowned. Can't he be persuaded by force? Or does he have to go through a big battle like in the movie to make Hoopa realize the meaning of punishment and share his true feelings with Shadow Hoopa? In the sky, a meow meow hot air balloon slowly floated over. The three members of Team Rocket, who were chasing Pikachu, stared blankly at the horrifying scene below. Meow Meow suddenly felt a little worried. "I always feel like we came at the wrong time, Meow." "What a powerful Pokemon!" Kojiro looked at Shadow Hoopa excitedly. "If he could give it to the boss. Do you want to catch him?" "Good idea." Musashi's eyes lit up. And at this moment, Shadow Hoopa suddenly noticed them. As if sensing the evil intentions of these three guys, a sturdy arm flew out and punched the Meowth balloon. A golden halo emerged from the back, and the hot air balloon fell into it, and disappeared in an instant. Team Rocket. Seeing this, Xiaoji was a little worried. But after dealing with Team Rocket, Shadow Hoopa turned his attention to them again. To be precise, it was Hoopa who was held in Xiaoji's arms. Disappear. A huge shadow ball emerged from Shadow Hoopa's hand, and then swept towards the people on the ground. At the critical moment, Golden jumped up, and the huge force collided with the shadow ball, causing the shadow ball to explode violently in the sky. "Brother, the pot of punishment," Mayali said quickly. But as soon as she finished speaking, a golden halo emerged from under Zytron. Zytron fell into it, and then appeared in the sky, falling down rapidly. The pot of punishment held by the mechanical arm accidentally fell, and the giant hand of Shadow Hoopa easily caught it, and then squeezed it hard, and the pot of punishment was crushed by it. "It's bad." Mayali watched the scene with her own eyes. Dream flew forward and caught Hitron with telekinesis. Shadow Hoopa looked at everyone with his red eyes and roared. "Disappear." "Gulton, full throttle." Naoki's voice sounded. Gulton flew forward, exuding an ancient aura, while transforming, and rushed toward Shadow Hoopa. However, facing this attack, Shadow Hoopa just summoned a halo in front of him. Gulton, who had no time to break, immediately rushed into it, and turned to appear in another direction. Hoopa's figure flickered, and halos automatically emerged from it, and then fell to the side of Gulton, surrounding it. The next second, huge fists stretched out from the halos and hit Gulton in a covering manner. That was an attack from another dimension. "Mew, Zapdos, Victini, please!" Naoki stepped forward and protected everyone behind him. "Meow!" Mew nodded, and then flew forward to help. It was as if a real superpower burst out from its body, and launched a fierce attack on Shadow Hoopa. A red V-shaped flame immediately appeared on Victini's forehead. Zapdos hovered in the air, controlling huge lightning to fall from the clouds. Psychic power plus V-heat plus thunder. The three Pokemon of the Great Hero Expedition team attacked Shadow Hoopa at the same time. Boom! The huge force exploded on Shadow Hoopa, causing it to stagger. Golden took the opportunity to rush out of the fierce attack from the other dimension, clenched his right fist, and hit Shadow Hoopa hard. Its huge body then fell into the desert in a rather embarrassing manner, stirring up dust all over the sky. Good job. Hitron was very excited. Eureka standing beside him was also smiling, while the little soft on Eureka's body was silently watching the scene in the air, wondering what it was thinking. Hoopa! Shadow Hoopa roared, flew out of the desert, and looked at the Pokemon floating in front of it with great anger. Outnumbered? Humph, in that case, it's coming too. A terrifying energy surged out from Shadow Hoopa's body. The golden halos on its body flew out and floated on both sides. The halos lit up with brilliant light. In one of the halos, the blue power of time slowly flowed, and then a huge steel blue Pokemon with red eyes flew out of it. A purple light emanated from a halo, and the power of space exploded, and Palkia, the god of space, also with red eyes, appeared from it. A scarlet glow shone in a halo, and the next second, the hideous and terrifying figure of Giratina flew out of it. An ice crystal seemed to be broken in a halo, and bursts of cold air surged out, carrying a Pokemon with powerful ice power out. A large area of red magma gushed out of a halo, and in the magma, a Pokemon covered with a red shell and covered with golden lines fell from it. A large amount of blue sea water gushed out of a halo, and Kyogre's huge body appeared in the desert with the seawater. 6 legendary Pokemon with red eyes stood on both sides of Shadow Hoopa, with no emotion on their faces, staring coldly at Golden, Mew, Zapdos, and Victini opposite them. Chapter 626. Ah! Hitron adjusted his glasses in disbelief, and was shocked. A great gathering of legendary Pokemon? Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Groudon, Kyogre, Kyurem, hey, everyone wake up! Xiaoji shouted. It's useless. Balza frowned. They are affected by Shadow Hoopa's anger and have been controlled. With so many legendary Pokemon, what should we do? Eureka hid behind her brother nervously. The Zygarde core on her backpack also opened its eyes and watched the scene, hesitating whether to protect Eureka and the others. Serena looked puzzled, but aren't Giratina and Groudon the Pokemon of Motor Mask? Why can they be controlled? Hearing this, Xiaoji immediately turned his head and looked at Naoki. He had visited Naoki Ranch before, and had fought against the King of Plenty, Budcrest there. After that, a masked man fought a battle with a group of legendary Pokemon and Arceus, protecting the Sinnoh region. And the great hero happened to have a Bud Crest in his hand. Naoki's eyelids jumped. Wow, Hoopa summoned half of the legendary Pokemon in his ranch. In the sky, Hoopa's rough and hoarse voice roared loudly. Hoopa, the strongest. As it finished speaking, the Pokemon on both sides attacked Golden and the Great Hero Expedition team at the same time. Dialga's Spacetime Roar, Giratina's Shadow Ball, Palkia's Subspace Slash, Kyurem's Ice Beam, Groudon's Smoke Spray, Kyogre's Root Wave. The 6 legendary Pokemon attacked at the same time, and a terrifying energy wave suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, as if the space was about to be torn apart. Golden and Mew tried to resist, but even they were defeated in such a powerful attack. Finally, they were knocked down into the desert, causing a violent explosion. Countless sand flew into the sky, and a terrifying sandstorm was set off around. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, and the sand entered their mouths. Zytron couldn't help coughing. Galton! Naoki frowned, and he glanced at the scene above. Now was not the time to hide his identity. He turned his head to look at Hoopa, who was stunned, and shouted, Hoopa! Hoopa woke up as if from a dream. Hoopa is here. Listen carefully. We will also summon helpers. Naoki continued. Lugia, the god of the sea, Rayquaza, the god of the sky, the king of abundance, the king of the bud, the Phoenix King, and Latias and Latios. Hoopa got it. The golden halo on Hoopa's body also emerged automatically, floating in the air and growing larger. A blue light emerged, accompanied by a melodious cry, and a beautiful figure spread its wings and flew out. It was the sea god Lugia. The green light flashed, and Rayquaza's dark figure rushed out closely behind. Following closely behind was the reliable figure of the Bud Crown King. His whole body exuded a faint blue light, and his majestic eyes swept over everyone, with a smile on his face. The golden and red light flashed at the same time. The Phoenix King arrived before the people arrived, and its crisp cry resounded through the sky. The auspicious figure flew out immediately. The last to arrive were the 2 Latias and Latios brothers and sisters that Xiaoji had met in the water city of Altamare. Balza and Mayali were completely stunned when they saw this scene, because the development of the matter had completely exceeded their expectations. But soon, the brother and sister reacted. Balza looked at the broken pot of punishment and quickly said to everyone, the most important thing now is to repair the pot of punishment. Only in this way can we really stop all this. But repairing the pot of punishment requires 3 energy sources: water, fire and ground. At this time, Where can we find these Pokemon? Mayali was a little worried. My frog is a water Pokemon, it can help. Shuji took out a Pokeball from his arms. My long-tailed fox is a fire-type Pokemon. Serena also raised her hand. I know someone who can help with ground-type Pokemon. Eureka also said. Under her guidance, Hoopa quickly summoned a sand hippo with the aura. Shioji handed the Pokeball of frog to Serena. I leave the repair of the punishment pot to you, Mr. Naoki, and I will stop it here. Be careful. Serena couldn't help but say. It's too late, hurry up. Balza took out the Pokeball of the warrior eagle, and then the others rode on the rented flying taxi and rushed to the desert tower in Desert City. Soon, only Naoki and Xiaoji were left in the desert. Hoopa is the strongest. Seeing this scene, Shadow Hoopa let out an angry roar. It commanded the 6 legendary Pokemon around it to rush towards the guys summoned by Hoopa on the opposite side. Original Return Groudon vs Rayquaza. Kyogre the Primal Return vs Lugia. Giratina vs Ho-Oh. Kyurem vs Gulton. And Bud Crest alone faced the twin gods of time and space. A great war is about to begin. Shadow Hoopa looked at this scene with satisfaction. Next, it was time to make that little guy disappear. He twisted his huge body and rushed towards Xiaoji and Hoopa. Seeing this scene, Naoki frowned. Latios, protect Xiaoji and Hoopa. As he spoke, Naoki looked at the Bud Crest, and realizing that he was not yet in his perfect form, he shouted, Hoopa, summon the Snowbringer. Snowbringer? Hoopa got it. Hoopa reached into the golden halo. Hoopa scoop! The next second, the figure of the Snowbringer appeared from the halo. Latias and Latios also flew to Xiaoji's side, motioning him to ride on them. Well, I leave it to you. Xiaoji jumped on quickly. Mew, Baby Bear, Zapdos and Victini also followed to protect Xiaoji and Hoopa. Hold on, there is no need to fight it, give me some time, I will help you, Naoki said. Hearing this, Xiaoji was slightly stunned, then his heart was excited and he nodded vigorously. Yeah. As expected of Mr. Naoki. This sounds so safe. Latias, let's go! Latias made a cry and flew into the sky with Xiaoji. Shadow Hoopa followed closely behind, chasing after them. Seeing that Xiaoji would not be in danger for a while, Naoki turned his attention to the battle of the gods in front of him. The terrifying energy was flying all over the sky, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by the violent energy, as if it could not withstand the energy of those legendary Pokemon. This scene was no longer a war that ordinary people could get involved in. Naoki took a deep breath, rode on the Blizzard Horse, and rushed to the direction of the Bud Crown King. The Bud Crest is fighting the gods of time and space alone. With nearly 100 million faith powers, he is not at a disadvantage even when facing Dialga and Palkia at the same time. Bud Crest, the Snow Horse is here! Naoki shouted and jumped off the Snow Horse. The Bud Crest flashed, and then used teleportation to ride on the Snow Horse. Help me control them. I have a way to make them regain their sanity, Naoki shouted. I understand. The Bud Crown King responded softly. He rode on a white horse, stepped on the void and galloped towards Dialga. The huge power of faith turned into pure ice energy, and finally condensed into a huge snow spear. The Bud Crown King held the snow spear, and pierced Dialga with one strike. Dialga's huge body froze in place in an instant, and it fell uncontrollably into the desert after suffering such a heavy blow. Naoki quickly ran to the front, and the Bud Crown King seemed to understand its intention. With a slight movement of its mind, it used its superpowers to instantly move Naoki to Dialga's head. Without thinking too much, Naoki put his right hand on Dialga's forehead. At the same time, Nangong Wenya's power was activated. Be good, Dialga, the bad guys are driven away. Naoki said this sentence with shame, looking at Dialga's eyes nervously. This ability was obtained from a dish he made a few years ago. Naoki still remembers the description at that time. As long as you put your right hand on the forehead of Pokemon and say this sentence to them, you can calm their anger and make them regain their sanity. And now, under Naoki's gaze, Dialga's blood-red eyes slowly regained clarity. Seeing this, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Another huge crash sounded. Naoki turned around and saw that Palkia was pierced by the snow spear of the Flower Crown King and fell to the side of Dialga. 3 minutes later, Palkia, the god of space, also regained consciousness. Naoki didn't say much to them, but immediately ran towards the direction of Gul'dan. The Bud Crown King riding on the snowstorm horse followed closely behind. His whole body suddenly released an extremely huge superpower, and forcibly controlled Kyurem. Naoki rode on Gul'dan, quickly stepped forward, and placed his right hand on Kurum's forehead. Kurum, be good, the bad guys have been driven away. The next moment, the red light in Kurum's eyes disappeared, and he woke up. It still remembered what happened when it was controlled. Seeing Naoki, Kurum said in a muffled voice, "Sorry." "It's okay, you didn't mean it." Naoki touched Kurum's head. Kurum thought of the instigator of all this, and suddenly a strong anger rose in his heart. "Go help Xiaoji and Hoopa," Naoki said. Kurum nodded his big head, then twisted his huge body, transformed into Dark Kurum, and rushed toward Shadow Hoopa. Good cooperation. Naoki sat on Guillerton, and gave a thumbs up to the Bud Crown. What he didn't expect was that the Bud Crown now possessed such a terrifying power. With just one strike, he could severely injure the gods of space and time. It turned out that his original plan to become an internet celebrity was very successful. Next, it was Giratina. Naoki rode on Gorilla, and Bud Crown rode on Snow Horse. With the help of the Ho, the group successfully controlled Giratina. Naoki walked forward and reached out to touch Giratina's forehead. "Good boy, Giratina, the bad guys are driven away." The next second, Giratina's eyes regained clarity. But what followed was immense anger. That damn Pokemon actually dared to control it. "I leave Xiaoxi to you, we rush over later," Naoki said. Giratina snorted immediately, turned around, and rushed toward Shadow Hoopa with its huge body. Next, only Groudon and Kyogre were left. In fact, the Sky God Rayquaza had absolute suppression power over these two Pokemon, not to mention that there was also a Sea God Lugia assisting on the side. When Naoki arrived there, the battle had already come to an end. With the help of a group of Pokemon, Naoki stepped forward and placed his right hand on their foreheads. After a moment, all the legendary Pokemon controlled by Shadow Hoopa regained consciousness. Then, only the last Shadow Hoopa was left. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, Xiaoji and Hoopa were riding on Latias, flying forward at a rapid speed, trying to escape Shadow Hoopa's pursuit. "Disappear!" Shadow Hoopa shouted loudly, and it mobilized a golden halo on its body, and appeared in front of Latias at a very fast speed. Latias had no time to brake, and his whole body flew into it. When it came out again, it was already in front of Shadow Hoopa. Xiaoji frowned and shouted, "Latias, mental power." Woo! Pure superpower surged around Latias, turning into a powerful telekinesis, and blasted toward Shadow Hoopa. However, for this move, Shadow Hoopa just waved his hand, and a halo appeared automatically. The spiritual power fell into the halo, and then flew out from behind Latias. Latias was hit on the spot, and Xiaoji and Hoopa were about to fall from above, and Zapdos hurried forward to catch them. Humph! Shadow Hoopa stretched out his big hand, and a large amount of seawater gushed out of the halo and poured towards the ground. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji and Hoopa subconsciously covered their eyes. But at this moment, a blue beam of light hit Shadow Hoopa, causing it to stagger and interrupting the aura's casting. Xiaoji looked up and saw the person coming, and was instantly surprised. "It's Kurum, it's awake!" Shadow Hoopa was extremely angry. Seeing Kurum rushing towards him again, he simply went all out, and sent this annoying guy back to where he came from. Almost the moment he passed through the aura, Kurum returned to the World Tree. It subconsciously turned around and wanted to fly back, but the halo disappeared out of thin air, leaving it spinning in the same place. "No one will disturb us now." Shadow Hoopa looked at Hoopa. "I am the real Hoopa, you guys disappear." As the voice fell, a purple vortex appeared behind Shadow Hoopa, and Giratina quietly emerged from the shadows and attacked it. The huge force directly caused Shadow Hoopa to fly backwards and fall heavily in the desert. "Giratina is here too." Xiaoji was very surprised. It seems that Mr. Naoki has stopped those legendary Pokemon and helped them regain their sanity. "In that case, Pikachu, let's go too." Xiaoji stood up with high morale. 100,000 volts. "Pikachu!" A bolt of lightning burst out from Pikachu and blasted toward Shadow Hoopa in the distance. Shadow Hoopa quickly summoned a halo to divert the attack. But as soon as it raised its hand, it heard a majestic voice behind it. "That's it." Shadow Hoopa turned around and saw the king of the Flower Crown riding a white horse, stepping on the void and rushing towards him with a snow spear in his hand. During the process, the figure of the king of the Flower Crown kept flashing, and he kept adjusting his position through teleportation. Almost in an instant, the king of the Flower Crown came in front of Shadow Hoopa. The huge snow spear hit it fiercely. The strong impact made Shadow Hoopa's brain blank. "Now!" Naoki took the opportunity to jump off Gulden and landed accurately on Shadow Hoopa's head. He put his hand on Shadow Hoopa's forehead. "Hoopa, Be good, the bad guys are driven away. The next second, a golden light poured into Hoopa's body from Naoki's hand. The dark purple energy that originally lingered around Shadow Hoopa quickly dissipated in all directions. Ah! Feeling the power being withdrawn, Shadow Hoopa let out a painful wail. The past is over. From now on, live a good life with everyone, Naoki said. Little Hoopa also flew over, and it looked at the big Hoopa in front of it, and Xiaoji's words before emerged in its mind. Please stop destroying it. Hoopa also wants to live in peace with Shadow. Meili, Balza, Xiaoji. Everyone in the Valley of Creation. Everyone is looking forward to Hoopa's return. You will never feel lonely again. Shadow, go home with Hoopa. After experiencing this incident, Hoopa finally understood what he really thought in his heart. A warm force flowed from Hoopa into Shadow Hoopa's body. Its memories, what it saw and heard in the Valley of Creation, and the laughter of friends and family all flowed into Shadow's body, filling the gap that had been sealed for 100 years. Shadow Hoopa was slightly startled, and then no longer resisted. It looked at Hoopa in front of it, and its huge body emitted a golden light, and then it madly flowed into little Hoopa's body. In the light, Hoopa's appearance changed rapidly, from the original punishment Hoopa to the original appearance. Hoopa finally got back his original power. Hoopa is back. Hoopa shouted excitedly, this is the real power of Hoopa, oh! Chapter 627. Pikapi. Xiaoji and Pikachu looked at this scene in disbelief. Especially Xiaoji, he was stunned in place, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. That Shadow Hoopa, and so many legendary Pokemon, were defeated so easily by Mr. Naoki? At this moment, except Kyurem, the Pokemon summoned and controlled by Shadow Hoopa also rushed over one after another. However, they did not come forward, but slowly floated on the left and right sides of Naoki, looking at what was happening here. Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, but crest on a white horse Giratina. Wow! Ash's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Mr. Naoki is indeed the mysterious masked man. Ash, you did a great job. Naoki nodded at him, and then said, thank you for your hard work, Latios. Woo! The matter was over, and the legendary Pokemon summoned by Shadow Hoopa began to embark on the road back one after another. A surge of spacetime energy surged in the sky, and two whirlpools slowly emerged. Dialga and Palkia flew into them, and returned to their own latitudes. Rayquaza nodded to Naoki, and its huge body rushed into the sky like a dragon, and soon disappeared. Giratina wanted to go back with Naoki, but seeing that Naoki seemed to have some things unfinished, it roared and turned back to the reverse world. In the end, only Giratina, Groudon and Bud Crown were left by Naoki's side. Seeing Groudon's appearance, Naoki couldn't help but twitch his lips, but still said to Hoopa, Hoopa, please send Groudon back to its original place. No problem. Leave it to Hoopa. A golden halo flew out from Hoopa, forming a huge light gate in front of Groudon. Growl walked into it, and it was relieved when it saw the familiar scene around it. Fortunately, it's back. The halo was retracted, and at this time, Mayali and Balza and his group also rushed back quickly with the finished pot of punishment. When they saw Hoopa calm down, they were stunned. Where is Shadow Hoopa? Balza tried to find him, but he couldn't find any trace of Shadow Hoopa. Mayali covered her mouth and looked at Hoopa with a grin in disbelief. Hoopa is here, Hoopa said. What on earth is going on? Selena's eyes were full of confusion. Mr. Naoki used his power to purify Shadow Hoopa's anger. Now Hoopa has regained its true power. Xiaoji explained to everyone excitedly. Mayali and Balza were stunned for a moment. Anger was purified? How did this happen? But soon, Balza reacted quickly. He looked at Naoki and thanked him seriously. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Naoki. You're welcome. Naoki turned his eyes to Hoopa again. It's not over yet. Balza was stunned. What do you mean? Although Hoopa has regained its true power, the punishment imposed on it has not been lifted, Naoki explained. Hearing this, Balza and Mayali immediately understood. Hoopa still can't pass through its own aura. Hoopa returned to the form of little Hoopa. It summoned a halo and wanted to pass through. But it seemed as if there was a layer of light film blocking it. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't pass through. Hoopa couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Seeing this, Xiaoji immediately ran forward. He hugged Hoopa and wanted to take it through. Don't give up, Hoopa. Let's work together. Hoopa was stunned for a moment. It looked at the serious Xiaoji in front of it, and then nodded its head vigorously. Yeah, Hoopa hasn't given up yet. Come on! After that, Xiaoji hugged Hoopa and rushed into the halo. But he passed through without restriction, and Hoopa was still blocked on the other side. Xiaoji still didn't give up. Since it didn't work from the other side, he would pull from this side. Hoopa, give me your hand. Xiaoji grabbed Hoopa's hand. Let's help too. Serena and Citron also ran forward. Brother, you go to the back, I help from the front. Meili said. Balza hummed, and the brother and sister came to the two sides of the halo, stretched out their hands, and the Arceus pendants hanging around their necks suddenly emitted a golden glow. The light enveloped Hoopa, trying to help it break the seal. Time passed by, and everyone gritted their teeth, trying to break the seal through brute force. After a while, Naoki sighed, walked forward and said to Hoopa, Hoopa, don't you understand the true meaning of punishment? Punishment? While exerting force, Hoopa looked at Naoki. Now that you have such a powerful force, if you return to the Valley of Creation with Mayali Balza, will you use this power to bring disaster to the Valley of Creation like you did 100 years ago? Naoki asked. Hearing this, Mayali and Balza were slightly startled. Hoopa shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Mayali and Balza are Hoopa's family. Everyone in the Valley of Creation is also very kind to Hoopa, so Hoopa will not hurt them. So you already understand? Naoki smiled slightly. Look, everyone is working hard for you, waiting for you to lift the seal, and everyone in the Valley of Creation is also waiting for you to go back and make trouble and live with you. Hoopa was stunned for a moment, and all kinds of past events emerged in his mind. Whether it was 100 years ago, or the experience in the Valley of Creation. Family. That's right, Guli's also said this to it, they are family. Mayali and Balza are also family. Everyone is waiting for it to go back. When the time comes, it will use its real power to help everyone, and it will never mess up again this time. Realizing this, Hoopa only felt that the barrier in front of him suddenly disappeared. The next second, its body magically passed through the halo. Hoopa looked at his halo with surprise. Hoopa did it. Mayali and Balza were also very excited. Great. Everyone clapped their hands to celebrate. Naoki stood not far away and watched this scene, thinking that this is indeed a world of idealism. Hoopa has his own family and friends in the Valley of Creation, and it seems unlikely that he can return to the World Tree with them. After a little thought, Naoki gave up his original plan. As for now, they should go home after finishing their work. Naoki asked Hoopa to use the halo to send himself, Golden, and the crown of the flower back to the ranch. Hoopa readily agreed. Leave it to Hoopa. Mr. Naoki, goodbye. Ash and Pikachu waved goodbye to Naoki vigorously. Keep going at the Kalos conference. Naoki smiled slightly. I will. Ash's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Naoki glanced at Eureka and Serena again. Now that the crisis of Team Flare has been resolved, Shirwan may continue to travel with Eureka. Now it seems that Eureka is also a true beast girl, as for Serena. Speaking of which, this is the first companion in the anime who has expressed his affection to Xiaoji. It's a pity that Xiaoji only knows about Pokemon battles and missed the girl's feelings. However, these are all Xiaoji's stories. Naoki retracted his gaze and looked at the expedition team. I wait for you at the ranch. Meow. Dream, Bear Baby, and Victini nodded happily. When the new year is approaching, they will go back to the ranch. Well, goodbye, everyone. Naoki nodded to everyone, then turned around and passed through the halo and returned to the ranch. Finally, Xiaoji and his team also said goodbye to Hoopa, Balza, and Mayali, and embarked on a journey to the next city where the badge is located. Hoopa, Balza, and Mayali left the desert city and returned to their hometown, the Valley of Creation. Hoopa, who had gained all the power, finally stopped messing things up. It successfully summoned rain to help Grandpa Dam irrigate the fields, and saw a happy smile on Grandpa Dam's face. It used its own power to help Grandma Mela move the goods that she couldn't move, and Grandma Mela happily gave it a lot of donuts to eat. One by one. Every time Hoopa saw the smiles on everyone's faces, he would be very happy. Mew, Victini, and Baby Bear, who came with Hoopa, were also sincerely happy for Hoopa. They originally wanted to invite Hoopa to join the Great Warrior Expedition team, but now it seems that Hoopa has his own life here. So, after staying in the Valley of Creation for a few days, Mew, Baby Bear, and Victini found Hoopa. Meow. We are leaving. Hoopa was stunned and asked quickly, Where are you going? Baby Bear replied, 1. We are the Great Warrior Expedition team, and we are going to continue our journey to help Pokemon in need all over the world. Will Hoopa see you again in the future? Hoopa asked reluctantly. Meow, of course, because he was curious about the adventures of the Great Warrior Expedition team. Hoopa slept next to Mew that night, and listened to them tell about the interesting things that happened during the trip. For example, They helped a careless Farfetch find a green onion, helped a Ninetales fulfill its wish together with Naoki, and resolve the war crisis between a rhinoceros and a desert dragonfly, helping them reconcile, and so on. Hoopa opened his eyes wide with curiosity, and listened to these words. The journey of the Great Hero Expedition team sounds so interesting. He also wants to go and play together, but the Valley of Creation still needs its help. Hoopa sighed, and his depressed look was soon discovered by Mayali. What's wrong, Hoopa? Did you encounter something unhappy? Mayali asked. Hoopa told Mayali the story of the Great Hero Expedition team. After listening, Mayali immediately understood Hoopa's thoughts. She smiled gently and said to Hoopa, if you want to go, you could also travel with Dream and the others. Hoopa looked up in disbelief, but soon, he became worried again. But if Hoopa leaves, what will happen to Mayali and Balza? Hoopa will miss Mayali and Balza, and you will miss Hoopa too, right? Mayali smiled and pointed at the halo on Hoopa. Can't you pass through the halo now? If you miss us, you can go through it anytime and anywhere, and come back to the Valley of Creation to see us. That's right. Hoopa laughed foolishly. So the next morning, when the Hero Expedition team packed up and prepared to say goodbye to Hoopa, Balza, and Mayali, they saw Hoopa following them with a lot of bags on his back. While chasing, he shouted, wait for Hoopa. Dreamlike looked over puzzledly. Meow? Are these packages parting gifts for them? But the next second, Hoopa's words made several Pokemon of the Great Warrior Expedition team stunned. Hoopa has decided to go out and play with you. Hoopa said excitedly. Mayali and Balza also agreed. Meow? Nini? The three Pokemon were extremely shocked. Baby Bear still retained his original thoughts. Meow? Meow? But if you leave, what will happen to Mayali, Balza, and everyone in the Valley of Creation? It doesn't matter. Hoopa summoned the halo on his body. As long as the halo is there, Hoopa can come back anytime and anywhere, and see Mayali and Balza anytime and anywhere. Baby Bear, Dream, Victini, I almost forgot that Hoopa has a magical halo. At this time, Balza and Mayali also came out of the house. The brother and sister looked at Hoopa, who was carrying a lot of bags, and said, be careful on the way. Hoopa knows. Hoopa smiled and waved to the two. Mayali, when Balza misses Hoopa, Hoopa will come back to see you. Mayali burst into laughter. Go ahead, have fun. Yeah. Hoopa nodded vigorously. It was getting late, and they should set off. After saying their final goodbyes, Mew, Baby Bear, Victini, and Hoopa boarded the Zapdos and left the Valley of Creation, flying in a farther direction. A brand new journey awaited them ahead. October 15th, 2003, Alliance Calendar Winter. After autumn, a new round of cooling began in the Padia West region. The gym tour has come to an end, and gym leaders from all over the country have begun to take vacations one after another. The Alliance Conference is about to be held. Chishu also took a vacation. While it hasn't snowed yet, Naoki began to plan to go to the Alola region for the winter. The Pokemon in the ranch are also fine. The ranch he bought in the Alola region has complete facilities, and a large open grassland for the Pokemon to run. For the Mount Goat and the Saltstone Giant, it's just a change of place. Naoki has already said to Zack that he plans to take his family and Pokemon to the warm Alola for the winter this year and temporarily stop shipping. Now Xiaoshu is 10 months old. After a month of practice, she can clearly call out the two names of Dad and Mom. Next is the critical period of the child's growth, learning to stand. The weather in Padilla is cold, and the child can only stay in the living room if he wants to move around. In comparison, the Alola region is more suitable. The open grassland and warm and comfortable climate are not only suitable for Pokemon, but also for Xiaoshu to practice standing and explore the world. Thinking of this, Naoki had an idea in his mind. It's decided to set off to the Alola region to spend the winter the day after tomorrow. Chapter 628. That afternoon, Naoki and Kishu started packing their luggage. Kishu was full of longing for the southern-style Alola region. Wow, I've never been to the Alola region. While packing Xiaoshu's clothes and Pokemon's toys, she excitedly said, Golden Beach, beautiful sea, Kishu is coming. Naoki laughed and said, is it so novel? Can't you see the beach and the sea in Yangwang City? It feels different. Chishu's eyes lit up. I heard that Alola is a region made up of several islands, and there are many local Pokemon everywhere on the beach. Ah. Sister Ai Guancher also looked envious. By the way, it and its brother have never seen the sea since they were born. Although there is also a sea in Ziqing Town, it can only be called a small beach. Whether in terms of scale or anything else, it is far inferior to those special beaches. During the days when he ran the Pokemon Tavern, he often heard the Pokemon guests talking about the beauty and magnificence of the sea. For this reason, his sister AI Butler secretly asked Rotom to help him search for videos related to the sea through his mobile phone. And now, they finally have the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. Hee, see? My sister is looking forward to it as much as I am, Chishu said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Naoki also showed a smile on his face. It turned out that his decision was correct to make the Pokemon happy. The other Pokemon in the ranch were also looking forward to this trip. Especially Motor Lizard, after hearing that the temperature there was very warm and Pokemon could run among the flowers even in the cold winter, it began to fantasize about life in the Alola region last night. The second happiest ones were the goats. In the winter in the Padilla region, the vegetation on the ground will dry up, and will not grow again until the next spring. In the Alola region, fertile and tender green grass grows all year round, so there is no need to worry about not being able to eat fresh grass. Not to mention braided sheep, milk can, butterfree, beetle, Psyduck and the others. The only one who was a little unhappy was Snowbring. When Naoki was feeding it, he heard the horse snorting a few times in dissatisfaction. As an ice attribute Pokemon, it had finally waited for winter to return to its own ice and snow kingdom, but Naoki wanted to take it to a place without ice and snow. This made Snowbring very angry. Ice hiss. Naoki, don't want to go to the Alola region? Naoki couldn't help asking. Snowbring snorted again, indicating that it was right. It's not impossible, Naoki said, but if that happens, you will be the only Pokemon left in the ranch. At that time, even Gravedog, Magmorm, and Snorlax will have to move there with them. As for the hens, Naoki sent them to the chicken coop on the World Tree and handed them over to Babu Tubo's parents to help take care of them. Ice hiss. Snowball was eager to do so. It thought that it would be quieter this way, and it would be the only Pokemon left in the ranch. It was Snowball, the king who ruled the entire ranch. Well then, Naoki thought about it, and finally respected Snowball's idea. If that's the case, I just happen to have another favor to ask of you. Snowball looked at him. Ice? Naoki, if we're not here, the ranch will be in your care. If there are wild Pokemon that need help and break in, you can share the food in the warehouse with them. If there are Pokemon that come to destroy the facilities in the ranch or steal things, I also need your help to stop them. Ice. No problem. Snowstorm agreed on the spot. As the king of the ranch, it will of course guard its territory. Naoki, In this way, Naoki has finalized the candidates for the Alola region. Except for Snowstorm, all the staff in the ranch will go together. Today, Naoki and the Pokemon packed their luggage in the ranch all day. And the next day, Naoki began to deal with the things left over from this year in the Padilla region. For example, the winter vacation issue of Blueberry Academy. The schools in the Pokemon world also have various holidays, including summer vacation and winter vacation. Today is Naoki's last class for the children at Blueberry Academy. After the class, the students of the academy also ushered in the winter vacation. Early in the morning, Naoki went to Blueberry Academy. In the last class, Naoki did not teach the children any more courses, but talked to them about their future dreams. In the classroom, Naoki stood on the podium, looking at the young and bright faces below, and said with a smile, "Today is my last class for everyone." The students opened their eyes wide, and then showed reluctance. "Ah? Of course, only this year," Naoki added. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "We won't have this class. I plan to talk to you about dreams. I know that everyone here is a trainer, but life in the academy is not everything in your life. I want to ask, do you have any dreams in the future?" Naoki asked with a smile. Dreams? The students in their seats were stunned. But soon, a student raised his hand excitedly. "Kazumi, please speak." Naoki motioned the girl to stand up. Kazumi's eyes were burning. "I want to be the best Pokemon trainer in the world." "It's a great dream." Naoki nodded and said, "But in that case, you have to first select a region to collect 8 gym badges, participate in the league competition and win the championship, then challenge the 4 kings, defeat the local champion, participate in the world championship and win the 8 masters. This journey is very long. I will try my best." Kazumi was full of fighting spirit. Some people started the conversation, and others raised their hands one after another, telling their dreams in class. Some people wanted to become the best trainer in the world, some wanted to become breeders, and some wanted to become coordination trainers, like Mikoli, and participate in the grand tournament. Some even wanted to become ranchers like him, run a ranch with Pokemon, and live a peaceful life there together. Looking at the faces full of expectations for the future, Naoki nodded gently. Everyone, let's work hard together. At noon, Naoki rode Gulton back to the ranch. The matter of Blueberry Academy was over, and it was Dragonite's turn to take a vacation. When the last working Dragonite flew back from outside, Naoki hung a sign on the shop to suspend business, and then said to a large group of Dragonites resting in the ranch, "Everyone, this is the end of this year. The weather will cool down later. It will snow outside, and the river will freeze. It will become very cold by then. So before the arrival of next spring, let's take a good rest on Dragon Island. The temperature inside the World Tree is constant, especially the layer where Dragonite Island is located. Even in the coldest season, it is always warm as spring. For the working Dragonites, it is the best place to spend the winter." The working Dragonites looked at Naoki eagerly. Some were happy, some were expectant, and some were sad. Naoki, Could those Dragonites be sad because they can't work? Naoki's eyelids twitched. He asked the Dragonites to wait here for a while, then turned around and took out the Baofeng and Energy Cube combo set meal that he had prepared early. Awoo! When Naoki came out, the eyes of all the working Dragonites lit up. "I knew you were waiting for this." Naoki couldn't help laughing and said, "I stayed up late these few days to make this for you. It took several days to make it. Each bag is filled with energy cubes and Baofeng, enough for you to eat for a long time. These bags are space backpacks with a large storage space that can hold many items." Naoki made some by himself and ordered a large number of Baofeng from the shopping app. These are the year-end bonuses he prepared specifically for the Dragonites. Each Dragonite can receive a space backpack. As he expected, the Dragonites were all very happy when they saw these energy cubes. Some outgoing Dragonites even ran over and hugged him. Naoki was almost unable to breathe when surrounded by a group of Dragonites. He quickly said, Okay, you've worked so hard for so long. Let's take these delicious foods back to Dragonite Island to spend the winter." Awoo! The Dragonites finally let go of their hands, stood on the grass and waved goodbye to Naoki, then turned and flew towards the World Tree. For them, being able to work in Naoki's ranch is simply the happiest thing in the world. They only need to fly a few times a day to get a large bag of energy cubes. More importantly, Naoki often gives them holidays. With so many Dragonites working in turn, if you calculate carefully, each Dragonite only works for a few hours a day. Not to mention that some Dragonites occasionally slacked off, and Naoki never blamed them. Sometimes Dragonites would meet Pokemon from other delivery companies on the road. For example, Longwing Gull, Toucan, Pidgeot, etc. They would also gather together to chat. Those Pokemon who had to work long hours every day and deliver goods even in winter expressed envy after hearing about the treatment of Dragonites. Some Toucan even asked about the location of Naoki's ranch, and it seemed that they also planned to come here to apply for a job. However, they have not reached the ranch yet, and we don't know if they are lost or what happened. After all, they don't have Rotom phones, and it is possible to get lost in the vast ocean. Not only Dragonites, but also netizens from various regions have a lot to say about the business hours of the Treehouse shop. However, their feelings are completely opposite to those of Dragonites. They can accept that the shop opens at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m., but why does the entire shop have to close for 3 months every winter? Netizens were so angry that they couldn't buy fresh milk and vegetables from the store at Naoki Ranch for 3 months. Some netizens who wanted to see cute Dragonites every day were even more so, because seeing such cute Pokemon every day would make people feel better. But now, Dragonite Express has been closed for 3 months. In order to buy things from Naoki Ranch and to see cute Dragonites every day, netizens have posted petitions on the internet. They called on Treehouse not to close for so long, and it would be better to open every day. Some supporters even ran to Chishu's live broadcast room, wanting her to persuade Chishu. When Chishu learned about this, it was already evening. He thought about it, and then posted an announcement in the ranch store. "Shopkeeper, thank you very much for the support of all netizens, but the Dragonites also have their own lives. In such a cold season in winter, they have to risk delivering goods in the blizzard. How pitiful. You know, the ice attribute is still restrained by Dragonite. I feel heartbroken when I think of Dragonite delivering goods in the severe cold. So in order to let the Dragonite deliverymen get a good rest, our store will stop operating in winter." Seeing this, some netizens who like Pokemon like Dragonite immediately sympathized with Dragonite and expressed their understanding of Naoki's behavior. But this announcement is not over yet. Everyone looked down. However, our store has a good news to announce. Starting from next spring, our store will officially open 3 major routes in Kalos, Alola, and Galar. Please look forward to it. As soon as this was said, netizens in these 3 regions immediately cheered. Finally, only netizens from Kanto and Johto regions said that Naoki Ranch discriminated against them. So many regions have open routes. Why not their routes? In response, Naoki hasn't said anything yet, but netizens from other regions can't sit still. Don't you know why it's not unlocked? I'm from Kalos, and recently I saw 2 people with a Meowth calling themselves Team Rocket, trying to snatch a boy's Pikachu. It's terrible. It's so fair here. I can't imagine what it would be like in your Kanto region. Kanto people, Sakaki, If this continues, these people might band together to launch a petition, asking the Kanto Alliance to thoroughly investigate Team Rocket. But Team Rocket is currently in a critical stage of transformation into a large listed company. Since the failure of the Storm Plan, he has been acting more and more low-key. If this continues, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among those guys, and then they will send out annoying investigators to investigate. After a little thought, Sakaki gave instructions to Manitorai. Give orders to those people to be more restrained. There is no need to capture some weak Pokemon. Also, let them capture as many rare and powerful Pokemon as possible from the wild, and stop snatching them from trainers. Makoto, yes. The next morning, after finishing all the chores on the ranch, Naoki hugged Xiaoshu, and the family prepared to set off for the Alola region. Before leaving, Naoki found Snowbrook and said to it, Snowbrook, I ask you to take care of the ranch for a while. We will be back in about 3 months. Blizzard Horse snorted excitedly. He was very happy when he thought that he would be the only Pokemon left in the ranch, and he could become the unique horse king here. Ice Hiss. I have planted a lot of ice radishes in the field. I also asked the goats to ripen a large number of ice radishes in the warehouse yesterday. It is enough for you to eat during this period. If it is not enough, remember to contact us with Rotom Phone. I will come to plant it for you again when the time comes. Naoki said. Ice Hiss. The snow horse nodded again. Seeing this, Naoki smiled and turned to leave the ranch, going to Alola for the winter. Except for Gulton, all the other Pokemon in the ranch have been put into Pokeballs. So many Pokemon need to be filled up to fill a space backpack. This time, Naoki did not plan to ride Gulton from the reverse world. That would be too fast, and it might be a bit unbearable for Xiaoshu. To be safe, the family of 3 finally chose to take a more comfortable and fast plane. Naoki had booked several first-class tickets a few days in advance. There was a private room there, which was big enough for the 3 of them and Gulton to rest. The distance between the Padilla region and the Alola region was not too far. If you take a plane, you can arrive in about 3 hours. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the family of 3 boarded the plane with Gulton. Chishu looked through the porthole at the land below, which was getting farther and farther away. Gradually, the land was left behind, replaced by a sparkling blue ocean. Above his head was a clear blue sky, and several long-winged gulls flapped their wings and were overtaken by the plane. Chishu looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window excitedly and cheered. Alola, here we come. Chapter 629. At 11 a.m., the plane landed at Mele Island Airport. As soon as Naoki got off the plane with Xiaoshu in his arms, he felt his whole body getting warmer. As expected, the climate in the Alola region is like spring all year round. Fortunately, their family made preparations early and changed their thick clothes on the plane. Let's go back to the ranch first. It's noon. Everyone should be hungry, Chishu said. That's what I meant. Naoki nodded, and the 2 did not stay in Houle City for long. They rode Gulton and flew towards Akala Island. After about 10 minutes, a western-style country town appeared in front of us. Chishu was very surprised. This feeling is like the western area where cowboys are active in old movies. Really? Chishu smiled and said, I felt the same way when I first came here. It feels completely different from the Padilla area. We are almost there. After passing through Ohana town, we came to a very open plain in front of us. Fertile grass grew on the plain, a small river meandered through it, and scattered pastures were scattered all over the plain. Looking from above, we could see many Pokemon running on the grass. The place ahead is where we will stay this winter. Naoki pointed to an empty pasture in the distance and said to Chishu. It feels empty. Chishu couldn't help but say, and Naoki smiled slightly. It will be lively soon. Before Gillerton landed in the pasture, Naoki saw a dark-skinned boy standing on the grass in the pasture and waving at them vigorously. That was Kachi, who Naoki hired to help clean the pasture regularly. Kachi seemed very happy. He waved and shouted loudly, Mr. Naoki. Long time no see, Kachi. How are you doing recently? Naoki got off Golden and asked with a smile. Well, I'm doing great. Next year, I go to Pokemon school. Kachi said. Next year is the year when Xiaoji comes to travel in the Alola region. By then, Ultra Beasts will also start to appear everywhere in the Alola region. Naoki's expression did not change, and he smiled and said, "Congratulations." Seeing Kachi's eyes cast on Chishu and Xiaoshu, he introduced again, "This is my wife, Chishu." "Hello, Miss Chishu." Kachi greeted calmly. Chishu also responded with a smile. "Hello, Kachi." "Oh, I almost forgot to deliver milk." Kachi suddenly remembered that he still had things to do, and he hurriedly said goodbye to the two. "Mr. Naoki, I'm leaving first, and I come to visit you later when I have time." After that, Kachi jumped onto the back of the Charizard next to him, waved to Naoki, and soon disappeared into the sky. "It's Kachi." Naoki looked at Kachi's back in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head helplessly, then took off his space backpack and took out a number of Pokeballs from it. "Everyone, come out!" With a flash of white light, the figures of Pokemon appeared on the grass. Motor Lizard, Babu Groundhog, Frost Milkman, Miltank, Butterfree Mount Goat, Saltstone Giant, Dragonite, 3 bees, Abed brother and sister. Chishu followed closely, and released Frog and others from the Pokeball. Looking at the group of Pokemon in front of him, Naoki said to them, like a head of the family, "We are here. This is where we have been living for a while. You should get familiar with the surrounding environment first, but don't run around. I am going to clean the house now." The Pokemon looked around curiously. The Ibuta brother and sister happily said that they would also go over to help. "Housekeeping is what they are best at," Naoki said with a smile. "Then I leave it to you." The brother and sister entered the house and started cleaning. The rest of the Pokemon began to explore this new ranch. After giving some instructions, Naoki handed the little tree to the 3 holy beasts, who followed him, and then took the strange tree to the room to sort out the things. They didn't bring too many things this time, only some clothes and daily necessities. But it was not until now that Naoki realized that there were a lot of things missing at home. Like washing machines, pots and pans, various seasonings. There are so many things missing. Chishu looked around and couldn't help saying, "There's no other way. I can only go to the town to buy it this afternoon." Chishu said, "It's just right to buy some crop seeds." The climate in the Alola region is warm and humid all year round, with abundant rainfall. Because of this, some unique crops that are not found in the Padilla region grow here. Like coconut trees, guava, mango, banana, pineapple, coffee beans, sugar cane. Coffee beans can be used to make coffee, and sugar cane can be used to make sugar. These specialties of the Alola region are often sold to other places. When Naoki walked out of the house, he saw that the group of Pokemon outside had found their favorite residences. The milkmans gathered on the pasture to eat fresh and lush grass, the braided sheep and the mount goats went to the fence where the melee sheep lived, and the spirit horse swung its tail, and went to the stable where the mud donkey lived. The rest of the Pokemon were also playing happily on the grass, looking very happy. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but think, sure enough, his idea of moving here to spend the winter was very correct. At noon, Naoki and his wife had a simple meal, and then fed the Pokemon some pre-made energy cubes and Pofin, and let them stay in the ranch to play. He and Chishu went to the town to buy daily necessities. Although Ohana town is small, the things sold here are very complete. Maybe because there are many ranches around, Naoki easily bought ranch items here. Like pitchforks, watering cans, saws, milking machines, wooden barrels for milk, crop seeds, etc. But some other daily necessities are hard to buy here. The couple decided to go to Howell City on the neighboring Melamil Island. It is the largest city in the Alola region, with tourists coming and going from all over the world. It must be very busy, and the things sold must be very complete. After sending the purchase sundries back to the ranch, the two immediately rode Golden and Dragonite to Melamil Island. Howell City is bustling with people coming and going, and there are tourists coming here from all over the world. Naoki did not stay here for long, but went straight to the department store in the city center and started to buy a lot of things. Things like washing machines, TVs, microwaves, frying pans, juicers, ovens, bedding, etc. Naoki even bought a set of matching garden chairs, which he reserved for afternoon tea at the Crown of Buds. Naoki walked in front, and the saleswoman followed behind to take notes. Department stores of this level do not have to worry about not being able to carry the goods. Their service is first class. As long as you pay a small fee, they will send the goods you bought back to your home safely. Naoki didn't lack money, so he chose the delivery service. The location was the ranch on Akala Island. Okay, We will start packing and sending these items immediately. The saleswoman wrote down the address and politely arranged the delivery staff. After everything was done, time unknowingly came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two walked on the street, and Chishu asked, "Do you want to go home? Let's go to the beach." Naoki smiled and said, "Aren't you always thinking about the authentic beach in the Alola region?" "Yeah." Chishu was very excited. Aola City is a real seaside city. Walking in the city, you can feel the sea breeze. Going in the direction of the wind, you can see a golden beach in a short while. Looking out, you can see a sparkling, endless blue sea. Above your head is a clear blue sky. Several long-winged gulls fly from afar and stop on a tall coconut tree to rest. The warm sea breeze blew over. It must be said that the climate in the Alola region is really pleasant. Looking at the scene, Chishu's eyes flashed with a strange look. "It's so beautiful." She suddenly noticed a beautiful sand castle on the beach and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, who built that castle with sand? It's so beautiful." Naoki glanced at it and said helplessly, "That's the Sand Castle Lord." The Sand Castle Lord felt someone approaching and immediately turned around and slipped away. "Hey, let's build a sand castle too." Chishu's eyes lit up, as if he had regained his old quirky nature. Chishu thought it was a child's game, and it was okay to bring Xiaoshu to play, but looking at Chishu's expression, he did not say anything about it, but said, "You know what? You look exactly the same as when I first met you, quirky and full of energy." Chishu understood what he meant and said with a smile, "People always change, and my mother always told me to be more mature and sensible, so I started to try to be a gentle mother." "What's the result?" Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked, "How do you feel?" Chishu wanted to say that everything was great, but seeing Naoki's look, she immediately changed her words and said, "I'm so tired." Naoki was very helpless. "Actually, you don't have to change deliberately. I like you no matter what you look like." "Really?" Chishu's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a good idea. Naoki suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "What do you want to do?" Chishu smiled, then leaned close and whispered something in his ear. Naoki's face immediately turned red, and he took a step back and said, "The Pokemon are still here." Chishu showed a quirky smile. She looked at Golden, who was looking at them with a puzzled look on her face, and invited him with a smile. "Golden, let's build a sand castle together." The couple did not play on the beach for too long, mainly because there were a group of Pokemon and small trees waiting for them at home. Therefore, after Chishu and Golden built an ugly sand castle, they began to embark on the road back to Akala Island. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Naoki returned to the ranch. The items he bought at the department store had been delivered by several monsters. After installing and debugging the home appliances, the monster workers turned around and left. Naoki began to tidy up the bedding and mattress at home. After making the bed, he went to put the set of garden chairs in a corner of the ranch. The Bud Crown King floated aside, smiling at everything Naoki did for him. "Okay, you can drink tea here from now on. We will stay here for 3 months and return to the ranch next spring," Naoki said. The Bud Crown King nodded slightly. "I like it here very much." Naoki smiled. "That's good." In the evening, Chishu prepared some simple dinner with the ingredients purchased from Ohana Town. After dinner, the two settled the Pokemon in the ranch and went to bed early to rest. They were busy cleaning up all day today, and this ranch finally looked a bit like home. The next morning, the sun was shining and the weather was very good. All the things that should be done have been done. The next step is to enjoy life and spend this cold winter here. However, Naoki, who has been a rancher, can't sit still. After breakfast, he took out the crop seeds he bought in Ohana Town and prepared to reclaim the abandoned field and plant crops. First, it would be a pity to leave it abandoned, and second, Naoki also wanted to grow some tropical fruits and vegetables for himself. Using these unfamiliar ingredients, maybe he can make some magical dishes to help a Pokemon on the ranch grow. Naoki found the three-eared rat and asked it to help him till the land. Squeak! The three-eared rat responded and then drilled into the soil. A bulge appeared on the ground, and then the bulge began to move quickly. The originally hard and compact soil soon became soft under the power of the three-eared rat. After the whole farmland was tilled, Naoki took out the seeds he had prepared in advance. At this time, his sister Ai Guancher used her superpowers to help Xiaoshu stand and float towards this side. Float. Came over. Dad. Naoki turned around and asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" Hold. Xiaoshu uttered a word vaguely. Dad is farming. Having said that, Naoki still held Xiaoshu in his arms, and then looked at his sister Ai Guancher. Leave this to me, you go and have a rest. Ah. Naoki put Xiaoshu on the ground, let her lean on his arms, took out the seeds, and asked, "Do you want to farm with Dad?" Xiaoshu cheered, "Ah." Naoki, what a silly girl. Come, Dad will teach you how to farm. Naoki held Xiaoshu's hand and guided her to take out a seed from the bag. First, dig a hole of suitable depth in the field, then throw the seed in and cover it with soil. Then, you have to ask your grass-type Pokemon to use the energy of grass to help cultivate and take care of the seeds buried in the ground. Naoki looked at the goat and nodded. One of the goats came forward, and the next second, a strong green light burst out from its body, and then poured madly into the place where Naoki had just buried the seeds. Then, a magical scene happened. A young seedling suddenly broke through the soil. "Look, the seeds have sprouted," Naoki said with a smile. The little tree looked at the seeds, and then suddenly began to clap happily. "This is just the beginning," Naoki continued. "Watch carefully, don't blink." As the grass energy from the goat continued to pour in, the seedling seemed to sense something and immediately began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its branches continued to extend and grow until it grew to a height of 15 meters. Large leaves grew on the top of the tree, and a cluster of large and plump fruits hung among the leaves. The coconut tree has grown. Wow! Xiaoshu was attracted by this scene. She looked up, as if she was shocked by this magical sight. Naoki smiled and pinched her little face. "Look, the tree has grown. Isn't Pokemon amazing?" At the same time, in a corner of Akala Island, a Pokemon with a black upper body and dark pink tentacle-like hair, and half a pink shell on the lower body, and the top of the head seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned around and looked in a certain direction. What it felt just now was the breath of natural energy, such a rich natural energy. That was a breath that Tapu Butterfly had never felt before. What exactly happened? Tapu Butterfly was puzzled. Chapter 630. Kapu Daidai, the patron saint of Akala Island, is considered by the locals to be the embodiment of nature. Whether it is it or other island patron saints, they are particularly sensitive to natural energy. After sensing the emergence of that energy, Kapu deity's figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and chased after the source of energy. The next second, its figure appeared above a grassland next to Ohana town. This seems to be an abandoned pasture, but on this abandoned land, new life is slowly growing. Tapu Choche looked closely, and saw a group of Pokemon with strong auras, and several humans with rich natural energy on the land. Choche. That is. Tapu Choche looked at the scene in disbelief. It had never seen humans like that before. Where did they come from? With doubts, Tapu Choche began to observe the other party. Naoki below did not notice that his actions attracted the local guardian god Tapu Choche. After seeing the coconut trees grow, Xiaoshu clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes emitting a glow of admiration. "Wow! This is just the beginning," Naoki said to her. "Watch out." He grabbed a handful of seeds and threw them on the ground in front of him. Then, the goats activated their power. A large amount of rich grass energy gushed out from their bodies and poured into the seeds. The next second, a magical scene appeared. The whole field burst into a dazzling green light, and in the light, seedlings broke out of their shells and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. They continued to grow taller and taller, and in almost the blink of an eye, a coconut grove full of fruits appeared in front of Xiaoshu. This magical scene immediately attracted Xiaoshu's full attention. She exclaimed, raised her head, and stared at the scene blankly. Xiaoshu smiled slightly and asked, "How is it? Daddy is awesome, right?" But Xiaoshu suddenly stretched out her tender little hand, pointed to the sky and said, "Wow! Is there something in the sky?" Naoki looked in the direction of her finger, and the next second, he saw a pink figure there. "Is that Tapu Chocho?" Naoki was slightly stunned. How could it appear here? Seeing that she was discovered, Tapu Chocho did not panic at all, but took the initiative to approach and came in front of Naoki and Xiaoshu. Naoki was a little alert. He stood up, held Xiaoshu in his arms, and looked at Tapu Cleaver from a distance. If he remembered correctly, the character of Pokemon like Tapu Cleaver was innocent, but it also had a cruel side. Its favorite game was fighting, but because it had strong strength, if the opponent's Pokemon was not strong enough, it would beat the opponent to the point of death. And its personality was not very gentle. In the anime, when Tapu Cleaver saw that Xiaoshu's rock dog was injured, it tried to treat it with its own scale powder. But after discovering that his scale powder had no effect on the rock dog's injuries, Kaputet immediately became very angry, and even randomly attacked Gladion and Lizzie's maned rock wolf next to him. In summary, Kaputet's temperament is somewhat unstable. Naoki was afraid that if either he or Xiaoshu did not meet Kaputet's wishes, it would make it angry. However, the scene in front of him was far beyond his expectations. Instead of being angry, Kaputet looked very happy. It circled around the coconut grove, then cast its gaze towards the three goats not far away, and made a sound of excitement. Dai. Naoki was slightly startled. Dai flew back into the air, and began to dance around the pasture. Then, waves of scales shimmering with light pink light floated from its body. This dreamy and beautiful scene made Xiaoshu exclaim wow. At this moment, Naoki reacted instantly. That's Tapu Cleaver's scale powder. It is said that Tapu Cleaver's scale powder can revitalize the body, and has the effect of healing injuries and diseases, which is of great benefit to humans and Pokemon. So, is Tapu Cleaver blessing us? Worried, Naoki couldn't help but apologize for his bad guess just now. Thank you, Tapu Cleaver, he said loudly to Tapu Cleaver in the sky. Cleaver. Xiaoshu tried hard to imitate his father's words. The Tapu butterfly in the sky seemed very happy. It glanced at the two people below, then turned around and left happily. What happened? Chishu came out of the house late. The island guardian of Akala Island was attracted by the natural energy emitted by the goat when it ripened the crops. Naoki explained. Island guardian? Chishu was very surprised. Naoki nodded. It must be the legendary Pokemon living in this area. There are 4 large islands in the Alola region, and each island has a guardian god. They appear and disappear mysteriously, and live with humans on this land. That sounds amazing. Chishu's eyes lit up. Naoki thought that compared to that existence, the Tapu family was just a small role. Ultimate Necrozma, the glorious god of the Alola region, its ability almost surpassed all the legendary Pokemon, and its strength was raised to an astonishing level. It is said that in the entire Pokemon world, only Arceus can be on par with it. Of course, this is limited to Arceus's clones. Okay, let Mom play with you for a while. Dad is going to plant the remaining seeds in the ground. Naoki handed the little tree to Chishu's arms, then turned around and began to plant the remaining fields. He currently has seeds of 6 crops, namely guava, mango, banana, pineapple, coffee beans and sugarcane. Coffee beans are not a rare item. Naoki also planted some in the ranch before. He also used coffee beans to make hand-ground coffee, but most of them were sold to Aoki, and he didn't use them much. As for the coconut trees that I just planted, as well as the guavas, mangoes, bananas, pineapples, etc. in my hands, these are all tropical fruits. It is very good to plant them for Gillardin to taste. Thinking of this, Naoki began to plan the layout of the orchard. The coconut trees are tall and will block the sunlight, so they must be separated from other fruit trees by a certain distance. In this case, let's do it this way. Bananas are planted next to pineapples, and mangoes are planted next to guavas. With the help of several Pokemon, it didn't take long for lush fruit trees to grow in the fields. The branches of each fruit tree were full of plump and heavy fruits. Golden bananas and pineapples, emerald green guavas, pink mangoes, and green coconuts. If other people saw the scene, they would definitely exclaim a miracle. At noon that day, Naoki used these tropical fruits to prepare a sumptuous fruit feast for everyone. Coconut juice, coconut meat, and coconut milk. Even Xiaoshu, who had just passed the weaning period, drank a large cup in one breath. In the afternoon, Naoki had nothing to do, so he simply moved a few sun loungers from home and placed them in the ranch to enjoy the afternoon sunshine in the Alola region. Blue sky, white clouds, wind blowing through the grassland, warm weather, endless fruits. This kind of vacation life is really relaxing. Lying on the beach chair, Naoki, who had been busy all morning, felt his eyelids fighting wildly, and finally fell into a deep sleep. If nothing unexpected happens, they will spend the whole winter this year in this environment. However, sometimes accidents always come so unexpectedly. That night, a tropical storm passed by, bringing a lot of precipitation. Naoki was sleeping when he suddenly heard a rush of rain outside. The wind blew the window, and the rain splashed into the room from outside, and a hint of coolness spread. Naoki woke up suddenly. It's raining! Huh? Chishu woke up from her sleep in a daze. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Naoki get out of bed and close the window. Suddenly, the rain was isolated outside the window. Chishu sat up from the bed and looked at the rain outside the window. Naoki thought of the group of Pokemon in the ranch, and quickly put on his clothes and shoes, and said to Chishu, I go call Butterfree in. Gulton and Babu Tubo were awakened by their noise, and opened their eyes. Agassi? You guys continue to sleep. Naoki touched Gulton's head and said to them, "I go call everyone to the room." Agassi. Bamo. Naoki hurried downstairs. Babutubo opened the window and looked at the rainy night outside. The pattering rain hit the window, making a crackling sound, and water marks slid down the glass. It had been a long time since the ranch had rained so heavily. In Naoki's memory, he had only encountered such weather in the first 2 years after he crossed over. As a large number of Dragonites and Hakkonites joined the ranch, the weather there had always been good weather, and there had never been a storm. Naoki went downstairs and went outside with a flashlight. This ranch did not have a glass greenhouse. It was fine if it didn't rain normally, but when it rained, Butterfree and Tribeca had nowhere to hide and could only hide under the eaves. When Naoki came outside, he saw Butterfree and 3 bees hiding under the eaves, watching the heavy rain not far away. There were a few drops of water on their wings, and it seemed that they were drenched by the rain. Seeing Naoki coming out, Butterfree's eyes lit up. "Fui? Come in." Naoki opened the door and motioned for several Pokemon to come in. If Butterfree didn't like staying indoors all the time, Naoki would have wanted them to settle in the living room as well. "Fui!" Butterfree agreed happily. They flapped their wings and flew into the living room in an orderly manner, landing on the handrail of the wooden stairs. Naoki went out with a flashlight, walking along the wet grass. Soon, he saw the huddled goats and braided sheep on the pasture. There was no shed on this ranch, only a pasture surrounded by wooden fences. The huddled goats looked very pitiful in the rain. Naoki immediately guided them and said, "Mount Goat, Braided Goat, follow me to the room first." "Me?" Hearing this, a large group of Pokemon immediately stood up and ran towards the house under Naoki's guidance, entering the living room one after another. Xiaoshu was still sleeping soundly, and Chishu had already gotten up. She saw that the Pokemon were wet, so she quickly took out a clean blanket to help them dry the rain. Then she found a lava worm, and let it use hot air as a hair dryer to help the Mount Goat and Braided Goat dry the wet fur on their bodies. In the pasture, Naoki went to check the situation of the Big Milk Can and the Saltstone Giants. The Big Milk Can has a special cow hut, which is covered with a thick layer of hay. At this moment, several Big Milk Cans and Saltstone Giants are hiding inside and watching the heavy rain outside. The interior space of the cow hut is a bit small, and it is already full just to accommodate the Big Milk Can and the Saltstone Giant. Seeing this scene, Naoki thought, "It seems that I have to go to Ohana Town tomorrow to find some craftsmen to rebuild some huts and shacks." He should have thought of these things earlier, but now it seems that he was careless. After confirming the situation of the Pokemon in the ranch, Naoki returned home. The living room was already crowded with a large group of Pokemon. Braided Sheep, Mount Goat, Butterfree, 3 bees. In addition to Eruption, Saifuhao, Wudoxiongshi, Motor Lizard, etc., who came downstairs to check after hearing the noise. The entire living room was now filled with Pokemon. Everyone huddled together. Naoki closed the door, and just as he was about to speak, the lights in the living room clicked and the power went out. The whole living room went dark. Naoki, Chishu, The fire on the lava worm illuminated the surrounding area red. Naoki found a candle and lit it. The weak candlelight illuminated a small area. It should be the circuit of the house that is aging. Naoki comforted. He should have thought of it earlier. This house has been in disrepair for a long time. He should have checked it in advance before moving in. It was raining heavily outside. The Pokemon in the living room were huddled together around a small candle. Although the environment was a bit bad, these Pokemon seemed very happy. Because this feeling was so magical, everyone gathered together, the house isolated the rain, the room was warm, and even without light, people felt at ease. Naoki originally wanted to check the circuit of the house now to see if he could fix it, but seeing the comfortable and happy faces of these Pokemons, Naoki gave up the idea. Forget it, let's wait until the rain stops and the sun rises before checking. As for now, this kind of environment, this kind of atmosphere, is the best for telling stories. When Naoki proposed this idea, a group of Pokemon immediately turned their eyes to him. Their faces showed expressions of happiness and expectation. Bony! Eruption cheered. It really wanted to hear Naoki tell a story. Bah! Awoo! The other Pokemon also responded. Chishu watched this scene with a smile. After such a commotion, she was no longer sleepy, so she simply sat in the middle of the furry EVs and listened to Naoki's story with curiosity. Naoki looked around and saw the appearance of everyone. Then he cleared his throat and slowly said, "Then you better listen carefully." A group of Pokemon looked over expectantly. Once upon a time, there was a mansion deep in a forest. An old man and his twin grandson, granddaughter, and 2 Pokemon lived there. They lived a very happy life. But suddenly one day, a young man came here. He was an entrepreneur and the old man's disciple. In order to receive instruction from the teacher, he decided to stay for a few years. Because he was good at drawing, the twins immediately fell in love with him. But after a few months, the young man decided to kill everyone except the girl in order to get the precious Pokemon around the girl and the password to the vault of the mansion. So, on a stormy night with lightning and thunder, the young man secretly poisoned the boy and the old man's food, wanting to kill them. Chapter 631. Mama. Hearing this, the frost fairy in the corner couldn't help but shudder in fear. So scary. What's wrong with that man? Why did he suddenly start killing people? He even picked a rainy day. Isn't that now? And Naoki didn't seem to notice this at all, and continued to tell the story in his mouth. But the scene was seen by the girl. When the young man was not paying attention, she swapped the poisonous food with the non-poisonous one, and placed the poisonous one in the place where she and the young man were. Afterwards, except for the girl, everyone else including the young man ate the food, but after a long time, the young man found that the other 3 seemed to be fine, but he suddenly had symptoms such as headache and vomiting. At this moment, the young man suddenly realized that he was poisoned. He hurried to the kitchen to use the antidote. Failed, the young man whispered. At this time, the old man came in and asked him what happened. Outside the window was a dark rainy night, with a terrible heavy rain, and the sound of rain covered the sound of the 2 people talking. The young man knew that this was a place where the children could not see him. So he picked up a kitchen knife and rushed towards the old man. When the young man returned to the children, his body was covered with blood. Seeing that scene, the twin boys immediately realized that their grandfather had been killed by this man. The poor boy stayed where he was because of fear. The man looked at the twins with a ferocious expression. His eyes wandered between the siblings. Because they looked too similar, he could not tell which one was a boy or a girl, so he decided to kill them all. In order to protect her brother, the girl challenged the young man to let the boy escape. At this time, the frightened brother finally reacted and hurriedly ran out of the cafeteria and ran into the rainy night. At the same time, the girl's miserable cry was heard in the mansion. The boy didn't dare to stay after hearing the sound. He ran forward like crazy until he completely left the sound behind. Bammo. Hearing this, even the brave Babutubo couldn't help but look embarrassed, and Naoki's deliberate pause made it more eager to know the subsequent developments. So, although he was very scared, Babutubo couldn't help but ask, Bammo? What happened next? What happened next? Did the boy escape successfully? Naoki smiled slightly, quietly observed the reactions of many Pokemon, and then continued. The girl died. After killing the girl, the man knew that it was the sister who was killed, so he immediately set out to chase the brother, but it was raining heavily outside and nothing could be seen. Escaped? Forget it. The young man finally made this decision. He hid the bodies of the old man and the girl, cleaned up the scene, and disguised everything as if nothing had happened. As for the 2 Pokemon in the mansion, when they saw the girl being killed, they hid in fear. One of them hid in the TV and the other hid in the boy's portrait, silently watching the whole process of the girl being killed. Since then, the mansion has been abandoned. Only occasionally when passing travelers stop in the mansion, they will hear the girl crying. Over time, rumors of haunting spread there. At the end, Naoki deliberately picked up the candle, and the flame illuminated half of his face, which looked particularly terrifying in this dark environment. After hearing this story, the Pokemon in front of him were already trembling with fear. With Naoki deliberately doing something bad, some Pokemon were frightened and screamed. Bui! How scary! Partner Eevee kept squeezing on his companion. Evil even made full use of his imagination. It listened to the sound of heavy rain outside, and looked at the dark rainy night, and a terrifying picture emerged in its mind. A very bad human came to the ranch on this rainy night. He disguised himself as a kind human to seek help from Naoki, and then took advantage of Naoki's inattention to cruelly kill him. Bony! Urgue couldn't help but screamed in fear, as if he was frightened by his own terrible imagination. Motor Lizard and Dragonite sat on the floor, also looking embarrassed. Motor Lizard, Dragonite, Even Chishu was frightened by this story. She looked at the rainy night outside the window, and suddenly found that this environment was very similar to the rainy night in the story. Okay, I was just kidding you. Naoki put the candle back in place. He wanted to say that there are no ghosts in this world, but before he could say it, he immediately thought of the peculiarity of the Pokemon world. A group of Pokemon also came to their senses at this moment. Naoki told that story to scare them on purpose. Frosty Milk Fairy puffed up her cheeks and shouted, "Ma!" Bad Naoki. How could it be? Naoki defended himself. This is something that really happened. There is a place where you can still hear rumors about it. What really happened? The Pokemon who originally thought it was just a story suddenly became even more scared. Does this mean that there really is a girl in this world who was brutally killed by a bad guy on a rainy night? Naoki wanted to say something else, but at this moment, a click sound came from the room, and then the lights in the living room came on again. There's a call. The darkness around them was immediately dispelled by the light, and bathed in this light, the group of Pokemon felt less scared than before. Naoki stood up and looked at the time, and suddenly found that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He went to check whether the doors and windows were closed. After confirming that everything was fine, he returned to the living room and said to the Pokemon, "It seems that this rain will not stop in a short time. In this case, you can spend the night in the living room tonight." The Pokemon turned around and looked around. They looked at everyone and nodded happily. So many Pokemon huddled together to sleep, so they wouldn't feel scared. Naoki went to the room and found a thick, fluffy blanket. He and Chishu spread the blankets on the wooden floor of the living room. "Okay, the blankets are ready. You can sleep on them." The blankets were spread thickly. The partners Eevee ran on them and jumped and danced, looking very happy. The other Pokemon also raised their feet and stepped on them, curiously feeling the feeling under their feet. Dry, soft, comfortable. They could already imagine the feeling of lying on them with everyone, listening to the sound of heavy rain outside the window, and sleeping soundly. Just thinking about it makes me feel so comfortable. You're not scared now, are you? Naoki smiled and said, "If you're scared, you can sleep with the light on tonight." "Bony!" Ergire agreed happily. It sat on the blanket with everyone and turned to look at Naoki. "It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Good night." "Boy." After settling the Pokemon in the ranch, Naoki returned to the room with peace of mind. He lay on the soft and comfortable bed, listened to the rain outside, and soon fell asleep. He thought the rain would stop soon, but it didn't stop until the next morning. Naoki had no choice but to stay quietly in the living room with the Pokemon for the whole morning, listening to the rain outside and doing their own things. By the way, it's already October, and the gym badge collection trips in various places have come to an end. Major regions have also started to hold this year's league competitions. Naoki had nothing to do, so he just watched these games. However, he did not pay attention to the competitions in Kanto, Sinnoh, and Hoenn, but focused on watching the league competition in the Kalos region. In recent years, the internet has become more and more developed, and major leagues have adopted the method of live broadcasting to show their league competitions to the world, so as to show the style of local trainers in other regions. Therefore, Naoki easily found relevant content on the internet. He clicked on the live broadcast, and found that the progress of the Kalos conference had reached the semifinals, and the finals would be held this afternoon. The two players in the battle were Xiaoji and Alan from Pallet Town. Huh? What a coincidence. Naoki was a little surprised. It seemed that Alan was not affected by the accident of Fladali. Since the game would be held in the afternoon, Naoki thought about it, clicked on the live broadcast, found the recordings of the previous games, and then watched them curiously. It must be said that Alan's strength is very strong. His Super Charizard is almost killing anyone who stands in his way. In all the games, Alan even used only 2 Pokemon, Charizard and Metagross, and he won all the way, defeated strong enemies such as Lewis, and became the first player to advance to the finals. And Xiaoji's strength should not be underestimated either. He advanced to the semifinals with 6 Pokemon, Pikachu, Greninja, Sonic, Slimy, Flarewing, and Falcon, and defeated his rival Shota to advance to the finals of the tournament for the first time. Sure enough, Xiaoji still keeps the habit of starting over after changing a region for so many years. Looking at those Pokemon, Naoki couldn't help thinking that Pikachu has traveled with Xiaoji for so long and experienced so many battles. Its strength must have reached the king level, or even the champion level. But looking at Pikachu's appearance in the battle, it seems that he didn't show his full strength, as if he was cooperating with Xiaoji to retrain. After so many years, Pikachu is still so good at acting. Naoki twitched his mouth. Fladali was arrested by Daigo and others in advance. Naoki thought that Alan would be affected, but now it seems that things are still developing according to the plot. If this is the case, will Alan still win the championship in the final? At the same time, in the Kalos region, Mirror City, the rest area of the Kalos League venue, Xiaoji and his group, who were having dinner, ran into Alan, who had the same purpose. Seeing Alan, Xiaoji's eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Alan, please show your full strength to fight us in the afternoon game," he said. "Of course." Alan nodded and said, "After all, The reason why I participated in the Kalos League tournament is to have a battle with you. In fact, since the accident of Vladari, Alan had planned to give up participating in the Kalos League tournament. Because he learned the truth of everything, and the real mask of Vladali, thinking about the things he had done to help Vladali many times before, Alan felt extremely regretful and almost collapsed because of it. But at that time, it was Xiaoji who encouraged him not to be discouraged, and made him cheer up again. So, in order to fulfill the promise of having a battle with Xiaoji, Alan finally came to participate in the Kalos League conference. He came to have a formal Pokemon battle with Xiaoji. The two looked at each other in midair. Each of them was filled with a strong desire to fight. At 3 p.m., the final of the Kalos conference officially began. Although the rain stopped, Naoki stayed at home and watched the whole battle. At the beginning of the final battle, Xiaoji once had the upper hand and forced Alan into a desperate situation. But even so, Alan still turned the situation around with his strong strength. So that in the end, both sides only had the last Pokemon left. Just like in the anime, Xiaoji only had Greninja left, while Alan had Charizard left. The game reached a white-hot stage. Xiaoji's Greninja evolved through Bond evolution, and Alan's Charizard also successfully evolved into Mega Charizard X. The two sides fought round after round. Although there was a mutual attribute restraint, the situation remained stable. As time went on, the physical strength of the two Pokemon was about to be exhausted, and at this moment, Xiaoji and Alan decided to use their strongest attack to decide the winner. Ash's Greninja condensed a huge golden flying water shuriken, while Alan's Mega Charizard X countered with an explosive flame. Two completely different energies collided violently in midair, and finally a violent explosion occurred. The terrifying energy instantly swept around, submerging the two Pokemon in it. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the figures of the two Pokemon. The audience on the field watched this scene nervously. Who won? Even though he already knew the answer, Naoki couldn't help but get nervous when he saw this historic scene. Will this ending be the same as the plot he is familiar with? But the plot in the Kalos region has changed dramatically after his and Daigo's intervention. What if a butterfly effect occurs, causing the ending to change? Naoki didn't blink. Gradually, the smoke covering the field gradually dissipated. The Pokemon that fell to the ground was Alan's Mega Charizard X. It was just that Mega Charizard X had reached its limit, so it reverted to its normal form. And Xiaoji's Greninja staggered on the battlefield. It couldn't hold on any longer until it saw its opponent fall first, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Naoki, Xiaoji won. He won the championship. The battle ended, and the commentator announced the result of the game with a passionate voice. As Xiaoji and Alan shook hands, the competition came to an end. Seeing Naoki's shocked expression, Chishu was very puzzled. She knew that Naoki knew Xiaoji, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's the matter? Are you surprised that Xiaoji won the championship?" Naoki came back to his senses, and shook his head quickly. "Of course not, I just feel a little surprised." The flapping of the butterfly's wings changed the outcome of the Kalos region. Maybe Alan lacked some experience, so the Pokemon lost to Xiaoji in the Kalos conference? That's normal. Chishu showed great understanding. That kid has been working hard for so long, from Kanto to Kalos, and the Pokemon around him have also been working hard for this. With this kind of character and perseverance, the championship will belong to him sooner or later. Hearing this, Naoki was stunned, then nodded in agreement. That's right. This was something he took for granted, but he didn't expect Chishu to see it more clearly than him. Chapter 632. Naoki was very happy for Satoshi for becoming the champion 1 year ahead of schedule. He wanted to call Satoshi to congratulate him, but after a second thought, he gave up the idea. After all, they would meet again in the future. But when they met again, Satoshi would already be the champion. I just don't know if this incident will have any impact on the subsequent plot, Naoki murmured in his heart. Because according to the original plot, Xiaoji will lose to Alan in the Kalos conference and win the runner-up. Then next year, he will set off to the Alola region to start a new journey until he becomes the champion. Now that Xiaoji has won the championship, will he still travel to the Alola region? Or will he go directly to the World Championships and challenge the 8 Masters? It is also a coincidence that just when Naoki was imagining the decision that Xiaoji might make, he suddenly received a video communication from the Galar region. The call was connected, and Danteye's sunny and cheerful face appeared on the screen. "Long time no see, Naoki," Dante greeted happily. "Long time no see. How are you doing recently? Is Galar region doing well?" Naoki asked with a smile. "It's been pretty good recently. Galar region is the same as before. I'm investigating the incident in the Dark Night." Speaking of this, Dante paused, and then scratched his head a little embarrassedly. But I didn't come to you this time to talk about that matter. Naoki was very surprised. Huh? What's the reason? Could it be that Dante wanted to come to the ranch to compete with him again? Dante then explained. I wonder if you have heard of the World Championship? Hearing these 5 words, Naoki was slightly startled. World Championship? Could it be? Sure enough, the next second, Naoki saw Dante nodded and said, yes, that is a world-class competition. That competition will determine the world's strongest king trainer. I called you this time, just to invite you to participate in the World Championship held in the Galar region next summer. Oh, by the way, I have sent the details of the competition. Hearing this, Naoki switched the video window to a small window, and then opened the chat interface with Dante, and as expected, he saw a document there. After clicking it, Naoki saw the details of the World Championship. Pokemon World Championship. It is a knockout competition to determine the strongest king in the world. Come and sign up to become the strongest trainer in the world. The following is about the registration method, rules, and time and location of the competition. Naoki took a quick look and found that the World Championship here was no different from what he knew. How is it? Are you interested? Dante asked excitedly. As long as you reach 9th place, you can compete with the 8th ranked trainer. As long as you win, you can be promoted to the master level and become one of the world-famous 8 masters. However, as a special guest trainer, if you want, you can directly challenge from 9th place. Naoki, Of course he knew about the World Championship and the 8 masters, and he also knew that Dante was the strongest trainer ranked first among them. However, what Naoki didn't expect was that Dante actually invited him to participate in the 8 masters, and Dante seemed to see what he was thinking, and showed a hearty smile on his face. I personally hope to be able to fight against powerful trainers in such an occasion, and Naoki, you are one of the strongest trainers recognized by the world, so I really hope you can come to participate in the championship. Naoki was stunned. What? When did I become the world's recognized strongest trainer? How come he didn't know? You still don't know? Dante was very puzzled, he explained. It was when you were the gym leader of the Brewing Light Gym. You were able to capture so many Pokemon, and many trainers who challenged your trials came forward to certify it. Now you are not only the recognized strongest trainer in the Padia region, but many people in other regions have heard of your name. Naoki was silent. But after a short silence, Naoki thought of another question. He couldn't help asking, if I want to participate, what kind of Pokemon lineup do you think I should participate with? Is it the lineup of Naoki, the gym leader, or the lineup of Naoki, the rancher, or the lineup of Motorbike Mask? Hearing this, Dante was also slightly stunned. He quickly understood what Naoki meant. As we all know, Naoki has many Pokemon partners around him. Those Pokemon can form one lineup after another. If it is the lineup when he was the gym leader, the names and figures of several Pokemon emerged in Dante's mind. Babutuba, Jirachi, Zapdos, Jolteon, Pikachu, Raikou. If it is the lineup of Rancher Naoki, it is Guillerton, Babutuba, Dragonite, Mount Goat, Mount Goat, Mount Goat. And if it is the lineup of the mysterious identity hidden by Naoki behind the scenes, the figures of several Pokemon emerged in Dante's mind again. Buddream, Groudon, Kyogre, Giratina, Ho-Rayquaza. Dante, Seeing this, Naoki knew that Dante understood what he meant. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Do you still want me to participate now? Of course. Dante answered without hesitation, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Having a formal Pokemon battle with a powerful trainer is a very happy thing for me and other trainers. Naoki, Okay, I understand, he said helplessly. So will you come to participate? Dante asked. I can't give a definite answer now. Naoki shook his head. Because as far as he knows, the schedule of the World Championship and the 8 Masters is nearly 1 month. At that time, Xiaoshu will be 1.5 years old, which is the time when he needs attention and training. It is unlikely that he will leave the ranch for too long. Dante was a little disappointed. Seeing this, Naoki added, But if I have time, I will definitely go and participate. Dandy grinned and said, Then I will wait for you and Golden to arrive at the Gongmin Arena. After hanging up the phone, Naoki went online to search for information about the 8 Masters. Soon, he found the ranking of the 8 Masters this time. The first is Dandy, the second is Sharona, the third is Dew, and the fourth is Daigo. Unlike the Alliance Conference held at the end of the year, the 8 Masters Conference is scheduled to be held in the summer. This year's competition has passed, and the next 8 Masters Conference will be held between July and August next year. Next year. That is when Xiaoji will travel in the Alola region, which means that it will be the year before Xiaoji participates in the competition. Are you going to participate? Shishu couldn't help asking. Naoki thought for a while and replied, I don't know yet. Let's see when the time comes. But then again, why is there no trainer from the Padilla region among the 8 masters? Maybe it's because the 8 masters is a new competition in the past 2 years? Shishu thought for a while, and then said, and yes, he is very busy every day. She may think that it is better to deal with a few more accumulated things than to participate in the 8 masters. Naoki, yes, that's kind. On October 28th, 203 of the Alliance calendar, on this nice morning, Naoki and his friends took their Pokemon and Xiaoshu to Haole City on Melamil Island. As the largest city in the Alola region, Haole City is very prosperous, filled with joy and peace. The city is divided into 3 major areas. They are the popular beach area where tourists flock to. From fashion trends to popular desserts, everything in the world is gathered here, and the commercial district in the city center is full of fashionable men and women wearing bikinis and sunglasses. As well as the port area where people and ships are constantly coming and going. You can also take a ship to other islands in the Alola region. This morning, Naoki and others took the ship to Haole City. They had a hearty breakfast in the restaurant in the commercial district, and then changed into refreshing and convenient clothes, and went straight to the beach area, the destination of this trip. Golden beach, bright sunshine, sparkling sea. A warm and harmonious sea breeze blew in the face. People of all kinds and Pokemon strolled on the beach, and children wearing Psyduck inflatable swimming rings on the beach were happily playing in the water. In the shallow sea not far away, there were several Lapras carrying human children swimming slowly around the beach, and they looked like they were playing with them. Lapras, a Pokemon with ice and water attributes, has a beautiful blue body and a gray shell, and its cry is as melodious as a song. This beautiful Pokemon is very rare in the Padilla region. Seeing several Lapras now, Chishu's eyes lit up. Honey, look, it's Lapras. Wow, there are so many here. Naoki hugged the small tree and looked in that direction with a smile. It's normal, Lapras is not that rare in the Alola region. In other regions, Lapras was almost on the verge of extinction due to illegal fishing. In recent years, major alliances have begun to focus on protecting this Pokemon. Especially in the Alola region, where the marine ecological environment is very good, their focus on protecting Lapras has caused them to become a bit of a disaster. It is true that drought kills drought, and floods kill floods. Naoki supported Xiaoshu, and let her stand on the soft beach, to practice standing. Xiaoshu, who had never been far away, was soon attracted by the soft sand under her feet. She squatted down, grabbed a handful of sand with her little hands, and said, Wow! Naoki smiled slightly. Play here. Xiaoshu was tired of standing, so she simply sat down on the beach, and started playing with the sand with her 2 little hands. Naoki sat aside, enjoying the sunshine quite relaxedly. Not far away, the Pokemon were playing. Eruption and Sepha ran happily on the beach, stepping on the sand, chasing each other. The Eevees gathered together, mumbling something, and no one knew what they were doing. Naoki shouted, and the group of Eevees immediately looked over. Naoki finally saw what they were doing through the gaps between their bodies. They were digging in the sand pit. Naoki didn't understand, but then he thought, this might be the unique fun of Eevees. He turned his attention to other Pokemon. Dragonite and Babuto are no strangers to the beach. They played on the beach when they attended the fireworks festival in the town of Jichin a few years ago. Therefore, even in the Alola region with more beautiful sea views, it is no different for the 2 Pokemon. Dragonite lay on the beach, lazily basking in the sun. Babuto found a 3-year-old child who was lost from his parents. Bammo! Naoki, He immediately got up and contacted the beach manager, asking him to use the radio to help the child find his parents. Soon, a young couple ran over with tears of gratitude, held the child in their arms, and expressed their gratitude to Naoki earnestly. Naoki grinned. Don't thank me, thank my Pokemon, it found your child. The couple thanked Babutubo gratefully, and sent several ice creams. Facing the praise of outsiders, Babutubo was a little shy. It refused their ice cream, then put on its own red cape, and then jumped up, patrolling the entire beach from the air to see if there were any Pokemon and human children who were lost from their families and needed help. Ullerton did not go anywhere. It lazily lay beside Naoki and Xiaoshu, with its big head lowered and resting on its paws, as if it was taking a nap. At this moment, Chishu ran over from a distance with Motor Lizard and Dream Demon. Motor Lizard ran to Naoki excitedly with the frisbee that Chishu bought for it in its mouth. Gaw! Motor Lizard shouted, then lowered its head, and threw the frisbee in front of Naoki, as if it really wanted to play frisbee with him. It seems that Motor Lizard wants to play with you. Chishu smiled and looked very happy. She waved the Rotom phone in her hand and said to Naoki, I want to record this beautiful day. Naoki smiled, okay. After that, he stood up and said to Motor Lizard, are you ready? Gaw. Motor Lizard nodded vigorously. Then, let's start. Naoki threw the frisbee in his hand vigorously. Motor Lizard then jumped up and ran quickly following the path of the frisbee. At the moment when the frisbee had not yet landed, Motor Lizard caught it accurately and turned to run towards Naoki. Chishu's Rotom phone was recording. She first calmed the camera for a week to record all the Pokemon on the screen, and then aimed the camera at Naoki and Motor Lizard. Hey, today is October 28th, 203, we are here to play on the beach. Everyone seems to be having a lot of fun. Hey, the Motor Lizard caught the frisbee. So cool. Chishu introduced what happened today to the camera in a lively tone, while moving the camera to follow the Motor Lizard's running. She plans to record some of the good days in her life. This way, when she and Naoki are old, they can watch these videos to reminisce. In the video, the Motor Lizard excitedly handed the frisbee to Naoki, who took it and patted its head encouragingly. His mouth opened and closed, as if he was saying something to the Motor Lizard. On the other side, Golden had changed his prone position at some point, half closed his eyes, and was observing the scene. Chapter 633. Wow, our little tree built a beautiful sand castle, awesome. As a gym leader and anchor, Chishu is very familiar with filming. She came closer with her Rotom phone and pointed the camera at the little tree. Hearing her mother's voice, the little tree raised her head and looked over, grinning, with a silly smile on her face. She pointed her little hand at the pile of sand that was hard to tell what it was, and then looked at the burning bug opposite the sand castle and said, "Ah." Huh? Are you saying this is the sand castle you and the burning bug built together? Chishu asked in surprise. Wow. Xiaoshu nodded vigorously. The burning bug narrowed his eyes happily. The burning bug is great too. Chishu reached out and touched his daughter's head. You two should get along well. Ah. Xiaoshu turned around and threw herself into the delicate and soft white fur on the burning bug, hugging its big body and arching up. The burning bug was not annoyed, it stayed where it was, letting Xiaoshu arch around it, and looked very happy. Seeing his daughter like the incendiary bug so much, Naoki felt relieved. Now it seems that his decision to let a Pokemon accompany Xiaoshu to grow up couldn't be more correct. The Pokemon and trainers, who grew up in this environment, both in terms of the relationship and tacit understanding, are far better than those trainers, who caught their first Pokemon at the age of 10. And when Xiaoshu becomes a trainer at the age of 10, he will be far ahead of other peers in terms of strength. At that time, he will directly take the full-level Vulcan Moth, punch 8 gyms, kick the 4 Heavenly Kings, and directly become the youngest champion of Padilla. Chishu couldn't help but imagine Xiaoshu's future in his mind. Now, it's time to practice the first step to becoming a genius, walking. He smiled and went forward to pick up Xiaoshu. My dear daughter, come on. In order to become an excellent trainer in the future, Daddy should teach you to practice walking. Xiaoshu was picked up with a confused face, and she didn't seem to understand what happened. She fluttered her limbs, and struggled to free herself from Chishu's hands. Seeing this scene, Chishu burst into laughter. Why are you teasing her all of a sudden? She asked. Teach her to walk. Naoki answered as a matter of course. It is already the end of October. In a few days, Xiaoshu will be 11 months old. Then, she will be 1 year old. It is time to start teaching her to walk. Hearing this, Chishu felt his eyebrows jump. Hey, she can't even stand steadily now. Isn't it too early to teach her to walk now? That's right. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Naoki thought about it carefully, and gave up his original plan. He lifted up Xiaoshu again, pointed at the Lapras on the beach and said to her, Xiaoshu, do you see the Lapras over there? Do you want to go over there and ride a Lapras and play with them? Naoki had already observed that those Lapras were not wild Lapras. They were tourist attractions on the beach in Hololei City. You only need to spend 700 Alliance coins to buy a ticket, and your child can ride a Lapras for 30 minutes. For children of this age, there is probably no way to refuse the opportunity to get close to a rare Pokemon like Lapras. As expected, when Xiaoshu looked in the direction of Chishu's finger, he was immediately attracted by the Lapras. Okay, let's go ride a Lapras. Chishu cheered, lifted Xiaoshu up, and let her ride on his neck. Xiaoshu was very happy. Yaw. The operator of the Lapras amusement park was a kind-looking uncle. Chishu paid the money, and the uncle waved to the sea. After a while, A fairly healthy Lapras swam slowly over, and swam in front of Naoki. It let out a melodious and pleasant cry. Woo! Hello, Lapras. Naoki greeted the Lapras first, and then carried Xiaoshu on it. Lapras is a Pokemon that is unexpectedly large. They are nearly 3 meters tall, and the gray shell on their backs looks like a small boat floating on the sea. Even if Naoki sits on it, there is still a lot of space. Now he knows why Xiaoshu's Lapras can carry so many people. After he sat firmly, Laplace let out a melodious cry, as if to signal the passenger on his back to start. Then, Laplace turned around and swam towards the sea surface. He did not swim too far, just wandering back and forth near the shallow water area. The sun was very bright today, making the sea water appear particularly clear, so that Naoki could clearly see the seaweed and fine sand swaying gently with the waves under the water, as well as some small fish Pokemon shuttling among the corals. Naoki held Xiaoshu in his arms, pointed at the fish under the water, and said to her, "Look, there are a lot of fluorescent fish there." Xiaoshu looked down, and saw many fluorescent fish swimming gently in the clear and almost transparent sea water. Thanks to the ecological habits of fluorescent fish, Pokemon, they can always be seen on the sea surface during the day. Because they need to store sunlight during the day, and at night, the fluorescent fish that have collected sunlight for a day will move to the depths of the sea, emitting brightly colored light from their bodies. Looking at these cute little fish, Xiaoshu stretched out her hands and wanted to catch them. Naoki quickly stopped her. "No, it would be terrible if you accidentally fell in. When you grow up, you can go into the water and play with the fluorescent fish." Laplace in front also turned his neck and looked back. "Woo!" Xiaoshu looked at Laplace again. Laplace lowered his head gently. Seeing this scene, Naoki saw what Laplace was going to do. He took Xiaoshu's hand and placed it on Laplace's forehead, asking her to touch the Laplace. Looking at the huge creature in front of her, Xiaoshu couldn't help but open her big round eyes wide, with a very curious look. "Ah! It's called Laplace," Naoki introduced. Laplace squinted happily. "Woo?" Seeing Laplace's appearance, Xiaoshu seemed very happy. She cried all woo, and clapped her hands happily. Seeing that Laplace did not retract his head, Xiaoshu took the initiative to put his hand on its forehead. But the next second, something unexpected happened. A strong green light suddenly burst out from Xiaoshu's hand and poured into Laplace's body. Laplace was slightly stunned. But soon, as Xiaoshu retracted his hand, the green energy disappeared. Naoki finally reacted. Just now, it seemed that the power of Chompan inherited from him. But what happened? Why could Xiaoshu use this power so early, and her talent seemed to be very extraordinary? Did she use it by mistake, or was it triggered accidentally? Looking at Xiaoshu's confused eyes, Xiaoshu already had the answer in his heart. Feeling the breath just now, Laplace was full of curiosity about the little human girl on him. Xiaoshu touched Xiaoshu's head, and just as he was about to say something, a scream suddenly came from the beach. Naoki turned his head, and saw the crowd there began to flee. Naoki was stunned. What was going on? Soon, he had the answer in his mind. In the crowd, there was a red Pokemon that looked like a large artificial mosquito. Its whole body was covered with swollen and terrifying muscles. It looked like it was full of bulging muscles, and the muscles seemed to be filled with red liquid, and there were black spikes on its body. That was codenamed UB02, swelling. Explosive mosquito? In front of the explosive mosquito, there was a Pikachu that had been turned into a paper after it had absorbed all its energy. The Pikachu trainer stood behind, staring up at the tall figure of the explosive mosquito in a daze, as if he was frightened by this sudden scene, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After absorbing the energy, the explosive mosquito noticed the human in front of it, squinted its eyes, and then actually posed in a standard bodybuilding posture like a bodybuilding enthusiast. It looked as if it was showing off its full and developed muscles to the human in front of it. Seeing this, Naoki frowned and quickly said, "Laplace, take us back." Laplace was a little confused, but it heard the urgency in the other party's tone, and quickly turned around and swam towards the shore. At this time, the explosive mosquito, which had shown off its developed muscles, began to look for a new target. It looked around and finally stopped at a guy covered with scarlet scales. That guy actually has strong muscles. A strong desire to not admit defeat immediately rose in the heart of the explosive mosquito. It quickly flew in front of Golden, and then posed a bodybuilding pose, showing its strong muscles to it. "Ah, gah!" Golden twitched his mouth, looking a little speechless. Seeing the contemptuous attitude of this Pokemon, the explosive mosquito was enraged. The other party actually dared to look down on it. The angry explosive mosquito clenched his right fist and swung it towards Golden's face. Seeing this, Ullerton narrowed his eyes, stretched out a hand, accurately caught the oncoming fist, and then threw the explosive mosquito away with a sudden force. In the air, a modern fighter quietly arrived. On the plane, 2 members of the Ether Foundation, who were ordered to capture the Ultra Beasts, looked at the scene below in shock. UB-02, known for its powerful strength, was easily thrown out by that Pokemon. As we all know, UB-02 is very powerful, and it can easily suppress and throw away equally powerful Pokemon. For example, Pokemon such as Super Strength, Rhydon and Tyrannosaurus. And now, their roles have been reversed. Sensing the silence on the communicator, Luzman, who was far away in the Ether Paradise, frowned slightly. What happened? Which Ultra Beast was it? Report, it's UB-02. The 2 members answered quickly. UB-02? An Ultra Beast with bulging muscles all over its body appeared in Luzman's mind. An unknown Pokemon stopped UB-02. It threw UB-02 out easily. The 2 members reported. What? Luzman was slightly stunned. The 2 researchers immediately shared what they saw. Soon, Luzman saw what happened on the scene. At this time, Naoki had already come behind Golden. What is that? Is it a Pokemon? Chishu also noticed the Pikachu that was sucked into his skin. She frowned and asked with a puzzled look on her face. It's an Ultra Beast, from another world. Naoki shook his head, but he wasn't too nervous. After all, he brought a lot of Pokemon here today. In addition to Goltron, there are also Bubblehead, Uruk-o Dragonite. Not to mention a Flycatcher. Even if the Nat King comes, it's not their opponent. At this moment, the Flycatcher that was thrown away by Goltron flew back again, and its right hand clenched into a fist, hitting Goltron fiercely. Did you see the muscles on Golton's body? So you want to compete with it? Naoki quickly saw the idea of the explosive muscle mosquito. Facing the attack of the explosive muscle mosquito, Golton just casually waved his dragon claws and knocked it out again. The huge force made the explosive muscle mosquito stagger, but it quickly adjusted, turned around, and attacked Golton again at an extremely exaggerated speed. Its sharp mouthparts were covered with a layer of white light, like a spike, and launched a fierce stab at Golton. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. The dense needles touched the hard scales on Golden's body, making a ding-ding-ding sound. But soon, there was a puffing sound, and the mouthparts of the explosive mosquito successfully pierced into Golden's body. Not good. The members of the Ether Foundation on the helicopter saw this scene, and secretly said that it was not good. Due to the characteristics of UB-02, once it pierces the body with its mouthparts, even a strong one like Snorlax will be drained of its physical strength in a short time, turning into a skin and losing the ability to move. Although the opponent is very powerful, he doesn't know anything about UB-02. This is bad. Let's go! A member of the Ether Foundation was ready. Capture UB-02 and send it back to the Ultra Cave. He was about to act, but suddenly heard his companion say, Wait, look! The 2 looked down and saw that the man behind the strange Pokemon seemed to have issued some kind of order. Golden, flash charge. Naoki spoke. Golden nodded, and the next second, a beam of extremely hot flames burst out of its body. The flames instantly swept over its entire body. The explosive mosquito, which had just inserted its mouthparts and was about to suck the Pokemon's physical strength, immediately felt a strong burning sensation. It paused, and then subconsciously pulled back its mouthparts and turned to escape. But Golden did not give it this opportunity. Its whole body was already burning with raging flames. The moment the explosive mosquito turned around, its entire body was like a meteor with a tail flame, and it instantly hit the body of the explosive mosquito. The huge force and high temperature directly blew the explosive mosquito away. Its strong body fell on the beach in a mess, and its eyes rolled back, and it lost its ability to fight. Seconds. At this moment, all the people in the Ether Foundation who saw this scene were stunned in shock. UB-02, who is known for its powerful strength, couldn't even withstand a single move in front of that Pokemon. What is the origin of that Pokemon and that trainer? Chapter 634. The strong and sturdy explosive fly now looked like a big bullfrog that had lost its strength, lying on the ground and passed out. Naoki went forward and poked its muscles, and couldn't help muttering, So an Ultra Beast has already escaped from the Ultra Cave at this time? How scary. Was that Pikachu killed by this treasure? Ultra Beast? Chishu noticed the trainer holding the Pikachu that was sucked into a Pikachu skin over there, and couldn't help frowning. Naoki stood up, noticed the crying trainer over there, and explained, "That's not the case. As long as the sucked Pokemon is given enough energy, it will recover soon." Naoki thought for a moment, then took out a bottle of life goat milk from his backpack and handed it to the trainer. "Feed it to Pikachu, and Pikachu will recover." The man was stunned for a moment, then took the goat milk as if he had found a life-saving straw, and gulped it into Pikachu's mouth. Soon, Pikachu's body slowly became rounder until it returned to its original shape. It seemed to be still in a confused state. After waking up from the special state of exhaustion, it looked around with confused eyes. "Pikachu? Pikachu, I'm so glad you're okay." The man hugged Pikachu with his arms, and hugged him tightly. "Pika-Pie." Pikachu was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, and quickly pushed the man's chest with his little paws. The man came back to his senses, bowed with gratitude and "Thank you very much for your help." "You're welcome, I'm glad Pikachu is okay." Naoki smiled slightly, then turned back to his family. "Okay, it's okay now." Naoki pinched Xiaoshu's face. And just then, he suddenly saw a plane landing from above. Immediately afterwards, two men jumped down from above. One of them went to check on the condition of the exploding mosquito, and the other came to Naoki's family. "Sir, thank you very much for your help. We are members of the Ether Foundation, and we are currently in charge of capturing this Pokemon." Naoki knows the Ether Foundation, which is an organization founded by Lily's mother Lizamon. They will rescue the injured Pokemon and also conduct research on Ultra Beasts. Because Ultra Beasts often invade the Alola region, the Ether Foundation is also responsible for protecting the Alola region from Ultra Beasts. In the anime, Lizamon also created the Ultimate Defense Team and invited Xiaoji and others to join. They were responsible for capturing the Ultimate Beasts that accidentally entered the Alola region and sending them back to their original worlds to protect the peace of the Alola region. Naoki didn't want to interfere. He waved his hand casually and handed the defeated explosive squid to the Ether Foundation, who sent them back to the Ultimate Cave. After being disturbed by the explosive squid, the family no longer had the heart to continue playing. They took a casual rest on the beach, and then took Chishu and the Pokemon to the Malasada chain store in Hole City to experience the local specialty Malasada. Meanwhile, in the Ether Paradise, Lizamon was listening to the report from the members of the Ether Foundation. Report to the chairman. UB02 has recovered from his injuries, and has been sent back to the Ultra Cave. I understand. Lizamon nodded. At the same time, she could see the image of UB02, who was known for his powerful strength, being knocked down by the unknown Pokemon. After a pause, Lizamon asked again, "Help me investigate the identity of that trainer. The other party is so powerful that he might be able to provide great help to their work. If possible, the Ether Foundation can hire him to join the Foundation with a high salary to help deal with the invasion of the Ultimate Beasts." "Yes." Hearing this, the member of the Ether Foundation responded, and then turned and walked outside. Lizamon turned around and looked at the screen and various facilities in front of her, but she was thinking about how to better deal with the invasion of those Ultimate Beasts. But soon, the door of the Institute was pushed open again. Lizamon turned around and saw the member of the Foundation, who had just left, coming back. "Lizamon, anything else?" "Report. I have found out the identity of that trainer." Lizamon was slightly stunned and said in disbelief, "So fast?" The man showed an embarrassed expression on his face. "I just searched the internet when I went out, and happened to find the information of that trainer. His name is Naoki. He currently runs a ranch, and seems to be very famous on the internet." Naoki. Lizamon muttered the name in her heart. The man continued, "I saw many trainers online discussing his ranch." Lizamon was puzzled. "Oh? I heard that he opened several trials for trainers to challenge at the ranch. It is said that so far, only a few people have passed the trials, and even champion-level trainers have failed." After a pause, the man said, "In addition, I also found some information. The other party seems to have bought a ranch in the Alola region before, and he should be vacationing here with his family. He saw this from a real estate agent on the internet. The agent didn't know at first that the other party was the famous rancher Naoki. Later, after knowing this, he immediately shared it online. It is said that the ranch is located near Ohana town on Akala Island." The man reported. Lizamon pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I know. Since the identity of the man is so extraordinary, then out of courtesy, and to better show her sincerity, she thinks she should go and invite the other party in person." Lizamon thought. "How is Lilia?" After learning about the trainer, Lizamon suddenly thought of her daughter. She looked at the butler beside her and asked. The butler replied respectfully, "The eldest daughter is currently attending the Pokemon school, but she still dares not contact Pokemon. Lizamon nodded thoughtfully. She knew this matter. But as a mother, Lizamon had no way to do anything. Everything was fine until 3 years ago, when she brought Lilia to the Ether Paradise to play with Pokemon. As a result, Lily changed after that. She became very afraid of Pokemon and lost her memory of that period. Lizamon tried to investigate, but to no avail. Since then, the relationship between her children and her has been broken and gradually alienated. As a mother, Lizamon tried to repair the relationship with her daughter, but Lily kept avoiding her. Until recently, Lily left home and went to the Pokemon school in Holiday City. Lizamon's thoughts gradually gathered, and she decided to visit Lily later. But now, she still has work to do. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing her work, Lizamon checked the time and prepared to set off for Akala Island to visit the trainer. In the ranch, Naoki was picking fresh bananas with Xiaoshu in the farmland. After being cultivated by the Mount Goat with grass energy, these banana trees are already full of clusters of golden banana fruits. Even the air is filled with sweet fruit fragrance. Xiaoshu rode on his father's neck and stretched out his little hand to touch the bananas on the tree randomly. Butterfree fluttered its wings and floated nearby. It gently broke off a banana and handed it to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu didn't hold it firmly, and the banana accidentally fell and hit Naoki on the head. Naoki was startled and couldn't help but scream. Xiaoshu seemed to realize that she had done something bad, and immediately became cautious. She tentatively touched her father's head, and then blew on it twice, imitating Naoki's way of blowing on the wound when she bumped it. Hoo-hoo! The pain flew away. Naoki was happy and pretended to be in pain. Hiss! Xiaoshu believed it, and snorted a few more times. You are such a good daughter of Dad. Naoki smiled and said, Okay, Dad doesn't feel any pain anymore. Continue picking bananas. I will make fried bananas for you tonight. As he said that, Naoki picked up the banana that had just fallen and put it in the basket that Golden was carrying. The basket was already filled with a lot of bananas and a big pineapple. Hey, Naoki, it seems that a guest is coming to visit. At this time, Naoki suddenly heard the voice of Chishu. A guest? Who could it be? Naoki was slightly stunned. He thought carefully, and found that he didn't seem to have many acquaintances in the Alola region except Kachi. Let's stop here today. These bananas should be enough. Butterfree, you have worked hard. Free. Butterfree looked very happy. Naoki smiled, and then carried Xiaoshu out of the banana garden, and Gurdon followed behind. As soon as the man and the Pokemon arrived at the pasture, they saw a tall woman with long light golden hair, who looked like a Philomena, standing at the entrance of the pasture. Seeing the newcomer, Naoki was slightly startled. That was Lizamon, the chairman of the Ether Foundation? At this moment, Lizamon had a full view of everything in the ranch. Although the ranch was not big, it seemed very full. There lived all kinds of Pokemon, some of which she had seen, and some of which she had never heard of. Looking around, what came into view was an endless green grassland, and several plots of land had been turned into farmland, where some simple crops and fruit trees were planted. Each fruit tree was full of heavy fruits. Some Pokemon hovered on the branches to pick fruits, while others lay leisurely in the shade of the trees to rest. The trainer who defeated UB02 in one move was carrying a little girl forward, and a Scarlet Dragon Pokemon followed behind with a fruit basket. Not far away, there stood a girl with blue and pink hair, who seemed to be the hostess of this family. The family of 3 happily ran the ranch with Pokemon, and it looked like a very warm family. Looking at this scene, Lizamon felt a sense of envy for no reason. Her husband, Morn, passed away in an accident in his early years, leaving only her and a pair of children. In recent years, her children have gradually become estranged from her. If Morn were still alive, their family of 4 would probably live a happy and fulfilling life together like this, right? Thinking of this, Lizamon was a little absent-minded. Unfortunately, that kind of thing is too far away for her. Ma'am, what can I do for you? At this moment, a voice interrupted Lizamon's thoughts. She looked up and saw the trainer named Naoki asking. Lizamon came back to her senses and regained her composure. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Lizamon, the chairman of the Ether Foundation. Thank you very much for helping us solve the dangerous creature in the beach area of Holiday City today. Naoki was a little surprised. Was it necessary for Lizamon to come and thank him personally for such a small matter? As far as he knew, the chairman of the Ether Foundation was very busy on weekdays. You're welcome. After all, my wife and daughter were there at the time, Naoki said. Lizamon smiled slightly, and after a simple greeting, she stated her purpose neatly. To be honest, In recent years, it is not the first time that dangerous creatures have invaded the Alola region. And we have been suffering from this kind of trouble, so I came to visit this time mainly to hire you to join the Ether Foundation and deal with such invasions with us. In fact, Lizamon had thought of this idea a long time ago. She even thought of a name for the team responsible for dealing with the invasion of Ultra Beasts. It is called Ultimate Defense Team, which is affiliated with the Ether Foundation and is responsible for capturing Ultra Beasts that accidentally enter the Alola region and sending them back to their original world to protect the peace of the Alola region. Hearing this, Naoki suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder Lizamon came to visit today. It turns out that she was impressed by his strength. Presumably, Lizamon had seen the scene of him fighting the Blast Mouse on the beach this morning. But joining the Ether Foundation, Naoki thought for a moment and politely shook his head to reject Lizamon's invitation. I'm sorry, I have to run the ranch, take care of the children and the Pokemon on the ranch, so I'm afraid I don't have much time. And after the winter is over, we will return home and leave the Alola region. The Ultimate Defense Team, the main storyline involving the Alola region, let Xiaoji and the others handle it. Hearing this, Lizamon understood. She showed a regretful expression on her face, but did not try to persuade him to stay. She just said, I understand. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Lizamon came and left in a hurry. Such a style of behavior made Chishu confused. Just leaving like that? As the chairman of the Ether Foundation, Lizamon's work is probably very busy, Naoki explained. After all, she is often so busy that she can even forget about Lily's affairs. But then again, now that Ash has become the champion, will he still travel to the Alola region? If Ash doesn't come, Lily's knot will not be resolved, and the crisis in the Alola region will continue. If the flapping of the butterfly's wings affects the main storyline of the Alola region, it will be bad. After a little thought, Naoki still felt that he had to call and test Ash. He left Xiaoshu to Inai and the others to take care of him, and took out his Rotom phone and called Ash for a video call. Soon, the call was connected, and Xiaoji and Pikachu's faces appeared on the screen. Mr. Naoki, why did you suddenly call me? Xiaoji opened his eyes wide in surprise. Now he has returned to Pallet Town, and is looking after his former partner in Professor Oak's Research Institute. Naoki smiled and said, Of course, I came to congratulate you on winning the championship. I watched all your games without missing a single one. Xiaoji was excited, and he seemed a little embarrassed when he heard this. But then again, what are your plans next? Naoki asked. Xiaoji thought about it carefully, and then shook his head. It seems that I haven't. But soon, he thought of something. Xiaoji's eyes were full of fighting spirit. It's decided. I will go to the Padilla region to challenge you, Mr. Naoki. Naoki's heart jumped, and he said, Wow, the plot was really changed by him. He quickly pretended to be calm and said, Haha, that's really unfortunate. I'm not in the Padilla region now. I'm on vacation in the Alola region. Alola region? Xiaoji couldn't help asking. Yes, there are many Pokemon unique to the Alola region here, and in addition to ordinary Pokemon, there are also powerful island guardians. I heard that if you get their approval, they will give you powerful Z moves. Naoki's tone was full of temptation. Sure enough, Xiaoji's eyes immediately showed interest when he heard this. At this time, Professor Oak, who was walking in from outside, heard the conversation between the two and happened to assist. Xiaoji is going to travel to the Alola region? Then you can do me a favor and deliver this Pokemon egg to the principal of the Pokemon School in Holiday City. Chapter 635. Pokemon egg? Xiaoji was slightly stunned. Professor Oak walked in from outside. He first looked at the screen of Xiaoji's Rotom phone, and smiled and greeted Naoki across from him. Long time no see, Naoki. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Naoki also smiled. Professor Oak then explained the meaning of his words. It's like this. Chinya Oak, the principal of the Holiday City Pokemon School, is doing research on the different regional forms of Pokemon. This egg from the Kanto region can just provide him with some help. Regional form? Ash was immediately attracted by this new term. It seems that Ash has not encountered this kind of Pokemon yet, so listen carefully. Professor Oak smiled and explained. The so-called regional form is that in order to adapt to the unique natural environment of different regions, some Pokemon have become very different in appearance from other regions, and their ecology is also very different from the known Pokemon of the same type, and their attributes have also changed. For example, Pokemon like Rattata have normal attributes in the Kanto region, right? But in the Alola region, its attributes become evil and plus. And the coconut tree, in other regions, The coconut tree is a Pokemon with grass and psychic attributes, but in the Alola region, its attributes become grass and dragon. It sounds incredible, right? Xiaoji was very excited. There is such a thing. At this moment, his idea of traveling to the Alola region first reached its peak. I'm going to travel to the Alola region now. Xiaoji made a decision immediately. Professor Oak said helplessly, "Isn't this too hasty? Xiaoji, you just came back from the Kalos region not long ago. Your mother has been waiting for you to go home and rest." "In that case, it's decided." Xiaoji's eyes were firm. "Mom, and I will go to the Alola region for vacation. Although it is winter now, I heard that the Alola region is warm all year round, and is a good place for vacation. Since he won the championship, he has received a lot of bonuses, and now he can ask his mother to go on vacation together." Hearing this, Professor Oak was slightly stunned, and then a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Your mother will be very happy when she knows this." In fact, since Xiaoji's father left, Hanako has focused all her energy on Xiaoji. She raised Xiaoji alone. Although she was reluctant, she still supported Xiaoji's idea of traveling around the world. And every time Xiaoji participated in a league competition, Hanako would go to the stadium in person to cheer for her son. Not long ago, seeing her son win the championship and become a powerful trainer who can resist one side, Hanako was proud of him and shed tears. "Yeah." Xiaoji nodded vigorously, and he looked at Naoki on the other side of the screen and said, "Mr. Naoki, we will set off to the Alola region now. After I give Professor Oak's Pokemon egg to another Professor Oak, Pikachu and I will visit you." Naoki smiled slightly. "You are welcome at any time." After hanging up the phone, after learning about Xiaoji's plan, Professor Oak smiled and introduced him to the information about the Alola region and Qingya Oak. Xiaoji had heard Professor Oak mention that Qingya Oak was his cousin, so he was not too surprised. "No problem, I will definitely deliver this Pokemon egg to Professor Qingya Oak," Xiaoji promised. "Then I leave it to you." Professor Oak was very confident in Xiaoji. After a few simple greetings, Xiaoji said goodbye to his companions in the Research Institute, and then ran home, shouting before entering the door. "Mom, I'm back!" Hanako walked out of the room wearing an apron and holding a rag, seemingly doing housework. This kid is still like this even after becoming a champion. Hanako was very helpless. The magic wall doll with a broom in one hand nodded in agreement. Wall ear. Xiaoji and Pikachu ran all the way home, and the first thing they did when they saw Hanako was to happily say to her, "Mom, let's go to the Alola region." "Alola?" Hanako was slightly startled. "Right. I heard that the winter there is as warm as spring, and there are golden beaches and beautiful seas. Let's go there for vacation together." Xiaoji grinned and said proudly, "I treat my mother this time." After hearing what Xiaoji said, Hanako quickly reacted. As a single mother, there is nothing more gratifying than the son, who has worked hard to raise her to earn money to treat her mother for a vacation. Xiaoji has really grown up, that's great. Hanako was very touched. Xiaoji scratched his head embarrassedly. How can it be so exaggerated? Pikachu beside him made a cute cry. In the end, the mother and son quickly ordered several tickets to the Alola region, and that afternoon, they took the Magic Wall dolls and Pikachu and others on a trip to the Alola region. After hanging up the phone, Naoki was visibly relieved. Fortunately, he corrected the plot that almost went astray. However, the only change is that Xiaoji has become the champion. I wonder if he will go to Pokemon school like in the anime. But based on Naoki's understanding of Xiaoji, he thinks there is a 99% chance that he will leave Greninja and the others in Professor Oak's laboratory and bring only one Pikachu to the Alola region. It turns out that Naoki's guess is very correct. On the plane, Pikachu stood on Xiaoji's shoulder and looked out the window with him at the cloud shrouded in the night and the galaxy above the dome. One person and one Pokemon stuck to the window and couldn't help but let out. Wow! Exclaimed. The sky here is so beautiful. Hanako, who was standing by, saw Pikachu, and she suddenly thought of something. By the way, Xiaoji, is it okay for you to leave Greninja and the others in Professor Oak's laboratory? Hanako asked. She meant that Xiaoji's strength would be weakened if those Pokemon were not around. Could it be that her son wanted to capture the Pokemon in the Alola region from scratch and train them to be champion level? Hearing this, Xiaoji hummed and nodded seriously. The Alola region must be home to many Pokemon that are not found in other regions. I want to meet them and become friends with them. When the time comes, they can return to Pallet Town together and live a peaceful and beautiful life with everyone, just like Mr. Naoki and his Pokemon, Pikachu, Charizard, Crab, Squirrel, Bayleaf, Flarewing, Infernape, King of Leaf, Lizard King, Crocodile, and all the Pokemon he has captured during his journey over the years, when the time comes. Xiaoji also plans to build an ecological park near his herbal garden for Pokemon to live there. The ranch was brightly lit at night, and the weather in the Alola region remained in a good state most of the time. For example, tonight, the sky was full of stars, and the starlight and moonlight fell on the earth. Even without lighting, the fields outside the ranch were particularly bright. In the villa, the Pokemon who had played outside for a day lay on the carpet in the living room, with a tired face to rest. Naoki did not go out, and Chishu did not go to work. The two of them cooked dinner for everyone in the kitchen, and the younger sister Ai Guancher taught the little master to practice walking on the soft carpet. This was originally a very ordinary moment, but in Gulton's eyes it was so quiet, so happy, and so beautiful. It felt that its whole body was bathed in a happy atmosphere, lying quietly on the carpet, and looking at everyone. Its golden pupils, which originally had a hint of wildness, also looked particularly gentle at this moment. Gulton saw the dozing Babu Tubo, saw several EVs chasing each other's tails, and spinning in circles, saw the martial arts bear master sitting on the sofa with a serious face, and also saw his past self. Motorcycle Lizard was lying comfortably on the carpet, looking relieved. Guillerton looked at this scene and thought that maybe for it at that time, all this was just a very common scene. At this time, a burst of special fragrance came from the direction of the kitchen. Naoki came out with a plate of golden and crispy food. Fried bananas are here. This thing is very delicious. After he said this, almost all Pokemon were attracted by this special dish. Banana? Is it the yellow fruit from the tree during the day? It looks delicious. Mama. A group of Pokemon came around. Naoki smiled, and cut a small piece of fried banana with a knife and handed it to Frosty. Be careful of the heat. Mama. Frosty said it was not afraid of heat. Frosty lowered its head, picked up the small piece of fried banana with its little hands, and put it in its mouth to taste it carefully. A group of Pokemon watched its expression without blinking. At first, Frosty Milk Fairy didn't show any abnormality, but when the small piece of fried banana entered his mouth, he immediately opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This taste. It's crispy on the outside, but very soft on the inside. When you bite it, it's like bursting, and countless sweet and soft banana flesh hits his taste buds crazily. And Naoki seems to have wrapped a layer of icing on the outside. The sweetness and the smell of bananas blend perfectly together, and eating it makes people feel happy. Ma. So happy. Frosty Milk Fairy was extremely excited. Seeing this scene, the Pokemon who were watching around immediately began to eat heartily. As they ate the fried bananas, almost all the Pokemon showed happy and sweet expressions on their faces. Naoki smiled, and watched the Pokemon happily tasting the food he made. His eyes swept over the fried bananas, and immediately, the information about the dish emerged from his mind. Fried banana? See, a delicacy made from banana juice. The high temperature softens the inner flesh of the banana, and the breadcrumbs wrapped on the outside become a crispy shell. Take a bite, the outside is crispy, and the inside is tender. It is a very popular snack. Cooking effect, Monkey Paradise, the favorite of Monkey Pokemon. After giving it to Monkey Pokemon to eat, it can greatly increase the friendliness of Monkey Pokemon. Evaluation, the favorite of Monkey Pokemon. Although the effect of this fried banana is very ordinary, a dish that can make everyone happy is a good dish. Naoki was very happy. The next morning, a plane landed at the airport in Holiday City. Xiaoji ran down from the plane excitedly, and together with Pikachu, he looked at this strange and mysterious area with excitement. Xiaoji slowed down. Hinako chased behind, shouting helplessly. Xiaoji was completely attracted by the Pokemon around the passers-by. Pokemon. So many Pokemon, and Pokemon he had never seen before. Xiaoji excitedly took out the Rotom phone and pointed it at one of them. He heard the mechanical voice of Rotom introduce. Flower Therapy Ring, a flower-picking Pokemon, is a fairy-type Pokemon. The flowers it picks will emit a healing fragrance, which can restore its own and its companion's physical strength and remove abnormal conditions. Flower Therapy Ring. Xiaoji muttered the name and his eyes lit up. Wow, so awesome. At this time, Hanako and the magic wall doll caught up and said helplessly, Xiaoji, the most important thing now is to help Professor Oak hand the egg to Mr. Naruya. Xiaoji then remembered the important matter. He patted his head and nodded, saying, that's right. In that case, Pikachu, let's go to the Pokemon school now. In the ranch, Naoki hummed a song while watering the flowers with a Psyduck sprayer. Calculating the time, Xiaoji should have arrived in the Alola region now. If nothing goes wrong, he will go to the Pokemon school next, where he will meet Lily, Kaki, Suzy, Mao, Mamane, Professor Kukui, and Tapu Kokoro. Then, Xiaoji will get the Z bracelet and Z move from Tapu Kokoro. By then, Luzaman, the chairman of the Ether Foundation, will definitely notice what happened in the Pokemon school and invite Xiaoji and his friends to join the Ultra Defense team to fight to stop the invasion of Ultra Beasts. TSK. In this way, the main storyline of the Alola region can proceed normally, and all he has to do is spend this cold winter here with his wife, children, and a group of Pokemon. However, there is another thing in the Alola region that Naoki is more concerned about. That is the Kyogre that Sueluin once caught in the anime. That Kyogre was not only injured and poisoned, but also hunted by Pokemon hunters. If it hadn't met Sueluin and Xiaoji, it would probably have been captured by those Pokemon hunters. Logically speaking, as a legendary Pokemon, Kyogre couldn't be so embarrassed. If that thing was true, Naoki felt that Kyogre would definitely not be the one on the world tree. Could there be two Kyogre in this world? Then, Naoki rejected this speculation. No, it's unlikely. For a Pokemon of Kyogre's level, only one can be born at the same time. Both it and Groudon are the embodiment of nature. Groudon is the embodiment of the earth, while Kyogre is the embodiment of the ocean. It is impossible for multiple Pokemon to exist in the same world. But Naoki thought of the Ultra Cave in the Alola region. As we all know, the Ultra Hole is an unstable passage connecting the Pokemon world and the Ultra Space, and it also connects to other worlds. In the game, Team Rainbow Rocket used the Ultra Hole to reach the Alola region. Does this mean that the Kyogre that Suelian caught also passed through the Ultra Hole and mistakenly entered here from other worlds? Chapter 636. On November 15th, 2003 of the Alliance calendar, a month had passed since Naoki and his family moved to the Padia region for vacation. As time passed, the family gradually adapted to life in the Alola region, where the climate is warm, the scenery is beautiful, and it is like spring all year round. For Pokemon such as Mount Goat and Miltank, this is also an excellent habitat, because here they can eat fresh and lush grass all year round. On a sunny morning, looking at the big milk cans eating grass leisurely in the pasture, Naoki began to consider whether he should move to the Alola region to settle down. But soon, this idea was rejected by him. Because it would be too monotonous, whether it is spring, summer, autumn, or winter, it has its own beauty. The 4 seasons in the town of Shichin are very distinctive. In spring, the snow begins to melt, everything revives, and tender seedlings can be seen everywhere emerging from the earth. Although it is hot in the summer, every night, a group of fireflies always gather by the lake. Eating watermelon and popsicles, sitting by the Firefly Lake in the summer night, and enjoying the cool feeling is also a great fun in life. In autumn, the maple leaves all over the mountains will turn yellow, and all kinds of wild vegetables will grow in the back mountains, and hazel mushrooms can be seen everywhere. Not to mention in winter, you can make snowmen and play snowball fights with Pokemon in the snow. All these things can't be experienced in the Alola region. Naoki gave up the idea of moving. He wiped his dusty hands, returned to the kitchen, and made a paella with seafood purchased from Ohana. Seeing this, Chishu was very confused. Didn't we have breakfast not long ago? Naoki smiled and deliberately said, keep it a secret. Chishu, eh? He put the processed ingredients into the pot to cook, and after a while, a very strong fragrance wafted out from it. It was an extremely fresh seafood aroma, mixed with the scent of rice, smelling very special, full of Padilla characteristics. Smelling the smell in the air, Chishu moved his nose. What a nice smell. Naoki lifted the lid of the pot, and when he cast his eyes on the food in the pot, the detailed information of this dish immediately emerged from his mind. Padilla seafood rice, be a delicacy made with head-on shrimp and mussels. The rice fully absorbs the seafood broth, full of the grace of the sea, and is a delicacy full of Padilla characteristics. Cooking effect, grace of the sea. After humans eat it, the probability of catching rare fish when fishing is greatly increased. After Pokemon eat it, they will receive the grace of the sea, greatly improving the effect of special training in the sea, which lasts for 3 hours. Evaluation. Padilla seafood rice, a special delicacy full of grace of the sea. This is a delicacy he made a long time ago, using it to help the Hax dragons evolve into Dragonite. Naoki took a look and asked, do you want to try it? No, I ate a lot this morning. Chishu refused. Okay. Seeing this, Chishu took the seafood rice mixed with soup from the pot, and then poured it into the lunch box, ready to pack it away. He put the lunch box into the backpack, and then picked up the fishing rod and fish bucket from the utility room, and said to Chishu, I'm going out. Chishu finally saw what Chishu was going to do. He wanted to go fishing. But then again, is fishing a common hobby for men? No wonder when she was live streaming before, there were married wives complaining about their husbands going fishing every day and often not coming home at night. Fortunately, Naoki is not like them. As a wife, as long as he does not neglect his family and Pokemon because of fishing, Chishu fully supports his hobbies. Go, go! Naoki smiled, and then cast his eyes on Xiaoshu, who was sitting on the carpet and playing with building blocks with the burning bug, and said to her, Dad is out. You have to listen to Mom at home, understand? Xiaoshu was attracted by the fun building blocks, so he waved his hands perfunctorily, as if to say, go, go. It was rare that Xiaoshu didn't stick to him today, so he took this opportunity to pick up his fishing rod and the fish bucket and turned to leave the ranch. The other Pokemon were playing in the ranch, and Naoki didn't bother them. He called Gillerton and flew to the border bay of Akala Island. He chose a sea area with fish shadows flashing below, took out the folding stool from his backpack and put it away, then strung the bait, set up the fishing rod, ate the Padilla seafood rice that could greatly increase the chance of catching rare fish, and then began to concentrate on fishing. Gillerton was lying on the side, bored, looking at the endless sea and blue sky and yawning. The sky of Alola is always so blue, and the breeze blows, and the sea is rippling with blue waves. Looking at this dreamlike beauty, Naoki couldn't help but let his mind go. And at this moment, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly shook violently. Naoki immediately came to his senses. A fish was hooked. He pulled the rod hard, and accompanied by a parabolic splash, a small blue figure biting the fishhook was caught on the shore. That's the moment he saw the petite Pokemon. Naoki's eyes lit up. It had a small body, a white mouth, a pink bulbous nose, and a light blue collar around its neck. That was the water-attributed starter Pokemon of the Alola region, the Pokemon. Auspicious start. As expected of Padilla seafood rice, it caught such a Pokemon for the first time. The Pokemon on the hook kept struggling. Naoki quickly stepped forward and took the hook out of its mouth with his hands, and then greeted it with a smile. Hello, Pokemon. As a water-attributed Pokemon from the Alola region, Pokemon is not only very gentle, but also very hard-working. For this reason, it is chosen to be given to new trainers, who are 10 years old to become their first Pokemon partner. Like other Pokemon from the Alola region, Pokemon also has a good upper limit. The second stage of all Pokemon is already quite powerful. In battle, it will disrupt the opponent by dancing to avoid the enemy's attack, and will also make powerful water balloons one by one and throw them at the enemy, using this method to cause considerable damage to the opponent. After the third stage of evolution, the sea lion can combine sound waves with the power of water to defeat the opponent in an elegant manner. Ball! The sea lion looked at the human, then turned his head, flapped his tail, and jumped back into the sea. Seeing the sea lion run away, Naoki was not discouraged. After all, he was no longer a young child who wanted to catch new Pokemon. After reinstalling the bait, Naoki continued to fish happily. His target this time was the legendary sea god Kyogre. As long as he keeps fishing here, maybe with his super good luck, he can catch the Kyogre that Shuilian caught. Soon, the fishing rod began to shake violently again. Another fish is hooked. Naoki concentrated and pulled the rod hard. Splash. A large amount of water splashed out, and in the water, the body of a petite blue Pokemon fell accurately on the reef under Naoki's feet like a parabola. Is that a ball sea lion? Naoki was confused. What was going on? Another ball sea lion? Could it be that this sea area was the nest of ball sea lions? Is this time the time when ball sea lions appear in large numbers? But soon, he found something wrong. This ball sea lion was the one he had just caught. Naoki's eyebrows jumped, and he reached out to rescue the ball sea lion and said to it, "This is not the place for you to come, leave here." Ball? The ball sea lion showed a mischievous smile on its face, and then, like just now, it flapped its tail, and nimbly jumped into the sea. Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He reinstalled the bait, and continued fishing. 2 minutes later, the fishing rod shook violently again. Naoki pulled the rod hard, and when the fish was hooked, Naoki's eyelids suddenly jumped wildly. It was the ball sea lion again. Naoki pretended to be angry. "Hey, don't come over here again." Who would have thought that the ball sea lion saw through him, and instead of being scared, he called out "ball" twice. Naoki, He took a deep breath, and then put his right hand into his pocket. "It seems that you and I are very destined. In this case, then you should go home with me." As he said that, Naoki took out an empty Pokeball from his pocket. This pokeball was originally used by him to capture the Kyogre that might come from another world, if he could meet that little Kyogre. When the sea lion saw the pokeball, it immediately turned around and jumped into the sea. It seemed that it didn't want to be caught. Huh, now you are scared, right? Naoki said to the sea, "Don't come and disturb me fishing." After that, the water surface became quiet. Naoki then began to concentrate on fishing. As a result, a circle of ripples appeared on the water surface again after a while. Naoki immediately became very alert. Just when he thought another fish had taken the bait, a round blue head popped out of the water the next second. Naoki was slightly startled. The sea lion swam out of the seawater with a small fish in its mouth. It put the fish in front of Naoki and then jumped into the sea with a proud face. That expression seemed to say, "Isn't it just eating a few of your baits? I just give the fish back to you." The figure of the sea lion quickly disappeared above the sea. After a brief moment of shock, Naoki looked at the small fish on the reef and couldn't help laughing. This ball-shaped sea lion is quite interesting, and people can't help but want to feed it. It's a pity that he didn't bring any treasures and energy cubes this time. Thinking of this, Naoki shouted to the water, "Ball-shaped sea lion, I will come here to fish at this time tomorrow. Remember to come here when the time comes. I have something to give you." After that, there was no movement on the sea surface, and it was unknown whether the ball-shaped sea lion heard it. For a period of time afterwards, the ball-shaped sea lion really didn't come to disturb him fishing again. But maybe it was because there were fewer fish in this area. Even after eating the Padilla seafood rice, there were not many rare fish caught. After 3 hours, Naoki caught a total of 3 slowpokes, 5 clams, 1 agate jellyfish, 2 fluorescent fish and 2 fist sea cucumbers. In the end, the agate jellyfish escaped from the bucket. The 3 slowpokes were stupid. After being caught, they lay on the reef and basked in the sun without moving, as if they had not reacted yet. Naoki wanted to put them aside and continue fishing, but after a while, their tails were bitten by the shelter, and they all evolved into slowpoke. The remaining 2 shelters quietly observed the situation outside from the gaps in their shells. When they saw Naoki looking over, they immediately clamped their shells. Naoki, The fist sea cucumber leisurely stayed at the bottom of the bucket, spitting bubbles slowly from its mouth. The fluorescent fish emitted a faint fluorescence, and they swam gently in the bucket, looking contented. Naoki tried to release them, but the Pokemon did not leave on their own. Seeing this, Naoki said to them, "It seems that you and I are destined to be together. In this case, then come back with me." The temperaments of Slowpoke, sea cucumber, and fluorescent fish are all very docile and leisurely. If they are brought back to the ranch, they can be placed on the layer where Dragonite Island is located to enrich the ecology. There is plenty of food there, and these Pokemon do not have to worry about finding food. The effect of Padilla seafood rice has ended. Naoki picked up the fish bucket, took a few slowpokes and shelter, and then rode Gullarden back to the ranch. When they landed in the ranch, Naoki saw Chishu entertaining guests. Seeing Golden landing, Chishu smiled and pointed over there, saying, "Huh? They are back." Xiaoji and others turned their heads to look at Golden, and greeted excitedly, "Mr. Naoki." Naoki's eyes swept over them. Xiaoji, Kachi, Lilia, Mao, Shuilian, Mamane. Xiaoji? Naoki was a little surprised. Xiaoji nodded vigorously. "Yes, we agreed to visit before, and the Pokemon school is closed today, so I brought everyone here to visit. They are all friends I made in the Alola region." "I can see that." Naoki put the fish bucket away and asked with a smile, "Where is Miss Hinako?" Xiaoji replied, "Mom has returned to Pallet Town. Next, I plan to stay here with Pikachu." "I see." Naoki nodded. "Hello, Mr. Naoki. We are Xiaoji's classmates and are currently studying at the Pokemon school." The others also greeted and introduced themselves. Naoki smiled and said, "Welcome." Soon, Kachi and the others were attracted by the Pokemon he brought back. "Wow, it's Slowpoke and Shelter. It's fluorescent fish and sea cucumber. So beautiful." Naoki looked at the Pokemon in the fish bucket and said with a smile, "They are the Pokemon I spent a whole morning to catch." "Awesome." A beam of admiration lit up in the eyes of the fat boy Mamane. Outside the crowd, Lilia looked at the Pokemon around her. Her body was extremely stiff, and her feet were as if they were filled with lead and could not move, as if they were petrified. "Good, so many Pokemon, they are so close, I regret it. I should have worn protective clothing to come here earlier," and just at this moment, a group of EVs chasing and playing ran past her. The tail of one of the EVs unfortunately touched Lilia's calf. Because the temperature was relatively high, Lilia only wore a short skirt today, and the fur and body temperature of the Pokemon directly touched her skin. Lilia only felt a suffocation, and some chaotic and unclear memories flashed through her mind. At this moment, Lilia's inner fear reached the extreme. The next moment, she fainted on the spot. Chapter 637. Lily. Seeing Lily faint, Xiaoji and the others ran over and called her name. What's wrong with this child? Chishu asked. Lily is particularly afraid of Pokemon for some reason. Mao answered Chishu's question quickly. Before, when she was in school, once a Pokemon approached, Lily would be petrified in fear. Sure enough, she was the same Lily he knew. Naoki went forward to check on Lily and said to everyone, Don't worry, she's fine. She just fainted because of fear. She'd be fine after a rest. After that, Naoki looked at his sister Ai Guancher and said to her, Sister, help this guest to the room to rest. The sister Ai Guancher readily agreed. It used its superpowers to help Lily to the room and put her in the guest room. After hearing that Lily was fine, Xiaoji and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xiaoji noticed the three familiar figures not far away. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said excitedly, It's Inti, Riku, and Suicune too. The three holy beasts turned their attention away from the small tree playing with toys, and then turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, they saw a human being they hadn't seen for a long time. That was the rainbow warrior named Xiaoji. The three holy beasts still remembered each other. A few years ago, they had guided each other to Tianqing Mountain to complete the test of the rainbow warrior. Now that they have reunited here, the three holy beasts can't help but look over there. Kaki, Mao, and others also noticed the three strange Pokemon over there. Everyone showed puzzled expressions on their faces. Huh? Xiaoji, do you know them? Yes. Xiaoji nodded vigorously. They are legendary Pokemon from the Johto region. The one on the left is the electric-type Riku, the one in the middle is the fire-type Inti, and the one on the right is the water-type Suicune. Legendary Pokemon? Upon hearing this news, Mao and others covered their mouths in surprise. Yes, it's the legendary Pokemon. Xiaoji hummed, and then excitedly greeted the three sacred beasts. Long time no see, Inti, Suicune, and Riku. The mane on Inti fluttered in the wind, and its posture was majestic, looking so majestic. Facing Xiaoji's greeting, Inti stared at him with his golden pupils, and then nodded slightly. Naoki raised his eyebrows at this scene, but soon he realized that Xiaoji in this world had been to Tianqing Mountain and completed the test of the Rainbow Warrior, so he knew Inti and the others. It was at this time that several people noticed the little girl who was surrounded by Inti, Sui Jun, and Lei Gong in a protective manner. The girl had pink hair and big black eyes, wearing a small skirt, about 1 year old, and looked very cute. That is, Mao was slightly startled, and her eyes turned to Mr. Naoki and Miss Chishu. Could it be that the child was? Sure enough, the next second, Xiaoji's voice answered her doubts. Xiaoji said excitedly, Mr. Naoki, she is Xiaoshu, right? That's right. Naoki nodded with a smile. Xiaoji ran forward, he squatted down, grinned, and showed a friendly smile. Hello, Xiaoshu. I am Xiaoji. The goal is to become a Pokemon master. Xiaoshu looked at Xiaoji with an innocent face, as if he didn't understand what Pokemon master meant. Xiaoshu, say hello to Xiaoji brother. Naoki guided. This time Xiaoshu understood, she blinked, and then opened her mouth. Xiao. She. It's Xiaoji. This name reminded Xiaoji of Hoopa, who also called him and Pikachu in the same way. As a result, Xiaoshu laughed foolishly. Xiaoji. Xiaoji helplessly held his forehead. Okay, Xiaoji is Xiaoji. Xiaoshu giggled and clapped his hands. She is so cute. Mao and others looked at this scene, squatted down, smiled, and greeted Xiaoshu. But then again, Mr. Naoki actually let these three legendary Pokemon take care of the children. Several people reacted belatedly, and then looked at Inti and the others next to them with surprise. The fat boy Mamane couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This Mr. Naoki is really amazing. Naoki was very happy that someone visited the ranch. He looked at Chishu, and then took out a lot of snacks and drinks from home to entertain Xiaoji and his group. The Kachi family also runs a ranch, so they are not curious about the ranch. On the contrary, Mamane, Mao, Shuilian, and others, who have never been to the ranch, feel extremely novel about everything in the ranch. After a simple snack, the group excitedly visited the ranch. They came to the Mount Goats, and Mao couldn't help asking, the goat milk we just drank, is it produced by Pokemon like Mount Goats? Yes, that's right. Shioji enthusiastically helped Naoki introduce. Moreover, the strength of these 3 mount goats has reached the champion level. When they were in the Padia area before, many people came to challenge them, but in the end, no one won. What? Shui Lian showed an exaggerated expression on her face, and she asked in disbelief. Champion level mount goat? Yes, that's right. Shioji nodded vigorously. Wow! Doesn't this mean that the goat milk we just drank was produced by champion level Pokemon? Mamane covered her mouth exaggeratedly. Mr. Naoki, instead of letting the mount goat shine at the league meeting, actually let the champion level Pokemon come here to serve as a milk producing goat. What a luxury. It seems that the milk produced by the mount goat has nothing to do with strength, right? Shioji scratched his head in confusion. Is it related? And it's not just the mount goat. Mr. Naoki also uses the champion level Dragonite to help irrigate the farmland, and the champion level Babu Digger to manage the hens. Xiaoji gave a few examples. Mamane, Mao and others were all stunned. They stood there, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a long time, Mao came back to his senses. She looked at Kachi beside her and couldn't help asking, Kachi, do you have champion level Pokemon in your ranch? Kachi's forehead was inexplicably sweating. What a joke. When Lily woke up from her coma, she found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. She stared at the ceiling above her head for a long time before she realized what had happened. She touched the Pokemon and fainted in fear. Lily's face instantly turned red. Isn't this too embarrassing? But when she was touched by the EV, some strange yet familiar images seemed to appear in her mind because of excessive fear. In the image, she seemed to have suffered a terrible attack from a Pokemon in a certain place. Lily covered her head and recalled carefully. The Pokemon trapped her in its body, and its tentacles tightened so hard that she could hardly breathe. Ah! Lily screamed, and she felt her mind go blank, and she couldn't remember anything afterwards. What on earth is going on? Lily looked at her hands in confusion, and couldn't help muttering. Was that feeling a dream? But why was it so real? The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that Lily could almost hear her own breathing. At this time, there was a sound of playfulness outside the window. Lily got out of bed and walked to the window. Through the window, she saw Xiaoji and Kachi and the others were fighting a Pokemon battle downstairs. Xiaoji used Pikachu to fight against Mr. Naoki's Jolteon. The battle was very intense. Lily looked down and saw the moves used by both sides. Xiaoji's Pikachu attacked with 100,000 volts, and Naoki's Jolteon also used 100,000 volts to counterattack. The two electric energies collided, and lightning splashed on the field. But when the light faded, Jolteon was still slightly inferior. Compared with Pikachu, the Jolteon didn't seem to have much experience in fighting, and Lily saw this. If this continued, the Jolteon would lose. As expected, just as Lily expected, when he saw Jolteon at a disadvantage, Xiaoji chose to pursue the victory. He let Pikachu use the Z-move Ultimate Volt Thunderbolt to give Jolteon the final blow. The ending was as expected. Jolteon lost the ability to fight. After the battle, Lily slowly exhaled in her heart, thinking about how she should go downstairs to face so many Pokemon. At this moment, the door of the room suddenly opened. Lily turned around and saw a Love Butler who opened the door with his hands and stood there looking at her. Love Butler, a Pokemon from the Galar region, looks like a female Love Butler. Lily's mind flashed with the other party's information. But the next second, she realized her situation. Her body froze in place, and she quickly said, "Please wait a moment." The sister Love Butler who wanted to come up to check on the guest stopped and looked over in confusion. Huh? It keenly sensed an emotion called fear in the air. The guest was afraid of it. "I'm so sorry." Lilia couldn't help but said, "I didn't mean it. I just..." Sister AI Butler thought of what Naoki said and was relieved. It stepped back gently, closed the door, and left the space for the guest. Seeing that AI Butler left, Lilia breathed a sigh of relief. If she had known, she would have come in protective clothing. But now was not the time to talk about this. Everyone was waiting for her downstairs. How could she stay up there alone? That would be too rude. Lily mustered up her courage, carefully left the room, and walked down the stairs. The moment she came out, Mao's eyes immediately noticed her. "Lily, are you okay?" Lily nodded, then looked at everyone, bent down, bowed, and said, "I'm very sorry for causing trouble to everyone." Seeing Lilia coming down, the group no longer had the heart to continue the Pokemon battle. Everyone sat around the small wooden table prepared by Naoki, eating snacks and drinking tea while asking about Lilia's sudden coma. "Lilia, what's going on?" Mao couldn't help asking. Lilia shook her head. I don't know, I used to like Pokemon very much, but then something seemed to happen, causing me to feel very scared every time I saw Pokemon approaching. When Pokemon approaches, she will feel the blood flow speed up uncontrollably, and her body tense up. Is that so? Shioji thought about it carefully. He had encountered many things before, and then said seriously, there must be a reason for it to become like this. Lily, can you still remember what happened? I don't remember. Lily shook her head. She hesitated for a moment, and whispered, but when I was unconscious just now, I seemed to remember something. Hearing this, everyone around immediately turned their eyes to Lily. Naoki was even more surprised. If he remembered correctly, Lily used to be a serious and polite girl who loved Pokemon very much. Until one day, Lizman brought little Lily to the Ether Paradise to play, but she didn't expect that Zaobo secretly conducted experiments and successfully opened the Ultra Hole. As a result, Ultra Beast UB01, Parasite ran out of the Ultra Hole, met Lily in the underground passage of the Ether Paradise, and attacked her. Although Lilia was successfully rescued in the end, she lost her memory of that period of time due to excessive shock, and she never dared to touch Pokemon again since then. The instigator of all this, Zaobo, concealed the truth from Lizman for his own selfishness, causing a rift in her relationship with Lilia and gradually alienating her. While thinking, Lilia told everyone what she remembered when she was unconscious just now. I remember that I seemed to be attacked by some Pokemon. That Pokemon was like an agate jellyfish. It swallowed me into its body. As she spoke, Lily showed a fearful expression on her face, as if the memory alone made her feel painful. A Pokemon like the agate jellyfish attacked Lily. Shioji thought carefully, but couldn't figure out what Pokemon it was. Mao and Kachi had never heard of it. You know, even the agate jellyfish would not use the method of wrapping prey to attack the enemy. Compared with this method of attack, they are better at using poison to attack. Unable to figure out what was going on, Shioji finally turned to Naoki for help. Mr. Naoki, do you know what Pokemon Lily was talking about? Hearing this, Lily also turned her head and looked over. Naoki, Of course he knew, UB01, Parasite, the real name is Hyalwood, the ultimate beast. It is said that Hyalwood has a very strong neurotoxin, which can not only parasitize Pokemon or humans to survive, but also release neurotoxins that can control humans. Seeing Naoki's appearance, Shioji's eyes lit up. Mr. Naoki really knew something. Looking at Shioji's eyes, Naoki was very helpless, and finally told everyone what he knew. If I'm not mistaken, it's an ultra beast called Hyalwood. When I was young, I accidentally encountered it when I was traveling in the Alola region. That Hyalwood was very similar to the Pokemon described by Lily. Chapter 638. Hyalwood? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Shioji and others were stunned. Pikachu couldn't help asking, Pikapi? And Shioji quickly reacted, Ultra Beast? Is it also a kind of Pokemon? I guess so. Naoki nodded. I heard that Interpol and the Ether Foundation both call them Ultra Beasts. As for the others, I don't know. Naoki shook his head. Interpol and the Ether Foundation? Shioji knew Interpol. He had seen an Interpol named Handsome before. When Lily heard about the Ether Foundation, she was also stunned. As the eldest daughter of the Ether Foundation, no one present was more familiar with the Ether Foundation than her. It was an organization created by her mother Lizman. Lily, do you remember anything? Mao, who had come to his senses, turned and looked at Lily. Lily shook her head gently. I don't know. I just remember that it was a very scary and aggressive Pokemon. Ah? Everyone didn't know what to do for a moment. Naoki was not too worried. He smiled and comforted, don't worry. Since we already know the culprit of all this, you will be able to see it one day. Shioji cheered up again and nodded with high morale. Yeah, Mr. Naoki is right. As long as we continue to travel in the Alola region, we will see the Pokemon called Zuid one day, and then we will help you teach it a lesson. That's right. Sui Lian was also full of motivation. We must help Lilia regain her lost memories. Kachi had a cold face. Although he didn't say anything, his noncommittal expression also showed what he was thinking. Several years have passed since Naoki first met Kachi, and Kachi has grown up now. Hearing everyone's words, Lily was very moved, thank you. Because the Pokemon school still had classes, Shioji and others did not stay here for too long. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they said goodbye to Naoki and rode their mounts back to Mele Mele Island. Naoki stood in the ranch and looked at their backs as they left, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. Alas, the main storyline of the Alola region seems to have begun. Xiaoji has already obtained AZ bracelet from Tapu Kokoro. It is estimated that it will not be long before they start the pilgrimage to the islands. Then, Nebula will appear, Luzaman will be controlled by Zuid, Solgaleo and Lunala will appear. But all this has nothing to do with him. By the time Ultra Beasts appeared in large numbers, their family had already left the Alola region and returned to Padilla. The next morning, Naoki, who had nothing to do, once again went to the beach with his fishing rod to fish. Thinking of the ball sea lion yesterday, this time he brought some Pofin and energy cubes that were loved by water attribute Pokemon. Naoki ate the Padilla seafood rice, and then sat down to start fishing. Soon, the fish hook began to shake. A fish was hooked. Naoki lowered his arm, and then exerted force, and the fish biting the rod was pulled out of the water. Naoki looked closely, and found that the creature biting the hook was the familiar ball sea lion from yesterday. This time, the ball sea lion was not in a hurry to leave after being caught ashore. It opened its innocent big eyes, and looked at the person in front of it curiously. Ball? Naoki grinned, then took out the energy block he had prepared in advance from his bag, and placed it in front of the ball sea lion. The sea lion looked down at the energy cube, then looked up at the human in front of him. Eat it, Naoki said. Most of the Pokemon that can be selected as the 3 starter Pokemon are very docile and easy to get close to humans. As he expected, the sea lion lowered its head, picked up the energy cube with its mouth, and ate it happily. After eating, it licked its mouth with great enjoyment. Is it delicious? Naoki smiled and said, this is something I personally prepared for water attribute Pokemon, using Luozi fruit and candlewood fruit. Ball? This time, the ball sea lion responded to him, and looked very happy. It licked its palm, and then looked up at the human in front of it. Ball? Feeling the ball sea lion's thoughts, Naoki was slightly stunned. Because the ball sea lion said, speak, if you need my help, just tell me. The ball sea lion didn't mind helping this human. For example, picking up rare shells and pearls in the sea, or taking him to a place with many fish to fish. Naoki didn't know what the ball sea lion was thinking, so he smiled and said, of course not. He was a grown man, and there were so many powerful Pokemon around him. How could he need the ball sea lion to help him do things? But before he finished speaking, Naoki remembered the purpose of coming here to fish. He paused and said, I really want to ask you for help with something. The ball sea lion looked at him and said, Ball? Go ahead, Naoki asked. Have you ever seen a very powerful Pokemon when you are swimming in the sea? Ball? What Pokemon? Naoki described it to the ball sea lion. It's called Kyogre. It looks like a big whale, with 2 huge pectoral fins on both sides of its body. Its body is dark blue. Its chin is white, and there are red stripes on its body and fins. Ball? The ball sea lion recalled it carefully, then shook its head, but soon, it patted its chest with its forelimbs and promised, Ball. Although it has never seen it, it will help to find out the news. After saying that, the sea lion jumped into the sea and soon disappeared. Naoki smiled, and then continued to sit on the stool and fish. This time, without the disturbance of the sea lion, he caught a lot of fish in the morning. Although there were many Pokemon among them, after releasing them, there was still a large bucket of sea fish in the bucket. Like Spanish mackerel, tiger grouper, sea bass. It's decided. Let's make a full fish feast at noon today. After returning to the ranch, Naoki began to prepare in a hurry. The fish he caught had plump meat, and the dishes must be smooth, tender and fragrant. Just thinking about it makes people drool. The steamed sea bass that Quillen likes to eat, the sour and spicy pickled fish, the spicy and refreshing chopped pepper fish head, the nutritious fish head soup, the crispy squirrel fish, the fresh and juicy Spanish mackerel dumplings. The cooking methods of the dishes emerged in Naoki's mind, and his hands quickly processed the ingredients in front of him. Several Pokemon were attracted by this scene and jumped to watch. As the sizzling sound in the pot sounded, the dishes were cooked one by one. When the last fish dish was served, all of a sudden, these fish formed a hole, and then presented a complete hole in Naoki's eyes. Fish Banquet, as a super dinner made with several different kinds of fish through different cooking methods, with a full range of varieties and rich tastes. Pokemon of any taste can find their favorite dishes in it. Effect of the dishes, blessing of the sea. After eating these dishes, you will receive the blessing of the sea, and the talent, comprehension, and potential of water attribute Pokemon will be greatly improved. Evaluation, eat fish. Huh? Seeing this scene, Naoki was surprised. He didn't expect that the effects of so many fish dishes would be integrated into one. Fish feast. Greatly improves the talent, potential, and comprehension of water attribute Pokemon. This effect has surpassed the breeding tree house in the ranch. But unfortunately, this thing is only effective for water attribute Pokemon, and there are very few water attribute Pokemon in the ranch. Only Psyduck, Ursa Major, and Vaporeon are water attribute. However, it's better than nothing. The ranch has developed to this point, and both Naoki and the Pokemon in the ranch are no longer pursuing strength as they did in the beginning. In short, everyone has already lived a retired life. Go and call everyone home for dinner. Gao. At Naoki's command, the motor lizard ran out of the house. After a while, a group of Pokemon ran back. They gathered in front of the dining table, looking at the table full of fish dishes in surprise. Dragonite blinked a few times, and then looked extremely happy. Awoo! Did Naoki know that it liked to eat fish, so he prepared a fish feast for it? Facing Dragonite's expectant eyes, Naoki was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. In order not to disappoint Dragonite, he said with a smile, "Of course, eat it quickly." Awoo! Dragonite roared, quickly ran over and hugged Naoki. At this moment, it felt extremely happy. Naoki was quite helpless. "Okay, let's go eat." Awoo! Dragonite responded obediently, and then sat down on the chair without a back that Naoki specially made for it, and happily ate with relish. The other Pokemon also sat down with curiosity, tasting the fish dishes in front of them. Urgire carefully picked up a piece of fish covered with red soup, and put it into his mouth. The next second, it felt a hot feeling surge in its heart. "Bony! It's so spicy, Naoki, Naoki quickly brought it a glass of tree juice to relieve the spiciness. "If you don't like it, eat the energy cubes and Pofin over there, and the sandwiches." The Urukyo then noticed that Naoki had prepared food for these Pokemon, who were not very interested in meat. "Bony!" It nodded happily, then picked up the sandwich and ate it heartily. "Let me hold Xiaoshu." Naoki took Xiaoshu from Chishu's arms, and let her sit in his arms. Then, Chishu used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish for Xiaoshu, and after making sure there were no bones, he fed her. Ah! Xiaoshu is almost 1 year old, and now she can understand some simple words. Therefore, when she heard Jishu's "ah," she opened her mouth obediently. The fish meat was white, tender and soft, almost melting in the mouth. This kind of meat is very suitable for children. As expected, as the fish meat entered her mouth, Xiaoshu began to chew it quickly. "Ah!" After finishing the meal, she pointed at the fish on the table with her little finger, indicating that she wanted to eat more. Naoki smiled and said, "That's fish, fish." Then, Naoki picked up another piece of fish. "Fish, fish." Xiaoshu pointed at the fish he had picked up. "Yes, baby is really smart." Naoki touched her head. At this moment, Xiaoshu suddenly remembered something. She turned around, pointed at the 2 fluorescent fish in the living room that Naoki temporarily kept in the fish tank, and said, "Fish, fish." Naoki was stunned. Could it be that Xiaoshu wanted to eat the fluorescent fish? He quickly said to Xiaoshu, "Those are Pokemon. Pokemon are our good friends. We cannot hurt them." Xiaoshu seemed to understand. "They are fluorescent fish, just like the burning bugs and Inii, they are all our good friends," Naoki explained patiently. Hearing this, Xiaoshu blinked twice. It looked at the 3 sacred beasts beside it, and then looked at the fluorescent fish swimming happily in the fish tank. At this moment, a vague concept appeared in her mind. Fish can't be eaten. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 203 came to an end. On December 20th, Naoki received a call from the Hero Expedition team. On the phone, Baby Bear asked puzzledly where they went. Naoki slapped his head and remembered that they had moved to the Alola region for the winter, and had not told Baby Bear and them. He was very embarrassed. "We are here in the Alola region. You guys come along too. There is a Pokeball teleporter in the ranch, which just connects to the Alola region. As long as they pass through it, Mew and Baby Bear can reach the Alola region in an instant." Soon, Mew and Baby Bear, Victini, and Zapdos appeared in the ranch. Naoki smiled and looked at them. "Long time no see." Baby Bear showed a bright smile on his face. "Ah!" And at this moment, a halo suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, while Naoki was stunned, a familiar figure flew out from the halo. That was Hoopa. "Hoopa is here to visit you," Hoopa said with a smile. Naoki was a little unresponsive for a moment. He looked at the Baby Bear in disbelief and asked, "What's going on? How did Hoopa appear here?" Before the Baby Bear could explain, Hoopa said on its behalf, "Now Hoopa is also a member of the Heroes Expedition team." Mew nodded happily, "Meow." Victini followed and explained, "Nini." After several Pokemon explained, Naoki finally understood what happened. It turned out that after the Desert City incident, Hoopa got the support of Mayali and Balza, joined the Great Hero Expedition team and traveled with them. When it was almost the new year, it parted ways with Mew and others, and returned to the Valley of Creation alone to find Mayali and Balza. But Hoopa was too familiar with the Valley of Creation, and after playing with everyone there for a while, it felt a little bored. So he came to play with Mew and Bear Baby through the halo. After listening to the whole process, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. This is really as expected of the playful Hoopa, but it's good that way. With Hoopa, the strength of the Hero Expedition team will be even better. Even if they are targeted by the evil organization, they can deal with it calmly. Even Team Rocket can't capture them. Because with Hoopa, they can use the halo to summon a lot of legendary Pokemon to help at any time. At that time, so many legendary beasts will probably scare the bad guys who want to capture them. Chapter 639. Me. As soon as he returned to the ranch, the baby bear happily ordered food from Naoki. He wanted honey buns, honey gummies, and honey drinks. Okay, I make them for you right now. Naoki was also very happy. He turned his head and looked at the Pokemon next to him and asked, Meow, Victini, Zapdos, Hoopa, what about you? Meow immediately thought of the sweet energy cubes. Meow. Nini. Victini wanted to eat cookies. Zapdos said with a defiant look on his face, Chirp. Hoopa looked impatient. Hoopa wants donuts. Okay, no problem. I make them for you right away. Naoki touched the heads of several Pokemon, then turned around and went back to the kitchen to make snacks for them. The honey gummy honey buns that Baby Bear wanted to eat, the energy cubes that Mew wanted to eat, and the cookies that Victini liked were all snacks he had made before, so they were not a problem for Naoki. As for the donuts that Hoopa wanted to eat, he had never made them. However, this is the internet age. Although Naoki didn't know how to make them, he saw the process of making donuts through the Rotom phone in less than a minute. Knead the dough for a minute, and then put it in the pan and fry it. It's quite simple. Naoki memorized the production steps in his mind, and then began to prepare the ingredients needed for these snacks. At the same time, in the ranch, the expedition team of heroes, who had not returned for a long time, looked at everything around them with curiosity, which was strange and familiar. The environment is unfamiliar to them, but the Pokemon living on this grassland are very familiar to them. Pokemon such as Frostmilk and Urako see the return of the expedition team and run over to greet them. Bony. Me. Hoopa looks at so many Pokemon around and seems very excited. It's so lively here. Pokemon nods in agreement. Me. That's right. Everyone here is a good friend playing together. Hoopa likes it here. Hoopa danced happily. For a moment, the whole ranch was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Because it was Hoopa's first time here, Dream and Baby Bear acted as its guides, and took it to visit the places where everyone lived. The farmland cultivated by Naoki, the place where Babu and the hens lived, the Psyducks by the pond, the ranch with flocks of braided sheep, and the garden where the Bud Crown King drank tea and basked in the sun. After a tour, Hoopa seemed even more excited. Hoopa is so happy. Suddenly, Hoopa saw three big guys on the grass not far ahead. Beside them, there stood a very small human cub. Who is that? Hoopa asked, while curiously flying forward and circling the small tree. Mew, Baby Bear and Victini also followed. They surrounded this strange human cub, and suddenly an incredible thought emerged in their minds. Could this child be? But how come she grows so fast? Baby Bear clearly remembers that when they set out from the ranch to travel, Xiaoshu was so young that she couldn't even speak and slept all day in the crib. And now, Xiaoshu can actually walk. What's wrong? Seeing that several of his friends were silent, Hoopa asked in confusion. Baby Bear came to his senses. Me. She is Naoki's baby, called Xiaoshu. Meow. Meow had rarely come into contact with humans before, and now it has seen with its own eyes how much Xiaoshu has changed, and it has been a long time since it came to its senses. Compared to Mew, Victini knows much more. It used to live with the old king in the Sword of the Earth castle and had seen many humans grow old. Shu. Hoopa murmured the name again, and then happily flew to Schwa and introduced himself to her. Schwa, I'm Hoopa, Hoopa. Schwa looked at the Pokemon in front of her, then stretched out her little hand and hugged it. Hoopa. It's Hoopa. Hoopa corrected. Hoopa. The tree was still very persistent. Hoopa was helpless. Well, Hoopa is Hoopa. Since it was the first time they met, it would give the tree a gift. Thinking of this, Hoopa's figure flashed, and with a bang, in a puff of smoke, its appearance changed drastically, from a small Hoopa to a big Hoopa with 6 thick arms, a big tail, and a fierce face. Then, a halo flew out from Hoopa's arm, and Hoopa reached into it and groped, "Hoopa Lao Lao." But before it finished speaking, it suddenly heard a loud cry. Hoopa was stunned for a moment, and when it looked down, it saw Xiaoshu crying and hiding among the 3 majestic Pokemon behind it. The 3 sacred beasts cast disapproving glances at Hoopa. Hoopa scratched his head in confusion. What happened? Why did Xiaoshu suddenly cry? Dreamy couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. "Meow." Baby Bear explained, "Emi. She was scared by you." Hearing this, Hoopa immediately understood. It decisively changed back to the appearance of little Hoopa, and then summoned the halo again. The next second, donuts and candies fell from the sky, like a candy rain, and piled up into a small hill on the grass. Xiaoshu's eyes were indeed attracted by this scene. She seemed to know that this Pokemon had no ill will towards her, so she was no longer afraid. She opened her eyes wide, and looked at the hill made of candies and donuts. Hoopa suddenly poked his head out from behind the hill, and he laughed and said, "Hee hee, this is the gift from Hoopa to you." Xiaoshu was amused and started to giggle. She clapped her hands while laughing. Seeing this, the 3 holy beasts looked at each other, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because it took too long to let the dough rise, Naoki's donuts were not ready until the afternoon. When the donuts came out of the frying pan, its information immediately emerged from Naoki's mind. Donuts, B+ donuts made with flour, eggs, and fresh mooing milk. Cooking effect. Sweet honey LV2 greatly increases the friendliness of Pokemon that like sweets, making it easier for them to get close to you. Rating. A favorite of sweet lovers. Sweet honey. Naoki read out the name. Although this effect doesn't have much effect, it's better than nothing. Naoki brought the still steaming donuts to Hoopa, who had been waiting on the sofa. Although Hoopa had eaten a lot of donuts in the morning, it still ate happily. Donuts, delicious donuts, you can never eat enough. And Hoopa also discovered that the donuts made by Naoki seemed to be particularly sweet, and eating them made him feel happy. Hoopa was particularly happy eating there, and Naoki began to discuss the matters of this year's new year with Chishu. It is now December 20th, and in another 10 days, it will be the 204th year of the Alliance calendar, which is also the 7th year that Naoki came to this world. Unknowingly, he has formed his own family, had his own children, and lived a happy life. How should we celebrate the new year this year? Chishu gave some suggestions on this issue. Celebrate it at home. Hee. In fact, as long as everyone is together, it doesn't matter where we celebrate the new year. Chishu quite agrees with this. That's right. In this case, just celebrate it normally as before. On the last day of December in the year 203 of the Alliance calendar, Chishu went to Ohana town to buy some fireworks and New Year's goods. In the evening, the family and Pokemon had a New Year's Eve dinner and set off fireworks on the ranch. With the sound of the midnight bell, 203 officially came to an end, and the new year 204 followed. After the new year, the snow began to melt, and everything began to revive in the spring sunshine. The temperature in various places gradually warmed up, and the family officially decided to move back to the Padilla area. With Hoopa, this move was very convenient. It transformed into Liberation Hoopa, and the 6 halos on its body flew out and landed at the same time, forming a series of portals connecting the Padilla area. The goat, the braided sheep, the big milk tank, and the spirit horse lined up to walk through the portal. Soon, only Naoki's family of 3 and Gul'dan were left at the Alola Ranch. "Naoki, are you going back now?" Hoopa looked over and asked. Naoki shook his head. "I still have something to do." "Then Hoopa will wait for you here." Hoopa put away the halo. And Naoki rode Gul'dan to the place where he used to fish. He shouted for a while, and soon, the ball sea lion swam to the shore. "Puffy Sea Lion, we are leaving. Do you want to go with us?" Naoki asked. "Puffy Sea Lion?" Puffy Sea Lion looked over in confusion. Naoki smiled and explained, "We are here for vacation. Now that winter is over, we are going home. We may not have the chance to come here to fish again. I thought that if that happens, I may never see you again, so I wanted to come and ask you if you want to go back with us." He was right. Although they will come to the Alola region for vacation in the future, wild Pokemon may not always live in the same place. During this period, it is possible that the ball sea lion left this coast and ran to other places. If so, it would be difficult for them to meet again. The ball sea lion understood, and it blinked its eyes, as if it was thinking seriously. Naoki was not in a hurry, and waited patiently for the ball sea lion's answer. After a long while, the ball sea lion gave an answer. "Ball?" During this period of time, it liked this human quite a lot. It ate so much bait from the other party at that time, but he didn't get angry. Not only that, He also brought it a lot of delicious food. However, it seems that it has a commission that has not been completed. Ball. It has been helping to find the trace of the Pokemon named Kyogre. It's a pity that there is still no news after such a long time. Naoki was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm just a little curious about the Pokemon, I don't have to find it. If the little Kyogre really came to the Alola region from another world through the Ultra Hole, it might not have appeared at this time." The Ball Sea Lion suddenly realized, Ball. So that's it. Naoki smiled, and then extended his hand to invite, "Now, can you go back with us?" Ball. The Ball Sea Lion jumped up happily. Gulton, let's go! The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Naoki rode on Gulton and returned to the ranch. Hoopa, please, Naoki said. Leave it to Hoopa. As Hoopa's voice fell, a light spread in front of Naoki. Before going in, Naoki looked at the Pokemon of the Great Hero Expedition team and asked, "Are you going to stay here?" Meow. Meow nodded his head. That's right, they found that this place called Alola is quite large. In this case, they will start their journey from this place this time. Okay. Naoki smiled and nodded. In this case, I wish you a pleasant journey. Meow. Goodbye, Hoopa, Baby Bear, Meow Zapdos. Naoki waved to them, and then he and Golden passed through the halo together. The next second, they crossed countless spaces and returned to the tree house. Looking at the familiar scene around him, Naoki couldn't help but take a deep breath. Finally back, after 3 months away from home, the ranch seemed a bit messy. Next, they had to tidy up the ranch. The group divided the work and cooperated. Yin Di, Lei Gong and Shui Jun were responsible for taking care of Xiao Shu and Qi Shu. Ai Guancher and his sister were responsible for cleaning the house, and Naoki took Golden and Motor Lizard to work in the ranch. After a winter, the grass on the lawn grew messy. Naoki took a lawn mower and trimmed the lawn clean and smooth. There were many leaves on the ground. Dragonite used the storm to blow, and the leaves flew all over the sky. Gaw! Motor Lizard opened his eyes wide. Gulton also glared at Dragonite. Dragonite scratched his head embarrassedly. It just wanted to help blow the leaves together with the storm. As a result, it accidentally failed to control its strength and overexerted itself. It ran forward and picked up the leaves with its claws. Ah, gaw! Gillerton and Motor Lizard looked at each other helplessly, and then stepped forward to help. The orchard and apple orchard also had a lot of ripe fruits. After a winter, these fruits had begun to rot and look dirty. Naoki put on gloves and kept shuttling through the orchard to pick up the fruits on the ground and throw them away. No one had lived there for a long time. Perhaps because there was no popularity, the Pokemon house where the chicken house and the milk tank lived were a little dilapidated. Maybe it was damaged by wild Pokemon, but there was a hole in the roof of the chicken coop. Naoki took a ladder and a wooden board, climbed up, and repaired the leaking part. Naoki went around the perimeter of the ranch again, checked the damage of the fence, and then found tools to repair the fence. When all the work was done, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After everyone's hard work for an afternoon, the whole ranch was brand new. Naoki looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction, as well as the Pokemon playing in the ranch, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, now it finally looks like a home again. Chapter 640. Just returned to Jichin Town. There are still many things waiting for Jishu to arrange in the ranch. Spring has arrived, and a new round of gym badge collection journey has officially begun. Gym masters from all over Padilla have rushed to their respective gyms to welcome new challengers. Therefore, not long after returning to Padilla, Chishu went to work. Jishu stayed at home and dealt with the things that had been put on hold for the past few months. He contacted Zack and told him that he had returned and that the tree house officially resumed its plan to sell crops to the outside world. Zack was extremely happy about this. As soon as he received the news, he drove to Naoki Ranch, put his big hand on his shoulder, and grinned. That's great. When you were away, I don't know how many customers blocked the door of our store to buy life goat milk. Now that you are finally back, those people can finally get what they want. Naoki laughed and said, Is it that exaggerated? Of course not. Zack said, Now life goat milk is a major feature of our Jichin town. It is very famous on the internet. Then we have to work hard to produce more life goat milk. Naoki said. Zack grinned. Anyway, it's good that you are back. Well, I should go back too. There are still many things waiting for me to do at the Chamber of Commerce. As usual, I will come to pick up the goods at 5 p.m. today. No problem. Naoki nodded and agreed. As soon as Zack left, Naoki started to run his own shop again. The working Dragonites, who had been idle for several months, were already bored to the point of growing grass. As soon as they received Naoki's message, they immediately flew over from the World Tree. As the shop resumed business, orders were placed one after another. The Dragonites carried their travel bags, put on hats with cute Dragonite patterns, packed the goods according to the instructions of Rotom on their mobile phones, and then flew into the clear blue sky. Naoki stood on the grass of the ranch and looked up at the scene, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, in this way, the ranch has finally returned to normal order. Dad! A childish voice came from behind. Naoki turned around and saw his precious daughter stumbling towards him. Hey! He quickly responded, smiled and squatted down, opened his arms, and waited for Xiaoshu to come over. Xiaoshu looked at his father in front of him and felt very happy. She kept running forward, and time was constantly changing. She ran through the cold January, the warm February, the blooming March, the prosperous April, and then fell into Naoki's arms. She let out an extremely clear dad. In July of the 204th year of the Alliance calendar, Xiaoshu was 1 year and 7 months old. Naoki, who had just returned to the ranch from get-off work at Blueberry Academy, picked up his daughter, who came to greet him and asked with a smile, "Did you listen to your mother this morning?" "I listened." Xiaoshu nodded her head and answered obediently. "Very good," Naoki asked as he walked home with his daughter in his arms. "Then tell Dad, what did you do this morning?" Xiaoshu thought about it carefully and then answered, "Ride Yendi." Naoki, Listening to Xiaoshu's tone, it seemed as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Other children ride motorcycle lizards, but his baby daughter rides the 3 sacred beasts at the beginning. At this time, Xiaoshu seemed to think of something unhappy and complained to Naoki, "Thunder God is bad." Naoki was a little puzzled. Why is Thunder God bad? According to his observation, the 3 sacred beasts like Xiaoshu very much, even more than him. In this situation, how could Xiaoshu still think that Lei Gong was bad? Lei Gong doesn't allow you to scratch his beard. Xiaoshu angrily complained to Lei Gong. Naoki, He resisted the urge to laugh and said to Xiaoshu, "The beard is very important to Lei Gong. If you scratch it, it will hurt, just like Daddy pulling your hair." Hearing this, Xiaoshu was full of confusion. "Is it like this?" "Dad, try it," Xiaoshu said. Although the words were unclear, Naoki still understood what Xiaoshu meant. She asked him to grab her hair to see if it hurts. Seeing this, Naoki reached out and grabbed a strand of Xiaoshu's pink hair, then gently pulled it. Xiaoshu immediately acted in pain, tears welling up in her big eyes. "Dad is bad. I will never talk to you again." After saying that, she broke free from Naoki's arms, trotted away, and then hid behind the breeding tree house. Naoki was puzzled. He didn't use any force? Naoki wanted to go over and take a look, but at this moment, the Rotom phone in his pocket rang. When he took it out and saw that it was Yessie calling, Shishu pressed the answer button and went to the side to answer the phone. Behind the breeding tree house, Xiaoshu threw himself into the fluffy, soft and warm fur of the burning insect and said angrily, "Dad is also bad." The burning insect sighed very humanely. What else can it do? It can only accompany its owner silently. After crying for a while, Xiaoshu realized that her father did not come to comfort her. She turned around, clung to the tree trunk and poked her head out to see what her father was doing. As a result, the next second, she saw her father talking on the phone with his back turned. Almost instantly, the grievance surged into Xiaoshu's heart, and Xiaoshu pouted and burst into tears. The burning bug hurriedly climbed forward. At this time, a sound of running footsteps came from afar. The burning bug turned his head and saw Yendi, Shuai-jun and Lei Gong, who were originally lying not far away and watching this side, running over. They surrounded Xiaoshu and tried to coax him. Lei Gong seemed a little at a loss. He thought carefully and thought to himself, could it be that Xiaoshu was crying because he didn't let Xiaoshu scratch his beard? Thinking of this, Lei Gong lowered his big head and put his beard in front of Xiaoshu with a stiff face, and said to her telepathically, "Don't cry, let you catch it." However, Xiaoshu refused. "No!" Xiaoshu cried and said, "Dad said Lei Gong will hurt." Lei Gong was slightly startled. Yendi, one of the 3 sacred beasts, showed a relieved smile on his face. He leaned down, picked up Xiaoshu with his mouth, and put her on his back. "Don't cry, I take you out to play." With the little tree's exclamation, Yendi ran off into the distance. But soon, he heard the little tree's cry, "Burning bug!" Yendi instantly understood what the little tree meant. He turned back and took the burning bug with him. 1 person and 1 bug sat on Yendi's body and ran towards the direction of the World Tree. In the pasture, when Naoki turned around, he saw Yendi running fast. Yi on the other end of the phone saw his movements and was a little surprised. "What's wrong?" "I just seemed to hear Xiaoshu crying," Naoki said. Yesi was slightly stunned. "What happened to Xiaoshu?" "It seems that she is fine. Nti took her out to play." Naoki noticed that the direction Nti ran was the direction of the World Tree. There are many Pokemon playing with Xiaoshu there, so she won't be bored now. Hearing this, Yesi raised his eyebrows and then asked, "Speaking of which, Xiaoshu is almost 2 years old, right?" "Naoki, how can it be so fast? There are still 5 months. That's pretty quick." Yisi asked with a smile, "When are you going to start teaching her about Pokemon? Isn't that too early?" Although Xiaoshu is much smarter than his peers, letting a child under 2 years old command Pokemon battles. Children grow up very quickly. Yisi said, "In the blink of an eye, they may grow up." Naoki, But then again, it is true that children grow up quickly. At the beginning of the year, Xiaoshu couldn't walk, but now he can run. "Okay, let's put it this way first. I will visit your ranch later, and see Xiaoshu by the way." Yesi said. She should also meet Xiaoshu, and let Xiaoshu know that there is an aunt like her. Yesi. "Okay, you are welcome anytime." Shishu nodded with a smile. However, when Yesi said she was coming to visit, she immediately took action. That afternoon, she arrived at the ranch. Shishu and Chishu were camping on the grass with Xiaoshu and Pokemon. When they saw Yesi, they quickly stood up to welcome her. "Chief, why are you here?" Chishu was very surprised. "Today the Padilla Alliance is on holiday, so I came to see Xiaoshu. I haven't seen her since she was born." As he said this, Yesi looked at Xiaoshu who was playing with plasticine with the Pokemon. "Ah, is this Xiaoshu? You grown so big?" Hearing someone calling his name, Xiaoshu looked up at the strange ant in front of him with a confused look on his face. Shishu introduced, "Xiaoshu, this is Aunt Yesi, call her Auntie." Xiaoshu looked at Yesi in front of him curiously. Yesi squatted down and greeted Xiaoshu with a smile. "Hello Xiaoshu, I am Yesi, you can call me Aunt Yesi." Xiaoshu didn't say anything. Her childish intuition made her feel that the ant in front of her was a little strange. Yesi then cast her eyes on the 3 legendary Pokemon named Emperor, Thunder God, and Suicune beside Xiaoshu, as well as the rare burning bug, and felt very satisfied. Well, looking at the appearance of these Pokemon, when Xiaoshu grows up, they should go out traveling with Xiaoshu. With the guidance of Jishu and Chishu, 10 years is enough for Xiaoshu's burning bug to evolve into a powerful Vulcan moth. Adding the 3 legendary Pokemon, Yesi feels that she can retire directly at that time and hand over the title of the top champion to Xiaoshu. Of course, the premise is that Xiaoshu can defeat her. Naoki asked the Pokemon to play with Xiaoshu here. He and Chishu invited Yesi back to the living room and entertained her there. In addition to visiting Xiaoshu, Yesi had another thing to do today. She looked at Chishu and said to him, "By the way, Chishu, this year's World Championship and 8 Masters are about to start. Do you want to try to participate?" 8 Masters? Now she was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to be so soon. Dondi had called him before to invite him to participate in the 8 Masters. But he hadn't thought about which Pokemon he should send out if he participated. Some Pokemon in the ranch were bored, and Naoki thought about it and decided to take them out to play. Babu, Dragonite, Motor Lizard, Frostmilk, Mount Goat. "I have this idea," Naoki said, "but then again, Chief, aren't you going to participate? I saw that the champions of other regions have rankings before." Yesi smiled slightly. "That kind of thing should be left to the young people. There are so many things to do in the Padilla League, I don't have so much time to participate." Naoki, This is the atmosphere of the Padilla Alliance. "Okay." Naoki nodded and did not continue the topic. And Chishu suddenly remembered something and asked the chief, "By the way, Chief, I heard that something happened at Padilla College recently." She saw a fan talking about it during her recent live broadcast. It is said that there seems to be a bullying incident at Padilla College, and Principal Mufei resigned, and the current principal has become Clavel. Chishu had heard of this person's name before. It was said that he had studied Thai crystallization in the research group of Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu. He was also responsible for the current rapid development of Thai crystallization. Hearing this question, Chishu was slightly stunned. "What?" Yisi frowned slightly. "I also heard about that incident. It seems that an organization called Tianqing Team bullied others on the playground. However, the incident is over now. Tianqing Team was disbanded, and the boss who founded that organization has dropped out of school and left the Padilla area." Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. No, it shouldn't be like this. Because the members of the Tianqing team were the ones who suffered from school bullying. They launched Tianqing operation and gathered the bullying students on the playground, but there was no fighting at that time, just showing the determination. We will fight to the end if the bullying doesn't stop. Those bullying students were scared when they saw such a scene and apologized while crying. However, the whole picture of this incident was covered up by the dean of Padilla College, causing the Tianqing team to be regarded as bad students. Principal Mu Fei resigned because of this, and the real boss, who founded the Tianqing team, Mutant, took full responsibility in order to prevent the members of the Tianqing team from being held accountable, and returned to his hometown Gaylor to study abroad for a year and a half. However, there seems to be some hidden secrets in this matter. UCI said, as soon as the incident happened, I sent people to Padilla Academy, but according to the investigator, the members of the Tianqing team were unwilling to reveal a word to the public. Is that so? Chishu murmured. She didn't expect such a bad incident to happen in her alma mater. Looking at the expressions of the two, Chishu remembered another thing. The fact that Principal Clavel took office gave him a reminder. It is now July of the 204th year of the Alliance calendar, and there are less than 2 years left before the plot of the Padilla region. Now the incident of Peony has broken out, and later, it is probably that Papa was attacked in the Zero Zone, causing the Mastiff Godfather to be injured. In order to save the Mastiff Godfather, Papa began to look for secret seasonings everywhere. Naoki suddenly remembered that he had not contacted Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu for a long time. After UCI left, he picked up the phone and dialed Dr. Olin's number. Dr. Olin seemed to be busy, and no one answered the call for a long time. Naoki had no choice but to hang up. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Dr. Olin called back. Naoki pressed the answer button, and Dr. Olin's face appeared on the screen. What's wrong, Naoki? We were busy this afternoon and didn't check our phones. Dr. Olin's handsome face looked a little tired. It's okay, I just saw that you haven't contacted me for a long time, so I wanted to call and see how you are doing recently. Naoki said. You know, in the first few years, Dr. Olin would contact him every once in a while. Hearing this, Dr. Olin smiled. Is that so? Don't worry, everything is fine here, but how do you feel about becoming a father? Dr. Olin asked with a smile. Thinking of Xiaoshu, Shishu also smiled. This child is the most precious gift in my life. It seems that you are living a happy life. Dr. Olin felt relieved. When she first met Shishu, he was still running the ranch alone, but now, like them, he has his own children. Naoki smiled slightly, and then began to ask about the business. By the way, is there anything I can help with at the Zero Area Research Institute? Zenifa and Gillerton have now adapted to the life on the ranch. If possible, I think we can help provide some research materials. Thank you very much for your kindness, but it's not needed for the time being. Dr. Olin shook his head. Naoki could only say, okay, if you need any help, remember to contact me. Dr. Olin smiled. She didn't refuse, but nodded and said okay. She seemed to want to say something else, but Dr. Fuda called from the other end of the phone. Dr. Olin looked back and said, I still have some work to do. Let's stop here today. I contact you later. Okay. The two said goodbye to each other. Naoki looked at Golden helplessly. Hey Golden, do you think the two doctors will be safe? Gillerton's eyes flickered. Ah gah. At the same time, in the Zero Area Research Institute, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda stood in front of a huge machine, looking at two tall petri dishes. And in the green solution, there were two human-shaped creatures floating. Using the information from those future paradoxical Pokemon, these two AIs are finally completed. Now the problem of insufficient manpower can be solved. Dr. Fuda's tone was full of excitement. A month ago, a paradoxical Pokemon injured people in the Institute, and a researcher unfortunately lost his life. The other researchers wanted to stop their research, but for Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu, how could they give up the research they put so much effort into? In the end, those researchers who disagreed with their ideas chose to withdraw from the project, and only a few people were left in the huge institute. There were not enough people in time, and even if new people were recruited, they could not immediately establish trust and were useless. Therefore, after a brief thought, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda created their own AI to assist them in their research. At this time, the two mechanical bodies in the culture dish moved. They opened their eyes, then slowly walked out of it, and stood in front of the two doctors. Looking at the faces in front of them, that were exactly the same as their own, both Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda could not help but marvel at this magical scene. They integrated their own knowledge and memory into these two AIs. As long as they were there, This research would definitely achieve double the effect. Dr. Olin was very excited when he thought of this. At this time, the Olin AI in front of him moved. It opened its eyes, and looked over with a mechanical look, as if it was not used to this mechanical body. Its voice was like a mechanical voice, greeting the real Dr. Olin. Hello, Dr. Olin. Olin AI is happy to serve you. Chapter 641. At the end of July, a new round of World Championships will be held at the Galar region's Gongmin Arena. Powerful trainers from all over the world gathered here, and for a time, the entire Gongmin city was filled with strong people. Young trainers dressed in elite looks and well-trained, strong, and shiny Pokemon can be seen everywhere. On the audience platform of the Gongmin Arena, Dante folded his arms and looked at the grand scene below with Charizard. There, a high-level ranking match was being held. A powerful electric shock monster was fighting a very fast giant bee. Lightning flashed on the field, and the giant bee was so fast that it left an afterimage. It dodged the 100,000 volts of the electric shock monster while nimbly approaching the electric shock monster, like a dancer on the tip of a knife. When it closed the distance with the opponent, a silver cold light flashed on the two needles of the giant bee, and then it pierced into the body of the electric shock monster at lightning speed. Deadly needle sting. Electric beast showed pain on its face. The electricity on its body slowly dissipated, and its huge body fell to the ground with a dull sound. Aerial shooter Rotom flew forward to check on the condition of Electric Beast, and after confirming that it had lost its ability to fight, he immediately announced the result of the match to the audience. Electric Beast has lost its ability to fight, and Beedrill won this match. Ding! The ranking has been updated. A thunderous cheer broke out in the audience. Everyone was aroused by the enthusiastic atmosphere, and they raised their glow sticks to cheer for the winners and Pokemon in the audience. It's so lively. Dandy's eyes were shining with excitement. There were so many spectators in just a high-level qualifying match. He could already imagine the grand occasion when the 8 Masters officially competed. By then, the entire Gongmin Arena would probably be packed with people, and no one would be left unattended. Dandy turned around and walked out of the arena. On both sides of the road, there were countless fans holding banners and shouting loudly. Seeing Dandy coming out, these fans immediately shouted excitedly, "Champion, come on, don't lose to the champions of other regions. We will always support you." Dandy looked at everyone, then smiled and hummed. He posed in a handsome pose and said to everyone, "Don't worry, I will never let you down." Now, the champions of other regions and the 8 masters of the previous session have all arrived in Gongmin City. The last runner-up Adu, the former champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo Tsurugi, the champion of the Sinnoh region, Sirona, the champion of the Kalos region, Kalun, etc. Last year, he successfully defended his title of the strongest king trainer, and this year, he will continue to work hard. It's just that this year's difficulty. The Pokemon around Naoki appeared in Dante's mind, and even he couldn't help but feel extremely tricky. The Mount Goat whose vitality is as endless as grass, the Dragonite, and Babu Tubo who control the storm and control the lightning. It's really a headache to think about it. This time, he will fight with 100% of his strength. But then again, Naoki seems to not know that the World Championship has started, right? Dante took out his Rotom phone and called Naoki Ranch. It was another sunny day at Naoki Ranch. While Chishu was at work, Naoki had nothing to do, so he handed Xiaoshu over to the 3 holy beasts to take care of him, and he and AI Guancher brother and sister took down the quilts and sheets at home, washed them, and hung them on the clothesline to dry. On the other side of the pasture, the Pokemons were also helping Naoki with some work within their capabilities. Dragonite stood by the field as usual, praying for rain in the sky. After a while, a dark cloud floated over the farmland, just covering the farmland. Then, a drizzle of rain fell, nourishing the crops that were growing vigorously. In the chicken coop, Babu Tubo opened the door and called the hens outside to find food. The Meltans that followed swarmed into the chicken coop, carrying the eggs and moving them into the box. On the pasture, Xiaoshu was playing the game of riding a big horse. She rode on Legong, holding his mane with her 2 little hands, while Legong controlled his speed and ran slowly on the grass. The wind blew across Xiaoshu's cheeks, and the scenery on both sides kept moving backwards. Xiaoshu was having a lot of fun, and her childish laughter could be heard from a long distance away. Chishu hung up the clothes, blocked the dazzling sunlight with his hands, and looked in the direction of Xiaoshu. Seeing her and Indie having so much fun, he couldn't help but smile. The work in the ranch was not finished yet, and he was going to brush the 2 horses of the Bud Crown next. He took the brush and went straight to the stable. The Spirit Horse and the Snowstorm Horse were waiting there early. Seeing the brush in Naoki's hand, they seemed quite excited. Even the legendary Pokemon would show the demeanor of ordinary Pokemon when facing the brush, because it would make them feel very comfortable. When brushing the hair, that kind of brush can remove the dust and dirt on it, so that they can keep it clean. Especially the pure white Blizzard horse. Although it has a rather irritable temperament, it still has a little cleanliness obsession. If its body is dirty, it will immediately become irritable. When Naoki put the brush on the Blizzard horse, this irritable horse immediately became happy. This kind of service, but they have never enjoyed it before. Even when they were in charge of the Crown Snowfield, they had never encountered it. In comparison, both the Blizzard horse and the Spirit horse prefer the life in this ranch. Because there are endless ice radishes and black radishes here, and people brush their hair regularly. Just thinking about this kind of life makes horses feel happy. When the horse is happy, it lifts its tail up and keeps swinging it. Naoki noticed this scene and couldn't help but be speechless. Good guy, it turned out that it was enjoying it. Just when Naoki wanted to say something, Flutter suddenly ran out holding his Rotom phone. At this time, the Rotom phone was beeping non-stop. Someone called. Naoki reached out and took the Rotom phone from the wing claws of the flapper, and then pressed the answer button. The next second, Dantai's handsome face appeared on the screen. Dantai? Naoki was a little surprised. He noticed that Dantai seemed to be holding some activities, and it sounded very lively. Dantai grinned and showed a hearty smile. Naoki, it's time. Naoki was a little unresponsive for a while, and asked in a daze, what time? Could it be that Dantai found the location of Wichitana? However, immediately afterwards, Dantai answered his question. The World Championship has begun, he said. 8 Masters? Naoki reacted immediately. Dantai hummed and explained, but now is still the championship stage. The advanced level competition is being held now. When the final winner of the advanced level is decided, the 8 Masters will officially start. The last 8 Masters were me, the champion of the Kanto region, Yulongdu, the champion of the Hoenn region, Tsuki Daigo, the champion of the Sinnoh region, Sirona, the champion of the Kalos region, Kalyuni, the Dragon Gem Master of the Galar region, Day, the Fire King of the Sinnoh region, and Dorasena, the Dragon King of the Kalos region. Have you thought about it? Are you going to participate in this World Championship? Dante's face was full of expectations. Naoki smiled and said, if I don't participate, I will disappoint your expectations. Hearing this, Dante opened his eyes wide, and instantly understood what Naoki meant. He immediately said, in that case, I will wait for you in Gongnan City. As I said before, you only need to start the challenge from the 9th place. Naoki hesitated. Will people think there is something shady in this case? If he really joined in the middle as Dante said, it would be too unfair to those trainers, who worked hard to get to the 9th place, and everything the other party had done before would be meaningless. And there is no doubt that Dante used his power to let him participate. Hearing this, Dante scratched his head embarrassedly, although there will be a little, but I believe your strength will not disappoint me. Naoki, forget it, I start from the advanced level. You can help me sign up, register the information, and give it to me later, he said. In this way, some Pokemon in the ranch that are not so strong can also go there to play. The World Championship is a point ranking system, which is a bit similar to the rank in MOBA games. Participants from the general level to the advanced level need to compete with trainers of the same level. The winner will be promoted, the loser will be demoted, and the tie will not change the ranking. When the ranking reaches the top 1000, it will be promoted to the super level, and when the ranking reaches the top 100, it will be promoted to the advanced level. The schedule, location and opponents of the advanced level competition are all prearranged, which is the traditional open competition. The number of Pokemon that can be used by both sides is 13. When the advanced level player is promoted to the 9th place, he will be arranged to compete with the 8th place player of the master level to compete for the qualification of becoming the 8 Masters. After the season ends, the 8 Masters will have a fierce competition. The one who defeats other master trainers and wins the final victory will be awarded the strongest king in the world. Hearing Naoki's words, Dante was stunned for a moment, then he understood what he meant. Naoki didn't want to embarrass him. Of course, no problem. Dante grinned and said, I help you arrange it now. You can come to Gongnan City in the next few days to prepare for the competition. Naoki nodded, indicating that it was no problem. In fact, with Gillerton's speed and Giratina's reverse world, he could travel back and forth between the ranch and the Galar region within half an hour, and he didn't need to stay there all the time. In this case, there will be no impact on the ranch. After hanging up the phone, Dante went to help him arrange the identity registration, while Naoki turned his attention to the many Pokemon playing in his own ranch. After brushing the two horses, Naoki walked to the grass and blew a whistle. Suddenly, the Pokemon from all directions, who heard the whistle, ran over. Seeing this scene, the three holy beasts who were playing with Xiaoshu were slightly startled. After a brief thought, they also followed the other Pokemon and came to Naoki. Soon, a group of Pokemon surrounded Naoki and looked at him curiously. Bamo? Mama? Everyone, here's the thing, there's a Pokemon competition going on. Does anyone want to go and play? Naoki asked. Bony? Ergue was a little confused. A competition? Naoki nodded. Yes, it's a battle with other Pokemon on the battlefield. If you defeat all the Pokemon, you can become the strongest king in the world. Bamo? Is it the same as the previous gym battle? Bubble asked. Not quite. Naoki shook his head. Gym battles are just ordinary battles, while the World Championship is a global competition. Trainers and Pokemon from all over the world will gather there, and there will be thousands of spectators watching. Bamo. Bubble imagined the scene and felt excited. Bamo. And Dragonite was already excited when he heard the title of the strongest king. Looking back, it was a stupid Dragonite, but now, with the help of Naoki, it has become a strong one in the tribe. Next, it will look to the whole world. If it can win there, it can become the strongest Dragonite in the world. When Dragonite thought of this, he couldn't wait. Frosty Milk Fairy was even more so. Ma. It also wants to participate in the competition, and it wants to use its most powerful finger swing to defeat those opponents. Motor Lizard's eyes are also full of expectations. Over the years, it has never stopped practicing. Now, it wants to prove itself. It is no longer the weak Pokemon that only needs Naoki's protection. Now it can protect Naoki like Gurdon. Seeing the expressions of the Pokemon, Naoki couldn't help but smile. It seems that everyone is very interested in this World Championship. In this case, let's go and participate together. At the same time, in the reverse world, on the Sky Island of Flowers. Giratina was lying in the flowers as usual, listening to Rotom reading the comments and messages from fans on his phone. A netizen named Garrido Sego said, Giratina, I really want to meet you and have a battle with you. Will I ever have this chance in my life, Lodo? Giratina snorted. It was the great Giratina, and it was not something that ordinary people could challenge whenever they wanted. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for it? Rotom, next one. Giratina said. Got it, Lodo. Rotom continued to look through the comments for the next second. A netizen named Big Root asked, Giratina, will you participate in this year's World Championship, Lodo? Oh, World Championship? Giratina opened his eyes. Rotom took the opportunity to search for information about the World Championship. Report, Lodo. The World Championship is a competition where trainers and Pokemon from all over the world gather together to compete for the world's strongest king, Lodo. According to the last World Championship, this event is very popular. The audience seats are all full, and the number of live broadcasts around the world is as high as hundreds of millions. Hearing this, Giratina's eyes widened instantly. Hundreds of millions? Its fans don't have that many. If it participates in the past and beats everyone, doesn't that mean that it can attract more fans and make its number of fans exceed 100 million? Thinking of this, Giratina instantly became excited. Compete for the world's strongest king. Besides it, who else in the world is more suitable for this position? No one. No one is stronger than it. At this moment, Giratina's heart was stirring, and then he made a decision. It was going to participate in this world championship held by some human, and then let those hundreds of millions of humans see the world's strongest Pokemon, the great Giratina. Chapter 642. But if Pokemon wants to participate in this world championship, it is impossible to participate by itself. It needs a trainer to lead. And that trainer, Giratina already has a candidate in mind. It immediately twisted its huge body and flew towards the lake connected to Naoki Ranch. Giratina's body was shining with dim light, and the moment it passed through the lake, its appearance changed from the original form to another form with 4 legs on the ground. Naoki's ranch still looked the same. Giratina saw Naoki surrounded by a group of Pokemon and didn't know what he was doing. The next second, it flew directly to that place, and its huge body slowly landed in front of Naoki. Naoki, who was introducing the World Championship to the Pokemon, was stunned when he saw Giratina suddenly appear. Giratina, why are you here? Naoki asked. Giratina was full of confidence. Naoki, I want to participate in that World Championship. I want everyone to see the great power of Giratina. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but have a big question mark on his head. What? He was confused, and then shocked. You also want to participate in the World Championship? Of course. Giratina was full of domineering and looked down on the world. Naoki was silent. He went to the World Championship this time just to bring the Pokemon in the ranch to play and compare their strength with other trainers. If he brings Giratina, doesn't that mean his vest will be taken off? Or will he use a mask to hide his true identity this time, just like he did in the Royal Dome in the Alola region a few years ago? But the problem is that many of his Pokemon now have special strategy posts in online forums. Thanks to the students of Paideia Academy who have challenged the ranch trials, all the major trials in Naoki Ranch have been moved to the forum, and the number of views has exceeded 1 million. Like the Lightning Trial of Babutabu, the Storm Trial of Dragonite, the Luck Trial of Frostmilk, the Grass Trial of Mount Goat, and the Ancient Doubles Trial of Giratina and Flutterfall. Not only Giratina, Frostmilk, and the others now also want to participate in the World Championship. If Giratina and Babutabu appear in the hands of the same person. You know, this world is dominated by Pokemon battles, and the popularity of each World Championship is far greater than any other league conference. Not to mention the live audience, the number of people in the live broadcast room alone has reached hundreds of millions of views. Among these viewers, there must be some who have heard about the rumors of the hidden boss of Paideia. At that time, these netizens will combine the identity of Motor Mask and the identity of Rancher Naoki. After that, his vest will be stripped by netizens. TSK, this is really embarrassing. Looking at the expectant eyes of the Pokemon in front of him, and the expression of Giratina that cannot be refused, Naoki suddenly felt a headache. He closed his eyes, and opened them again after a long time, and then sighed helplessly. Forget it, let everything take its course. Anyway, many people have come here because of his reputation as the hidden boss of Paideia, so a few more won't make a difference. Thinking of this, Naoki made a decision in his heart. He looked at Giratina and said to it, "Okay, then you can come with us this time." Seeing Naoki agree, Giratina grinned and immediately revealed an extremely ferocious smile. It has reserved the title of the world's strongest king in advance. Giratina returned to the reverse world with satisfaction, waiting for Naoki's call. At the same time, it couldn't help showing off the good news that it was about to become the world's strongest Pokemon in the chat group of legendary beasts. Giratina and all members, I have a good news for you. I, Giratina, will soon become the world's strongest Pokemon. Mutuo, ? Rayquaza, when? Giratina, right now. I will go to the World Championship held by humans with Naoki. When I win the championship, I will be the most powerful king. Butcrest, congratulations. However, when Giratina saw Butcrest's reply, the whole dragon was silent. It still remembered the scene in the last Hoopa incident, when Butcrest fought against many enemies alone, and used a snow spear to instantly injure Dialga, Palkia and it. Fortunately, it will not participate in the World Championship, Giratina thought with great relief. Otherwise, its title as the strongest Pokemon will be lost. At this moment, Giratina suddenly realized something and quickly asked Rotom to close the group chat. No matter how the Pokemon in the group asked, it did not reply. Damn, I almost forgot that there are many legendary Pokemon in the group who are as powerful as it. If they are also interested in the World Championship, it will not be able to get the first place. That kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. Naoki was unaware of Giratina's little trick. At this moment, he was arranging groups for the Pokemon in the ranch. The rules of the World Championship are not fixed, and are mainly determined by drawing lots. Therefore, even at the advanced level, there will be 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 singles battles. Since there are too many Pokemon in the ranch, Naoki plans to help them group, and try to let every Pokemon participate in the battle, at least one game. Therefore, Naoki does not intend to use the same team of Pokemon from beginning to end like others, but is ready to change his Pokemon team at any time. When the points ranking is low at the beginning, the strength of the opponent may not be that strong. At this time, you can let your partners Eevee, Butterfree, and Miltank play. It doesn't matter if you lose, you can ask other Pokemon to help you rank up later. When the ranking is improved, you can let Flutter, Cyphero, and Frostmilk play. Going up further, it is close to the master level. At this time, Dragonite, Babuto, and Motor Lizard can appear. If everything goes well, he can be promoted to the ranks of the 8 Masters, and compete with Watari, Daigo, Sirona, and others for the final championship. At this time, it depends on the Mount Goat, Dragonite, Babuto, Giratina, and Urukyo. In this way, all Pokemon in the ranch can experience the feeling of a large-scale competition. Having made this decision in his heart, Naoki told Chishu about his plan that night. Chishu was very supportive of this. Okay, when you play in the finals, I will ask the chief for a day off and take Xiaoshu to watch your game." Naoki laughed and said, "Do you really believe that I can make it to the end?" "Of course." Shishu laughed and said, "You are Naoki." With the support of his wife and children, Naoki's confidence increased greatly. The next morning, he handed over the ranch to the AI Guancher brothers and sisters, and then took the Pokemon to the Galar region. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Naoki arrived at Gongmin City smoothly. From a distance, he saw a vast city located on the plains of the Galar region. Gongmin City is located in the northern part of the Galar region, and is the largest city in the Galar region. The tall outer wall stands at the end of the road, and the hexagonal outer wall surrounds the entire Gongmin City. There are many small windows, and continuous light-colored eaves on the city wall made of brown tiles. There is a magnificent gate decorated with a crown under the outer wall. You can enter Gongmin City by crossing the road under the gate. The city is full of tall buildings and modern monorails. Looking up, you can often see a group of blue jays circling in the sky. The streets are crowded with people, and almost everyone is accompanied by a Pokemon. The shops on both sides of the road are decorated with lights and banners with photos of Dondi. Even the electronic screens on the skyscrapers are constantly flashing photos of the 8 masters. It's really spectacular. Looking at the scene, Naoki couldn't help but sigh softly. He usually stayed in the ranch, and mostly saw the tranquil and beautiful rural scenery, but now, he suddenly came to Gongmin City. It was as if he had come to another world. This scene made people sigh. It was worthy of the Pokemon world where Pokemon battles were the mainstream. Such a hot scene was no less than the Olympics in his previous life. "Gulton, let's go to Gongmin Arena," Naoki said. Dondi was already waiting for them there. "Ah gah." Naoki turned over and rode on Gultron. Following the navigation of Rotom's phone, Gultron spread its wings and flew into the sky. It took only a few minutes to successfully arrive at the Palace Gate Arena. This is a huge building that looks like a flower. There are many facilities in front of the arena. There are Pokemon centers that provide treatment services for trainers, shops that sell all kinds of medicine, stalls that sell all kinds of Pokeballs and Galar specialties, flags flying in front of the arena, and people standing around, happily chatting about yesterday's game. After seeing Gulden, several people who seemed to be trainers immediately cast their eyes in this direction. As elite trainers, they keenly felt the aura of a strong man from that man. Naoki didn't care too much. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to contact Dondi. As a result, before the message was sent, he heard Dandy's hearty voice. "Hey Naoki, here." Naoki looked up and saw Dondi standing on the main road not far away and waving at him. The people around him noticed Dandy, and their eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "It's the champion! Wow, I didn't expect to see the champion here, so excited. Mr. Champion, can you sign my photo for me?" "Okay." Dondi was a kind person. He took the photo handed over by the fans, and quickly signed his name on it. After handing the photo back, Danty ran to Naoki. "You're finally here." Naoki smiled and said, "You are worthy of being the strongest champion in the Galar region." Hearing this title, Dondi scratched his head embarrassedly. "Okay, let's go. I have already registered for you. Now let's go in first, and I will introduce you to the specific process. Then I leave it to you." Naoki nodded. Dondi smiled and turned his eyes to Gulden. "Long time no see, Gulden." "Ah gah." The two walked towards the Gongmin Arena. Many people on the road saw this scene and were surprised. "Who is that person? He looks so familiar with the champion." And the champion came out to pick him up in person. "Ah, I really want to know. Is it the champion from another region?" In the Gongmin Arena, a Pokemon battle is going on fiercely. Dante took Naoki to the podium and watched the game below with him. Dante, "Oh, by the way, you can download a trainer app, where you can check your ranking and game schedule. You have a game this afternoon, so you must do your best." Naoki nodded, took out his Rotom phone, downloaded the app, and registered his trainer identity. Soon, he saw his ranking on it. Trainer name, Naoki. Rank, 99. Level, Advanced. Next battle time, July 28th at 2 p.m. at the Palace Gate Arena. Please enter from the number 5 contestant channel. Rotom tip, fight hard to improve your ranking. When you reach number 9, you can switch positions with the 8th master. "I know." Naoki nodded. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was definitely in time. Since it was the first match, he would just send those Pokemon to fight. "By the way, have you decided which Pokemon to send to fight?" Dante asked expectantly. He was planning to come and watch Naoki's match in person this afternoon, and not just this one. He would not miss all of Naoki's matches in the future. However, Naoki smiled mysteriously and said, "Keep it a secret." Dante, By the way, have the champions from other regions come here? Naoki asked. Dante nodded. I only saw Adu and Sirona before, but not the others. But don't worry. When the Masters tournament starts, they will all show up. Dun has come here? Thinking back to Du's lineup, Naoki suddenly thought with a bad taste, should he form a team of 6 Dragonites to fight Du? The huge Dragonite on Dragonite Island, his own Dragonite, and 4 working Dragonites. Forget it, I always feel that this lineup is ironic. After putting away the Rotom phone, Naoki said to Dante, "Thank you. So, can you tell me which Pokemon you are going to let play this afternoon?" Dan still couldn't resist his curiosity. "You will know in the afternoon." Naoki still chose to keep it secret. Okay then. Dan was very disappointed, but he soon cheered up. Anyway, it won't be long. After understanding the rules of the World Championship, Naoki said goodbye to Dante. He took Golden to watch a few games in the audience, and then returned to the ranch to prepare to come back after lunch. After he left, the game in the Gongmin Arena continued. The competition site was crowded with people, and the shouts echoed throughout the arena. After the 2 players in the previous round left the arena, the referee standing in the middle of the arena looked at the screen of his mobile phone, then raised the microphone and announced to everyone, "Then next, let's invite the next round of advanced level trainers. First, Amarin from the Kalos region." As the voice fell, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes, and with a proud look walked out of the player channel. Next, it's Darko, a trainer from the Sinnoh region who won the Lily of the Valley conference. Then, a man with long gray-blue hair and a red shawl slowly walked out of the player channel on the other side. Chapter 643. At 1:38 p.m., in the backstage of the players of the Gongmin Arena, there are still 22 minutes before the start of the game. Naoki folded his arms and leaned against the wall, watching a high-level Pokemon battle on the screen. Heracross versus Geranium. At the beginning, even though there was a restraint on the attributes, Geranium's trainer still relied on the well-trained Geranium to fight Heracross evenly, and neither side had the upper hand. In a Pokemon battle, any decision made by the trainer will often lead to dramatic changes in the situation on the field. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, Geranium's trainer immediately changed his strategy and ordered Geranium to use poison powder on Heracross in an attempt to fight a protracted battle with him. It turned out that this was a very good decision. Geranium could delay the battle with Heracross with photosynthesis. However, the problem arises here. Poison powder it was successfully hit, and while Heracross was poisoned, a beam of perseverance flashed in his eyes. Its characteristic is triggered, perseverance. If it becomes abnormal, the Pokemon will use perseverance to increase its attack. The trainer of Heracross seized this good opportunity, and immediately gave Heracross the command of Super Horn Attack. The huge insect horn, like a rudder, pierced into Geranium's body. Geranium cried out in pain, and could not get up again. The audience immediately burst into loud applause. Naoki nodded. It was indeed a high-level battle. It looks like the fight is much more exciting than those ordinary matches. Then, it's his turn to appear. His first match in the World Championships is a 2v2 doubles match, and Naoki is going to send Butterfree and Motorcycle. Butterfree will be the forward, while Motorcycle will be the backup. Motorcycle has eaten birthday cakes many times now, and it has been working hard to train, so its strength is no longer what it used to be, so it should not be a problem to use it to participate in high-level matches. Of course, it doesn't matter if you lose, the other Pokemon can get you back in the rankings. Naoki stood up and prepared to wait at the player entrance. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Naoki turned around and saw 2 familiar figures walking in from outside. The one walking in front was a tall, cold woman wearing a black windbreaker and long golden hair. And behind him was a man with short silver hair, who exuded the aura of a rich and noble man in his every move. That is, Sharona and Daigo. For a moment, the 3 looked at each other, and several people were stunned. Mr. Naoki? After a brief surprise, Sharona and Daigo spoke in unison. After that, the 2 looked at each other again, and the expression in their eyes seemed to say, "You also know Mr. Naoki?" Naoki had already reacted first, and took the initiative to greet the 2. "What a coincidence. I just heard from Dante yesterday that you have arrived, and I didn't expect to meet you today." Naoki was not surprised that the 2 of them appeared in this place, because he knew that during the competitions of other levels, master trainers would occasionally have a battle. The winner would advance to the previous place, and the loser would be ranked lower. "Are you here to participate in the World Championship as well?" Daigo asked, slightly surprised. Naoki smiled and nodded. "Of course." Hearing this, Daigo and Sharona both showed a strange look in their eyes. This year's 8 Masters, it seems interesting. At this time, the announcement sounded on the radio, asking the players to prepare for the game. Naoki came back to his senses and said to the two, "Oh, by the way, my game is about to start. Let's talk after it's over." Mr. Naoki's game? Sharona and Daigo were startled, and then they thought of the powerful Pokemon around each other. I wonder which Pokemon Mr. Naoki will send out today. The two were full of expectations. Naoki said goodbye to Sharona and Daigo, and turned to walk into the player entrance channel. Gauntlet Arena. Neon lights illuminate the huge venue. Because of the Gigantamax battles that will take place here, the entire arena is built very large, comparable to a large football field. At the border between the arena and the audience seats, there is also a very advanced energy shield to prevent the energy aftermath generated by the Pokemon battles from harming the surrounding audience. Even the underground is fully covered. Here, whether it is an earthquake or other powerful moves, Pokemon can use them to their heart's content without worrying about affecting the audience. It can be said that in the world, if the Gauntlet Arena is second to none in terms of luxury, no one dares to claim first place. The audience seats were already full of spectators from all over the world. Dandy mixed into the crowd, staring at the arena below with an excited look in his eyes. Naoki's match is about to begin. Amid the cheers of the audience, the commentator held a microphone and said loudly, "Then, let's invite the two players to play the next match. First, the trainer from the Padia region, Naoki." A beam of light poured down from the top of his head, and Naoki slowly walked out of the passage. Next, let's welcome the trainer from the Kanto region, Ms. Tian Mei. The lights flickered, illuminating the entrance passage for the players at the other end. A beautiful girl wearing a pink short skirt and a bow on her head walked out of the passage with high morale. The two came to the center of the arena and shook hands with each other before the game. "Naoki, please give me your advice. Tian Mei has already taken out the Pokeball. Come on, my Pokemon and I have gone through so much hardship to get here, and we will never fall down here easily. The rules of this game are 2v2 singles. Each person is limited to using 2 Pokemon, and the game will end only when all the Pokemon of either side lose their combat ability." Swoosh. The referee blew the whistle in his hand, announcing the official start of the battle. Both sides threw out their Pokeballs at the same time. Go, Blastoise. Accompanied by 2 flashes of white light, a strong and fierce Blastoise with bulging muscles landed on the battlefield with a bang. "It's Blastoise," the commentator quickly said. "The Pokemon used by Ms. Tian Mei is Blastoise. Look at the appearance of this Blastoise and its muscles. It has been bred to be very strong. I wonder what Pokemon Naoki will use." The commentator turned his head and saw a small and cute Pokemon opposite Blastoise. That is Butterfree. Naoki's Pokemon is Butterfree. As soon as the words fell, the game on the field had already begun. Blast out, Water Cannon. Tian Mei's command style is as domineering and direct as Blastoise's appearance. She just goes all out and goes all out. The turbulent water flow condenses crazily in the cannon barrel behind Blastoise, and the 2 white cannon barrels are almost about to explode. Boom! An extremely strong stream of water shot out from the hole, like a water dragon, roaring towards Butterfree. "TSK, isn't this too direct and rough?" Naoki was a little embarrassed. The appearance and command style of the trainer on the other side were completely inconsistent. However, the opponent overlooked one point. The water cannon move could not be instantly launched, which meant that the opponent had enough time to react. "Get out of the way," Naoki said. Butterfree flapped its wings and flew upwards, and the water cannon passed under it. It was their turn to fight back. "Hypnotic powder," Naoki said in a deep voice. Phooey! Suddenly, the sky was filled with crystal powder floating in all directions with Butterfree as the center. Blues, high-speed rotation. Tian Mei was not afraid. Her Blastoise had already experienced countless battles, and naturally had experience in dealing with this kind of move. When Blastoise rotates at high speed, it will bounce everything around it away, and the hypnotic powder will also be dispersed by the airflow generated by the high-speed rotation. In this way, no matter whether it is hypnotic powder, paralysis powder, or poison powder, it will not be able to affect Blastoise. Butterfree doesn't have many attack methods. Once the powder moves fail to work, the outcome of this battle is doomed. As expected, the high-speed spinning Blastoise is like a small gyroscope, isolating all the hypnotic powder around it, and flies upwards towards Butterfree. Butterfree, which is using hypnotic powder, has no way to avoid it. Its body floating in the air is directly knocked away by the high-speed spinning Blastoise, and falls to the ground in embarrassment. That's it. Tianmei was full of fighting spirit. Butterfree. Naoki frowned. This trainer named Tianmei was quite smart. Fui! Butterfree staggered and flew up again, telling Naoki that he was fine. It's over. Naoki's Butterfree's moves were completely seen through by Blastoise. Butterfree is at a disadvantage. The commentator's tone was passionate. In the audience, Dante couldn't help but worry about Naoki. As far as he knew, Butterfree was just an ordinary Pokemon in Naoki's ranch. It rarely fought Pokemon on weekdays. Would such a Pokemon be a match for the well-trained Blastoise? Defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Tianmei looked at Butterfree and realized that the opponent might not have a way to deal with Blastoise, so she planned to end the battle in one go. Water gun. The fierce water flowed out of Blastoise's barrel, turning into a beam of water, and rushed towards Butterfree. Naoki realized the danger, and the moment Tianmei gave the order, he quickly commanded, Butterfree, get out of the way. Butterfree reacted subconsciously, and dodged the water gun in time. No, we will lose if we continue like this. Naoki calmly thought about how to break the situation. Butterfree, like other Pokemon in the ranch, has been nourished by the milk of life for a long time, and its physical strength is much stronger than that of ordinary Butterfree. But this can only allow Butterfree to withstand a few more attacks from Blastoise. The Hypnotic Powder, Paralysis Powder, and Poison Powder are restrained, so Butterfree now only has the moves of Wind, Telekinesis, Electric Grid, Silver Cyclone, Ultrasonic Wave, Insect Song, and Butterfly Dance. How about attacking with only the attribute Restraint of the Electric Grid? Facing the tough Blastoise, it may take several times to defeat it. While thinking, Blastoise's water gun attacked again. Butterfree narrowly avoided it. Fui! Butterfree clearly felt that the overall strength of the opponent far exceeded its own. But even so, it didn't want to give up easily. At that time, it was still a caterpillar and came to Naoki Ranch to become stronger. After evolving into Butterfree, it began to live a peaceful life with everyone. But now, it also wants to reach the top with its trainer like other Pokemon. Butterfree is full of fighting spirit. At this time, a possible way to turn defeat into victory suddenly emerged in Naoki's mind. He quickly said, Butterfree, Ultrasound. Fui! Butterfree made a strange buzzing sound. Blastoise wanted to continue using the water gun, but the next second, a wave of ultrasound entered its ears. Suddenly, Blastoise felt his brain buzzing. Ultrasound? Tianmei frowned. Blus, stay awake. Don't give it a chance, use Hypnotic Powder while it's here. Naoki was betting that Blaz would be unable to perform its moves due to confusion. Blus, spin at high speed. Tianmei tried to continue spinning at high speed to resist the Hypnotic Powder. At this moment, all the audience at the scene held their breath, staring at the Blaz without blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Blus never used high-speed spins. It grabbed its head with both hands, and tried to quiet the sound by knocking its head. But no matter how hard it tried, the sound was still raging inside. Then, Blastoise made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. It clenched its fist, and hit its head hard. Blastoise. Tianmei frowned. Hearing the trainer's voice, Blastoise barely woke up, but the next second, it couldn't help yawning, and a strong sense of sleepiness swept over it. Don't sleep, hang on. Tianmei tried to wake up Blastoise, but the huge amount of Hypnotic Powder made Blastoise fall asleep directly. Oh my god, the situation has reversed, Ultrasonic. I didn't expect this easily overlooked move to play such a big role here. Wonderful, so wonderful. The commentator was very excited. But the problem is that Pokemon like Blastoise are famous for their tough skin and flesh. If Butterfree can't defeat it with one move, then Blastoise, which has been awakened by the attack, will definitely not repeat the same mistake again. Everyone was concentrating and holding their breath, watching the battle on the field nervously. However, to everyone's surprise, Naoki did not attack Blastoise. Butterfree, use Butterfree again, Naoki said in a deep voice. He had just let Butterfree secretly use Butterfree once, while Blastoise was resisting. And if he did it a few more times, Butterfree's special attack, speed and special defense would be raised to the limit. At that time, the power of the electric grid would be qualitatively improved. By then, it would not be so easy for Blastoise to win the battle. On the field, Butterfree flapped its wings and performed a mysterious and beautiful dance. The crystal scales in the sky floated slowly like stars, and a strange power spread up. Too amazing. Contestant Naoki actually let Butterfree accumulate power. Is he going to wait until he accumulates enough power, and then defeat Blastoise in one fell swoop? Can they succeed? Tianmei also noticed Butterfree's movements at this time, and she immediately shouted, "Blastoise, wake up, wake up!" After the second butterfly dance was used, Naoki said, "Go on, another butterfly dance." Furry! Butterfree began to dance again. The entire arena seemed to have become a stage for its Pokémon. At this moment, Blastoise seemed to have heard the trainer's call, and its muscular arms moved. Seeing Blastoise's reaction, Tianmei was delighted and continued, "Blastoise, come on." Blastoise's fingers moved, and it was about to wake up. At this time, the third butterfly dance had ended, and Naoki immediately let Butterfree use the fourth one. Butterfree's power had accumulated to a very terrifying stage. "Blastoise!" Tianmei shouted. The sleeping Blastoise heard the trainer's call, and suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep. "Blastoise is awake." Tianmei was surprised. She did not hesitate and ordered immediately, "Blastoise, water cannon." Blastoise had reacted at this time. It looked at Butterfree opposite with a heavy look, and its eyes were full of anger at being played. With a bang, the cannon barrel stood up high, and the passionate water flow gathered in it, aiming at Butterfree, who was using Butterfree. The next second, a thick column of water shot out. Just before hitting, Butterfree's fourth Butterfree was finished. But at the same time, its body was also blown away by the water cannon, and hit the energy shield at the edge of the field heavily. "Too greedy?" Naoki frowned. "Butterfree. Oh my god, Butterfree was hit by the water cannon." The commentator's voice sounded at the same time. "Can Butterfree stand up?" Everyone knows that Pokémon like Butterfree are naturally at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Ordinary Butterfree cannot stand up again after enduring the water gun and water cannon of Blastoise of the same level. Not to mention that there is an obvious gap in strength between this Butterfree and Blastoise. But even so, there are still people looking forward to a miracle. The referee pays attention to Butterfree's condition. Once he finds that Butterfree cannot stand up again, he will step forward to announce the result of the battle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The image of the first time Butterfree saw Naoki suddenly appeared in Butterfree's mind. At that time, Naoki took it in, made delicious food for it, and gently helped it to become stronger. Although it may not be the most important Pokémon to Naoki, Naoki is the most important human partner around it, so it can't fall down. It also wants to become stronger. Win this battle with Naoki. Butterfree staggered to its feet again, and slowly flew into the air under the gaze of millions of viewers. Oh my god! Butterfree managed to hold on. It managed to survive the water cannon of Blastoise. The commentator was shocked. Butterfree. Naoki was slightly startled, and then he understood Butterfree's idea. A smile appeared on his face, and then he said, I understand your intention, Butterfree. In this case, let them perform the final show." Did it hold on? Tianmei's eyes were determined to win. She had already seen that Butterfree was fighting desperately, but this is the end. Blastoise, water gun. Butterfree, use that move. The command was given, and the two Pokémon on the field responded at the same time. Blastoise's cannon was raised high, aimed at Butterfree, and a fierce stream of water rushed out. Butterfree did not use its moves immediately. It used its compound eyes to closely stare at Blastoise's movements. At the moment when the water gun rushed towards it, Butterfree flapped its wings, and the water gun quickly flew past its wings. Avoided, everyone was shocked. But the next second, an even more shocking scene appeared. I saw that Butterfree burst out a strong and dazzling yellow light. That was electricity. What's going on? That Butterfree can actually use electric moves? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Butterfree's power exploded to the limit, and the ordinary electric net condensed into an overwhelming net at this moment, pressing down on Blastoise. At this moment, Dandy in the audience stood up suddenly, staring at the scene with excitement. Sure enough, Naoki would not let him down. That move, is an electric net. That Butterfree can actually use an electric net. Chapter 644. The power of Butterfree exploded to the limit 4 times, making the power of the electric net reach a very terrifying level. With such a large-scale move, Blastoise had no way to avoid it. It opened its eyes wide, and could only watch itself being covered by the electric net. As the huge electric light slowly fell to the ground, a dazzling electric light burst out in the entire arena. Immediately afterwards, a strong electric current swept out from the electric net and instantly submerged Blastoise's body. Blatesto! Tianmei yelled nervously. That Butterfree actually knew the move electric grid. Blastoise didn't respond. The strong current rushed into its body, running through its limbs like silver needles. It felt like 1,000 ants were gnawing at every part it passed by. Then, it lost control of that part. Kami! Blastoise kept making painful cries. Finally, its physical strength finally reached its limit. It could no longer hold on, and its huge body fell down. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless audiences were shocked. That Butterfree turned the situation around. Electric Grid, that Butterfree actually mastered this move. You know, a normal Butterfree cannot naturally comprehend the Electric Grid move. Only through some special methods can it successfully master this move. But even so, it is still very difficult. After all, Butterfree is a Pokemon with bug and flying attributes, and there is no electric energy in its body. Behind the players, Sharona and Daigo were also watching the battle on the screen. Sharona's beautiful eyes flickered. Electric Grid? As far as she knew, Butterfree was not Naoki's main Pokemon, but just an ordinary Pokemon living in his ranch. Unexpectedly, even such a Pokemon could exert such power. At her level, she could see much more from the battle than others. Butterfree relied not only on its own strength, but also on the bond between it and Naoki. The combination of the two allowed it to burst out with such a powerful force, thus defeating the Blastoise in one fell swoop. As expected of Mr. Naoki, Daigo couldn't help but admire. Sirona turned her head and looked at him. I'm already looking forward to the game of Mr. Naoki's main Pokemon. Daigo's eyes were excited. Being able to fight with such a powerful Pokemon is also a blessing for trainers of their level. Blastoise has lost the ability to fight. This match was won by Naoki. In the arena, the referee stepped forward to check the fallen body of Blastoise, and then blew the whistle in his hand, announcing the result of the match. Hearing this news, Butterfree's little face suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the burst of power beyond the limit, its body has now reached its limit, and is now completely exhausted. After seeing that he had won the match, Butterfree closed his eyes with peace of mind, and slowly fell down. At this moment, a beam of warm white light enveloped its body, and put it back into the Pokeball. Naoki took Butterfree's Pokeball, bowed his head and whispered, "You did a good job, Butterfree. Thank you for your hard work. Take a good rest next." The Pokeball shook slightly, as if Butterfree inside was responding. Naoki put the Pokeball away, and then took out the second Pokeball. There was still one more 2v2 singles match, before he could win his first game in the World Championship. Tianmei had also adjusted herself by now. She looked at the man opposite her, and realized that he was not an ordinary trainer. Not bad, but next, we have to be serious. The second match officially begins. The referee blew the whistle. Both sides threw their Pokeballs at the same time. With two flashes of white light, two completely different Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. One was a Poison Bee Pokemon with a pair of red eyes, and a pair of twin needles that flashed with cold light. That's Beedrill. The audience immediately turned their attention to the other side. There stood a lizard Pokemon with dark green skin and scales, and a tire-shaped airbag on its chest. An audience from the Padilla region recognized its name at a glance. That's Motor Lizard. It's the most popular means of transportation in our Padilla region. Yes, I've been riding Motor Lizard since I was a child. But there are very few trainers who let Motor Lizard participate in Pokemon battles. In life, 89% of the Motor Lizards play the role of transportation. I don't know what kind of performance this Motor Lizard will bring to them. Under the expectant eyes of many spectators, the battle officially kicked off. Beedrill, move at high speed. Unlike Blastoise, Beedrill is better at playing fast attacks. Improving its speed first at the beginning can give it a very advantageous position in the battle. Therefore, as soon as the referee's whistle fell, Tianmei immediately issued an order. A white light flashed on the Beedrill's body. It was relaxing its body to make it lighter, so that it could move at high speed. Want to compete in speed? Naoki looked at the Beedrill's actions, but he was not panicked at all. If we were to ask which Pokemon in the ranch ran the fastest, Motorbike would be the third, and no one would dare to be the second. In that case, let's see who is faster. Naoki gave the order, Motorbike, rush over and use wide area destruction. The next second, the motorcycle lizard leaned down, locked its eyes on the giant bee, and rushed towards it quickly. What a fast speed! Tianmei was shocked, and she quickly reacted, Big Bee, get out of the way! The giant bee reacted quickly, and its wings vibrated at a very high frequency, trying to dodge. However, the next second, an unbelievable scene happened. The motorcycle lizard actually caught up with the giant bee. At this moment, Tianmei was shocked. How could it be? How could the motorcycle lizard be so fast? Even the high-speed moving giant bee was no match for it. While she was stunned, the motorcycle lizard had already raised its tough tail, and swept it across fiercely. The giant bee's body immediately fell forward and fell heavily to the ground, dizzy and dazed. Wow, Naoki's motorcycle lizard actually had such a huge advantage in the first round. The exaggerated voice of the commentator came. Some spectators in the audience were also shocked at this moment. The speed of that motorcycle lizard. What's wrong with the speed of motorcycle lizard? A trainer from another region asked in confusion. So fast. That motorcycle lizard is so fast. At this time, the battle in the arena was still going on. The Beedrill staggered and tried to stand up, but Naoki and motorcycle lizard did not give it the chance. The fast attack Pokemon would launch a series of attacks on the opponent, leaving them no time to react or rest, in order to defeat them. Motorcycle lizard, a flash of lightning. A flash of white light passed by, and the giant bee was knocked out again. Giant Beedrill. Tianmei was shocked and quickly shouted, stand up quickly. But the motorcycle lizard did not give it this chance at all. After the flash of lightning, a huge dragon claw flashing with a faint purple light followed. At the same time, the tire-shaped air bag on the motorcycle lizard's chest began to rotate at a very high speed, and its momentum continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's shifting gears. Just as Beedrill took a breath, the huge dragon claw followed closely behind it. With one claw, Beedrill's body flew backwards again and hit the energy shield outside the arena. Like a rag doll, it rolled down the wall. The huge force made Beedrill's eyes roll back, and it actually lost its ability to fight. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. After a long time, someone swallowed his saliva. Good, so fast. It has not been 3 minutes since the start of this battle, and it has already ended. The strength of that motor lizard is so terrifying. It is definitely not an ordinary motor lizard. I never thought that someone in the Padia region could cultivate a Pokemon like motor lizard to this level. Someone murmured. Beedrill has lost its ability to fight. The referee blew the whistle again. Naoki won this game. The electronic screen hanging above the arena showed that Naoki's ranking rose from 99 to 96. Motor lizard, you did a good job. Naoki looked at the motor lizard walking towards him, and nodded to it with a smile. At this time, the audience burst into lively shouts, cheers and applause. The dazzling lights fell from the top of his head, and shone on Naoki's body, making his smile look even more gentle. The motor lizard just felt that this moment was great. Its eyes flickered, and then it raised its feet, and walked towards Naoki happily. Gale. After the first game, Naoki looked back at the audience around him, then turned around, and left here with the motor lizard. Daigo and Sharona were still in the waiting room. Seeing Naoki coming out, they both said, congratulations. Naoki, He looked at them and asked, is it your turn next? Hearing that, Daigo and Sharona nodded. Then I wish you win the game. Naoki said. Sharona, Daigo, Mr. Naoki is really humorous. She and Daigo are opponents, and only one of them can win this game. 5 minutes later, the Masters level competition officially began. Sharona said goodbye to Daigo and Naoki, and turned to walk into her own player channel. The Masters level and Advanced level competitions are slightly different in terms of the players' appearances. Because at this level, every trainer is the best in each region, with strong strength and high popularity. Therefore, before each Masters game begins, the commentator will specially introduce the identities of both parties. Naoki did not rush to leave, but stayed here to watch the two people's game with interest. The rules of the Master level competition are 1v1 singles. Unexpectedly, Daigo and Sharona sent out their trump card Pokemon right from the start. Metagross vs Garchomp. No, to be exact, Mega Metagross vs Mega Garchomp. Just as Naoki was watching the battle on the screen, Dantai's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Naoki turned around and saw Dantai asking with interest. Naoki turned his attention back to the screen and replied, it's hard to say. Based on the attributes alone, Sharona has a higher chance of winning, but at this level, Daigo must have a way to deal with attribute restraint, so I am more optimistic about Daigo. Daigo? Dantai watched the battle on the screen with interest. At this time, Sharona on the screen had ordered Super Garchomp to use Sandstorm. Daigo's Mega Metagross tried to stop it with a cannon beam, but failed. The Sandstorm was used successfully, and the huge arena was filled with yellow sand. Super Garchomp's characteristic sand power was triggered, and in an instant, Daigo and Mega Metagross were at a disadvantage. Faced with this situation, Daigo made a quick decision and asked Mega Metagross to use mental power. The huge mental power turned into substance and hit Super Garchomp, knocking it off balance. In response, Sharona immediately counterattacked, asking Super Garchomp to use digging holes and sneak into the ground, trying to launch a surprise attack on Mega Metagross from here. But just as Naoki expected, Daigo did develop a strategy to deal with this situation. The moment he saw Garchomp digging into the ground, he did not hesitate to let Mega Metagross use Earthquake. In an instant, the entire arena began to shake violently, and the earth energy continued to spread around with Metagross as the center, blasting layers of ripples on the energy shield at the edge. Earthquake. The characteristics of this move are that it can not only hit Pokemon using Dig, but also double the power when it hits. The violent shock wave directly shook Garchomp out of the ground. Daigo immediately let Mega Metagross aim at Garchomp. Then, a cannon beam suddenly blasted out. A violent explosion immediately occurred at the location where Garchomp was. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled, the figure of Mega Metagross suddenly flew out from the diffused smoke. It was extremely fast, and it swooped in front of Mega Metagross in the blink of an eye. Dragon Dive. On the screen, Daigo showed an elegant smile on his face, as if he had long known that Sirona's strength was not limited to this. The Mega Metagross grabbed the Mega Garchomp with its 4 sturdy arms. Spots of white light gathered in front of its forehead, and then hit the head of the Garchomp. That was the Mind Hammer. The Mega Garchomp was dizzy, but it quickly recovered. Under the command of Sirona, it mobilized the sand power in its body to create a quicksand hell, trapping the Mega Metagross in the sandstorm. The dust in the sky kept sweeping the Mega Metagross's body, trapping it in the sand tornado, making it unable to see the outside world clearly. However, at this time, Daigo suddenly made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. He shouted loudly, and gave the attack command and attack direction to Mega Metagross. Metagross, 3 o'clock direction, destroy the Death Ray. The Metagross, trapped in the quicksand, believed its trainer without hesitation. Its brain, like a supercomputer, quickly helped it determine the direction. The next second, a thick milky white beam of light penetrated the sand tornado and accurately hit Garchomp. Garchomp's body was instantly submerged in white light. When the white light dissipated, it was actually super evolved and returned to its normal form. Garchomp has lost its ability to fight. The referee immediately announced the result of the battle. Naoki guessed right. A beam of light burst out of Dandy's eyes. Sure enough, Naoki is far from being as simple as he thought. Now he is really looking forward to the day when he will fight against Naoki. Chapter 645. After the first match, Naoki rode Gulden back to the ranch. Xiaoshu still needed his care, so he couldn't stay in Gongmin City forever. The trainer app had updated his next match time, August 5th, which was still a few days away. During this period, Naoki stayed at the ranch to take care of Pokemon. At the same time, a special post appeared on the exclusive forum for the World Championship. Shocked, I suddenly realized that the Naoki who played in the game yesterday afternoon seemed to be a retired champion trainer I had visited before. Since the World Championships are broadcast live around the world, the number of viewers in various regions has exceeded 1 million. Among them, many viewers who have visited the ranch recognize Naoki's identity from the live broadcast. At first, they just thought it was a duplicate name, but when the camera zoomed in to see the familiar face, plus the 2 Pokemon that had appeared in the ranch, everyone confirmed his identity. That's right, this Naoki is the farmer from the Padilla region. The post reads, "It's so surprising." At first, I just thought the name Naoki was familiar, but when I saw his appearance, I realized that he was the mysterious trainer from the Padilla region. Many curious viewers from other regions asked about this in the post. Love from Sister Mike Hub. Please elaborate. Long live Snorlax. I've never heard of it. What is going on? Is he famous? Seeing so many netizens asking questions, the host quickly replied, "Of course, if you are not familiar with Naoki, then you should have heard of Tree House, right?" Love from Sister Mike Hun. Tree House? Isn't that the popular online store that uses Dragonite to deliver goods while others use OWL? I've ordered from it several times before, and it feels very convenient. Host. Yes, that's the one. The owner of that store is Naoki. He is from Padilla and runs a farm in a local town called Jichin. Wamawubu. What? A farmer is also participating in the competition. OP. He is not an ordinary farmer. His strength has at least reached the champion level, and there are countless champion Pokemon in that ranch. Even legendary Pokemon such as Zapdos and Raikou have been captured by him, and many local people call him Hidden Boss of Padilla region, and it is said that his true strength has surpassed the chief champion Yessi. I didn't expect to see him in this world championship. I really want to see who is stronger between him and the real champions. As soon as this was said, many netizens from other regions immediately showed disbelief. Now is the internet age. It is very simple and convenient to search for some information. They searched the internet, and all kinds of discussion posts popped up on the webpage. What about the various trial strategies in the ranch, the strength of Naoki and the chief champion, the farmer of Padilla marrying the beautiful girl Chishu, and the mysterious man who used the Dragonite army to deliver express delivery? You don't know until you search. Once you search, you will be shocked. Somewhere in this world, there is actually such a powerful trainer. Looking at the strategy posts for each trial, it is said that the number of people who have passed so far is still in the single digits. It makes people gasp and exclaim that it is so terrifying. At this moment, all the netizens who saw this post began to look forward to Naoki's next game. This World Championship is worth watching, and in the expectation of everyone, 5 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the competition. The Gongmen Arena was crowded with people, including some curious netizens, who were attracted by the post and bought a ticket to watch the game. In the backstage of the contestants, Naoki looked at the Frost Milk Fairy in front of him. The Frost Milk Fairy was very excited and looked very excited. It looked up at Naoki and said, "Ma. Today it's its turn to play." "Okay, then I leave today's battle to you," Naoki said with a smile. "Ma." Frosty Milk Fairy's little face was full of fighting spirit, and it would definitely work hard to win this battle for everyone. At this time, the broadcast sounded, inviting both players to enter the venue. "Let's go!" Naoki stood up. He did not put Frosty Milk Fairy back into the poke ball, but chose to let it stand on his shoulder. One person and one Pokemon passed through the entrance passage, and the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. The wide Palace Gate arena was already full of spectators, who cheered in unison, cheering for the two players in today's competition. Seeing Naoki already on the field, the commentator raised the microphone and looked in another direction. Then, "Let's welcome the trainer from the Kalos region, X." As soon as the voice fell, a strong and sturdy boy with neat short hair walked out of the player channel with high morale. The two walked to the center of the venue, and shook hands at the signal of the referee. "I will not lose." X's eyes were sharp. No matter who the opponent is, he and his Pokemon will win. Naoki raised his eyebrows, and looked at the boy in front of him meaningfully. He didn't say anything, but just smiled and said, "I hope good luck will favor you." Hearing this, Axe was confused. Good luck? What good luck? Pokemon battles don't rely on luck. However, the other party didn't say much. After shaking hands, he turned around and retreated to his own area. Seeing that there was no result, Axe turned around and returned to his command position. At this time, the camera had already filmed the appearance of both parties, and broadcast it to the big screen in the sky above the arena. This move is not only to make it easier for the audience to see the player's appearance and expressions, but also to take care of those who are sitting in the back row of the audience, who can't see the arena clearly. At this time, the aerial Rotom just pointed the camera at Naoki, and his face immediately appeared on the big screen. At this moment, everyone saw the Frost Milk standing on Naoki's shoulder. What's going on? Could that Pokemon be the Pokemon that Naoki is going to use in this battle? Obviously, Butterfree and Motor Lizard are fighting well. Why did Naoki suddenly choose to change Pokemon? Some viewers who didn't know what was going on couldn't help but ask. However, some of them looked excited. Frosty Milk Fairy. It was the Frosty Milk Fairy that was in charge of the finger-waving trial in the ranch. They had seen a related post in the Padilla Academy trial strategy post. Frosty Milk Fairy is a very common Pokemon. It is loved by some dessert chefs because of its ability to produce delicious fresh cream. Because of this, according to incomplete statistics from Professor Grado of Yuheng University, 89% of Frosty Milk Fairy in major regions are used in dessert shops. But the problem is that Naoki's Frost Milk is special, because the characteristics of that Frost Milk are very likely to be the unique God's Grace characteristics in the world. God's Grace. Pokemon will be blessed by God, their luck will be improved, and when using a move, it will be easier to trigger the additional effects of the move. And Naoki's Frost Milk is a Frost Milk that has been blessed by God. Its luck is extraordinary, and every time it uses the finger wave skill, it can shake out a variety of powerful moves. At this moment, all the trainers who had challenged the finger swing trial or heard about it, whether they were there or watching the live broadcast on TV, could not help but feel a kind of emotion called desire in their hearts. They wanted to know today, would the Frost Milk be blessed by God? The rules of this game are 1v1. The referee blew the whistle in his hand, and carried out the fixed pre-match process for the two. Each person can only use one Pokemon, and the game will not end until the Pokemon of either party loses the ability to fight. As soon as the words fell, the battle officially began. Frost Milk jumped from Naoki's shoulder to the battlefield with high morale. And X took out a blue and white Ultra Ball. Go Sonic Dragon! Accompanied by a flash of white light, A large bat-like Pokemon with a pair of huge ears, a circle of white fur on its neck, and a pair of huge bat wings behind it appeared on the battlefield. Sonic Dragon. Naoki looked at the fierce-looking Sonic Dragon with interest. The Pokemon Sonic Dragon is aggressive and cruel. In the dark, even the Pokemon three-headed dragon is afraid of it. However, what's interesting is that if someone gives Sonic Dragon its favorite ripe fruit, it will become very friendly. Sonic Dragon, Ultrasonic. X pointed forward, and the Sonic Dragon in front of him immediately flapped its wings, making a strange buzzing sound in its throat, and emitted 2 circles of faintly visible sound waves from the huge mosquito coil-like patterns. Frost Milk, let's start. At almost the same time, Naoki said with a smile. Ma! Frost Milk responded, and then it raised its finger and shook it gently. Seeing this, the commentator and the audience immediately attracted their attention. Oh, the game has begun. Player X was the first to let Sonic Dragon use Ultrasonic, and player Naoki also gave the command at the same time. Wait, what move did Frost Milk use? The camera of the aerial camera Rotom was aimed at the little Frost Milk on the field. At this moment, all the viewers around the world, who were watching the live broadcast saw the Frost Milk raise its small finger, and then gently shake it. That's finger swing. Oh my god, how could someone let a Pokemon use the finger swing move in the World Championship? As we all know, the finger swing move is full of uncertainty. It can allow a Pokemon to use a powerful move to turn defeat into victory, or it can allow a Pokemon to use a move that has no effect on the battle situation and lose the game on the spot. Only some trainers would use this move when they were forced into a desperate situation to see if their luck was good. And now, someone actually let a Pokemon use finger swing at the beginning of such a large-scale competition as the World Championship? Are you kidding me? Everyone was stunned by the action of the Frost Milk, and even the commentator could not react. On the battlefield, Frost Milk's finger swing had been successfully used at this moment. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light burst out from its body. Waves of cold air emanated from the body of the Frost Milk Fairy. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, a large piece of blue flame suddenly appeared on the body of the Frost Milk Fairy. No! That's not a flame. It's the cold air formed by the extreme ice energy, but it looks like a flame. And the next second, the flame swept towards the Soundwave Dragon in front. The Soundwave Dragon instinctively sensed the danger and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the blue flame. The flying speed was too fast, so it had no way to avoid it. It could only watch helplessly as the blue flames engulfed its body. However, the pain that the Soundwave Dragon imagined did not come. It subconsciously wanted to check its body, but was shocked to find that its body seemed to be frozen and completely out of control. The Soundwave Dragon was shocked and horrified. However, the next second, it suddenly felt that its whole body was burning. The extreme cold and the scorching heat continued to interweave, bringing great pain to the Soundwave Dragon. Almost in an instant, its face showed an uncontrollable expression of pain. Sonic Dragon! X shouted in disbelief. Sonic Dragon heard the trainer's voice and tried to hold on, but it was unable to resist the loss of physical strength. After struggling for a while, it fell to the ground with a plop and passed out. The entire Gongmen arena was silent. It seemed that no one had reacted yet. Not only them, but also all the audience watching the live broadcast of the championship on TV were all stunned. At this moment, an unbelievable thought came to people's minds. What kind of move is that? That Frost Milk Fairy defeated the powerful Soundwave Dragon with just one move of finger swinging. What is going on? Is this a coincidence? Is the finger swinging skill so powerful? Someone couldn't help but murmur. The battle was over in just a breath. The referee reacted belatedly and hurriedly stepped forward to check the condition of the Soundwave Dragon, then blew the whistle in his hand and announced, "The Soundwave Dragon has lost its ability to fight. Naoki won this match." On the big screen, Naoki's ranking also rose from 96 to 90. He moved up 6 places at once, so he can quickly enter the top 50. Ma! Frosty Milk Fairy excitedly ran over to take credit. It performed well, right? Naoki smiled and nodded. Well done. He didn't expect that Frosty Milk Fairy could actually perform that move directly. Although others didn't know that move, Naoki knew it very well. That was Kyurem's exclusive move, Frost Flame, a super move with a power of 140 in the game. For the Sonic Dragon, which is 4 times weaker than Ice, this move would probably make it Frost the Fairy several health bars. The game was over, and Naoki turned around and left the arena with Frost the Fairy. The audience on the field was still in shock. That Frost the Fairy actually killed the Sonic Dragon in one move. As expected of Mr. Naoki. The trainers who had been abused by the finger swing trial were very excited. This way, it would not be just the trainers in the Padia region who were abused. It was time for trainers in other regions to experience the feeling of being beaten by the hidden boss in the Padia region. The hidden boss in the Padia region? Someone remembered the post he saw a few days ago. If he didn't believe it at the time, now, he just wanted to say, it's worthy of being a hidden boss, to be able to cultivate a Pokemon like Frostmilk to this level. How strong is Naoki? He couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 646. It's my turn, it's my turn, it's my turn. Naoki had just returned to the ranch when he received a message from Giratina. Apparently, it had also been watching the World Championship these days. After seeing Butterfree, Motor Lizard, and Frostmilk's win, Giratina couldn't help it anymore and sent a message to Naoki, wanting to play. It also wanted to be like Frostmilk's, crushing its opponents on the highly anticipated Super Stage and becoming the world's strongest Pokemon. Naoki, Giratina, it's my turn to play in the next game, right? Naoki twitched his lips, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Giratina's strength, if he played at this time, he would probably just kill people indiscriminately, and then other Pokemon would have no chance to show their abilities. Luckily, he was very familiar with Giratina's temperament, so at this time, he only needed to say one word to make Giratina stop talking about this matter. Thinking of this, Naoki sent a message to Giratina using his Rotom phone. Naoki, the real masters usually appear at the end. As expected, after saying this, Giratina immediately stopped talking about the upcoming appearance. Naoki put away the Rotom phone, glanced at the time, and found that it was almost noon, so he prepared to prepare lunch for everyone. At this time, several young people wearing Padia Academy uniforms suddenly appeared in the ranch, with excited faces. When they saw Naoki, they excitedly shouted, "Mr. Naoki." Naoki looked at them. He had an impression of these people. They had come to the ranch to challenge the trial before. Why are you here? Several people clenched their fists excitedly. Mr. Naoki, we watched your game in the World Championship. We are your fans. We want to say that we must do our best in the next game. Naoki was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Thank you very much for your support. I think I will. Several people nodded vigorously. We must let the trainers in other regions see how powerful we are in Padia. Several people looked like they wanted to let trainers from other regions experience the trials of Naoki Ranch. Naoki, what kind of mentality is this? He suffered, so he wanted others to experience it. Despite this, Naoki agreed. When he was young, who didn't have a dream of traveling through the Pokemon world, challenging gyms with Pokemon, participating in the League Conference, and defeating everyone to reach the top of the world? Although his experience is different from those trainers, he has never challenged gyms or participated in the League Conference, but in terms of strength, he will never lose to them. It's decided. After defeating the 8 Masters, he will retire and return to the ranch to retire here. This year, Naoki is 26 years old, which is considered to be an older trainer for the profession of trainer. In a few years, he will be 30 years old. Time flies too fast, right? Naoki was full of emotion. It seems that those trainers just came to refuel Naoki. After refueling, they said goodbye to him, turned around and left the ranch, and ran towards Zichin town. Naoki watched them go away. At this time, Xiaoshu saw his father coming back from a distance, so he asked Yan Di to take it to run over here. Dad! Xiaoshu yelled. Naoki turned around and saw his daughter, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiaoshu opened his arms towards him. Naoki picked Xiaoshu up from Yan Di and took her home. Do you miss Dad? However, Xiaoshu clenched her fists and shouted, Dad, come on! Naoki immediately raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Did you also watch Dad's game? Xiaoshu didn't quite understand what the game meant. It was the sister AI Guancher who came to greet Naoki and explained, AI, everyone gathered in the living room to watch Naoki's game in the morning. Xiaoshu also watched with everyone. She saw someone shouting come on TV, and then she learned to do it. Not only that, Xiaoshu thought Naoki was trapped in the TV. She ran to the TV, scratched the screen, pointed at Naoki inside, and said it was Dad. Naoki couldn't help laughing. Dad will definitely cheer. When you grow up, if you also participate in such competitions, then Dad will definitely go to the scene with Mom to cheer for you. Xiaoshu didn't understand the meaning of this sentence yet. She followed and learned the words. Come on. At lunchtime, Chishu came back. She heard about Xiaoshu cheering for Chishu, and couldn't help but pick up her daughter, poked her little head, and said jokingly, Whose baby girl is this, so smart? Xiaoshu was amused and laughed. Chishu looked at Chishu again and said to him, "By the way, Mom and Dad are going to come to the ranch to see Xiaoshu in the afternoon." "Okay." Naoki nodded and said, "I'm free now, so I can entertain them at the ranch." "Then I leave it to you." What's the point of a family member asking for a favor? Blueberry Academy is closed, and there are still several days before his next game, so Naoki can stay at the ranch. "Love you." Chishu came over and kissed Naoki's cheek, then ran to the side with a smile. Seeing this, Xiaoshu looked at his father, then looked at his mother, then stood up with the help of the sofa, and followed Chishu's example to get in front of Naoki. Mwah! Naoki's face was covered with saliva. "Naoki, eh?" Then, Xiaoshu came to Chishu again, and then held her shoulders, and wiped his snot on her face. "Chishu, eh?" Before the couple came to their senses, they saw that Xiaoshu had been attracted by Motor Lizard and Inti. Xiaoshu kissed all the Pokemon in the house, and the main purpose was to treat everyone equally. The Pokemon who were kissed were also very happy, especially the three sacred beasts, who did not dislike Xiaoshu's snot and saliva on their faces, but licked Xiaoshu's fur with their tongues like a big cat. This is the main way for cat Pokemon to express friendliness. Even the three sacred beasts, which are legendary Pokemon, still have this habit. Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. This child will definitely become an excellent trainer in the future. Chishu couldn't react for a while. "Huh? Naoki, did you see it? She treats every Pokemon equally. Xiaoshu will definitely be able to handle the relationship between Pokemon in the team in the future." Chishu, eh? What the hell is going on? At 2 p.m., Naoki's mother-in-law and father-in-law came to the ranch. The two old people liked Xiaoshu very much. When they had nothing to do on weekdays, they liked to use Rotom phones to make video calls to Xiaoshu and chat with Xiaoshu. Therefore, Xiaoshu knew early on that she had such a pair of grandparents who loved her. Seeing the two old people coming, Xiaoshu recognized them at a glance. She opened her mouth and wanted to call them excitedly, but forgot how to address them for a moment. Naoki smiled and reminded, "Grandpa and Grandma have brought you gifts again. Are you happy?" "Happy!" Xiaoshu knew how to call people. She ran towards them happily. "Grandpa, Grandma." "Hey!" The two old people came forward with a smile and picked up Xiaoshu. "Xiaoshu, do you miss Grandma?" "Yes." Grandma and Grandpa would bring her a lot of delicious food every time they came. Hearing this, the two old people were very happy. Chishu stood aside and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, come in and sit down." Chishu's father and mother nodded, followed Chishu to the living room, and sat down on the sofa with Xiaoshu in their arms. Sister Ai served them tea, and the two old people played with Xiaoshu for a while, and then turned their attention to Chishu. Chishu's father looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Chishu was a little surprised and asked, "What's wrong, Dad? Is there something on my face?" Chishu's father shook his head quickly. "No." Chishu's mother burst out laughing. "Your father wants to cheer for you. He has been watching your games in front of the TV every time these days. He was so excited when he saw you win. He also boasted to the old men in the neighborhood every day, saying that his son-in-law has already won the world championship, which made the other old men envious." Chishu's father was embarrassed after being exposed. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't." "Naoki, eh?" But soon, Chishu's father realized that his stubbornness had been seen through by his son-in-law. He simply gave up and asked, "Are you confident that you can make it to the master's level?" "Naoki, I'm 90% sure." He said it very conservatively. Okay. Chishu's father was very excited. "When the time comes, you must do your best." Naoki smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dad, Gillerton and I will work hard." Naoki chatted with his father-in-law about this year's world championships for a while, and then his mother-in-law came over and asked, "Naoki, have you and Chishu considered having another child?" Naoki was slightly stunned, then said helplessly, "Mom, Xiaoshu is still young. Although he did consider the idea of having another boy, it is not the right time now." Chishu's mother nodded. "That's right, Xiaoshu still needs your care now. When she is 4 or 5 years old, you can have another child, and then Xiaoshu can help you take care of her brother." "Naoki, eh?" "Then when Xiaoshu is 10 years old, take her brother out to travel together? Isn't that the script of Qianli's two children, Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng?" However, according to Naoki's understanding, Xiaoyao will definitely start her own business and become a Hoenn dancer in the gorgeous competition. And Xiaosheng may inherit Qianli's gym when he grows up. Thinking about it carefully, this seems to be a good idea. If he also has a pair of children, the daughter will inherit her mother's gym, and the son can inherit his ranch. However, it is too early to say this now. This matter will be decided after Xiaoshu grows up. The two old people stayed at the ranch until it was almost dark. Naoki wanted to let them stay here overnight, but they refused. Before leaving, Chishu's mother pinched Xiaoshu's chubby face and asked, "Xiaoshu, do you want to go home with Grandma and play with her? I will make you lots of cookies." Xiaoshu was immediately attracted. She spent the whole afternoon getting to know the two old people very well. Now that Grandpa and Grandma were leaving, Xiaoshu was reluctant to leave. But if she went back with Grandpa and Grandma, she could eat lots of cookies. "Yes," Xiaoshu answered with a childish voice. Chishu's eyebrows jumped. "Mom, Xiaoshu will make a fuss if she doesn't see me and Chishu when she wakes up at night. She has never left home before." "Will Xiaoshu cry?" Chishu's mother asked. "No," Xiaoshu answered neatly. "Who cried when I went out to buy groceries that day?" Chishu asked. Xiaoshu understood what her father meant. Dad didn't let her play with her grandmother. "Dad is bad." Xiaoshu pouted and burst into tears immediately. "Naoki, Seeing this, Chishu's mother picked up Xiaoshu and said with a smile, Okay, I'm not stopping you from going. Dad is just worried that you won't be used to sleeping there. If you don't cry at night, Dad will let you go." "Don't cry," Xiaoshu promised with tears in her eyes. Okay. Naoki had no choice but to follow his daughter's wishes and reminded her, "Listen to your grandma and grandpa when you go there, okay?" Xiaoshu agreed very straightforwardly. So, that afternoon, Xiaoshu followed the two old people to visit Nyangwang City, and before leaving, he took the burning bug with him. Because Xiaoshu would not sleep well without the furry and warm burning bug hugging him at night. Seeing his daughter leave without looking back, Chishu was very sad. Even sadder than him were the three sacred beasts who had been raising Xiaoshu. The three of them sat in the pasture and looked at the direction where Xiaoshu left, and they were so worried that they didn't even eat much dinner. When will Xiaoshu come back? Will Xiaoshu forget them? What if Xiaoshu cries without them to play with her? But fortunately, at 9 o'clock that night, things took a turn for the better. Chishu, who was about to go to bed, suddenly received a call from Nyangwang City. As soon as the call was connected, they heard Xiaoshu's loud cry. The voice was so sad, as if they had passed away. "I told you, this little girl must cry at night." Chishu still remembered how she left without looking back this afternoon. "Chishu, woo, I want daddy, I want mommy." Xiaoshu cried out on the other end of the phone. Chishu saw his mother-in-law and father-in-law were so anxious, but they couldn't coax Xiaoshu. The two old people also liked Xiaoshu very much, so they wanted to take her home as a guest, but they underestimated the severity of children of this age crying at night in a strange environment. Chishu sighed helplessly, got up and put on his clothes, and said, "Hey, wait, I be there soon." At 9:10 in the evening, Naoki rode Golden out. At nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, Naoki returned to the ranch with Xiaoshu, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. There were still 2 tear marks on the little girl's face. Naoki wiped her tears with his hands, and then sighed helplessly. In his mind, Xiaoshu stretched out her arms, and wanted him to hold her when she saw him just now. He felt distressed and angry. "This stinky girl, didn't you say you wouldn't cry at night?" Naoki gently hit Xiaoshu's buttocks, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, and then gently put her in the cradle, and then put the burning insect in. "Go to sleep." Naoki sighed again, then turned around and went back to rest. Not long after he left, the 3 holy beasts quietly pushed open the door with their heads and walked in. They walked quietly to Xiaoshu's crib, and only when they saw the girl lying on the bed did they feel relieved. No matter what happened, as long as Xiaoshu came back, it would be fine. Chapter 647. On the morning of August 7th, 204 of the league calendar, Naoki's third match in the World Championship officially began. The Gongmen Arena was still crowded with people, and dazzling lights were shining from above, illuminating the entire arena. When the commentator introduced the 2 players in today's game, the audience began to shout Naoki's name in unison. "Naoki! Naoki! 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 He is the Naoki? I'm so excited. I wonder what kind of exciting match he will bring us today. Mr. Naoki, come on!" The cheers in one area far exceeded those in other areas. The commentator turned around and saw a group of excited young people wearing Padilla Academy uniforms and holding banners. "Wow, it seems that those spectators are loyal fans of Naoki." The commentator smiled while holding the microphone. The camera of the aerial rotom automatically pointed in that direction, and suddenly the faces of a group of young students appeared on the screen. Seeing themselves appear on the screen, the group of students became even more excited, and waved the banners and nameplates in their hands even more happily. They came here from Padilla College specifically to cheer for Mr. Naoki. The reason they wore school uniforms was so that Mr. Naoki could see them. That was. Naoki also noticed that scene at this time, and he saw many familiar faces in it, all of whom were children who had challenged the trials in his ranch. After a brief moment of shock, Naoki grinned and a smile appeared on his face. Although he is not a professional Pokemon trainer at this moment, in this atmosphere and environment, he also felt why champions like Dancy, Edu, and Sirona, as well as every trainer in the world, love Pokemon battles so much. It turns out that Pokemon battles can be so exciting. After going through countless hardships with Pokemon partners, they stood on the stage that everyone is watching, and reached the top of the world under the gaze of millions of people. In this case. Then go! Milky Tank. Naoki threw the Pokeball in his hand with all his strength. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a strong and bright-eyed Milky Tank appeared on the battlefield. The battle officially began. Milky Tank versus Golduck. Naoki started with a roll, and in an instant, Milky Tank's strong body turned into a small gyroscope, spinning at high speed on the battlefield. The opponent's Golduck tried to use a water gun to fight back, but it had no effect on the rolling Golduck. The fierce water flow was directly bounced off by the high-speed rolling Big Milk Tank. Gotha Duck was startled. It had no time to dodge and was hit. Gotha Duck's water gun was bounced off by the Big Milk Tank. The commentator shouted, "Gotha Duck was hit." However, the next second, a shocking scene appeared. After knocking Gotha Duck away, the Big Milk Tank did not stop. Instead, it made a 180-degree turn at a weird angle and aimed at Gotha Duck again. Many viewers were shocked. It appears. Naoki's Miltank Super Roll. The commentator shouted excitedly. As a qualified commentator, after hearing about Naoki, he immediately went online to learn about this mysterious player from Padilla. A few years ago, there was a rumor about Miltank and Super Roll on the internet. Super Roll is a secret skill that Naoki learned after training Miltank. So far, there is only one example. Miltank using this trick can perform a 360-degree turn attack without dead angles, backswings, or pauses. It can attack or defend, and is very flexible. It is said that countless trainers went to the ranch to challenge, but returned empty-handed. At this time, the Pokemon battle on the field has come to an end. The Golduck could not break the Super Roll of the Mega Tank, and the potential energy of the Mega Tank in the Super Roll was constantly increasing with the rolling, and finally knocked the Golduck out fiercely. Golduck fell awkwardly on the energy shield outside the arena, and slowly slid to the ground along the shield. The referee quickly stepped forward to check Golduck's injuries, and then blew the whistle in his hand. Golduck has lost the ability to fight. Naoki won this match. It's amazing. The commentator was very surprised. As far as I know, neither Miltank nor Butterfree, which has appeared before, are Naoki's main Pokemon. And this Miltank is a milk-producing Pokemon used for production in the ranch. This is incredible. Naoki can even cultivate production Pokemon to this level. What kind of performance will his main Pokemon have? This is really exciting. Thank you for your hard work, Miltank. Take a good rest now. After the battle, Naoki put Miltank back into the Pokeball, glanced at the audience, and then chose to leave. Today he had 2 games, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. The afternoon game was at 3 o'clock, and Naoki did not stay in Gongmin City for long, and returned directly to the ranch. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at Gongmin Arena, Naoki's 4th game officially began. This time, Naoki sent out the Pokemon Sylveon that returned from the Mystery Labyrinth. The World Championship has been a hot topic among Pokemon in the ranch recently. Sylveon had just returned and heard about this. So it immediately found Naoki and volunteered to say that it also wanted to participate in the competition. To this, Naoki readily agreed. And their opponent was a majestic Dragonite. Sylveon versus Dragonite. At the beginning of the battle, Sylveon started with a loud roar, which was so powerful that it killed the Dragonite that had just taken off in the opposite direction in seconds. Seeing the huge body of Tyranitar fall to the ground with a bang, sleeping on the ground with its belly facing up, Sylveon looked confused and seemed to have not yet reacted. Eevee? Not only Sylveon, but also the audience in the audience and the commentator in the commentary booth were stunned. After a long time, someone stared and murmured in disbelief. What is going on? The battle is over? They were looking forward to a wonderful battle, but they took off their pants and were asked to watch this? The referee stepped forward to check on the situation of Tyranitar in time, and found that Tyranitar had fainted. The strength of that Sylveon is too terrifying, isn't it? A drop of cold sweat appeared on the referee's forehead. He blew the whistle in his hand and announced, Tyranitar has lost its ability to fight. Naoki won this match. Booey. Sylvian couldn't believe it. It's over? It hasn't even warmed up yet. Naoki, Ahem, come back, Sylvian. Naoki called out. There was nothing much to say about this battle. It was a pure level and stat crush. In addition, the Fairy-type moves were twice as effective against Dragon-type Pokemon. Even if the Dragonite wasn't killed instantly, it couldn't withstand Sylvian's second move. Sylvian wanted to fight again, but the battle was over, so it had to turn around and run back to Naoki. In the stunned eyes of the audience, Naoki turned around and left the Palace Gate Arena. Before leaving, he looked up and glanced at the ranking promotion above. The match in the morning promoted him from 90th to 86th, and after winning this match, he directly promoted him to 79th. In the backstage of the players, a group of high-level players looked at the screen and couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. That Sylvian defeated the powerful Dragonite with one move. Although there is attribute restraint between the two sides, at this stage, the trainer should have a way to deal with attribute restraint, right? But the fact is actually happening in front of them. Even if they can't believe it, they have to bear it. Where did that trainer named Naoki come from? He crushed everyone in the high-level competition. How can they deal with this? And what's more terrifying is that Naoki has never sent the same Pokemon to fight in so many battles. This one is Sylvian. So which Pokemon will be in the next one? Let's take the example of Miltank in the morning match. Even if they can crack Miltank's super roll, who can guarantee that Naoki will send Miltank to play in the next match? There is no way to deal with this in advance. In the corner, a man with long gray-blue hair and a red shawl folded his arms, leaned against the wall, and looked up at the live broadcast. His expression was not as shocked and desperate as the others, but just a little surprised. Is that man called Naoki? Dakota looked at the ranking promotion. The opponent is now 79th, and he has reached 68th. If this continues, according to the matching mechanism of the World Championship, the more consecutive wins a player has, the more likely they are to meet in the next game. This means that they are very likely to meet in the next few games. However, they will not lose no matter what. Darkrai. Dacto called softly. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the wall beside him. The shadow slowly emerged from the wall, and gradually condensed into a black Pokemon like a shadow. It had a head of white hair like misty smoke covering most of its face, revealing only a pair of bright blue eyes. There was a circle of red jagged objects around its neck, which looked like a scarf. A long black rag was hung on each shoulder. Its claws were black, and it floated beside Darko like a ghost, looking up at the figure on the screen with him. At this time, a voice came from the side. Wow, it's the champion. Dacto turned around and saw a young girl looking at him excitedly. Mr. Darko, it's great to see you here. Can you sign an autograph for me? The girl said excitedly. She had watched the competition at the Lily of the Valley Conference with her parents a long time ago. In that competition, Darko swept all opponents with a legendary Pokemon Darkrai. In the final, he defeated all the opponents' Pokemon alone against 6, and became the champion of that conference with his incomparable strength. To this day, the girl still remembers the scene at that time, and the deeds of Senior Darko and Pokemon have always inspired her to keep moving forward. Unexpectedly, she would be able to meet Senior Darko at this World Championship today. Darko was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his slightly indifferent face. He took the pen and Pokeball handed by the girl and signed his name on it. Then, he turned around and left here with Darkrai. At the same time, a popular post suddenly appeared on the internet. The title of the post is, which advanced trainer is more likely to challenge the 8 Masters this year, successfully advance to the 8 Masters, and compete with Dante and others in the Master match. The World Championship has been held for almost half a month, and almost all advanced players have already played 1 or 2 rounds of Pokemon battles. The author has watched all the games, and now I want to analyze with everyone who is more likely to challenge the Master match. The first player is Naoki, who has been very popular on the internet recently. In fact, before this year's World Championship, I didn't know him. It was only after hearing rumors about him that I went to investigate. If the rumors about him are true, then this Naoki player is undoubtedly a powerful and mysterious Pokemon trainer. He has a great chance of reaching the Masters, and becoming one of the 8 Masters. I have already analyzed more of this before. You can check my previous posts. I won't go into details. The second player is Darko, the champion who once swept the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley tournament. There is no doubt that he also has the strength to advance to the Master level. According to my observation, he also has many legendary Pokemon around him, such as the legendary Nightmare God Darkrai, the legendary infinite Pokemon Latios. Just like the Lily of the Valley conference that year, so far, Darko has only used one Darkrai to defeat all the super-level trainers and some advanced-level trainers, and has advanced to the 68th advanced level with a crushing momentum. As an aside, it is said that Naoki also has legendary Pokemon around him, such as the legendary 3 sacred beasts Raikou and the legendary thunder god Zapdos. I wonder if these two will meet in the future. The author would like to see the battle between legendary Pokemon. Well, there are other trainers, but compared to these two, the others are slightly inferior. The author is going out to pick up the express delivery and analyze it later. In just 10 minutes after the post was published, there were thousands of comments. I prefer Eevee. Wow, I wonder if Naoki will send out a legendary Pokemon next. I really want to see a battle between legendary Pokemon. Love Lip Lover. I'm so jealous. Zapdos, Raikou, Darkrai, all of them are so rare Pokemon. When can I catch a legendary Pokemon? Rainy Day Love. +1, I have the same idea as the OP. It would be great if these two could meet next. When you draw lots, it's best to draw a 6v6 full-scale battle, so you can watch it to your heart's content. 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 are all too short. Snorlax loves to eat pomelo. Strong request. Let's all go and report to the event organizer. Naoki Ranch. Naoki, who returned to the ranch soon, received the time of his next game. August 10th at 10 a.m. Naoki turned around and looked at the Pokemon running in the ranch, and a question came to his mind. Frosty Milky, Miltank, Butterfree, and Motor Lizard have all appeared, so which Pokemon should he send to play next? Chapter 648. Is it the Masked Eruption holding a big stick? Or the Golden Saifu who hits people with gold coins? Or 3 goats? Or should he just use his main Pokemon, Dragonite and Babbage? Naoki was a little undecided for a while, but he didn't hesitate. There was still some time before his next game, so he would decide based on the actual situation. After a night of silence, the next morning, when Naoki was having a picnic with Xiao Shu and the Pokemon in the pasture, the Rotom phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Naoki took it out and saw that it was Dondi who called. He pressed the answer button, and Dandy's face appeared on the screen. Dondi? Naoki was a little surprised. Why would Dondi call him at this time? Dondi grinned, and then asked, by the way, Naoki, have you seen a post that has been very popular on the internet these days? Naoki was slightly startled. Post? Dondi nodded, hummed, and said, it's about the advanced level competition you are participating in. So far, besides you, there is another strong and popular seed player who has the potential to challenge for the 8 master seat. I think you should be interested in him. Oh, popular seed player? Who will it be? Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's still 1 year before Xiaoji's 8 masters. As far as he knows, at this time, whether it is Alan, Alice, or Korn, the younger generation of trainers have not come to participate in the competition. There is no information about the list of all the contestants in the previous session in the anime. Naoki couldn't think of any possibility, so he asked with interest, who is it? I wonder if you have heard of the Lily of the Valley conference? Dante asked. Of course, isn't that the league conference held in the Sinnoh region? Naoki nodded. But as soon as he finished speaking, an incredible guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that the person Dante was talking about was that contestant had participated in the league conference and won the championship with a crushing momentum with only 2 Pokemon? Dante introduced. It is said that in the finals, he defeated the opponent's 6 main lineups with only 1 Pokemon. Dante. His name is Darko. Like you, he also has several legendary Pokemon, the Nightmare God Darkrai, and the legendary infinite Pokemon Latios. Hearing this, Naoki was quite surprised. It was indeed him. Seeing Naoki silent, Dante continued, TSK, Darko is also a dark horse in the World Championship. Just like the Lily of the Valley tournament that year, he has only used 2 Pokemon, Darkrai and Latios, and has reached the 68th place in the advanced level. According to the rules of the World Championship, the 2 trainers who have been winning streaks should meet each other soon. Naoki, Dacto actually came to participate in this World Championship. After a brief surprise, Naoki quickly regained his composure and nodded. I know, I will prepare in advance. Using Giratina and Giratin to fight other ordinary trainers might be a bit too bullying, but if it's another legendary Pokemon boy, it shouldn't be considered bullying, right? Giratina wanted to appear just now, why not take this opportunity? Well, if it's 3v3, the legendary Pokemon in the ranch are just enough. Naoki nodded secretly. Giratina counts as 1, Giratin counts as 1, Yuriko counts as 1, Ursus counts as 1, and Budcrown counts as 1. However, Bud Crown is special. Compared with other Pokemon, it is not Naoki's Pokemon in the true sense. The relationship between them is more like friends. But in the World Championship, which is watched by people all over the world, if Bud Crown appears, it will definitely harvest a large wave of faith power. In this case, let's do it. Soon, Naoki made a decision in his heart. It's just right to have a full-scale Pokemon battle with Darko. Dundee didn't know what decision Naoki made in just a few breaths. He looked at Naoki on the other side of the screen and continued with a smile. By the way, regarding you two, the World Championship officials have recently received a large number of requests from viewers. Everyone hopes that if you play against Dacto, the rules of the match may be changed to a 6v6 full match. 6v6? Naoki was stunned. That's right. Dante nodded. Last night, after a joint discussion by the event team, we finally decided to ask the opinions of the two players. Dante paused, and then said expectantly, Dacto has agreed, so I want to ask you what you think. Naoki, He pondered for a moment, then asked, do you know whether the remaining 4 Pokemon that Darko has not played are common Pokemon or legendary Pokemon? I don't know about that. Dante shook his head. So far, Darko has never revealed his last 4 Pokemon. Okay. Naoki nodded. Since Darko has already agreed to 6v6, what is there for him to hesitate about? Thinking of this, he replied decisively, I agree. If the Pokemon in the ranch are put together, we can still form a full god team. Martial Bear Master, Q, Golden, Kyurem, Giratina, and Bud Crown. Hearing Naoki's answer, Dante smiled. Okay, in that case, I will go to the event team to reply. Oh, by the way, Darko has another message for you. What? He said. Don't fall down before you meet him. Naoki was stunned, then smiled and said, in that case, I also have something to say to him. Oh, what did you say? Dante was very curious. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Naoki said. Surprise? Dante was a little surprised, but he still agreed readily. Okay, I will definitely help you pass it on. After hanging up the phone, Dante went to respond to the competition team, while Naoki prepared to continue playing house with his daughter. The sky was blue, the water was clear, and white clouds floated above the blue sky. A blanket was spread on the grass of the ranch, on which were placed a picnic basket, various snacks, and a bunch of toys. Xiaoshu sat on it, playing with toys with Pokemon such as Inflammable and Frosty. Meltans walked around, constantly helping everyone carry snacks and food. Naoki and Gul'dan sat on the other side, smiling at Xiaoshu and Pokemon playing with toys. Behind Xiaoshu, Reiku, Suicune, and Inti were lying on the soft grass, and they raised their huge heads to look at Naoki. Inti asked, do you need our help? Obviously, they heard the content of the call just now. Naoki was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, saying, I won't bother you 3 this time. Compared to the 3 sacred beasts, Naoki believed that Wudakumashi and Urkei must be more eager to prove themselves on that stage. Hearing this, the 3 sacred beasts nodded. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Naoki is going to participate in the human competition, and their responsibilities are to follow the instructions of Lord Fengwang and stay in the ranch to take care of the future rainbow hero. Dad. Xiaoshu suddenly raised a Pokeball toy and threw it towards Naoki. Naoki quickly came to his senses and subconsciously caught the toy Pokeball. Fei. Xiaoshu imitated the trainer throwing the ball to fight. Children like to imitate. I guess this girl has watched the World Championship with AI Guancher for a few days and started to imitate the trainers throwing the ball. Naoki pretended to be hit hard, and with a ugh, he covered his chest and fell backwards, falling on Gul'dan. Xiaoshu thought his father was playing with him, and couldn't help but giggle. Time passed by, and Jishu didn't react at all. Xiaoshu realized something was wrong, and the smile on her face disappeared. She stood up from the ground and ran towards Jishu. Dad? Jishu opened his eyes a little, and while Xiaoshu was squatting to check the situation, he pinched her armpits and lifted her up high. Wow! Xiaoshu was startled. But soon, she realized that her father was teasing her. So, the little girl frowned and accused, Dad, you are bad. Okay, Dad is playing with you. Naoki put Xiaoshu down, rested his head on Gul'dan, and looked at Xiaoshu with it. Xiaoshu snorted and looked angry. Seeing this scene, Naoki picked up his daughter and said to her, Let Gul'dan take us to the clouds to see the stars, okay? Naoki carried Xiaoshu and rode on Gul'dan, and Gul'dan also cooperated very well, and spread its wings to fly high into the sky. Xiaoshu was a little angry at first, but soon, Her attention was attracted by the ever-changing scenery around her. The earth gradually faded away, and the warm wind blew on her cheeks. White clouds appeared around her, looking as soft and white as cotton candy. Although it was very high here, Xiaoshu didn't feel scared at all leaning on her father's arms. Her eyes were completely attracted by the clouds around her. Wow! Although it was daytime, and there were no stars, the blue dome was really spectacular and awe-inspiring. If there were no space suits, Naoki would even want to take Xiaoshu to outer space to see more stars, and maybe even meet Pippi and Deoxys passing by in a spaceship. After a moment, Naoki slowly sighed. Forget it, there is a vast world outside the ranch. This vast world will be explored by Xiaoshu when he grows up. In the 204th year of the league calendar, at 10 a.m. on August 10th, Naoki's fourth game officially began. But this time his opponent was not Darko, but a girl with a hunting swallowtail butterfly. Seeing this, Naoki did not use the legendary Pokemon to participate in the battle, but sent out the second Miltank. As expected, the game was won, and Naoki was promoted from 79th to 75th. On August 12th, the fifth game, the third Miltank vs Kentaro, Naoki's ranking was promoted from 75th to 69th. On August 15th, the sixth game, the fourth and fifth Miltanks participated in the battle and successfully defeated the opponent, making Naoki's ranking promoted from 69th to 63rd. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was September 25th of the 204th year of the league calendar. During this period, Naoki had never met Dakota. But he was not surprised, because for such a highly anticipated competition, the event organizer would definitely want to delay it until the perfect time. It was another crucial Pokemon battle, and this time, Naoki sent the Saltstone Giant to participate. The once small group of Saltstone Pokemons have now transformed into powerful Saltstone Giants. On this stage that everyone is watching, they defeated all opponents who stood in their way with extremely powerful strength, helping Naoki successfully advance to the 10th place in the advanced level. Only one step away from the 8 Masters. Amid the fierce cheers of the audience, Naoki nodded slightly to everyone, then turned around and returned to the backstage of the contestants. There, a man with long gray-blue hair and a red waistcoat was leaning against the wall waiting for him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Dakota said with a fiery look. He had successfully advanced to the 9th place a few days ago, and was qualified to compete with the 8th place. But he rejected that proposal because he wanted to wait here for Naoki, the man who was chosen by the legendary Pokemon like him, to have a qualifying battle with him. The winner will go to the 8th place player for a position change. Dacto. Naoki looked at him and smiled. "In fact, I have heard of your name a long time ago, but I didn't expect to have a battle with you here today." "What?" "Your performance at the Lily of the Valley conference that year was really impressive," Naoki said. Dacto was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on his proud face. "When the time comes, I will use all my strength to fight you." "Then let's wait and see." Naoki smiled. All strength. Darto wants to send all the legendary Pokemon to participate in the battle. In this case, he must also exert all his strength. In a blink of an eye, time came to September 29th, the last day of the World Championship, and also the key battle for the qualification of the replacement battle. On this day, the entire Gongmen Arena was already crowded with people, and even outside the arena, it was surrounded by fans and spectators from all over the world. On the high platform, Dante, Chibana, Daigo, Adu, Sirona, Kalyuni and others gathered here, ready to watch this crucial battle. In front of the audience, Chishu was holding Xiaoshu, and her sister Ai Guancher, Motor Lizard, Saifuhao, and other Pokemon sat beside her, looking at the stage below with expectation. Xiaoshu opened her round eyes, and looked at the familiar figure on the field below. She pointed at the man and shouted, "Dad!" "Yes, it's Dad." Chishu nodded excitedly. "Xiaoshu, today is a very important game for Dad, come and say cheer him up." "Dad, come on!" Xiaoshu shouted. Her childish voice was soon drowned out by the cheers and shouts around her. However, the father and daughter were connected by heart. Chishu in the arena seemed to have sensed something, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the audience. His eyes accurately found his wife and daughter in the crowd, and then nodded to them. Then, he focused all his attention on the confident Darko across from him. Chishu's right hand stroked the pokeball in his pocket. There were Ursa, Urakurum, Kurum, Giratina and Budcrest, plus Gurdon standing next to him. "Darko, let's have a showdown between legendary Pokemon now." Chapter 649. Welcome to the final battle of this World Championship. I am Christopher, the commentator of this competition. Next up is the final battle of the advanced level, The player who wins this battle will successfully qualify for the position swap battle with the 8 Masters. I believe everyone has been looking forward to today's battle for a long time, right? Both Naoki and Darko have never lost a single game from the super level to now. Naoki, a mysterious trainer who lives in seclusion in the Padia region, has a mysterious past and is very powerful. He has been regarded as a role model by countless trainers. It is said that even now, he has not yet demonstrated his true strength. Darkrai, the champion of the Lily of the Valley Conference, was chosen by the legendary Pokemon. He not only swept the entire Lily of the Valley Conference with his Darkrai, but also swept everyone from the general level to the current level. There is no doubt that these two are powerful trainers who are very qualified to compete for the seat of the 8 Masters this year. So who will win this battle? Let's wait and see. On the high platform, the commentator Christopher's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He put the microphone to his lips and looked at the vast arena below. Before the game officially starts, our special guest, Mr. Ding Pei, will introduce the rules of the game to us. Countless lights fell from above, and then a middle-aged man wearing a referee uniform, with short golden hair, riding a shield sword monster as a flying vehicle, flew between Naoki and Dakota. After the joint discussion of the Pokemon World Championship Committee, the rules of this Pokemon battle are 6v6 singles battles. Each person can only use one Pokemon, and the game will not end until all the Pokemon of either side lose their combat ability. Then, both players, please get ready. Naoki looked at Darko on the opposite side. Darko also cast his eyes on him. The right hands of both sides simultaneously took out a red and white Pokeball from their bodies. Seeing this, Ding Pei blew the whistle in his hand. The game begins. At the command, the two threw their Pokeballs at the same time. The camera of the aerial shot of Rotom moved along with the movement of the Pokeball, and countless viewers looked at the two Pokeballs on the big screen nervously. What kind of Pokemon will these two players send out for the first battle? Accompanied by two flashes of white light, the first one to appear was a Pokemon that looked like a shadow, with a body made of black smoke and a red scarf around its neck. It appears, Darkrai, the legendary nightmare god of Darko, is here. The commentator shouted. Almost at the same time, a beam of light burst out from Naoki's Pokeball. The light landed on the ground, forming a tall, strong and majestic figure on the battlefield. That is Bear Master. The commentator shouted. Naoki actually sent out Bear Master. As for this Pokemon, it can be said that most trainers in the Galar region have heard of its name. Because the former champion of the Galar region, Master, has such a powerful martial Bear Master by his side, there was an uproar on the field. Almost no one thought that Naoki would actually send out the Pokemon Martial Bear Master. The battle officially began. Darkrai looked at the Pokemon named Martial Bear Master on the opposite side, and still chose to use the previous tactics. Darkrai Dark Hole. As long as the Dark Hole hits, and puts the opponent into a sleeping state, and then with a powerful Dream Eater, any Pokemon will be severely damaged in an instant. Especially Pokemon like Ursagi. Darkrai had heard of this Pokemon before when he traveled to the Galar region. Its attribute is fighting. And the Psychic-type Dream Eater has double restraint on Pokemon with fighting attributes. Once it hits, it is not impossible to defeat Ursagi instantly. Darkrai's estimate of damage has always been very accurate. The command was issued, and Darkrai's ghostly body moved. But its speed was very fast, and the Ursagi on the opposite side was even faster. Almost at the same time as Darko, Naoki gave the order. Water Jet. The martial arts Bear Master nodded slightly, his eyes sank, and his seemingly strong body rushed towards Darkrai at an incredible speed. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the mighty water force, like the sea, gathered on it rapidly. Before Darkrai raised his claws that condensed the dark hole, his fist landed on him. The huge force directly caused Darkrai's body to fly backwards. At this moment, Darkrai only felt thousands of tons of heavy sea water crushing him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. What a fast speed! Darko's eyes condensed, but he reacted quickly. Darkrai, freeze beam. Don't give it a chance, rush up, use explosive punch. Naoki spoke at the same time, continuously hitting the opponent one after another, not giving the opponent any breathing space. This is the correct way to open the fighting Pokemon. The body of the martial arts Bear Master rushed out instantly, its right hand clenched into a fist, and the invisible milky white airflow swirled up and turned into gusts of strong wind. Darkrai flew up, ice energy gathered in his claws, and then swung it towards the martial arts Bear Master. The extremely cold freezing beam swept out, and almost instantly, it collided with the martial arts Bear Master. But the next moment, The cold beam was blasted away by the fierce fist wind of the martial arts bear master. Seeing this, Darko's eyes condensed, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. That martial arts bear master. Why is his momentum so strong? The next second, the explosive fist pointed directly at Darkray's face. It missed the chance to dodge after using the freezing beam, and was blown away by the explosive fist. This time, it was blasted to the edge of the arena. Its body slowly slid along the energy shield at the edge of the arena, and finally fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Seeing this scene, countless spectators watching the battle were shocked and had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Darkray, the Darko player, was defeated by the opposing martial arts bear master in just a few rounds. The strength of the martial arts bear master was so terrifying. So that's it. Is this the true strength of Naoki? While the audience was stunned, Dingpei had come back to his senses. He rode the shield blade monster to check on Darkray's condition, and then announced, Darkray has lost his ability to fight, and Naoki won this battle. Sure enough, Dacto used the poke ball to take Darkray back into the poke ball, and thanked it for its hard work. Realizing that today was an unprecedented battle, Darkray's expression became solemn. Huh? In that case, the second match is up to you. Dacto took out the second poke ball from his waist. Dacto's second Pokemon is going to play. The commentator Christopher shouted excitedly. Everyone looked in the direction of Dacto expectantly. Will his second Pokemon still be a legendary Pokemon? However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Naoki also took out a Pokeball and took back Master Widoku. Facing the powerful Widow Bear Master, Naoki actually chose to change his Pokemon. Darko had already sent out his second Pokemon during this time. With a click sound, a white light flew out of the Pokeball, and a figure like an airplane appeared above the field. It was a blue-white Pokemon with a streamlined body, wings like jet wings, and feet like fish fins. Seeing this scene, the audience opened their eyes excitedly. Appeared Darko's second legendary Pokemon, the legendary infinite Pokemon, Latios. Since Darko sent out Latios, what about Naoki? Everyone turned around and saw Naoki just throwing his Pokeball. With a flash of white light, Naoki's second Pokemon finally appeared in everyone's sight. It was a humanoid Pokemon with a green mask on its face, and a green coat on its body, looking quirky. That is, a Pokemon that has never been seen before. Is it a Pokemon unique to the Padia region? Someone quickly took out a Rotom phone to scan it, but received a reply from Rotom. No record, it is an unknown Pokemon. Everyone was stunned. Too amazing. Naoki actually sent out a rare Pokemon that has not been discovered by humans. The eyes under the mask of the Uruk stared at the Latios opposite. Bony! Naoki was also very helpless. He looked at the other masks well hidden under the green coat of Uruk, and didn't know what to say for a moment. He originally wanted to bring Uruk to play directly, but Uruk heard that the opponent might be very powerful, so he volunteered to wear the 4 masks that Naoki had put in the storage room. A green grass mask was worn on its face, and the other 3 masks were placed under its coat. Such a large mask did not fall off, which made Naoki very suspicious that there was a Doraemon 4-dimensional pocket under Urukyo's coat. But soon, Naoki's attention shifted to Latios on the opposite side. As far as he knew, Darkray of Darko might not be his strongest Pokemon. According to the performance in the anime, his Latios was as strong as Darkray, and even stronger than Darkray. Bony! As if sensing Naoki's thoughts, the Uruk in front quietly gave Naoki a look, telling him not to worry about it. It would definitely work hard to defeat the opponent. Naoki was slightly startled, then smiled with relief. That's right, Eruption was able to fight 4 people alone and kill Senbeiban and Teodelang. Its true strength was not as cute as its appearance. It was at this time that the referee Ding Pei blew the whistle. Before many spectators could react, the second match officially began. Latios, clean light. Dacto still chose to attack first. While Naoki looked up and paid attention to Latios' movements, he said to Eruption, pay attention to avoid and find the right time to attack. Latios was flying in the air, and was good at using long-range moves to attack. However, Urguro's long-range attack methods were very few. If Latios had been in the air, Urguro would have had a hard time attacking it. A dazzling light had burst out from Latios, turning into a beam of light that annihilated everything, rushing towards Urguro. The speed of the clean light was very fast, and Urguro tried to dodge it, but failed. Naoki frowned slightly, but when he noticed a flash of light on Urguro's body, his frown immediately relaxed. The effect of the clean light to reduce special defense triggered the unyielding characteristics of the Urukyo, greatly increasing its attack. in this case, coupled with the previous World Tree series of dishes that increased the power of the Urukyo, with the current power of the Urukyo, even if there is a property restraint between it and Latios, it may not be impossible to defeat it within 2 moves. And now what needs to be done is to get Latios down. Urukyo Vine Whip, Naoki ordered. Bony! Eruption quickly condensed 2 thin vine whips, which flew nimbly in the direction of Latios like slender snakes. Latios, get out of the way, Dacto commanded calmly. Latios was very fast, and it immediately flew forward to avoid the attack of the vine whip. Catch up, Naoki said. The vine whip quickly chased in the direction of Latios. Eruption had a good control over the grass attribute energy. It controlled one vine whip to chase from the left, while the other vine whip quietly went around to the other side. Whoosh! With a sound, the vine whip on the left suddenly increased its speed. Latios, who was flying, was fully alert to the situation behind him. The moment the vine whip rushed towards him, he immediately dodged sideways. Danger! But at this moment, the trainer's voice came. Latios was slightly stunned. But the next second, another vine whip quietly wrapped around its feet. Bony! Urgue's tone was quite excited. I caught you. It exerted force violently, and Latios instantly felt a huge force coming, and it was pulled hard and fell to the ground. Now! Naoki said in a deep voice. Bony! Urgue rushed forward, and a green light surged in its right hand. In full view of everyone, a green stick appeared out of thin air in its hand. The stick was wrapped with vines, and the vines were covered with sharp thorns, which looked terrifying. Bony! Urgue used all his strength to smash down fiercely. He would not lose. After one blow, Latios felt a sharp pain. Ouch! It cried out in pain, and the next second, it lost consciousness. It looked like it had lost its ability to fight after being hit by that unknown Pokemon. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Oh my god! That Pokemon! What's the matter with that Pokemon? Its appearance is so cute. Why is its power so terrifying? It killed the legendary Pokemon with one blow. Before the game started, they didn't dare to think of such a thing. Even Dakota was stunned at this moment. What happened to that Pokemon? On the high platform in the audience, Dondi and others also had different expressions. Dondi was excited, Sharona was thoughtful, Daigo was amazed, Adu frowned, and looked solemn. In the distant Kanto region, Boss Sakaki sat on a leather sofa, gently stroking Boss Cat's head with his right hand. He looked at the screen, feeling extremely sorry. What a pity, I can't use such talents. Sakaki's mind flashed back to the time when he personally tried to cooperate with the other party and make friends with him a few years ago, and he couldn't help but sigh slowly. Compared to the people with different expressions, Naoki was much calmer. He looked at Darko across from him. Now, Darko has 2 Pokemon that have lost their combat ability, and he still has the last 4 mysterious Pokemon that have never appeared. On his side, minus Urachan and Ursuma, there are only 4 Pokemon left. Gulton, Kyurem, Giratina, and Budora. No one has ever seen the 4 Pokemon left by Darko. In the past life, countless people on the internet have speculated about the 4 Pokemon that have not appeared. There were many different opinions for a while, but there was no accurate answer. But there is no doubt that the 4 Pokemon left by Darko must not be ordinary Pokemon, and it is even possible that they are all legendary Pokemon. Thinking of this, Naoki looked at Darko opposite with a sharp gaze, thinking, Dako, don't let me down. Chapter 650. Latios has lost his ability to fight, and Naoki wins this match. Amid the stunned eyes of many spectators, the referee was the first to come to his senses, stepped forward to check on Latios, and then announced the result of the match. Naoki took out the Pokeball, took back the Urakorok, and then cast his eyes on Golden next to him. Golden, I leave it to you next. Ah, gah. Golden slowly walked onto the battlefield. Another Pokemon I've never seen before. Naoki has chosen to change his Pokemon again. The commentator was excited. Everyone looked at the lizard Pokemon with scarlet scales on the field, the Pokemon that had been following Naoki from the beginning, and had not entered the Pokeball. In fact, they had long wanted to ask, what kind of Pokemon is that? At this moment, even the Pokemon doctor, who has a rich resume, was confused when he saw Golden. Because they have never seen such a Pokemon. In Pallet Town, in Professor Oak's laboratory, Professor Oak looked at the scene on the screen and couldn't help laughing. It turned out to be that Pokemon. I didn't expect Naoki to send it out. Huh? The assistant beside him was surprised. Doctor, do you know that Pokemon? Professor Oak nodded. Yes, it's called Golden, a Pokemon from the Padia region. But he didn't know more. because as far as Professor Oak knew, even the Padia people might not know Golden. In short, it was a Pokemon with a very mysterious origin. After 2 Pokemon were defeated in a row, Darko's expression gradually became solemn. He cast his eyes on the mysterious Pokemon opposite, was silent for a moment, and took out the 3rd Pokeball from his body. Dacto threw the Pokeball in his hand without hesitation. With a flash of white light, another Latios appeared in the battlefield. No, that's not Latios. Although this Pokemon looks very similar to Latios, its body color is completely different from Latios's red. This is Latios's sister, Latias, another legendary Pokemon. The audience looked at Darko in astonishment. Sure enough, the title of Divine Beast Master that was previously circulated on the internet was not a lie. 3 consecutive legendary Pokemon. Darko is indeed the one chosen by the legendary Pokemon. Then Naoki. Some people turned their heads and looked at the mysterious Pokemon. Was it an ordinary Pokemon or a legendary Pokemon? Just as they were wondering, the 3rd battle officially began. Naoki looked at Latias on the opposite side and said in his heart, sure enough. Latias missed ball. Dacto took the lead in giving the order to attack. Woo! Latias made a pleasant cry, and the light pink superpowers gathered in its mouth into the shape of an energy ball, and then fiercely launched it towards Golden's position. Naoki was not panicked at all. He knew that with the speed of Golden, it was very easy for it to dodge this move. Golden, Dragon Claw. Ah, Golden! Golden shouted, and then rushed out violently. Its body quickly jumped back and forth at both ends of the field, and it easily dodged the missed ball. What a fast speed, Dacto frowned. The pressure this Pokemon gave him was even stronger than the previous 2 Pokemon. He did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately gave the order, Latias, get out of the way. Latias tried to fly away, but it was too late. Golden's claws suddenly burst out with overwhelming dragon energy, forming a huge dragon claw, and swung towards Latias. Boom! The dragon claw hit, and Latias was struck by lightning, and his body fell to the ground and rolled around awkwardly. Latias, stand up! Dacto gave the order quickly. Don't give it this chance. Another dragon claw. Golden's body moved again. It was extremely fast, swinging its giant claws towards Latias, and with one swing of its claws, Latias was directly knocked out. Then it slowly rolled to the ground along the energy shield at the edge of the field, unable to get up again. Instant kill. That Pokemon is so strong. If the audience didn't realize the situation at the beginning, now after 3 consecutive crushing battles, no matter who it was, they all realized that the strength of Darko and Naoki was not at the same level at all. Even the champion can't beat him. At this moment, countless people thought of Naoki's previous matches. In the matches, Naoki almost never used the same Pokemon to fight. And this is exactly what makes him so scary. Because there is news that those Pokemon are just the most common Pokemon produced in his ranch. And now, are these Pokemon that appear in this battle the main Pokemon of Naoki? Realizing this, everyone gasped. What is the true strength of this player Naoki? They dare not think about it, nor can they imagine it. Latias has lost his ability to fight. This match is won by player Naoki. Dang Pei checked Latias' condition, and then announced the result of the match very competently. The audience was in an uproar. You know, before this match started, many people were optimistic about player Dacto, and now. Golden, come back. Naoki called Golden back. After a brief moment of shock, Darko took a deep breath and put Latias back into the Pokeball. Next, it was the 4th game. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Darko's forehead. He had never encountered such a strong enemy since he became a trainer. In most of the previous battles, he only needed to send Darkrai to play a Pokemon to defeat the opponent's 6 Pokemon at once. And now, even Darkrai fell. They were the only Pokemon he had left. Huh? The game was still going on. Darko took a deep breath and then took out a new Pokeball. This time, he did not hesitate and sent out his Pokemon first. A white light flashed, and a Pokemon with a body as beautiful as a crescent moon and pink wings as beautiful as tulle appeared on the battlefield. Naoki recognized the name of the Pokemon at a glance. The God of Dreams, Cresselia. You see, I had given Xiaoshu a feather of Cresselia to protect her from nightmares. I didn't expect to meet the real Cresselia here today. Please send out the Pokemon you want to replace, Naoki. The referee reminded. Naoki came to his senses, and then took out a new Pokeball from his waist, and threw it hard. With a click sound, the Pokeball automatically bounced open, and a beam of light flew out of it, and fell on the battlefield. In an instant, the temperature of the entire arena seemed to drop. A huge yellow glowing Pokemon with a cold aura in its eyes, like a giant dragon, suddenly appeared from the light. Crack, crack, crack. The ice continued to spread around it. It seemed that due to its appearance, the entire ground of the arena was covered with a thick layer of ice in just a few breaths. The figure of Cresselia was reflected on the ice surface like glass. Feeling the terrifying aura and oppression emanating from the other party, Cresselia's face showed an unprecedented solemn expression. That Pokemon is, at the same time, in the Unova region, at the Pokemon League headquarters. ADK, who was watching the battle, stood up suddenly when he saw the Pokemon on the screen. Kyurem, that's Kyurem. ADK opened his eyes wide, with a shocked expression on his face. The legend about it has always been circulating in the Unova region, and countless trainers have tried to find its traces, but they were either frozen into ice by Kyurem or defeated and thrown out by Kyurem. ADK even thought that such a Pokemon would never be captured by humans. But now, it was captured by humans. More importantly, that human was Naoki. How did Naoki do it? Not only did ADK recognize Kyurem, but at this moment, some audience members in the audience also recognized the identity of the Pokemon that froze the arena in an instant. Kyurem? That's a legendary Pokemon, Kyurem. Legendary Pokemon? Someone was shocked. Yes, that's right. That's the legendary Pokemon of the Unova region. It's very powerful, and has been feared by people since ancient times. Naoki, he even captured Kyurem. Too amazing, Naoki actually sent out the legendary Pokemon Kyurem. The commentator also recognized the Pokemon at this moment, and exclaimed on the spot, "What a powerful force! It froze the entire battlefield as soon as it appeared. Cresselia is in danger." Kyurem, it's Kyurem. Dacto clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. Is he really the one chosen by the legendary Pokemon? Both players are ready, the battle begins. The referee blew the whistle. Dacto gradually calmed down after hearing the whistle. In any case, the battle must continue. Cresselia, Shadow Clone. Dacto adopted a more cautious tactic this time. Cresselia exuded a crescent-like glow, and its body moved slightly. The next second, dozens of Shadow Clones appeared on the huge battlefield. They kept moving quickly, surrounding Kyurem in the middle. "Now, the power of the moon!" Dacto shouted. Instantly, the outline of a crescent moon appeared above the heads of all. Cresselia, and the moonlight in the sky gathered on it, eventually forming a pink energy beam, and then simultaneously shot out towards Kyurem in the center. Faced with this attack, Kyurem's nostrils blew out two streams of white cold air, and it snorted coldly, and the air around it was instantly frozen. The pure and majestic power of ice gathered around it, forming huge ice walls. Boom! The power of the moon hit the ice wall, making a loud noise. After missing the attack, Cresselia did not retreat, but kept controlling the Shadow Clone to move around Kyurem, trying to interfere with Kyurem's vision. Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly, and then ordered, "Blizzard." Kyurem's whole body burst out with an extremely cold power. At first, there was only a harmless breeze on the field. But in a flash, the breeze suddenly became extremely violent, mixed with ice and snow, and swept across the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. Under the fierce attack of the blizzard, Cresselia's Shadow Clone dissipated like a dream bubble. Its body was also exposed to the vision of Kyurem and Naoki. After the baptism of the blizzard, Cresselia has been severely damaged. If it continues like this, it will lose its combat capability as long as it is attacked again. Darko frowned and looked in the direction of Cresselia, shouting, "Cresselia, use moonlight after the Shadow Clone." Cresselia reluctantly transformed into several clones again, and the hazy moonlight poured down from above, constantly healing Cresselia's body. Kyurem's eyes wandered over the Cresselias scattered on the field. "Let's end it." Kyurem. Naoki didn't plan to continue. Frozen world. Kyurem suddenly burst out with an extremely cold air, and almost in an instant, it swept across the entire battlefield. The airflow was so dense that it was impossible to see the scene inside clearly. "Cresselia?" Dacto suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he shouted and tried to call Cresselia. However, there was no response, as if Cresselia had disappeared from this world. Dacto's heart sank. Too exciting. The commentator was extremely excited. A true legendary battle. There is no tactical competition, only relying on the unparalleled power to crush the opponent. This is the power of legend. This is the power of legendary Pokemon. At this moment, countless spectators were also excited. They stared at the white mist below without blinking. It was unknown how long it took before the white mist formed by the extremely cold air on the field slowly dissipated. First, everyone saw Kyurem standing intact. It looked cold and indifferent. In front, Cressilia's floating feature had failed, and its body was wrapped in a layer of ice. It looked like an exquisite ice sculpture. There was light shining on the ice sculpture, and in the eyes of countless spectators, the ice sculpture was shining. In the fourth battle, Cressilia lost her ability to fight, and Curum won. The audience was silent, and countless spectators looked at the frozen Cressilia for a long time without being able to speak. This is the power of the legendary Pokemon. After only 2 encounters, the opponent was frozen into an ice sculpture. After 4 consecutive crushing battles, at this moment, all the spectators went from being shocked at the beginning to being slightly numb. They recalled the rumors they had heard before the game. At this moment, they only wanted to say one thing. The hidden boss of Padilla is worthy of its reputation. Curum, come back. Just like the previous 3 games, Naoki still chose to let Curum leave the field. Thank you for your hard work, take a good rest next. After putting away Curum's Pokeball, Naoki took out another Pokeball from his waist. He looked down at this ordinary Pokeball, and his face was a little absent-minded. Once this Pokemon appears, his hidden identity will be completely exposed to the eyes of the whole world. Naoki hesitated a little. Giratina, why don't you just forget it? But the next second, Giratina's irritable voice rang out from his heart. Absolutely not. Don't be afraid. If someone comes to harass you in Xiaoshu, I will be the first to come out and beat them down. Naoki, not really afraid. Even if I don't have that identity now, there are often trainers visiting the ranch to challenge. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly felt relieved. That's right. What is he afraid of? In the anime, Xiaoji has saved the world many times, but he has not been disturbed. In this world, everyone has his own life. In this case, what else does he have to worry about? When he was young and frivolous, who didn't have the fantasy of traveling through the Pokemon world, taming the legendary beasts, beating up opponents in various competitions, and pretending to be a dream, he finally traveled to this world, and it would be a pity if he missed this opportunity. Thinking of this, Naoki's eyes lit up. No more pretending, he showed his hand. He looked at the opposite side, Darko, who took out the 5th Pokemon. Needless to say, the moment the trainer's eyes met, the battle was about to begin. In that case, Naoki murmured in a low voice, and then changed the subject, with a youthful tone. Giratina, go. As the Pokeball flew high, a figure emerged from the white light. It was a ferocious Pokemon that was both ferocious and hideous. It had a gray body, black wings like a ghost, a golden half ring around its neck, black stripes all over its body, and a pair of blood-red eyes, with a hint of heat, staring at the audience seats around the stadium. That Pokemon was, at this moment, countless spectators stood up suddenly, their pupils unconsciously dilated due to shock, their hands trembled, their lips moved slightly, and they stared at the figure in the picture in disbelief. That's Giratina. How is this possible? Isn't Giratina the Pokemon of the mysterious masked man? Why is it here? Wait! Countless viewers turned their attention to the man behind Giratina. At this moment, a shocking thought suddenly popped up in their minds. If Giratina appeared here, then that man must be